Judith chapter 1. Now Arphaxad, king of the Medes, had brought many nations under his dominions, and he built a very strong city, which he called Ecbatana, of stones squared and hewed. He made the walls thereof 70 cubits broad, and 30 cubits high, and the towers thereof he made 100 cubits high, but on the square of them each side was extended the space of 20 feet. And he made the gates thereof according to the height of the towers. And he gloried as a mighty one, in the force of his army, and in the glory of his chariots. Now in the 12th year of his reign, Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, who reigned in Nineveh the great city, fought against Arphaxad, and overcame him in the great plain which is called Regua, about the Euphrates and the Tigris and the Jadison, in the plain of Arioch, the king of the Elysians. Then was the kingdom of Nebuchadnezzar exalted, and his heart was elevated. And he sent to all that dwelt in Cilicia and Damascus and Lebanus, and to the nations that are in Carmelis and Kedar, and to the inhabitants of Galilee in the great plain of Esdraelon, and to all that were in Samaria, and beyond the river Jordan, even to Jerusalem, and all the land of Jesse, till you come to the borders of Ethiopia. To all these Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, sent messengers. But they all with one mind refused, and sent them back empty, and rejected them without honor. Then King Nebuchadnezzar, being angry against all that land, swore by his throne and kingdom that he would revenge himself of all those countries. Judith chapter 2. In the 13th year of the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, the 22nd day of the first month, the word was given out in the house of Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, that he would revenge himself. And he called all the ancients and all the governors and his officers of war, and communicated to them the secret of his counsel. And he said that his thoughts were to bring all the earth under his empire. And when this saying pleased them all, Nebuchadnezzar the king called Holofernes, the general of his armies, and said to him, Go out against all the kingdoms of the west, and against them especially that despised my commandment. Thy eye shall not spare any kingdom, and all the strong cities thou shalt bring under my yoke. Then Holofernes called the captains and the officers of the power of the Assyrians, and he mustered men for the expedition, and the king commanded him 120,000 fighting men on foot, and 12,000 archers, horsemen. And he made all his warlike preparations to go before with a multitude of innumerable camels, with all provisions sufficient for the armies in abundance, and herds of oxen, and flocks of sheep without number. He appointed corn to be prepared out of all Syria in his passage. But gold and silver he took out of the king's house in great abundance. And he went forth, he and all the army, with the chariots and horsemen and archers, who covered the face of the earth like locusts. And when he had passed through the borders of the Assyrians, he came to the great mountains of Hanji, which are on the left of Cilicia, and he went up to all their castles and took all the strong places. And he took by assault the renowned city of Malthus, and pillaged all the children of Tarshish and the children of Ishmael, who were over against the face of the desert, and on the south of the land of Ceylon. And he passed over the Euphrates and came into Mesopotamia, and he forced all the stately cities that were there, from the torrent of Mamre till one comes to the sea. And he took the borders thereof from Cilicia to the coasts of Japheth, which are towards the south. And he carried away all the children of Midian, and stripped them of all their riches. And all that resisted him he slew with the edge of the sword. And after these things he went down into the plains of Damascus in the days of the harvest, and he set all the corn on fire, and he caused all the trees and vineyards to be cut down. And the fear of them fell upon all the inhabitants of the land. Judith chapter 3. Then the kings and the princes of all the cities and provinces of Syria, Mesopotamia, and Syria Shobal, and Libya, and Cilicia, sent their ambassadors, who, coming to Holofernes, said, Let thy indignation towards us cease, for it is better for us to live and serve Nebuchadnezzar the great king, and be subject to thee, than to die and to perish, or suffer the miseries of slavery. All our cities and our possessions, all mountains and hills and fields and herds of oxen and flocks of sheep and goats and horses and camels and all our goods and families are in thy sight. Let all we have be subject to thy law. Both we and our children are thy servants. Come to us a peaceable Lord, and use our service as it shall please thee. Then he came down from the mountains with horsemen in great power, and made himself master of every city and all the inhabitants of the land. And from all the cities he took auxiliaries, valiant men and chosen for war. And so great a fear lay upon all those provinces that the inhabitants of all the cities, both princes and nobles, as well as the people, went out to meet him at his coming, and received him with garlands and lights and dances and timbrels and flutes. And though they did these things, they could not for all that mitigate the fierceness of his heart. For he both destroyed their cities and cut down their groves. For Nebuchadnezzar the king had commanded him to destroy all the gods of the earth, that he only might be called God by those nations which could be brought under him by the power of Holofernes. And when he had passed through all Syria Shobal, and all Apamea, and all Mesopotamia, he came to the Idumeans, into the land of Gibeah. And he took possession of their cities, and stayed there for 30 days, in which days he commanded all the troops of his army to be united. Judith chapter 4. Then the children of Israel who dwelt in the land of Judah, hearing these things, were exceedingly afraid of him. Dread and horror seized upon their minds, lest he should do the same to Jerusalem and to the temple of the Lord that he had done to other cities and their temples. And they sent into all Samaria round about as far as Jericho, and seized upon all the tops of the mountains. And they compassed their towns with walls, and gathered together corn for provision for war. And Eliakim the priest wrote to all that were over against Esdraelon, which faceth the great plain near Dothan, and to all by whom there might be a passage of way, that they should take possession of the ascents of the mountains, by which there might be any way to Jerusalem, and should keep watch where the way was narrow between the mountains. And the children of Israel did as the priests of the Lord Eliakim had appointed them. And all the people cried to the Lord with great earnestness, and they humbled their souls in fasting and prayers, both they and their wives. And the priests put on haircloths, and they caused the little children to lie prostrate before the temple of the Lord, and the altar of the Lord they covered with haircloth. And they cried to the Lord, the God of Israel, with one accord, that their children might not be made a prey, and their wives carried off, and their cities destroyed, and their holy things profaned, and that they might not be made a reproach to the Gentiles. Then Eliakim, the high priest of the Lord, went about all Israel, and spoke to them, saying, Know ye that the Lord will hear your prayers if you continue with perseverance in fastings and prayers in the sight of the Lord. Remember, Moses, the servant of the Lord, overcame Amalek that trusted in his own strength, and in his power, and in his army, and in his shields, and in his chariots, and in his horsemen, not by fighting with the sword, but by holy prayers. So all the enemies of Israel be, if you persevere in this work which you have begun. So they, being moved by this exhortation of his, prayed to the Lord, and continued in the sight of the Lord, so that even they who offered the holocausts to the Lord offered the sacrifices to the Lord girded with haircloths, and with ashes upon their head. And they all begged of God with all their heart, that he would visit his people Israel. Judith chapter 5. And it was told Holofernes, the general of the army of the Assyrians, that the children of Israel prepared themselves to resist, and had shut up the ways of the mountains. And he was transported with exceeding great fury and indignation, and he called all the princes of Moab and the leaders of Ammon. And he said to them, Tell me, what is this people that besetteth the mountains? Or what are their cities, and of what sort, and how great? Also, what is their power? Or what is their multitude? Or who is the king over their warfare? And why they, above all that dwell in the east, have despised us, and have not come out to meet us, that they might receive us with peace? Then Achior, captain of all the children of Ammon, answering, said, If thou vouchsafe, my lord, to hear, I will tell the truth in thy sight concerning this people that dwelleth in the mountains, and there shall not a false word come out of my mouth. This people is of the offspring of the Chaldeans. They dwelt first in Mesopotamia, because they would not follow the gods of their fathers, who were in the land of the Chaldeans. Wherefore, forsaking the ceremonies of their fathers, which consisted in the worship of many gods, they worshipped one God of heaven, who also commanded them to depart from thence, and to dwell in Chiron. And when there was a famine over all the land, they went down into Egypt, and there for 400 years were so multiplied that the army of them could not be numbered. And when the king of Egypt oppressed them and made slaves of them to labor in clay and brick in the building of his cities, they cried to their Lord, and he struck the whole land of Egypt with divers plagues. And when the Egyptians had cast them out from them, and the plague had ceased from them, and they had a mind to take them again and bring them back to their service, the God of heaven opened the sea to them in their flight, so that the waters were made to stand firm as a wall on either side, and they walked through the bottom of the sea, and passed it dry-foot. And when an innumerable army of the Egyptians pursued after them in that place, they were so overwhelmed with the waters that there was not one left to tell what had happened to posterity. After they came out of the Red Sea, they abode in the deserts of Mount Sinai, in which never man could dwell, or son of man rested. There bitter fountains were made sweet for them to drink, and for 40 years they received food from heaven. Wheresoever they went in without bow and arrow, and without shield and sword, their God fought for them, and overcame. And there was no one that triumphed over this people, but when they departed from the worship of the Lord their God. But as often as beside their own God they worshipped any other, they were given to spoil and to the sword and to reproach. And as often as they were penitent for having revolted from the worship of their God, the God of heaven gave them power to resist. So they overthrew the king of the Canaanites, and of the Jebusites, and of the Perizzites, and of the Hittites, and of the Hivites, and of the Amorites, and all the mighty ones in Heshbon, and they possessed their lands and their cities. And as long as they sinned not in the sight of their God, it was well with them, for their God hateth iniquity. And even some years ago, when they had revolted from the way which God had given them to walk therein, they were destroyed in battles by many nations, and very many of them were led away captive into a strange land. But of late, returning to the Lord their God, from the different places wherein they were scattered, they are come together and are gone up into all these mountains, and possess Jerusalem again, where their holies are. Now therefore, my Lord, search if there be any iniquity of theirs in the sight of their God. Let us go up to them, because their God will surely deliver them to thee, and they shall be brought under the yoke of thy power. But if there be no offense of this people in the sight of their God, we cannot resist them, because their God will defend them, and we shall be a reproach to the whole earth. And it came to pass, when Achior had ceased to speak these words, all the great men of Holofernes were angry, and they had a mind to kill him, saying to each other, Who is this that saith the children of Israel can resist King Nebuchadnezzar and his armies, men unarmed and without force, and without skill in the art of war? That Achior therefore may know that he deceiveth us, let us go up into the mountains, and when the bravest of them shall be taken, then shall he with them be stabbed with the sword, that every nation may know that Nebuchadnezzar is God of the earth, and besides him there is no other. Judith chapter 6. And it came to pass, when they had left off speaking, that Holofernes, being in a violent passion, said to Achior, Because thou hast prophesied unto us, saying that the nation of Israel is defended by their God, to show thee that there is no God but Nebuchadnezzar, when we shall slay them all as one man, then thou also shalt die with them by the sword of the Assyrians, and all Israel shall perish with thee. And thou shalt find that Nebuchadnezzar is Lord of the whole earth. And then the sword of my soldiers shall pass through thy sides, and thou shalt be stabbed, and fall among the wounded of Israel, and thou shalt breathe no more till thou be destroyed with them. But if thou think thy prophecy be true, let not thy countenance sink, and let the paleness that is in thy face depart from thee, if thou imaginest these my words cannot be accomplished. And that thou mayest know that thou shalt experience these things together with them, behold, from this hour thou shalt be associated to their people, that when they shall receive the punishment they deserve from my sword, thou mayest fall under the same vengeance. Then Holofernes commanded his servants to take Achior, and lead him to Bethulia, and to deliver him into the hands of the children of Israel. And the servants of Holofernes, taking him, went through the plains, but when they came near the mountains, the slingers came out against them. Then, turning out of the way by the side of the mountain, they tied Achior to a tree, hand and foot, and so left him bound with ropes, and returned to their master. And the children of Israel, coming down from Bethulia, came to him, and loosing him, they brought him to Bethulia, and setting him in the midst of the people, asked him what was the matter that the Assyrians had left him bound. In those days the rulers there were Uzziah the son of Micaiah of the tribe of Simeon, and Carmi, also called Othniel. And Achior related in the midst of the ancients and in the presence of all the people all that he had said, being asked by Holofernes, and how the people of Holofernes would have killed him for his word, and how Holofernes himself, being angry, had commanded him to be delivered for this cause to the Israelites, that when he should overcome the children of Israel, then he might command Achior also himself to be put to death by diverse torments, for having said, The God of heaven is their defender. And when Achior had declared all these things, all the people fell upon their faces, adoring the Lord, and all of them together, mourning and weeping, poured out their prayers with one accord to the Lord, saying, O Lord God of heaven and earth, behold their pride, and look on our low condition, and have regard to the face of thy saints, and show that thou forsakest not them that trust on thee, and that thou humblest them that presume of themselves, and glory in their own strength. So when their weeping was ended, and the people's prayer, in which they continued all the day, was concluded, they comforted Achior, saying, The God of our fathers, whose power thou hast set forth, will make this return to thee, that thou rather shalt see their destruction. And when the Lord our God shall give this liberty to his servants, let God be with thee also in the midst of us, that as it shall please thee, so thou with all thine mayest converse with us. Then Uzziah, after the assembly was broken up, received him into his house, and made him a great supper. And all the ancients were invited, and they refreshed themselves together after their fast was over. And afterwards all the people were called together, and they prayed all the night long within the church, desiring help of the God of Israel. Judith chapter 7. But Holofernes on the next day gave orders to his army to go up against Bethulia. Now there were in his troops 120,000 footmen, and 22,000 horsemen, besides the preparations of those men who had been taken, and who had been brought away out of the provinces and cities of all the youth. All these prepared themselves together to fight against the children of Israel, and they came by the hillside to the top, which looketh toward Dothan, from the place which is called Belma, unto Kilman, which is over against Esdraelon. But the children of Israel, when they saw the multitude of them, prostrated themselves upon the ground, putting ashes upon their heads, praying with one accord, that the God of Israel would show his mercy upon his people. And taking their arms of war, they posted themselves at the places which by a narrow pathway led directly between the mountains, and they guarded them all day and night. Now Holofernes, in going round about, found that the fountain which supplied them with water ran through an aqueduct without the city on the south side, and he commanded their aqueduct to be cut off. Nevertheless, there were springs not far from the walls, out of which they were seen secretly to draw water, to refresh themselves a little rather than to drink their fill. But the children of Ammon and Moab came to Holofernes, saying, The children of Israel trust not in their spears, nor in their arrows, but the mountains are their defense, and the steep hills and precipices guard them. Wherefore, that thou mayest overcome them without joining battle, set guards at the springs, that they may not draw water out of them, and thou shalt destroy them without sword. Or at least, being wearied out, they will yield up their city which they suppose, because it is situate in the mountains, to be impregnable. And these words pleased Holofernes and his officers, and he placed all round about 100 men at every spring. And when they had kept this watch for full 20 days, the cisterns and the reserve of waters failed among all the inhabitants of Bethulia, so that there was not within the city enough to satisfy them, no, not for 1 day, for water was daily given out to the people by measure. Then all the men and women, young men and children, gathering themselves together to Uzziah, all together with one voice, said, God be judge between us and thee. For thou hast done evil against us, in that thou wouldst not speak peaceably with the Assyrians. And for this cause God hath sold us into their hands. And therefore there was no one to help us, while we are cast down before their eyes in thirst and sad destruction. And now assemble ye all that are in the city, that we may of our own accord yield ourselves all up to the people of Holofernes. For it is better that, being captives, we should live and bless the Lord, than that we should die and be a reproach to all flesh, after we have seen our wives and our infants die before our eyes. We call to witness this day heaven and earth, and the God of our fathers, who taketh vengeance upon us according to our sins, conjuring you to deliver now the city into the hand of the army of Holofernes, that our end may be short by the edge of the sword, which is made longer by the drought of thirst. And when they had said these things, there was great weeping and lamentation of all in the assembly, and for many hours with one voice they cried to God, saying, We have sinned with our fathers, we have done unjustly, we have committed iniquity. Have thou mercy on us, because thou art good, or punish our iniquities by chastising us thyself, and deliver not them that trust in thee to a people that knoweth not thee, that they may not say among the Gentiles, Where is their God? And when, being wearied with these cries, and tired with these weepings, they held their peace, Uzziah, rising up, all in tears, said, Be of good courage, my brethren, and let us wait these 5 days for mercy from the Lord. For perhaps he will put a stop to his indignation, and will give glory to his own name. But if after 5 days be past, there come no aid, we will do the things which you have spoken. Judith chapter 8. Now it came to pass, when Judith a widow had heard these words, who was the daughter of Merari, the son of Iddox, the son of Joseph, the son of Uzziah, the son of Eli, the son of Imnor, the son of Gideon, the son of Rephaim, the son of Ahitub, the son of Melchiah, the son of Enan, the son of Nethaniah, the son of Shealtiel, the son of Simeon, the son of Reuben. And her husband was Manasseh, who died in the time of the barley harvest. For he was standing over them that bound sheaves in the field. And the heat came upon his head, and he died in Bethulia, his own city, and was buried there with his fathers. And Judith his relict was a widow now 3 years and 6 months. And she made herself a private chamber in the upper part of her house, in which she abode, shut up with her maids. And she wore haircloth upon her loins, and fasted all the days of her life, except the Sabbaths and new moons, and the feasts of the house of Israel. And she was exceedingly beautiful, and her husband left her great riches, and very many servants, and large possessions of herds of oxen and flocks of sheep. And she was greatly renowned among all, because she feared the Lord very much. Neither was there anyone that spoke an ill word of her. When, therefore, she had heard that Uzziah had promised that he would deliver up the city after the 5th day, she sent to the ancients Cabri and Carmi. And they came to her, and she said to them, What is this word by which Uzziah hath consented to give up the city to the Assyrians, if within 5 days there come no aid to us? And who are you that tempt the Lord? This is not a word that may draw down mercy, but rather that may stir up wrath and enkindle indignation. You have set a time for the mercy of the Lord, and you have appointed him a day according to your pleasure. For as much as the Lord is patient, let us be penitent for this same thing, and with many tears let us beg his pardon. For God will not threaten like man, nor be inflamed to anger like the Son of Man. And therefore let us humble our souls before him, and continuing in an humble spirit in his service, let us ask the Lord with tears, that according to his will, so he would show his mercy to us, that as our heart is troubled by their pride, so also we may glorify in our humility. For we have not followed the sins of our fathers, who forsook their God and worshipped strange gods, for which crime they were given up to their enemies, to the sword, and to pillage, and to confusion. But we know no other God but him. Let us humbly wait for his consolation, and the Lord our God will require our blood of the afflictions of our enemies, and he will humble all the nations that shall rise up against us, and bring them to disgrace. And now, brethren, as you are the ancients among the people of God, and their very soul resteth upon you, comfort their hearts by your speech, that they may be mindful how our fathers were tempted, that they might be proved, whether they worshipped their God truly. They must remember how our father Abraham was tempted, and being proved by many tribulations, was made the friend of God. So Isaac, so Jacob, so Moses, and all that have pleased God, passed through many tribulations, remaining faithful. But they that did not receive the trials with the fear of the Lord, but uttered their impatience and the reproach of their murmuring against the Lord, were destroyed by the destroyer, and perished by serpents. As for us, therefore, let us not revenge ourselves for these things which we suffer, But esteeming these very punishments to be less than our sins deserve, let us believe that these scourges of the Lord, with which like servants we are chastised, have happened for our amendment, and not for our destruction. And Uzziah and the ancients said to her, All things which thou hast spoken are true, and there is nothing to be reprehended in thy words. Now therefore pray for us, for thou art a holy woman, and one fearing God. And Judith said to them, As you know that what I have been able to say is of God, so that which I intend to do, prove ye if it be of God, and pray that God may strengthen my design. You shall stand at the gate this night, and I will go out with my maidservant, and pray ye that as you have said, in 5 days the Lord may look down upon his people Israel. But I desire that you search not into what I am doing, and till I bring you word, let nothing else be done but to pray for me to the Lord our God. And Uzziah the prince of Judah said to her, Go in peace, and the Lord be with thee to take revenge of our enemies. So returning, they departed. Judith chapter 9. And when they were gone, Judith went into her oratory, and putting on haircloth, laid ashes on her head. And falling down prostrate before the Lord, she cried to the Lord, saying, Lord God of my father Simeon, who gavest him a sword to execute vengeance against strangers, who had defiled by their uncleanness, and uncovered the virgin unto confusion, and who gavest their wives to be made a prey, and their daughters into captivity, and all their spoils to be divided to the servants, who were zealous with thy zeal, assist, I beseech thee, O Lord God, me, a widow. For thou hast done the things of old, and hast devised one thing after another, and what thou hast designed hath been done. For all thy ways are prepared, and in thy providence thou hast placed thy judgments. Look upon the camp of the Assyrians now, as thou wast pleased to look upon the camp of the Egyptians when they pursued armed after thy servants, trusting in their chariots and in their horsemen, and in a multitude of warriors. But thou lookest over their camp, and darkness wearied them. The deep held their feet, and the waters overwhelmed them. So may it be with these also, O Lord, who trust in their multitude, and in their chariots, and in their pikes, and in their shields, and in their arrows, and glory in their spears, and know not that thou art our God, who destroyest wars from the beginning, and the Lord is thy name. Lift up thy arm as from the beginning, and crush their power with thy power. Let their power fall in their wrath, who promise themselves to violate thy sanctuary, and defile the dwelling place of thy name, and to beat down with their sword the horn of thy altar. Bring to pass, O Lord, that his pride may be cut off with his own sword. Let him be caught in the net of his own eyes in my regard, and do thou strike him by the graces of the words of my lips. Give me constancy in my mind, that I may despise him, and fortitude, that I may overthrow him. For this will be a glorious monument for thy name, when he shall fall by the hand of a woman. For thy power, O Lord, is not in a multitude, nor is thy pleasure in the strength of horses. Nor from the beginning have the proud been acceptable to thee, but the prayer of the humble and the meek hath always pleased thee. O God of the heavens, Creator of the waters, and Lord of the whole creation, hear me, a poor wretch, making supplication to thee, and presuming of thy mercy. Remember, O Lord, thy covenant, and put thou words in my mouth, and strengthen the resolution in my heart, that thy house may continue in thy holiness, and all nations may acknowledge that thou art God, and there is no other besides thee. Judith chapter 10. And it came to pass, when she had ceased to cry to the Lord, that she rose from the place wherein she lay prostrate before the Lord. And she called her maid, and going down into her house, she took off her haircloth, and put away the garments of her widowhood. And she washed her body, and anointed herself with the best ointment, and plaited the hair of her head, and put a bonnet upon her head, and clothed herself with the garments of her gladness, and put sandals on her feet, and took her bracelets, and lilies, and earlets, and rings, and adorned herself with all her ornaments. And the Lord also gave her more beauty, because all this dressing up did not proceed from sensuality, but from virtue. And therefore the Lord increased this her beauty, so that she appeared to all men's eyes incomparably lovely. And she gave to her maid a bottle of wine to carry, and a vessel of oil, and parched corn, and dry figs, and bread and cheese, and went out. And when they came to the gate of the city, they found Uzziah and the ancients of the city waiting. And when they saw her, they were astonished, and admired her beauty exceedingly. But they asked her no question, only they let her pass, saying, The God of our fathers give thee grace, and may he strengthen all the counsel of thy heart with his power, that Jerusalem may glory in thee, and thy name may be in the number of the holy and just. And they that were there said, all with one voice, So be it, so be it. But Judith, praying to the Lord, passed through the gates, she and her maid. And it came to pass, when she went down the hill, about break of day, that the watchmen of the Assyrians met her, and stopped her, saying, Whence comest thou, or whither goest thou? And she answered, I am a daughter of the Hebrews, and I am fled from them, because I knew they would be made a prey to you, because they despised you, and would not of their own accord yield themselves, that they might find mercy in your sight. For this reason I thought with myself, saying, I will go to the presence of the prince Holofernes, that I may tell him their secrets, and show him by what way he may take them, without the loss of one man of his army. And when the men had heard her words, they beheld her face, and their eyes were amazed, for they wondered exceedingly at her beauty. And they said to her, Thou hast saved thy life by taking this resolution to come down to our Lord. And be assured of this, that when thou shalt stand before him, he will treat thee well, and thou wilt be most acceptable to his heart. And they brought her to the tent of Holofernes, telling him of her. And when she was come into his presence, forthwith Holofernes was caught by his eyes. And his officers said to him, Who can despise the people of the Hebrews who have such beautiful women, that we should not think it worth our while for their sakes to fight against them? And Judith, seeing Holofernes sitting under a canopy, which was woven of purple and gold with emeralds and precious stones, after she had looked on his face, bowed down to him, prostrating herself to the ground. And the servants of Holofernes lifted her up, by the command of their master. Judith chapter 11. Then Holofernes said to her, Be of good comfort, and fear not in thy heart, for I have never heard a man that was willing to serve Nebuchadnezzar the king. And if thy people had not despised me, I would never have lifted up my spear against them. But now tell me, for what cause hast thou left them, and why it hath pleased thee to come to us? And Judith said to him, Receive the words of thy handmaid, for if thou wilt follow the words of thy handmaid, the Lord will do with thee a perfect thing. For as Nebuchadnezzar the king of the earth liveth, and his power liveth which is in thee for chastising of all straying souls, not only men serve him through thee, but also the beasts of the field obey him. For the industry of thy mind is spoken of among all nations, and it is told through the whole world that thou only art excellent and mighty in all his kingdom, and thy discipline is cried up in all provinces. It is known also what Achior said, nor are we ignorant of what thou hast commanded to be done to him. For it is certain that our God is so offended with sins that he hath sent word by his prophets to the people that he will deliver them up for their sins. And because the children of Israel know they have offended their God, thy dread is upon them. Moreover also a famine hath come upon them, and for drought of water they are already to be counted among the dead. And they have a design even to kill their cattle, and to drink the blood of them. And the consecrated things of the Lord their God, which God forbade them to touch, in corn, wine, and oil, these have they purposed to make use of, and they design to consume the things which they ought not to touch with their hands. Therefore, because they do these things, it is certain they will be given up to destruction. And I, thy handmaid, knowing this, am fled from them, and the Lord has sent me to tell thee these very things. For I, thy handmaid, worship God, even now that I am with thee, and thy handmaid will go out, and I will pray to God, and he will tell me when he will repay them for their sins, and I will come and tell thee, so that I may bring thee through the midst of Jerusalem, And thou shalt have all the people of Israel as sheep that have no shepherd, and there shall not so much as one dog bark against thee, because these things are told me by the providence of God. And because God is angry with them, I am sent to tell these very things to thee. And all these words pleased Holofernes and his servants, and they admired her wisdom. And they said to one another, There is not such another woman upon earth, in look, in beauty, and in sense of words. And Holofernes said to her, God hath done well who sent thee before the people, that thou mightest give them into our hands. And because thy promise is good, if thy God shall do this for me, he shall also be my God, and thou shalt be great in the house of Nebuchadnezzar, and thy name shall be renowned through all the earth. Judith chapter 12. Then he ordered that she should go in where his treasures were laid up, and bade her tarry there. And he appointed what should be given her from his own table. And Judith answered him and said, Now I cannot eat of these things which thou commandest to be given me, lest sin come upon me, but I will eat of the things which I have brought. And Holofernes said to her, If these things which thou hast brought with thee fail thee, what shall we do for thee? And Judith said, As thy soul liveth, my lord, thy handmaid shall not spend all these things till God do by my hand that which I have purposed. And his servants brought her into the tent which he had commanded. And when she was going in, she desired that she might have liberty to go out at night and before day to prayer, and to beseech the Lord. And he commanded his chamberlains that she might go out and in, to adore her God as she pleased for 3 days. And she went out in the nights into the valley of Bethulia, and washed herself in a fountain of water. And as she came up, she prayed to the Lord, the God of Israel, that he would direct her way to the deliverance of his people. And going in, she remained pure in the tent until she took her own meat in the evening. And it came to pass on the 4th day that Holofernes made a supper for his servants, and said to Vigeo his eunuch, Go and persuade that Hebrew woman to consent of her own accord to dwell with me. For it is looked upon as shameful among the Assyrians if a woman mock a man by doing so as to pass free from him. Then Vigeo went into Judith and said, Let not my good maid be afraid to go into my lord, that she may be honored before his face, that she may eat with him and drink wine and be merry. And Judith answered him, Who am I that I should gainsay my lord? All that shall be good and best before his eyes I will do, and whatsoever shall please him, that shall be best to me all the days of my life. And she arose and dressed herself out with her garments, and going in, she stood before his face. And the heart of Holofernes was smitten, for he was burning with the desire of her. And Holofernes said to her, Drink now, and sit down, and be merry, for thou hast found favor before me. And Judith said, I will drink, my lord, because my life is magnified this day above all my days. And she took and ate and drank before him what her maid had prepared for her. And Holofernes was made merry on her occasion, and drank exceeding much wine, so much as he had never drunk in his life. Judith chapter 13. And when it was grown late, his servants made haste to their lodgings, and Vigeo shut the chamber doors and went his way, and they were all overcharged with wine. And Judith was alone in the chamber, but Holofernes lay on his bed, fast asleep, being exceedingly drunk. And Judith spoke to her maid to stand without before the chamber, and to watch. And Judith stood before the bed, praying with tears, and the motion of her lips in silence, saying, Strengthen me, O Lord God of Israel, and in this hour look on the works of my hands, that, as thou hast promised, thou mayest raise up Jerusalem thy city, and that I may bring to pass that which I have purposed, having a belief that it might be done by thee. And when she had said this, she went to the pillar that was at his bed's head, and loosed his sword that hung tied upon it. And when she had drawn it out, she took him by the hair of his head, and said, Strengthen me, O Lord God, at this hour. And she struck twice upon his neck, and cut off his head, and took off his canopy from the pillars, and rolled away his headless body. And after a while she went out, and delivered the head of Holofernes to her maid, and bade her put it into her wallet. And they two went out according to their custom, as it were, to prayer, and they passed the camp. And having compassed the valley, they came to the gate of the city. And Judith from afar off cried to the watchmen upon the walls, Open the gates, for God is with us, who hath shown his power in Israel. And it came to pass, when the men had heard her voice, that they called the ancients of the city. And all ran to meet her from the least to the greatest, for they now had no hopes that she would come. And lighting up lights, they all gathered round about her. And she went up to a higher place, and commanded silence to be made. And when all had held their peace, Judith said, Praise ye the Lord our God, who hath not forsaken them that hope in him. And by me his handmaid he hath fulfilled his mercy, which he promised to the house of Israel. And he hath killed the enemy of his people by my hand this night. Then she brought forth the head of Holofernes out of the wallet, and showed it them, saying, Behold the head of Holofernes, the general of the army of the Assyrians, and behold his canopy, wherein he lay in his drunkenness, where the Lord our God slew him by the hand of a woman. But as the same Lord liveth, his angel hath been my keeper, both going hence and abiding there, and returning from thence hither. And the Lord hath not suffered me his handmaid to be defiled, but hath brought me back to you without pollution of sin, rejoicing for his victory, for my escape, and for your deliverance. Give all of you glory to him, because he is good, because his mercy endureth forever. And they all adored the Lord, and said to her, The Lord hath blessed thee by his power, because by thee he hath brought our enemies to naught. And Uzziah the prince of the people of Israel said to her, Blessed art thou, O daughter, by the Lord the Most High God, above all women upon the earth. Blessed be the Lord who made heaven and earth, who hath directed thee to the cutting off the head of the prince of our enemies, because he hath so magnified thy name this day, that thy praise shall not depart out of the mouth of men who shall be mindful of the power of the Lord forever. For that thou hast not spared thy life by reason of the distress and tribulation of thy people, but hast prevented our ruin in the presence of our God. And all the people said, So be it, so be it. And Achior, being called for, came, and Judith said to him, The God of Israel, to whom thou gavest testimony, that he revengeth himself of his enemies, he hath cut off the head of all the unbelievers this night by my hand. And that thou mayest find that it is so, behold the head of Holofernes, who in the contempt of his pride despised the God of Israel, and threatened them with death, saying, When the people of Israel shall be taken, I will command thy sides to be pierced with a sword. Then Achior, seeing the head of Holofernes, being seized with a great fear, he fell on his face upon the earth, and his soul swooned away. But after he had recovered his spirits, he fell down at her feet, and reverenced her, and said, Blessed art thou by thy God in every tabernacle of Jacob, for in every nation which shall hear thy name, the God of Israel shall be magnified on occasion of thee. Judith chapter 14. And Judith said to all the people, Hear me, my brethren, hang ye up this head upon our walls. And as soon as the sun shall rise, let every man take his arms and rush ye out, not as going down beneath, but as making an assault. Then the watchmen must needs run to awake their prince for the battle. And when the captains of them shall run to the tent of Holofernes, and shall find him without his head wallowing in his blood, fear shall fall upon them. And when you shall know that they are fleeing, go after them securely, for the Lord will destroy them under your feet. Then Achior, seeing the power that the God of Israel had wrought, leaving the religion of the Gentiles, he believed God, and circumcised the flesh of his foreskin, and was joined to the people of Israel, with all the succession of his kindred until this present day. And immediately at break of day they hung up the head of Holofernes upon the walls, and every man took his arms, and they went out with a great noise and shouting. And the watchmen, seeing this, ran to the tent of Holofernes. And they that were in the tent came and made a noise before the door of the chamber to awake him, endeavoring by art to break his rest, that Holofernes might awake, not by their calling him, but by their noise. For no man durst knock or open and go into the chamber of the general of the Assyrians. But when his captains and tribunes were come, and all the chiefs of the army of the king of the Assyrians, they said to the chamberlains, Go in and awake him, for the mice, coming out of their holes, have presumed to challenge us to fight. Then Vigeo, going into his chamber, stood before the curtain, and made a clapping with his hands, for he thought that he was sleeping with Judith. But when, with hearkening, he perceived no motion of one lying, he came near to the curtain, and lifting it up, and seeing the body of Holofernes lying upon the ground without the head, weltering in his blood, he cried out with a loud voice, with weeping, and rent his garments. And he went into the tent of Judith, and not finding her, he ran out to the people, and said, One Hebrew woman hath made confusion in the house of King Nebuchadnezzar. For behold, Holofernes lieth upon the ground, and his head is not upon him. Now when the chiefs of the army of the Assyrians had heard this, they all rent their garments, and an intolerable fear and dread fell upon them, and their minds were troubled exceedingly. And there was a very great cry in the midst of their camp. Judith chapter 15. And when all the army heard that Holofernes was beheaded, courage and counsel fled from them, and being seized with trembling and fear, they thought only to save themselves by flight. So that no one spoke to his neighbor, but hanging down the head, leaving all things behind, they made haste to escape from the Hebrews, who, as they heard, were coming armed upon them, and fled by the ways of the fields and the paths of the hills. So the children of Israel, seeing them fleeing, followed after them, and they went down sounding with trumpets and shouting after them. And because the Assyrians were not united together, they went without order in their flight. But the children of Israel, pursuing in one body, defeated all that they could find. And Uzziah sent messengers through all the cities and countries of Israel. And every country and every city sent their chosen young men, armed, after them. And they pursued them with the edge of the sword until they came to the extremities of their confines. And the rest that were in Bethulia went into the camp of the Assyrians, and took away the spoils which the Assyrians in their flight had left behind them, and they were laden exceedingly. But they that returned conquerors to Bethulia brought with them all things that were theirs, so that there was no numbering of their cattle and beasts and all their movables, insomuch that from the least to the greatest all were made rich by their spoils. And Joachim the high priest came from Jerusalem to Bethulia with all his ancients to see Judith. And when she was come out to him, they all blessed her with one voice, saying, Thou art the glory of Jerusalem, thou art the joy of Israel, thou art the honor of our people. For thou hast done manfully, and thy heart has been strengthened, because thou hast loved chastity, and after thy husband hast not known any other. Therefore also the hand of the Lord hath strengthened thee, and therefore thou shalt be blessed forever. And all the people said, So be it, so be it. And 30 days were scarce sufficient for the people of Israel to gather up the spoils of the Assyrians. But all those things that were proved to be the peculiar goods of Holofernes they gave to Judith, in gold and silver and garments and precious stones, and all household stuff, and they were all delivered to her by the people. And all the people rejoiced with the women and virgins and young men, playing on instruments and harps. Judith chapter 16. Then Judith sang this canticle to the Lord, saying, Begin ye to the Lord with timbrels, sing ye to the Lord with cymbals, tune unto him a new psalm, extol and call upon his name. The Lord putteth an end to wars, the Lord is his name. He hath set his camp in the midst of his people, to deliver us from the hand of all our enemies. The Assyrian came out of the mountains from the north in the multitude of his strength. His multitude stopped up the torrents, and their horses covered the valleys. He bragged that he would set my borders on fire, and kill my young men with the sword, to make my infants a prey, and my virgins captives. But the Almighty Lord hath struck him, and hath delivered him into the hands of a woman, and hath slain him. For their mighty one did not fall by young men, neither did the sons of Titan strike him, nor tall giants oppose themselves to him, but Judith, the daughter of Merari, weakened him with the beauty of her face. For she put off her the garments of widowhood, and put on her the garments of joy, to give joy to the children of Israel. She anointed her face with ointment, and bound up her locks with a crown. She took a new robe to deceive him. Her sandals ravished his eyes. Her beauty made his soul her captive. With a sword she cut off his head. The Persians quaked at her constancy, and the Medes at her boldness. Then the camp of the Assyrians howled when my lowly ones appeared, parched with thirst. The sons of the damsels have pierced them through, and they have killed them like children fleeing away. They perished in battle before the face of the Lord my God. Let us sing a hymn to the Lord. Let us sing a new hymn to our God. O Adonai, Lord, great art thou, and glorious in thy power, and no one can overcome thee. Let all thy creatures serve thee, because thou hast spoken, and they were made. Thou didst send forth thy Spirit, and they were created, and there is no one that can resist thy voice. The mountains shall be moved from the foundations with the waters. The rocks shall melt as wax before thy face. But they that fear thee shall be great with thee in all things. Woe be to the nation that riseth up against my people, for the Lord Almighty will take revenge on them. In the day of judgment he will visit them. For he will give fire and worms into their flesh, that they may burn and may feel forever. And it came to pass after these things, that all the people, after the victory, came to Jerusalem to adore the Lord. And as soon as they were purified, they all offered holocausts and vows and their promises. And Judith offered for an anathema of oblivion all the arms of Holofernes which the people gave her, and the canopy that she had taken away out of his chamber. And the people were joyful in the sight of the sanctuary, and for 3 months the joy of this victory was celebrated with Judith. And after those days every man returned to his house, and Judith was made great in Bethulia, and she was most renowned in all the land of Israel. And chastity was joined to her virtue, so that she knew no man all the days of her life, after the death of Manasseh her husband. And on festival days she came forth with great glory. And she abode in her husband's house 105 years, and made her handmaid free. And she died and was buried with her husband in Bethulia. And all the people mourned for 7 days. And all the time of her life there was none that troubled Israel, nor many years after her death. But the day of the festivity of this victory is received by the Hebrews in the number of holy days, and is religiously observed by the Jews from that time until this day. Esther, Chapter 1. In the days of Ahasuerus, who reigned from India to Ethiopia, over 127 provinces, when he sat on the throne of his kingdom, the city Shushan was the capital of his kingdom. Now in the 3rd year of his reign he made a great feast for all the princes, and for his servants, for the most mighty of the Persians, and the nobles of the Medes, and the governors of the provinces in his sight, that he might show the riches of the glory of his kingdom, and the greatness and boasting of his power, for a long time, to wit, for 180 days. And when the days of the feast were expired, he invited all the people that were found in Shushan, from the greatest to the least, and commanded a feast to be made 7 days in the court of the garden, and of the wood, which was planted by the care and the hand of the king. And there were hung up on every side sky-colored and green and violet hangings, fastened with cords of silk and of purple, which were put into rings of ivory, and were held up with marble pillars. The beds also were of gold and silver, placed in order upon a floor paved with porphyry and white marble, which was embellished with painting of wonderful variety. And they that were invited drank in golden cups, and the meats were brought in divers vessels one after another. Wine also in abundance and of the best was presented, as was worthy of a king's magnificence. Neither was there any one to compel them to drink that were not willing, but as the king had appointed, who set over every table one of his nobles, that every man might take what he would. Also Vashti, the queen, made a feast for the women in the palace, where King Ahasuerus was used to dwell. Now on the 7th day, when the king was merry, and after very much drinking was well warmed with wine, he commanded Mehuman, and Biztha, and Harbona, and Bigtha, and Abagtha, and Zethar, and Carcas, the 7 eunuchs that served in his presence, to bring in Queen Vashti before the king, with the crown set upon her head, to show her beauty to all the people and the princes, for she was exceeding beautiful. But she refused and would not come at the king's commandment, which he had signified to her by the eunuchs. Whereupon the king, being angry, and inflamed with a very great fury, asked the wise men, who according to the custom of the kings were always near his person, and all he did was by their counsel, who knew the laws and judgments of their forefathers. Now the chief and nearest him were Carshena, and Shether, and Admatha, and Tarshish, and Meres, and Marsena, and Memucan, 7 princes of the Persians and of the Medes, who saw the face of the king, and were used to sit first after him. What sentence ought to pass upon Vashti the queen, who had refused to obey the commandment of King Ahasuerus, which he had sent to her by the eunuchs? And Memucan answered in the hearing of the king and the princes, Queen Vashti hath not only injured the king, but also all the people and princes that are in all the provinces of King Ahasuerus. For this deed of the queen will go abroad to all women, so that they will despise their husbands, and will say, King Ahasuerus commanded that Queen Vashti should come into him, and she would not. And by this example all the wives of the princes of the Persians and the Medes will slight the commandments of their husbands, wherefore the king's indignation is just. If it please thee, let an edict go out from thy presence, and let it be written according to the law of the Persians and of the Medes, which must not be altered, that Vashti come in no more to the king, but another that is better than her be made queen in her place. And let this be published through all the provinces of thy empire, which is very wide, and let all wives, as well of the greater as of the lesser, give honor to their husbands. His counsel pleased the king and princes, and the king did according to the counsel of Memucan. And he sent letters to all the provinces of his kingdom, as every nation could hear and read, in diverse languages and characters, that the husbands should be rulers and masters in their houses, and that this should be published to every people. Esther chapter 2. After this, when the wrath of King Ahasuerus was appeased, he remembered Vashti, and what she had done, and what she had suffered. And the king's servants and his officers said, Let young women be sought for the king, virgins and beautiful, and let some persons be sent through all the provinces to look for beautiful maidens and virgins, and let them bring them to the city of Shushan, and put them into the house of the women under the hand of Aegeus the eunuch, who is the overseer and keeper of the king's women, and let them receive women's ornaments and other things necessary for their use. And whosoever among them all shall please the king's eyes, let her be queen instead of Vashti. The word pleased the king, and he commanded it should be done as they had suggested. There was a man in the city of Shushan, a Jew named Mordecai, the son of Jair, the son of Shimei, the son of Kish, of the race of Gemini, who had been carried away from Jerusalem at the time that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, carried away Jeconiah, king of Judah. And he had brought up his brother's daughter Hadassah, who by another name was called Esther. Now she had lost both her parents, and was exceeding fair and beautiful. And her father and mother being dead, Mordecai adopted her for his daughter. And when the king's ordinance was noised about, and according to his commandment, many beautiful virgins were brought to Shushan, and were delivered to Aegeus the eunuch. Esther also among the rest of the maidens was delivered to him to be kept in the number of the women. And she pleased him, and found favor in his sight. And he commanded the eunuch to hasten the women's ornaments, and to deliver to her her part, and 7 of the most beautiful maidens of the king's house, to adorn and deck out both her and her waiting maids. And she would not tell him her people nor her country, for Mordecai had charged her to say nothing at all of that. And he walked every day before the court of the house in which the chosen virgins were kept, having a care for Esther's welfare, and desiring to know what would befall her. Now when every virgin's turn came to go in to the king, after all had been done for setting them off to advantage, it was the 12th month, so that for 6 months they were anointed with oil of myrrh, and for other 6 months they used certain perfumes and sweet spices. And when they were going into the king, whatsoever they asked to adorn themselves they received, and, being decked out, as it pleased them, they passed from the chamber of the women to the king's chamber. And she that went in at evening came out in the morning, and from thence she was conducted to the second house that was under the hand of Shaashgaz the eunuch, who had the charge over the king's concubines. Neither could she return any more to the king unless the king desired it and had ordered her by name to come. And as the time came orderly about, the day was at hand when Esther, the daughter of Abihail, the brother of Mordecai, whom he had adopted for his daughter, was to go in to the king. But she sought not women's ornaments, but whatever Aegeus the eunuch, the keeper of the virgins, had a mind, he gave her to adorn her. For she was exceeding fair, and her incredible beauty made her appear agreeable and amiable in the eyes of all. So she was brought to the chamber of King Ahasuerus, the 10th month, which is called Tebeth, in the 7th year of his reign. And the king loved her more than all the women, and she had favor and kindness before him above all the women. And he set the royal crown on her head, and made her queen instead of Vashti. And he commanded a magnificent feast to be prepared for all the princes and for his servants, for the marriage and wedding of Esther. And he gave rest to all the provinces, and bestowed gifts according to princely magnificence. And when the virgins were sought the second time, and gathered together, Mordecai stayed at the king's gate. Neither had Esther as yet declared her country and people according to his commandment. For whatsoever he commanded, Esther observed, and she did all things in the same manner as she was wont at that time when he brought her up a little one. At that time, therefore, when Mordecai abode at the king's gate, Bigthan and Teresh, two of the king's eunuchs, who were porters, and presided in the first entry of the palace, were angry. And they designed to rise up against the king, and to kill him. And Mordecai had notice of it, and immediately he told it to Queen Esther, and she to the king in Mordecai's name, who had reported the thing unto her. It was inquired into and found out, and they were both hanged on a gibbet. And it was put in the histories and recorded in the chronicles before the king. Esther chapter 3. After these things King Ahasuerus advanced Haman, the son of Hammedatha, who was of the race of Agag, and he set his throne above all the princes that were with him. And all the king's servants that were at the doors of the palace bent their knees and worshipped Haman, for so the emperor had commanded them. Only Mordecai did not bend his knee nor worship him. And the king's servants that were chief at the doors of the palace said to him, Why dost thou alone not observe the king's commandment? And when they were saying this often, and he would not hearken to them, they told Haman, desirous to know whether he would continue in his resolution, for he had told them that he was a Jew. Now when Haman had heard this, and had proved by experience that Mordecai did not bend his knee to him, nor worship him, he was exceeding angry. And he counted it nothing to lay his hands upon Mordecai alone, for he had heard that he was of the nation of the Jews, and he chose rather to destroy all the nation of the Jews that were in the kingdom of Ahasuerus. In the 1st month, which is called Nisan, in the 12th year of the reign of Ahasuerus, the lot was cast into an urn, which in Hebrew is called Pur, before Haman, on what day and what month the nation of the Jews should be destroyed. And there came out the 12th month, which is called Adar. And Haman said to King Ahasuerus, There is a people scattered through all the provinces of thy kingdom, and separated one from another, that use new laws and ceremonies, and moreover despise the king's ordinances. And thou knowest very well that it is not expedient for thy kingdom that they should grow insolent by impunity. If it please thee, decree that they may be destroyed, and I will pay 10,000 talents to thy treasurers. And the king took the ring that he used from his own hand, and gave it to Haman, the son of Hammedatha of the race of Agag, the enemy of the Jews. And he said to him, As to the money which thou promisest, keep it for thyself, and as to the people, do with them as seemeth good to thee. And the king's scribes were called in the 1st month Nisan, on the 13th day of the same month. And they wrote, as Haman had commanded, to all the king's lieutenants, and to the judges of the provinces and of diverse nations, as every nation could read and hear according to their different languages, in the name of King Ahasuerus. And the letters, sealed with his ring, were sent by the king's messengers to all provinces, to kill and to destroy all the Jews, both young and old, little children and women, in one day, that is, on the 13th day of the 12th month, which is called Adar, and to make a spoil of their goods. And the contents of the letters were to this effect, that all provinces might know and be ready against that day. The couriers that were sent made haste to fulfill the king's commandment. And immediately the edict was hung up in Shushan, the king and Haman feasting together, and all the Jews that were in the city weeping. Esther chapter 4. Now when Mordecai had heard these things, he rent his garments and put on sackcloth, strewing ashes on his head, and he cried with a loud voice in the street in the midst of the city, showing the anguish of his mind. And he came lamenting in this manner even to the gate of the palace, for no one clothed with sackcloth might enter the king's court. And in all provinces, towns, and places to which the king's cruel edict was come, there was great mourning among the Jews, with fasting, wailing, and weeping, many using sackcloth and ashes for their bed. Then Esther's maids and her eunuchs went in and told her. And when she heard it, she was in a consternation, and she sent a garment to clothe him, and to take away the sackcloth, but he would not receive it. And she called for Hathach the eunuch, whom the king had appointed to attend upon her, and she commanded him to go to Mordecai, and learn of him why he did this. And Hathach, going out, went to Mordecai, who was standing in the street of the city before the palace gate. And Mordecai told him all that had happened, how Haman had promised to pay money into the king's treasures to have the Jews destroyed. He gave him also a copy of the edict which was hanging up in Shushan, that he should show it to the queen, and admonish her to go in to the king and to entreat him for her people. And Hathach went back and told Esther all that Mordecai had said. She answered him and bade him to say to Mordecai, All the king's servants and all the provinces that are under his dominion know that whosoever, whether man or woman, cometh into the king's inner court, who is not called for, is immediately to be put to death without any delay, except the king shall hold out the golden scepter to him, in token of clemency, so that he may live. How then can I go into the king, who for these 30 days now have not been called unto him? And when Mordecai had heard this, he sent word to Esther again, saying, Think not that thou mayest save thy life only, because thou art in the king's house, more than all the Jews. For if thou wilt now hold thy peace, the Jews shall be delivered by some other occasion, and thou and thy father's house shall perish. And who knoweth whether thou art not therefore come to the kingdom, that thou mightest be ready in such a time as this? And again Esther sent to Mordecai in these words, Go, and gather together all the Jews whom thou shalt find in Shushan, and pray ye for me. Neither eat nor drink for 3 days and 3 nights. And I with my handmaids will fast in like manner, and then I will go in to the king, against the law, not being called, and expose myself to death and to danger. So Mordecai went and did all that Esther had commanded him. Esther chapter 5. And on the 3rd day Esther put on her royal apparel, and stood in the inner court of the king's house, over against the king's hall. Now he sat upon his throne in the hall of the palace, over against the door of the house. And when he saw Esther the queen standing, she pleased his eyes, and he held out toward her the golden scepter, which he held in his hand, and she drew near, and kissed the top of the scepter. And the king said to her, What wilt thou, Queen Esther? What is thy request? If thou shouldest ask even 1/2 of the kingdom, it shall be given to thee. But she answered, If it please the king, I beseech thee to come to me this day, and Haman with thee, to the banquet which I have prepared. And the king said forthwith, Call ye Haman quickly, that he may obey Esther's will. So the king and Haman came to the banquet which the queen had prepared for them. And the king said to her, after he had drunk wine plentifully, What dost thou desire should be given thee? And for what thing askest thou? Although thou shouldest ask 1/2 of my kingdom, thou shalt have it. And Esther answered, My petition and request is this. If I have found favor in the king's sight, and if it please the king to give me what I ask, and to fulfill my petition, let the king and Haman come to the banquet which I have prepared for them, and tomorrow I will open my mind to the king. So Haman went out that day joyful and merry. And when he saw Mordecai sitting before the gate of the palace, and that he not only did not rise up to honor him, but did not so much as move from the place where he sat, he was exceedingly angry. But dissembling his anger and returning into his house, he called together to him his friends, and Zeresh his wife. And he declared to them the greatness of his riches, and the multitude of his children, and with how great glory the king had advanced him above all his princes and servants. And after this he said, Queen Esther also hath invited no other to the banquet with the king but me, and with her I am also to dine tomorrow with the king. And whereas I have all these things, I think I have nothing, so long as I see Mordecai the Jew sitting before the king's gate. Then Zeresh his wife and the rest of his friends answered him, Order a great beam to be prepared, 50 cubits high, and in the morning speak to the king that Mordecai may be hanged upon it, and so thou shalt go full of joy with the king to the banquet. The counsel pleased him, and he commanded a high gibbet to be prepared. Esther chapter 6. That night the king passed without sleep, and he commanded the histories and chronicles of former times to be brought him. And when they were reading them before him, they came to that place where it was written how Mordecai had discovered the treason of Bigthan and Teresh the eunuchs, who sought to kill King Ahasuerus. And when the king heard this, he said, What honor and reward hath Mordecai received for this fidelity? His servants and ministers said to him, He hath received no reward at all. But these were so inconsiderable in the opinion of the courtiers that they esteemed them as nothing at all. And the king said immediately, Who is in the court? For Haman was coming in to the inner court of the king's house to speak to the king, that he might order Mordecai to be hanged upon the gibbet which was prepared for him. The servants answered, Haman standeth in the court. And the king said, Let him come in. And when he was come in, he said to him, What ought to be done to the man whom the king is desirous to honor? But Haman, thinking in his heart, and supposing that the king would honor no other but himself, answered, The man whom the king desireth to honor ought to be clothed with the king's apparel, and to be set upon the horse that the king rideth upon, and to have the royal crown upon his head. And let the first of the king's princes and nobles hold his horse, and going through the street of the city, proclaim before him, and say, Thus shall he be honored, whom the king hath a mind to honor. And the king said to him, Make haste, and take the robe and the horse, and do as thou hast spoken to Mordecai the Jew, who sitteth before the gates of the palace. Beware thou pass over any of those things which thou hast spoken. So Haman took the robe and the horse, and arraying Mordecai in the street of the city, and setting him on the horse, went before him, and proclaimed, This honor is he worthy of, whom the king hath a mind to honor. But Mordecai returned to the palace gate, and Haman made haste to go to his house, mourning and having his head covered. And he told Zeresh his wife and his friends all that had befallen him. And the wise men whom he had in council, and his wife, answered him, If Mordecai be of the seed of the Jews, before whom thou hast begun to fall, thou canst not resist him, but thou shalt fall in his sight. And as they were yet speaking, the king's eunuchs came and compelled him to go quickly to the banquet which the queen had prepared. Esther chapter 7. So the king and Haman went in to drink with the queen. And the king said to her again the second day, after he was warm with wine, What is thy petition, Esther, that it may be granted thee? And what wilt thou have done? Although thou ask half of my kingdom, thou shalt have it. Then she answered, If I have found favor in thy sight, O king, and if it please thee, give me my life for which I ask, and my people for which I request. For we are given up, I and my people, to be destroyed, to be slain, and to perish. And would God we were sold for bondmen and bondwomen. The evil might be borne with, and I would have mourned in silence, but now we have an enemy, whose cruelty redoundeth upon the king. And King Ahasuerus answered and said, Who is this, and of what power, that he should do these things? And Esther said, It is this Haman that is our adversary and most wicked enemy. Haman, hearing this, was forthwith astonished, not being able to bear the countenance of the king and of the queen. But the king, being angry, rose up, and went from the place of the banquet into the garden set with trees. Haman also rose up to entreat Esther the queen for his life, for he understood that evil was prepared for him by the king. And when the king came back out of the garden set with trees, and entered into the place of the banquet, he found Haman was fallen upon the bed on which Esther lay, and he said, He will force the queen also in my presence in my own house? The word was not yet gone out of the king's mouth, and immediately they covered his face. And Harbona, one of the eunuchs that stood waiting on the king, said, Behold, the gibbet which he had prepared for Mordecai, who spoke for the king, standeth in Haman's house, being 50 cubits high. And the king said to him, Hang him upon it. So Haman was hanged on the gibbet which he had prepared for Mordecai, and the king's wrath ceased. Esther chapter 8. On that day King Ahasuerus gave the house of Haman, the Jew's enemy, to Queen Esther, and Mordecai came in before the king. For Esther had confessed to him that he was her uncle. And the king took the ring which he had commanded to be taken again from Haman, and gave it to Mordecai. And Esther set Mordecai over her house. And not content with these things, she fell down at the king's feet and wept, and speaking to him, besought him that he would give orders that the malice of Haman the Agagite, and his most wicked devices which he had invented against the Jews, should be of no effect. But he, as the manner was, held out the golden scepter with his hand, which was the sign of clemency. And she arose up and stood before him, and said, If it please the king, and if I have found favor in his sight, and my request be not disagreeable to him, I beseech thee that the former letters of Haman the traitor and enemy of the Jews, by which he commanded that they should be destroyed in all the king's provinces, may be reversed by new letters. For how can I endure the murdering and slaughter of my people? And King Ahasuerus answered Esther the queen, and Mordecai the Jew, I have given Haman's house to Esther, and I have commanded him to be hanged on a gibbet, because he durst lay hands on the Jews. Write ye therefore to the Jews, as it pleaseth you, in the king's name, and seal the letters with my ring. For this was the custom, that no man durst gainsay the letters which were sent in the king's name, and were sealed with his ring. Then the king's scribes and secretaries were called for. Now it was the time of the 3rd month, which is called Sivan, the 23rd day of the month, and letters were written, as Mordecai had a mind, to the Jews, and to the governors, and to the deputies, and to the judges, who were rulers over the 127 provinces, from India even to Ethiopia, to province and province, to people and people, according to their languages and characters, and to the Jews, according as they could read and hear. And these letters, which were sent in the king's name, were sealed with his ring, and sent by posts, who were to run through all the provinces, to prevent the former letters with new messages. And the king gave orders to them to speak to the Jews in every city, and to command them to gather themselves together, and to stand for their lives, and to kill and destroy all their enemies, with their wives and children, and all their houses, and to take their spoil. And one day of revenge was appointed through all the provinces, to wit, the 13th of the 12th month, Adar. And this was the content of the letter, that it should be notified in all lands and peoples that were subject to the empire of King Ahasuerus, that the Jews were ready to be revenged of their enemies. So the swift posts went out, carrying the messages, and the king's edict was hung up in Shushan. And Mordecai, going forth out of the palace and from the king's presence, shone in royal apparel, to wit, a violet and sky color, wearing a golden crown on his head, and clothed with a cloak of silk and purple. And all the city rejoiced and was glad. But to the Jews a new light seemed to rise, joy, honor, and dancing. And in all peoples, cities, and provinces, whithersoever the king's commandments came, there was wonderful rejoicing, feasts and banquets, and keeping holy day, insomuch that many of other nations in religion joined themselves to their worship and ceremonies, for a great dread of the name of the Jews had fallen upon all. Esther chapter 9. So on the 13th day of the 12th month, which as we have said above is called Adar, when all the Jews were designed to be massacred, and their enemies were greedy after their blood, the case being altered, the Jews began to have the upper hand, and to revenge themselves of their adversaries. And they gathered themselves together in every city and town and place, to lay their hands on their enemies and their persecutors. And no one durst withstand them, for the fear of their power had gone through every people. And the judges of the provinces, and the governors, and lieutenants, and every one in dignity that presided over every place and work, extolled the Jews for fear of Mordecai, for they knew him to be prince of the palace, and to have great power. And the fame of his name increased daily, and was spread abroad through all men's mouths. So the Jews made a great slaughter of their enemies, and killed them, repaying according to what they had prepared to do to them, insomuch that even in Shushan they killed 500 men, besides the 10 sons of Haman the Agagite, the enemy of the Jews, whose names are these: Parshandatha, and Dalphon, and Espatha, and Poratha, and Adalia, and Aradatha, and Parmashta, and Arazai, and Aridai, and Jezatha. And when they had slain them, they would not touch the spoils of their goods. And presently the number of them that were killed in Shushan was brought to the king. And he said to the queen, The Jews have killed 500 men in the city of Shushan, besides the 10 sons of Haman. How many dost thou think they have slain in all the provinces? What askest thou more, and what wilt thou have me to command to be done? And she answered, If it please the king, let it be granted to the Jews to do tomorrow in Shushan as they have done today, and that the 10 sons of Haman may be hanged upon gibbets. And the king commanded that it should be so done. And forthwith the edict was hung up in Shushan, and the 10 sons of Haman were hanged. And on the 14th day of the month of Adar the Jews gathered themselves together, and they killed in Shushan 300 men, but they took not their substance. Moreover, through all the provinces which were subject to the king's dominion, the Jews stood for their lives, and slew their enemies and persecutors, insomuch that the number of them that were killed amounted to 75,000, and no man took any of their goods. Now the 13th day of the month Adar was the first day with them all of the slaughter, and on the 14th day they left off, which they ordained to be kept holy day, so that all times hereafter they should celebrate it with feasting, joy, and banquets. But they that were killing in the city of Shushan were employed in the slaughter on the 13th and 14th day of the same month, and on the 15th day they rested, and therefore they appointed that day to be a holy day of feasting and gladness. But those Jews that dwelt in towns not walled in and in villages appointed the 14th day of the month Adar for banquets and gladness, so as to rejoice on that day, and send one another portions of their banquets and meats. And Mordecai wrote all these things, and sent them comprised in letters to the Jews that abode in all the king's provinces, both those that lay near and those afar off, that they should receive the 14th and 15th day of the month Adar for holy days, and always at the return of the year should celebrate them with solemn honor, because on those days the Jews revenged themselves of their enemies, and their mourning and sorrow were turned into mirth and joy, and that these should be days of feasting and gladness, in which they should send one another portions of meats, and should give gifts to the poor. And the Jews undertook to observe with solemnity all they had begun to do at that time, which Mordecai by letters had commanded to be done. For Haman the son of Hammedatha of the race of Agag, the enemy and adversary of the Jews, had devised evil against them to kill them and destroy them, and had cast Pur, that is, the lot. And afterwards Esther went into the king, beseeching him that his endeavors might be made void by the king's letters, and the evil that he intended against the Jews might return upon his own head. And so both he and his sons were hanged upon gibbets. And since that time these days are called Purim, that is, of lots, because Pur, that is, the lot, was cast into the urn. And all things that were done are contained in the volume of this epistle, that is, of this book. And the things that they suffered, and that were afterwards changed, the Jews took upon themselves and their seed, and upon all that had a mind to be joined to their religion, so that it should be lawful for none to pass these days without solemnity, which the writing testifieth, and certain times require, as the years continually succeed one another. These are the days which shall never be forgot, and which all provinces in the whole world shall celebrate throughout all generations. Neither is there any city wherein the days of Purim, that is, of lots, must not be observed by the Jews and by their posterity, which is bound to these ceremonies. And Esther the queen, the daughter of Abihail, and Mordecai the Jew, wrote also a second epistle, that with all diligence this day should be established a festival for the time to come. And they sent to all the Jews that were in the 127 provinces of King Ahasuerus, that they should have peace and receive truth, and observe the days of lots, and celebrate them with joy in their proper time, as Mordecai and Esther had appointed, and they undertook them to be observed by themselves and by their seed, fasts and cries, and the days of lots, and all things which are contained in the history of this book, which is called Esther. Esther chapter 10. And King Ahasuerus made all the land and all the islands of the sea tributary. And his strength and his empire and the dignity and greatness wherewith he exalted Mordecai are written in the books of the Medes and of the Persians, and how Mordecai of the race of the Jews was next after King Ahasuerus, and great among the Jews, and acceptable to the people of his brethren, seeking the good of his people, and speaking those things which were for the welfare of his seed. Then Mordecai said, God hath done these things. I remember a dream that I saw, which signified these same things, and nothing thereof hath failed. The little fountain which grew into a river, and was turned into a light, and into a sun, and abounded into many waters, is Esther, whom the king married and made queen. But the two dragons are I and Haman. The nations that were assembled are they that endeavored to destroy the name of the Jews. And my nation is Israel, who cried to the Lord. And the Lord saved his people, and he delivered us from all evils, and hath wrought great signs and wonders among the nations. And he commanded that there should be two lots, one of the people of God, and the other of all the nations. And both lots came to the day appointed already from that time before God to all nations. And the Lord remembered his people, and had mercy on his inheritance. And these days shall be observed in the month of Adar, on the 14th and 15th day of the same month, with all diligence and joy of the people gathered into one assembly, throughout all the generations hereafter of the people of Israel. Esther chapter 11. In the 4th year of the reign of Ptolemy and Cleopatra, Dositheus, who said he was a priest and of the Levitical race, and Ptolemy his son, brought this epistle of Purim, which they said Lysimachus the son of Ptolemy had interpreted in Jerusalem. In the 2nd year of the reign of Artaxerxes the Great, in the 1st day of the month Nisan, Mordecai the son of Jair, the son of Shimei, the son of Kish, of the tribe of Benjamin, a Jew who dwelt in the city of Shushan, a great man, and among the first of the king's court, had a dream. Now he was of the number of the captives whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had carried away from Jerusalem with Jeconiah, king of Judah. And this was his dream. Behold, there were voices and tumults and thunders and earthquakes, and a disturbance upon the earth. And behold, two great dragons came forth, ready to fight one against another. And at their cry all nations were stirred up to fight against the nation of the just. And that was a day of darkness and danger, of tribulation and distress, and great fear upon the earth. And the nation of the just was troubled, fearing their own evils, and was prepared for death. And they cried to God. And as they were crying, a little fountain grew into a very great river, and abounded into many waters. The light and the sun rose up, and the humble were exalted, and they devoured the glorious. And when Mordecai had seen this, and arose out of his bed, he was thinking what God would do. And he kept it fixed in his mind, desirous to know what the dream should signify. Esther chapter 12. And he abode at that time in the king's court with Bigtha and Terah the king's eunuchs, who were porters of the palace. And when he understood their designs, and had diligently searched into their projects, he learned that they went about to lay violent hands on King Artaxerxes, and he told the king thereof. Then the king had them both examined, and after they had confessed, commanded them to be put to death. But the king made a record of what was done. And Mordecai also committed the memory of the thing to writing. And the king commanded him to abide in the court of the palace, and gave him presents for the information. But Haman, the son of Hammedatha the Bugite, was in great honor with the king, and sought to hurt Mordecai and his people, because of the two eunuchs of the king who were put to death. Esther chapter 13. And this was the copy of the letter. Artaxerxes the great king, who reigneth from India to Ethiopia, to the princes and governors of the 127 provinces that are subject to his empire, greeting. Whereas I reigned over many nations, and had brought all the world under my dominion, I was not willing to abuse the greatness of my power, but to govern my subjects with clemency, and that they might live quietly without any terror, and might enjoy peace, which is desired by all men. But when I asked my counselors how this might be accomplished, one that excelled the rest in wisdom and fidelity, and was second after the king, Haman by name, told me that there was a people scattered through the whole world which used new laws, and acted against the customs of all nations, despised the commandments of kings, and violated by their opposition the concord of all nations. Wherefore, having learned this, and seeing one nation in opposition to all mankind, using perverse laws and going against our commandments, and disturbing the peace and concord of the provinces subject to us, we have commanded that all whom Haman shall mark out, who is chief over all the provinces, and second after the king, and whom we honor as a father, shall be utterly destroyed by their enemies, with their wives and children, and that none shall have pity on them, on the 14th day of the 12th month Adar of this present year, that these wicked men, going down to hell in one day, may restore to our empire the peace which they had disturbed. But Mordecai besought the Lord, remembering all his works, and said, O Lord, Lord, Almighty King, for all things are in thy power, and there is none that can resist thy will, if thou determine to save Israel. Thou hast made heaven and earth, and all things that are under the cope of heaven. Thou art Lord of all, and there is none that can resist thy majesty. Thou knowest all things, and thou knowest that it was not out of pride and contempt, or any desire of glory, that I refused to worship the proud Haman. For I would willingly and readily for the salvation of Israel have kissed even the steps of his feet. But I feared lest I should transfer the honor of my God to a man, and lest I should adore anyone except my God. And now, O Lord, O King, O God of Abraham, have mercy on thy people, because our enemies resolve to destroy us and extinguish thy inheritance. Despise not thy portion which thou hast redeemed for thyself out of Egypt. Hear my supplication, and be merciful to thy lot and inheritance, and turn our mourning into joy, that we may live and praise thy name, O Lord, and shut not the mouths of them that sing to thee. And all Israel with like mind and supplication cried to the Lord, because they saw certain death hanging over their heads. Esther chapter 14. Queen Esther also, fearing the danger that was at hand, had recourse to the Lord. And when she had laid away her royal apparel, she put on garments suitable for weeping and mourning. Instead of divers precious ointments, she covered her head with ashes and dung, and she humbled her body with fasts. And all the places in which before she was accustomed to rejoice, she filled with her torn hair. And she prayed to the Lord, the God of Israel, saying, O my Lord, who alone art our King, help me, a desolate woman, and who have no other helper but thee. My danger is in my hands. I have heard of my father that thou, O Lord, didst take Israel from among all nations, and our fathers from all their predecessors, to possess them as an everlasting inheritance. And thou hast done to them as thou hast promised. We have sinned in thy sight, and therefore thou hast delivered us into the hands of our enemies, for we have worshipped their gods. Thou art just, O Lord. And now they are not content to oppress us with most hard bondage, but attributing the strength of their hands to the power of their idols. They design to change thy promises, and destroy thy inheritance, and shut the mouths of them that praise thee, and extinguish the glory of thy temple and altar, that they may open the mouths of Gentiles, and praise the strength of idols, and magnify forever a carnal king. Give not, O Lord, thy scepter to them that are not, lest they laugh at our ruin, but turn their counsel upon themselves, and destroy him that hath begun to rage against us. Remember, O Lord, and show thyself to us in the time of our tribulation, and give me boldness, O Lord, King of gods and of all power. Give me a well-ordered speech in my mouth in the presence of the lion, and turn his heart to the hatred of our enemy, that both he himself may perish, and the rest that consent to him. But deliver us by thy hand, and help me, who have no other helper but thee, O Lord, who hast the knowledge of all things. And thou knowest that I hate the glory of the wicked, and abhor the bed of the uncircumcised and of every stranger. Thou knowest my necessity, that I abominate the sign of my pride and glory, which is upon my head in the days of my public appearance, and detest it as a menstruous rag, and wear it not in the days of my silence. And I have not eaten at Haman's table, nor hath the king's banquet pleased me, and that I have not drunk the wine of the drink offerings, and that thy handmaid hath never rejoiced since I was brought hither unto this day, but in thee, O Lord, the God of Abraham. O God, who art mighty above all, hear the voice of them that have no other hope, and deliver us from the hand of the wicked, and deliver me from my fear. Esther chapter 15. And he commanded her, no doubt but he was Mordecai, to go to the king and petition for her people and for her country. Remember, said he, the days of thy low estate, how thou wast brought up by my hand, because Haman, the second after the king, hath spoken against us unto death. And do thou call upon the Lord, and speak to the king for us, and deliver us from death. And on the third day she laid away the garments she wore, and put on her glorious apparel. And glittering in royal robes, after she had called upon God, the ruler and Savior of all, she took 2 maids with her, and upon one of them she leaned, as if for delicateness and overmuch tenderness she were not able to bear up her own body. And the other maid followed her lady, bearing up her train flowing on the ground. But she, with a rosy color in her face, and with gracious and bright eyes, hid a mind full of anguish and exceeding great fear. So, going in, she passed through all doors in order, and stood before the king, where he sat upon his royal throne, clothed with his royal robes, and glittering with gold and precious stones, and he was terrible to behold. And when he had lifted up his countenance, and with burning eyes had shown the wrath of his heart, the queen sunk down, and her color turned pale, and she rested her weary head upon her handmaid. And God changed the king's spirit into mildness, and in all haste and in fear he leaped from his throne, and holding her up in his arms, till she came to herself, caressed her with these words, What is the matter, Esther? I am thy brother, fear not. Thou shalt not die, for this law is not made for thee, but for all others. Come near then, and touch the scepter. And as she held her peace, he took the golden scepter, and laid it upon her neck, and kissed her, and said, Why dost thou not speak to me? She answered, I saw thee, my lord, as an angel of God, and my heart was troubled for fear of thy majesty. For thou, my lord, art very admirable, and thy face is full of graces. And while she was speaking, she fell down again, and was almost in a swoon. But the king was troubled, and all his servants comforted her. Esther chapter 16. The great King Artaxerxes, from India to Ethiopia, to the governors and princes of 127 provinces which obey our command, sendeth greeting. Many have abused unto pride the goodness of princes, and the honor that hath been bestowed upon them. And not only endeavor to oppress the king's subjects, but not bearing the glory that is given them, take in hand to practice also against them that gave it. Neither are they content not to return thanks for benefits received, and to violate in themselves the laws of humanity, but they think that they can also escape the justice of God who seeth all things. And they break out into so great madness as to endeavor to undermine by lies such as observe diligently the offices committed to them, and do all things in such manner as to be worthy of all men's praise. While with crafty fraud they deceive the ears of princes that are well-meaning, and judge of others by their own nature. Now this is proved both from ancient histories and by the things which are done daily, how the good designs of kings are depraved by the evil suggestions of certain men. Wherefore we must provide for the peace of all provinces. Neither must you think, if we command different things, that it cometh of the levity of our mind, but that we give sentence according to the quality and necessity of times, as the profit of the commonwealth requireth. Now that you may more plainly understand what we say, Haman, the son of Hammedatha, a Macedonian both in mind and country, and having nothing of the Persian blood, but with his cruelty staining our goodness, was received, being a stranger by us, and found our humanity so great towards him that he was called our father, and was worshipped by all as the next man after the king. But he was so far puffed up with arrogancy as to go about to deprive us of our kingdom and life. For with certain new and unheard of devices he hath sought the destruction of Mordecai, by whose fidelity and good services our life was saved, and of Esther, the partner of our kingdom, with all their nation, thinking that after they were slain he might work treason against us, left alone without friends, and might transfer the kingdom of the Persians to the Macedonians. But we have found that the Jews, who were by that most wicked man appointed to be slain, are in no fault at all, but contrariwise use just laws, and are the children of the highest and the greatest, and the ever-living God, by whose benefit the kingdom was given both to our fathers and to us, and is kept unto this day. Wherefore, know ye that those letters which he sent in our name are void and of no effect, for which crime both he himself that devised it and all his kindred hang on gibbets before the gates of this city Shushan, not we, but God repaying him as he deserved. But this edict which we now send shall be published in all cities, that the Jews may freely follow their own laws. And you shall aid them that they may kill those who had prepared themselves to kill them, on the 13th day of the 12th month, which is called Adar. For the Almighty God hath turned this day of sadness and mourning into joy to them. Wherefore you shall also count this day among other festival days, and celebrate it with all joy, that it may be known also in times to come, that all they who faithfully obey the Persians receive a worthy reward for their fidelity, but they that are traitors to their kingdom are destroyed for their wickedness. And let every province and city that will not be partaker of this solemnity perish by the sword and by fire, and be destroyed in such manner as to be made unpassable, both to men and to beasts, for an example of contempt and disobedience. Job chapter 1. There was a man in the land of Uz, whose name was Job, and that man was simple and upright, and fearing God, and avoiding evil. And there were born to him 7 sons and 3 daughters. And his possession was 7,000 sheep, and 3,000 camels, and 500 yoke of oxen, and 500 she-asses, and a family exceedingly great. And this man was great among all the people of the east. And his sons went and made a feast by houses, every one in his day. And sending, they called their 3 sisters to eat and drink with them. And when the days of their feasting were gone about, Job sent to them and sanctified them, and rising up early, offered holocausts for every one of them. For he said, Lest perhaps my sons have sinned, and have blessed gods in their hearts. So did Job all days. Now on a certain day, when the sons of God came to stand before the Lord, Satan also was present among them. And the Lord said to him, Whence comest thou? And he answered and said, I have gone round about the earth, and walked through it. And the Lord said to him, Hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a simple and upright man, and fearing God, and avoiding evil? And Satan answering said, Doth Job fear God in vain? Hast thou not made a fence for him, and his house, and all his substance round about, blessed the works of his hands, and his possession hath increased in the earth? But stretch forth thy hand a little, and touch all that he hath, and see if he bless thee not to thy face. Then the Lord said to Satan, Behold, all that he hath is in thy hand, only put not forth thy hand upon his person. And Satan went forth from the presence of the Lord. Now upon a certain day, when his sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in the house of their eldest brother, there came a messenger to Job, and said, The oxen were plowing, and the asses feeding beside them. And the Sabaeans rushed in, and took all away, and slew the servants with the sword, and I alone have escaped to tell thee. And while he was yet speaking, another came, and said, The fire of God fell from heaven, and striking the sheep and the servants, hath consumed them, and I alone have escaped to tell thee. And while he also was yet speaking, there came another, and said, The Chaldeans made 3 troops, and have fallen upon the camels, and taken them. Moreover, they have slain the servants with the sword, and I alone have escaped to tell thee. He was yet speaking, and behold, another came in, and said, Thy sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in the house of their eldest brother. A violent wind came on a sudden from the side of the desert, and shook the four corners of the house, and it fell upon thy children, and they are dead, and I alone have escaped to tell thee. Then Job rose up and rent his garments, and having shaven his head, fell down upon the ground, and worshipped, and said, Naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away. As it hath pleased the Lord, so is it done. Blessed be the name of the Lord. In all these things Job sinned not by his lips, nor spoke he any foolish thing against God. Job chapter 2. And it came to pass, when on a certain day the sons of God came and stood before the Lord, and Satan came amongst them and stood in his sight, that the Lord said to Satan, Whence comest thou? And he answered and said, I have gone round about the earth and walked through it. And the Lord said to Satan, Hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a man simple and upright, and fearing God, and avoiding evil, and still keeping his innocence? But thou hast moved me against him, that I should afflict him without cause. And Satan answered and said, Skin for skin, and all that a man hath he will give for his life. But put forth thy hand, and touch his bone and his flesh, and then thou shalt see that he will bless thee to thy face. And the Lord said to Satan, Behold, he is in thy hand, but yet save his life. So Satan went forth from the presence of the Lord, and struck Job with a very grievous ulcer, from the sole of the foot even to the top of his head. And he took a potsherd, and scraped the corrupt matter, sitting on a dunghill. And his wife said to him, Dost thou still continue in thy simplicity? Bless God and die. And he said to her, Thou hast spoken like one of the foolish women. If we have received good things at the hand of God, why should we not receive evil? In all these things Job did not sin with his lips. Now when Job's 3 friends heard all the evil that had befallen him, they came every one from his own place, Eliphaz the Temanite, and Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar the Naamathite, for they had made an appointment to come together and visit him and comfort him. And when they had lifted up their eyes afar off, they knew him not, and crying out they wept, and rending their garments they sprinkled dust upon their heads toward heaven. And they sat with him on the ground 7 days and 7 nights, and no man spoke to him a word, for they saw that his grief was very great. Job chapter 3. After this, Job opened his mouth and cursed his day, and he said, Let the day perish wherein I was born, and the night in which it was said, A man-child is conceived. Let that day be turned into darkness. Let not God regard it from above, and let not the light shine upon it. Let darkness and the shadow of death cover it. Let a mist overspread it, and let it be wrapped up in bitterness. Let a darksome whirlwind seize upon that night. Let it not be counted in the days of the year, nor numbered in the months. Let that night be solitary, and not worthy of praise. Let them curse it who curse the day, who are ready to raise up a Leviathan. Let the stars be darkened with the mist thereof. Let it expect light, and not see it, nor the rising of the dawning of the day. Because it shut not up the doors of the womb that bore me, nor took away evils from my eyes. Why did I not die in the womb? Why did I not perish when I came out of the belly? Why received upon the knees? Why suckled at the breasts? For now I should have been asleep and still, and should have rest in my sleep, with kings and consuls of the earth, who build themselves solitudes, or with princes that possess gold, and fill their houses with silver. Or as a hidden untimely birth I should not be, or as they that, being conceived, have not seen the light. There the wicked cease from tumult, and there the wearied in strength are at rest. And they, sometime bound together without disquiet, have not heard the voice of the oppressor. The small and great are there, and the servant is free from his master. Why is light given to him that is in misery, and life to them that are in bitterness of soul, that look for death, and it cometh not, as they that dig for a treasure, and they rejoice exceedingly when they have found the grave, to a man whose way is hidden, and God hath surrounded him with darkness? Before I eat, I sigh, and as overflowing waters, so is my roaring. For the fear which I feared hath come upon me, and that which I was afraid of hath befallen me. Have I not dissembled? Have I not kept silence? Have I not been quiet? And indignation is come upon me. Job chapter 4. Then Eliphaz the Temanite answered and said, If we begin to speak to thee, perhaps thou wilt take it ill, but who can withhold the words he hath conceived? Behold, thou hast taught many, and thou hast strengthened the weary hands. Thy words have confirmed them that were staggering, and thou hast strengthened the trembling knees. But now the scourge is come upon thee, and thou faintest. It hath touched thee, and thou art troubled. Where is thy fear, thy fortitude, thy patience, and the perfection of thy ways? Remember, I pray thee, who ever perished, being innocent? Or when were the just destroyed? On the contrary, I have seen those who work iniquity, and sow sorrows, and reap them, perishing by the blast of God, and consumed by the spirit of his wrath. The roaring of the lion, and the voice of the lioness, and the teeth of the whelps of lions are broken. The tiger hath perished for want of prey, and the young lions are scattered abroad. Now there was a word spoken to me in private, and my ears by stealth, as it were, received the veins of its whisper. In the horror of a vision by night, when deep sleep is wont to hold men, fear seized upon me, and trembling, and all my bones were affrighted. And when a spirit passed before me, the hair of my flesh stood up. There stood one whose countenance I knew not, an image before my eyes, and I heard the voice, as it were, of a gentle wind. Shall man be justified in comparison of God? Or shall a man be more pure than his Maker? Behold, they that serve him are not steadfast, and in his angels he found wickedness. How much more shall they that dwell in houses of clay, who have an earthly foundation, be consumed as with the moth? From morning till evening they shall be cut down, and because no one understandeth, they shall perish forever. And they that shall be left shall be taken away from them, they that shall die, and not in wisdom. Job chapter 5. Call now, if there be any that will answer thee, and turn to some of the saints. Anger indeed killeth the foolish, and envy slayeth the little one. I have seen a fool with a strong root, and I cursed his beauty immediately. His children shall be far from safety, and shall be destroyed in the gate, and there shall be none to deliver them. Whose harvest the hungry shall eat, and the armed men shall take him by violence, and the thirsty shall drink up his riches. Nothing upon earth is done without a cause, and sorrow doth not spring out of the ground. Man is born to labor, and the bird to fly. Wherefore I will pray to the Lord, and address my speech to God, who doth great things and unsearchable and wonderful things without number, who giveth rain upon the face of the earth, and watereth all things with waters, who setteth up the humble on high, and comforteth with health those that mourn, who bringeth to naught the designs of the malignant, so that their hands cannot accomplish what they had begun, who catcheth the wise in their craftiness, and disappointeth the counsel of the wicked. They shall meet with darkness in the day, and grope at noonday as in the night. But he shall save the needy from the sword of their mouth, and the poor from the hand of the violent. And to the needy there shall be hope, but iniquity shall draw in her mouth. Blessed is the man whom God correcteth. Refuse not, therefore, the chastising of the Lord, for he woundeth and cureth. He striketh, and his hands shall heal. In 6 troubles he shall deliver thee, and in the 7th evil shall not touch thee. In famine he shall deliver thee from death, and in battle from the hand of the sword. Thou shalt be hidden from the scourge of the tongue, and thou shalt not fear calamity when it cometh. In destruction and famine thou shalt laugh, and thou shalt not be afraid of the beasts of the earth. But thou shalt have a covenant with the stones of the lands, and the beasts of the earth shall be at peace with thee. And thou shalt know that thy tabernacle is in peace, and visiting thy beauty thou shalt not sin. Thou shalt know also that thy seed shall be multiplied, and thy offspring like the grass of the earth. Thou shalt enter into the grave in abundance, as a heap of wheat is brought in its season. Behold, this is even so as we have searched out, which thou, having heard, consider it thoroughly in thy mind. Job chapter 6. But Job answered and said, O that my sins, whereby I have deserved wrath, and the calamity that I suffer, were weighed in a balance. As the sand of the sea, this would appear heavier. Therefore my words are full of sorrow. For the arrows of the Lord are in me, the rage whereof drinketh up my spirit, and the terrors of the Lord war against me. Will the wild ass bray when he hath grass? Or will the ox low when he standeth before a full manger? Or can an unsavory thing be eaten that is not seasoned with salt? Or can a man taste that which, when tasted, bringeth death? The things which before my soul would not touch, now, through anguish, are my meats. Who will grant that my request may come, and that God may give me what I look for, and that he that hath begun may destroy me, that he may let loose his hand and cut me off? And that this may be my comfort, that, afflicting me with sorrow, he spare not, nor I contradict the words of the Holy One. For what is my strength that I can hold out? Or what is my end that I should keep patience? My strength is not the strength of stones, nor is my flesh of brass. Behold, there is no help for me in myself, and my familiar friends also are departed from me. He that taketh away mercy from his friend forsaketh the fear of the Lord. My brethren have passed by me as the torrent that passeth swiftly in the valleys. They that fear the hoary frost, the snow shall fall upon them. At the time when they shall be scattered, they shall perish, and after it groweth hot, they shall be melted out of their place. The paths of their steps are entangled, they shall walk in vain, and shall perish. Consider the paths of Tema, the ways of Seba, and wait a little while. They are confounded, because I have hoped. They are come also even unto me, and are covered with shame. Now you are come, and now, seeing my affliction, you're afraid. Did I say, Bring to me, and give me of your substance? Or deliver me from the hand of the enemy, and rescue me out of the hand of the mighty? Teach me, and I will hold my peace. And if I have been ignorant of anything, instruct me. Why have you detracted the words of truth, whereas there is none of you that can reprove me? You dress up speeches only to rebuke, and you utter words to the wind. You rush in upon the fatherless, and you endeavor to overthrow your friend. However, finish what you have begun. Give ear, and see whether I lie. Answer, I beseech you, without contention, and speaking that which is just, judge ye. And you shall not find iniquity in my tongue, neither shall folly sound in my mouth. Job chapter 7. The life of man upon earth is a warfare, and his days are like the days of a hireling. As a servant longeth for the shade, as the hireling looketh for the end of his work, so I also have had empty months, and have numbered to myself wearisome nights. If I lie down to sleep, I shall say, When shall I rise? And again I shall look for the evening, and shall be filled with sorrows even till darkness. My flesh is clothed with rottenness and the filth of dust. My skin is withered and drawn together. My days have passed more swiftly than the web is cut by the weaver, and are consumed without any hope. Remember that my life is but wind, and my eye shall not return to see good things. Nor shall the sight of man behold me. Thy eyes are upon me, and I shall be no more. As a cloud is consumed and passeth away, so he that shall go down to hell shall not come up. Nor shall he return any more into his house, neither shall his place know him any more. Wherefore I will not spare my mouth, I will speak in the affliction of my spirit. I will talk with the bitterness of my soul. Am I a sea or a whale, that thou hast enclosed me in a prison? If I say, My bed shall comfort me, and I shall be relieved, speaking with myself on my couch, thou wilt frighten me with dreams, and terrify me with visions, so that my soul rather chooseth hanging, and my bones death. I have done with hope. I shall now live no longer. Spare me, for my days are nothing. What is a man that thou shouldest magnify him, or why dost thou set thy heart upon him? Thou visitest him early in the morning, and thou provest him suddenly. How long wilt thou not spare me, nor suffer me to swallow down my spittle? I have sinned. What shall I do to thee, O keeper of men? Why hast thou set me opposite to thee? And am I become burdensome to myself? Why dost thou not remove my sin? And why dost thou not take away my iniquity? Behold, now I shall sleep in the dust, and if thou seek me in the morning, I shall not be. Job chapter 8. Then Bildad the Shuhite answered and said, How long wilt thou speak these things, and how long shall the words of thy mouth be like a strong wind? Doth God pervert judgment, or doth the Almighty overthrow that which is just? Although thy children have sinned against him, and he hath left them in the hand of their iniquity, yet if thou wilt arise early to God, and wilt beseech the Almighty, if thou wilt walk clean and upright, he will presently awake unto thee, and will make the dwelling of thy justice peaceable. Insomuch that if thy former things were small, thy latter things would be multiplied exceedingly. For inquire of the former generation, and search diligently into the memory of the fathers. For we are but of yesterday, and are ignorant that our days upon earth are but a shadow. And they shall teach thee, they shall speak to thee, and utter words out of their hearts. Can the rush be green without moisture, or sedge bush grow without water? When it is yet in flower, and is not plucked up with the hand, it withereth before all herbs. Even so are the ways of all that forget God, and the hope of the hypocrite shall perish. His folly shall not please him, and his trust shall be like the spider's web. He shall lean upon his house, and it shall not stand. He shall prop it up, and it shall not rise. He seemeth to have moisture before the sun cometh, and at his rising his blossom shall shoot forth. His roots shall be thick upon a heap of stones, and among the stones he shall abide. If one swallow him up out of his place, he shall deny him, and shall say, I know thee not. For this is the joy of his way, that others may spring again out of the earth. God will not cast away the simple, nor reach out his hand to the evildoer, until thy mouth be filled with laughter, and thy lips with rejoicing. They that hate thee shall be clothed with confusion, and the dwelling of the wicked shall not stand. Job chapter 9. And Job answered and said, Indeed, I know it is so, and that man cannot be justified compared with God. If he will contend with him, he cannot answer him 1 for 1,000. He is wise in heart, and mighty in strength. Who hath resisted him, and hath had peace? Who hath removed mountains, and they whom he overthrew in his wrath knew it not? Who shaketh the earth out of her place, and the pillars thereof tremble? Who commandeth the sun, and it riseth not, and shutteth up the stars as it were under a seal? Who alone spreadeth out the heavens, and walketh upon the waves of the sea? Who maketh Arcturus, and Orion, and Hyades, and the inner parts of the south? Who doth things great and incomprehensible and wonderful, of which there is no number? If he come to me, I shall not see him. If he depart, I shall not understand. If he examine on a sudden, who shall answer him? Or who can say, Why dost thou so? God, whose wrath no man can resist, and under whom they stoop that bear up the world. What am I then that I should answer him, and have words with him? I, who, although I should have any just thing, would not answer, but would make supplication to my judge. And if he should hear me when I call, I should not believe that he had heard my voice. For he shall crush me in a whirlwind, and multiply my wounds even without cause. He alloweth not my spirit to rest, and he filleth me with bitterness. If strength be demanded, he is most strong. If equity of judgment, no man dare bear witness for me. If I would justify myself, my own mouth shall condemn me. If I would show myself innocent, he shall prove me wicked. Although I should be simple, even this my soul shall be ignorant of, and I shall be weary of my life. One thing there is that I have spoken, both the innocent and the wicked he consumeth. If he scourge, let him kill at once, and not laugh at the pains of the innocent. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the face of the judges thereof. And if it be not he, who is it then? My days have been swifter than a post. They have fled away and have not seen good. They have passed by as ships carrying fruits, as an eagle flying to the prey. If I say, I will not speak so, I change my face, and I am tormented with sorrow. I feared all my works, knowing that thou didst not spare the offender. But if so also I am wicked, why have I labored in vain? If I be washed, as it were, with snow waters, and my hands shall shine ever so clean, yet thou shalt plunge me in filth, and my garments shall abhor me. For I shall not answer a man that is like myself, nor one that may be heard with me equally in judgment. There is none that may be able to reprove both, and to put his hand between both. Let him take his rod away from me, and let not his fear terrify me. I will speak, and will not fear him, for I cannot answer while I am in fear. Job chapter 10. My soul is weary of my life. I will let go my speech against myself. I will speak in the bitterness of my soul. I will say to God, do not condemn me. Tell me why thou judgest me so. Doth it seem good to thee that thou shouldst calumniate me, and oppress me, the work of thy own hands, and help the counsel of the wicked? Hast thou eyes of flesh, or shalt thou see as man seeth? Are thy days as the days of man, and are thy years as the times of men, that thou shouldest inquire after my iniquity, and search after my sin, and shouldst know that I have done no wicked thing, whereas there is no man that can deliver out of thy hand? Thy hands have made me, and fashioned me wholly round about, and dost thou thus cast me down headlong on a sudden? Remember, I beseech thee, that thou hast made me as the clay, and thou wilt bring me into dust. Hast thou not milked me as milk, and curdled me like cheese? Thou hast clothed me with skin and flesh. Thou hast put me together with bones and sinews. Thou hast granted me life and mercy, and thy visitation hath preserved my spirit. Although thou conceal these things in thy heart, yet I know that thou rememberest all things. If I have sinned, and thou hast spared me for an hour, why dost thou not suffer me to be clean from my iniquity? And if I be wicked, woe unto me, and if just, I shall not lift up my head, being filled with affliction and misery. And for pride thou wilt take me as a lioness, and returning, thou tormentest me wonderfully. Thou renewest thy witnesses against me, and multipliest thy wrath upon me, and pains war against me. Why didst thou bring me forth out of the womb? O that I had been consumed, that I might not see me! I should have been as if I had not been, carried from the womb to the grave. Shall not the fewness of my days be ended shortly? Suffer me therefore that I may lament my sorrow a little before I go, and return no more to a land that is dark and covered with the mist of death, a land of misery and darkness, where the shadow of death and no order, but everlasting horror dwelleth. Job chapter 11. Then Zophar the Naamathite answered and said, Shall not he that speaketh much hear also? Or shall a man full of talk be justified? Shall men hold their peace to thee only? And when thou hast mocked others, shall no man confute thee? For thou hast said, My word is pure, and I am clean in thy sight. And I wish that God would speak with thee, and would open his lips to thee, that he might show thee the secrets of wisdom, and that his law is manifold, and thou mightest understand that he exacteth much less of thee than thy iniquity deserveth. Peradventure thou wilt comprehend the steps of God, and wilt find out the Almighty perfectly. He is higher than heaven, and what wilt thou do? He is deeper than hell, and how wilt thou know? The measure of him is longer than the earth, and broader than the sea. If he shall overturn all things, or shall press them together, who shall contradict him? For he knoweth the vanity of men, and when he seeth iniquity, doth he not consider it? A vain man is lifted up into pride, and thinketh himself borne free like a wild ass's colt. But thou hast hardened thy heart, and hast spread thy hands to him. If thou wilt put away from thee the iniquity that is in thy hand, and let not injustice remain in thy tabernacle, then mayest thou lift up thy face without spot, and thou shalt be steadfast, and shalt not fear. Thou shalt also forget misery, and remember it only as waters that are passed away. And brightness like that of the noonday shall arise to thee at evening. And when thou shalt think thyself consumed, thou shalt rise as the day star. And thou shalt have confidence, hope being set before thee, and being buried, thou shalt sleep secure. Thou shalt rest, and there shall be none to make thee afraid, and many shall entreat thy face. But the eyes of the wicked shall decay, and the way to escape shall fail them, and their hope the abomination of the soul. Job chapter 12. Then Job answered and said, Are you then men alone, and shall wisdom die with you? I also have a heart as well as you, for who is ignorant of these things which you know? He that is mocked by his friends as I shall call upon God, and he will hear him, for the simplicity of the just man is laughed to scorn. The lamp, despised in the thoughts of the rich, is ready for the time appointed. The tabernacles of robbers abound, and they provoke God boldly, whereas it is he that hath given all into their hands. But ask now the beasts, and they shall teach thee, and the birds of the air, and they shall tell thee. Speak to the earth, and it shall answer thee, and the fishes of the sea shall tell. Who is ignorant that the hand of the Lord hath made all these things? In whose hand is the soul of every living thing, and the spirit of all flesh of man? Doth not the ear discern words, and the palate of him that eateth the taste? In the ancient is wisdom, and in length of days prudence. With him is wisdom and strength. He hath counsel and understanding. If he pull down, there is no man that can build up. If he shut up a man, there is none that can open. If he withhold the waters, all things shall be dried up. And if he send them out, they shall overturn the earth. With him is strength and wisdom. He knoweth both the deceivers and him that is deceived. He bringeth counselors to a foolish end, and judges to insensibility. He looseth the belt of kings, and girdeth their loins with a cord. He leadeth away priests without glory, and overthroweth nobles. He changeth the speech of the true speakers, and taketh away the doctrine of the aged. He poureth contempt upon princes, and relieveth them that were oppressed. He discovereth deep things out of darkness, and bringeth up to light the shadow of death. He multiplieth nations, and destroyeth them, and restoreth them again after they were overthrown. He changeth the heart of the princes of the people of the earth, and deceiveth them that they walk in vain where there is no way. They shall grope as in the dark, and not in the light, and he shall make them stagger like men that are drunk. Job chapter 13. Behold, my eye hath seen all these things, and my ear hath heard them, and I have understood them all. According to your knowledge I also know, neither am I inferior to you. But yet I will speak to the Almighty, and I desire to reason with God, having first shown that you are forgers of lies and maintainers of perverse opinions. And I wish you would hold your peace, that you might be thought to be wise men. Hear ye therefore my reproof, and attend to the judgment of my lips. Hath God any need of your lie, that you should speak deceitfully for him? Do you accept this person, and do you endeavor to judge for God? Or shall it please him, from whom nothing can be concealed? Or shall he be deceived as a man with your deceitful dealings? He shall reprove you, because in secret you accept his person. As soon as he shall move himself, he shall trouble you, and his dread shall fall upon you. Your remembrance shall be compared to ashes, and your necks shall be brought to clay. Hold your peace a little while, that I may speak whatsoever my mind shall suggest to me. Why do I tear my flesh with my teeth, and carry my soul in my hands? Although he should kill me, I will trust in him. But yet I will reprove my ways in his sight. And he shall be my Savior, for no hypocrite shall come before his presence. Hear ye my speech, and receive with your ears hidden truths. If I shall be judged, I know that I shall be found just. Who is he that will plead against me? Let him come. Why am I consumed holding my peace? 2 things only do not to me, and then from thy face I shall not be hid. Withdraw thy hand far from me, and let not thy dread terrify me. Call me, and I will answer thee, or else I will speak, and do thou answer me. How many are my iniquities and sins? Make me know my crimes and offenses. Why hidest thou thy face, and thinkest me thy enemy? Against a leaf that is carried away with the wind thou showest thy power, and thou pursuest a dry straw. For thou writest bitter things against me, and wilt consume me for the sins of my youth. Thou hast put my feet in the stocks, and hast observed all my paths, and hast considered the steps of my feet, who am to be consumed as rottenness, and as a garment that is moth-eaten. Job chapter 14. Man born of a woman, living for a short time, is filled with many miseries, who cometh forth like a flower, and is destroyed, and fleeth as a shadow, and never continueth in the same state. And dost thou think it meet to open thy eyes upon such an one, and to bring him into judgment with thee? Who can make him clean that is conceived of unclean seed? Is it not thou who only art? The days of man are short, and the number of his months is with thee. Thou hast appointed his bounds which cannot be passed. Depart a little from him, that he may rest until his wished-for day come, as that of the hireling. A tree hath hope. If it be cut, it groweth green again, and the boughs thereof sprout. If its roots be old in the earth, and its stalk be dead in the dust, at the scent of water it shall spring, and bring forth leaves, as when it was first planted. But man, when he shall be dead, and stripped, and consumed, I pray you, where is he? As if the waters should depart out of the sea, and an emptied river should be dried up, so man, when he is fallen asleep, shall not rise again. Till the heavens be broken, he shall not awake, nor rise up out of his sleep. Who will grant me this, that thou mayest protect me in hell, and hide me till thy wrath pass, and appoint me a time when thou wilt remember me? Shall man that is dead, thinkest thou, live again? All the days in which I am now in warfare I expect until my change come. Thou shalt call me, and I will answer thee. To the work of thy hands thou shalt reach out thy right hand. Thou indeed hast numbered my steps, but spare my sins. Thou hast sealed up my offenses as it were in a bag, but hast cured my iniquity. A mountain falling cometh to naught, and a rock is removed out of its place. Waters wear away the stones, and with inundation the ground by little and little is washed away. So in like manner thou shalt destroy man. Thou hast strengthened him for a little while, that he may pass away forever. Thou shalt change his face, and shalt send him away. Whether his children come to honor or dishonor, he shall not understand. But yet his flesh, while he shall live, shall have pain, and his soul shall mourn over him. Job chapter 15. And Eliphaz the Temanite answered and said, Will a wise man answer as if he were speaking in the wind, and fill his stomach with burning heat? Thou reprovest him by words, who is not equal to thee, and thou speakest that which is not good for thee. As much as is in thee, thou hast made void fear, and hast taken away prayers from before God. For thy iniquity hath taught thy mouth, and thou imitatest the tongue of blasphemers. Thy own mouth shall condemn thee, and not I, and thy own lips shall answer thee. Art thou the first man that was born, or wast thou made before the hills? Hast thou heard God's counsel, and shall his wisdom be inferior to thee? What knowest thou that we are ignorant of? What dost thou understand that we know not? There are with us also aged and ancient men, much elder than thy fathers. Is it a great matter that God should comfort thee? but thy wicked words hinder this. Why doth thy heart elevate thee? And why dost thou stare with thy eyes, as if they were thinking great things? Why doth thy spirit swell against God to utter such words out of thy mouth? What is man that he should be without spot, and that he is born of a woman that he should appear just? Behold, among his saints none is unchangeable, and the heavens are not pure in his sight. How much more is man abominable and unprofitable, who drinketh iniquity like water? I will show thee, hear me, and I will tell thee what I have seen. Wise men confess and hide not their fathers, to whom alone the earth was given, and no stranger hath passed among them. The wicked man is proud all his days, and the number of the years of his tyranny is uncertain. The sound of dread is always in his ears, and when there is peace he always suspecteth treason. He believeth not that he may return from darkness to light, looking round about for the sword on every side. When he moveth himself to seek bread, he knoweth that the day of darkness is ready at his hand. Tribulation shall terrify him, and distress shall surround him as a king that is prepared for the battle. For he hath stretched out his hand against God, and hath strengthened himself against the Almighty. He hath run against him with his neck raised up, and is armed with a fat neck. Fatness hath covered his face, and the fat hangeth down on his sides. He hath dwelt in desolate cities, and in desert houses that are reduced into heaps. He shall not be enriched, neither shall his substance continue, neither shall he push his root in the earth. He shall not depart out of darkness. The flame shall dry up his branches, and he shall be taken away by the breath of his own mouth. He shall not believe, being vainly deceived by error, that he may be redeemed with any price. Before his days be full, he shall perish, and his hands shall wither away. He shall be blasted as a vine when its grapes are in the first flower, and as an olive tree that casteth its flower. For the congregation of the hypocrite is barren, and fire shall devour their tabernacles who love to take bribes. He hath conceived sorrow, and hath brought forth iniquity, and his womb prepareth deceits. Job chapter 16. Then Job answered and said, I have often heard such things as these. You are all troublesome comforters. Shall windy words have no end, or is it any trouble to thee to speak? I also could speak like you, and would God your soul were for my soul. I would comfort you also with words, and would wag my head over you. I would strengthen you with my mouth, and would move my lips as sparing you. But what shall I do? If I speak, my pain will not rest, and if I hold my peace, it will not depart from me. But now my sorrow hath oppressed me, and all my limbs are brought to nothing. My wrinkles bear witness against me, and a false speaker riseth up against my face, contradicting me. He hath gathered together his fury against me, and threatening me, he hath gnashed with his teeth upon me. My enemy hath beheld me with terrible eyes. They have opened their mouths upon me, and reproaching me they have struck me on the cheek. They are filled with my pains. God hath shut me up with the unjust man, and hath delivered me into the hands of the wicked. I that was formerly so wealthy am all of a sudden broken to pieces. He hath taken me by my neck, he hath broken me, and hath set me up to be his mark. He hath compassed me round about with his lances. He hath wounded my loins, he hath not spared, and hath poured out my bowels on the earth. He hath torn me with wound upon wound. He hath rushed in upon me like a giant. I have sewed sackcloth upon my skin, and have covered my flesh with ashes. My face is swollen with weeping, and my eyelids are dim. These things have I suffered without the iniquity of my hand, when I offered pure prayers to God. O earth, cover not thou my blood, neither let my cry find a hiding place in thee. For behold, my witness is in heaven, and he that knoweth my conscience is on high. My friends are full of words, my eye poureth out tears to God. And oh, that a man might so be judged with God, as the Son of Man is judged with his companion. For behold, short years pass away, and I am walking in a path by which I shall not return. Job chapter 17. My spirit shall be wasted. My days shall be shortened, and only the grave remaineth for me. I have not sinned, and my eye abideth in bitterness. Deliver me, O Lord, and set me beside thee, and let any man's hand fight against me. Thou hast set their heart far from understanding, therefore they shall not be exalted. He promiseth a prey to his companions, and the eyes of his children shall fail. He hath made me, as it were, a byword of the people, and I am an example before them. My eye is dim through indignation, and my limbs are brought, as it were, to nothing. The just shall be astonished at this, and the innocent shall be raised up against the hypocrite. And the just man shall hold on his way, and he that hath clean hands shall be stronger and stronger. Wherefore be you all converted, and come, and I shall not find among you any wise man. My days have passed away, my thoughts are dissipated, tormenting my heart. They have turned night into day, and after darkness I hope for light again. If I wait, hell is my house, and I have made my bed in darkness. I have said to rottenness, Thou art my father, to worms, my mother and my sister. Where is now then my expectation, and who considereth my patience? All that I have shall go down into the deepest pit. Thinkest thou that there at least I shall have rest? Job chapter 18. Then Bildad the Shuhite answered and said, How long will you throw out words? Understand first, and so let us speak. Why are we reputed as beasts and counted vile before you? Thou that destroyest thy soul in thy fury, shall the earth be forsaken for thee? And shall rocks be removed out of their place? Shall not the light of the wicked be extinguished, and the flame of his fire not shine? The light shall be dark in his tabernacle, and the lamp that is over him shall be put out. The step of his strength shall be straitened, and his own counsel shall cast him down headlong. For he hath thrust his feet into a net, and walketh in its meshes. The sole of his foot shall be held in a snare, and thirst shall burn against him. A gin is hidden for him in the earth, and his trap upon the path. Fears shall terrify him on every side, and shall entangle his feet. Let his strength be wasted with famine, and let hunger invade his ribs. Let it devour the beauty of his skin, let the firstborn death consume his arms. Let his confidence be rooted out of his tabernacle, and let destruction tread upon him like a king. Let the companions of him that is not dwell in his tabernacle, let brimstone be sprinkled in his tent. Let his roots be dried up beneath, and his harvest destroyed above. Let the memory of him perish from the earth, and let not his name be renowned in the streets. He shall drive him out of light into darkness, and shall remove him out of the world. His seed shall not subsist, nor his offspring among his people, nor any remnants in his country. They that come after him shall be astonished at his day, and horror shall fall upon them that went before. These then are the tabernacles of the wicked, and this the place of him that knoweth not God. Job chapter 19. Then Job answered and said, How long do you afflict my soul, and break me in pieces with words? Behold, these 10 times you confound me, and are not ashamed to oppress me. For I have been ignorant, my ignorance shall be with me. But you set yourselves up against me, and reprove me with my reproaches. At least now understand, that God hath not afflicted me with an equal judgment, and compassed me with his scourges. Behold, I shall cry suffering violence, and no one will hear. I shall cry aloud, and there is none to judge. He hath hedged in my path round about, and I cannot pass, and in my way he hath set darkness. He hath stripped me of my glory, and hath taken the crown from my head. He hath destroyed me on every side, and I am lost. And he hath taken away my hope, as from a tree that is plucked up. His wrath is kindled against me, and he hath counted me as his enemy. His troops have come together, and have made themselves a way by me, and have besieged my tabernacle round about. He hath put my brethren far from me, and my acquaintance like strangers have departed from me. My kinsmen have forsaken me, and they that knew me have forgotten me. They that dwell in my house, and my maidservants, have counted me as a stranger, and I have been like an alien in their eyes. I called my servant, and he gave no answer. I entreated him with my own mouth. My wife have abhorred my breath, and I entreated the children of my womb. Even fools despised me, and when I was gone from them, they spoke against me. They that were sometime my counselors have abhorred me, and he whom I loved most is turned against me. The flesh being consumed, my bone hath cleaved to my skin, and nothing but lips are left about my teeth. Have pity on me, have pity on me, at least you my friends, because the hand of the Lord hath touched me. Why do you persecute me as God, and glut yourselves with my flesh? Who will grant me that my words may be written? Who will grant me that they be marked down in a book with an iron pen and in a plate of lead, or else be graven with an instrument in flint stone? For I know that my Redeemer liveth, and in the last day I shall rise out of the earth. And I shall be clothed again with my skin, and in my flesh I shall see my God, whom I myself shall see, and my eyes shall behold, and not another. This my hope is laid up in my bosom. Why then do you say now, let us persecute him, and let us find occasion of word against him? Flee then from the face of the sword, for the sword is the revenger of iniquities. And know ye that there is a judgment. Job chapter 20. Then Zophar the Naamathite answered and said, Therefore various thoughts succeed one another in me, and my mind is hurried away to different things. The doctrine with which thou reprovest me I will hear, and the spirit of my understanding shall answer for me. This I know from the beginning, since man was placed upon the earth, that the praise of the wicked is short, and the joy of the hypocrite but for a moment. If his pride mount up even to heaven, and his head touch the clouds, in the end he shall be destroyed like a dunghill, and they that had seen him shall say, Where is he? As a dream that fleeth away, he shall not be found. He shall pass as a vision of the night. The eyes that had seen him shall see him no more, neither shall his place any more behold him. His children shall be oppressed with want, and his hands shall render to him his sorrow. His bones shall be filled with the vices of his youth, and they shall sleep with him in the dust. For when evil shall be sweet in his mouth, he will hide it under his tongue. He will spare it and not leave it, and will hide it in his throat. His bread in his belly shall be turned into the gall of asps within him. The riches which he hath swallowed he shall vomit up, and God shall draw them out of his belly. He shall suck the head of asps, and the viper's tongue shall kill him. Let him not see the streams of the river, the brooks of honey and of butter. He shall be punished for all that he did, and yet shall not be consumed. According to the multitude of his devices, so also shall he suffer. Because he broke in and stripped the poor, he hath violently taken away a house which he did not build, and yet his belly was not filled. And when he hath the things he coveted, he shall not be able to possess them. There was nothing left of his meat, and therefore nothing shall continue of his goods. When he shall be filled, he shall be straitened, he shall burn, and every sorrow shall fall upon him. May his belly be filled, that God may send forth the wrath of his indignation upon him, and rain down his war upon him. He shall flee from weapons of iron, and shall fall upon a bow of brass. The sword is drawn out, and cometh forth from its scabbard, and glittereth in its bitterness. The terrible one shall go and come upon him. All darkness is hid in his secret places. A fire that is not kindled shall devour him. He shall be afflicted when left in his tabernacle. The heavens shall reveal his iniquity, and the earth shall rise up against him. The offspring of his house shall be exposed. He shall be pulled down in the day of God's wrath. This is the portion of a wicked man from God, and the inheritance of his doings from the Lord. Job chapter 21. Then Job answered and said, Hear, I beseech you, my words, and do penance. Suffer me, and I will speak, and after, if you please, laugh at my words. Is my debate against man, that I should not have just reason to be troubled? Hearken to me and be astonished, and lay your finger on your mouth. As for me, when I remember, I am afraid, and trembling taketh hold on my flesh. Why then do the wicked live? Are they advanced and strengthened with riches? Their seed continueth before them, a multitude of kinsmen, and of children's children in their sight. Their houses are secure and peaceable, and the rod of God is not upon them. Their cattle have conceived and failed not. Their cow has calved, and is not deprived of her fruit. Their little ones go out like a flock, and their children dance and play. They take the timbrel and the harp, and rejoice at the sound of the organ. They spend their days in wealth, and in a moment they go down to hell, who have said to God, Depart from us, we desire not the knowledge of thy ways. Who is the Almighty that we should serve him? And what doth it profit us if we pray to him? Yet because their good deeds are not in their hand, may the counsel of the wicked be far from me. How often shall the lamp of the wicked be put out, and a deluge come upon them, and he shall distribute the sorrows of his wrath? They shall be as chaff before the face of the wind, and as ashes which the whirlwind scattereth. God shall lay up the sorrow of the father for his children, and when he shall repay, then shall he know. His eyes shall see his own destruction, and he shall drink of the wrath of the Almighty. For what is it to him what befalleth his house after him, and if the number of his months be diminished by one half? Shall any one teach God knowledge, who judgeth those that are high? One man dieth strong, and hale, rich, and happy. His bowels are full of fat, and his bones are moistened with marrow. But another dieth in bitterness of soul without any riches, and yet they shall sleep together in the dust, and worms shall cover them. Surely I know your thoughts and your unjust judgments against me. For you say, Where is the house of the prince, and where are the dwelling places of the wicked? Ask any one of them that go by the way, and you shall perceive that he knoweth these same things. Because the wicked man is reserved to the day of destruction, and he shall be brought to the day of wrath. Who shall reprove his way to his face, and who shall repay him what he hath done? He shall be brought to the graves, and shall watch in the heap of the dead. He hath been acceptable to the gravel of Cocytus, and he shall draw every man after him, and there are innumerable before him. How then do you comfort me in vain, whereas your answer is shown to be repugnant to truth? Job chapter 22. Then Eliphaz the Temanite answered and said, Can man be compared with God, even though he were of perfect knowledge? What doth it profit God if thou be just, or what doth thou give him if thy way be unspotted? Shall he reprove thee for fear, and come with thee into judgment, and not for thy manifold wickedness and thy infinite iniquities? For thou hast taken away the pledge of thy brethren without cause, and stripped the naked of their clothing. Thou hast not given water to the weary, thou hast withdrawn bread from the hungry. In the strength of thy arm thou didst possess the land, and, being the most mighty, thou holdest it. Thou hast sent widows away empty, and the arms of the fatherless thou hast broken in pieces. Therefore art thou surrounded with snares, and sudden fear troubleth thee. And didst thou think that thou shouldst not see darkness, and that thou shouldst not be covered with the violence of overflowing waters? Dost not thou think that God is higher than heaven, and is elevated above the height of the stars? And thou sayest, What doth God know? And he judgeth as it were through a mist. The clouds are his covert, and he doth not consider our things, and he walketh about the poles of heaven. Dost thou desire to keep the path of ages, which wicked men have trodden, who were taken away before their time, and a flood hath overthrown their foundation? Who said to God, Depart from us, and looked upon the Almighty as if he could do nothing? Whereas he had filled their houses with good things, whose way of thinking be far from me. The just shall see, and shall rejoice, and the innocent shall laugh them to scorn. Is not their exaltation cut down, and hath not fire devoured the remnants of them? Submit thyself then to him, and be at peace, and thereby thou shalt have the best fruits. Receive the law of his mouth, and lay up his words in thy heart. If thou wilt return to the Almighty, thou shalt be built up, and shalt put away iniquity far from thy tabernacle. He shall give for earth flint, and for flint torrents of gold. And the Almighty shall be against thy enemies, and silver shall be heaped together for thee. Then shalt thou abound in delights in the Almighty, and shalt lift up thy face to God. Thou shalt pray to him, and he will hear thee, and thou shalt pay vows. Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall come to thee, and light shall shine in thy ways. For he that hath been humbled shall be in glory, and he that shall bow down his eyes, he shall be saved. The innocent shall be saved, and he shall be saved by the cleanness of his hands. Job chapter 23. Then Job answered and said, Now also my words are in bitterness, and the hand of my scourge is more grievous than my mourning. Who will grant me that I might know and find him, and come even to his throne? I would set judgment before him, and would fill my mouth with complaints, that I might know the words that he would answer me, and understand what he would say to me. I would not that he should contend with me with much strength, nor overwhelm me with the weight of his greatness. Let him propose equity against me, and let my judgment come to victory. But if I go to the east, he appeareth not. If to the west, I shall not understand him. If to the left hand, what shall I do? I shall not take hold on him. If I turn myself to the right hand, I shall not see him. But he knoweth my way, and has tried me as gold that passeth through the fire. My foot hath followed his steps. I have kept his way, and have not declined from it. I have not departed from the commandments of his lips, and the words of his mouth I have hid in my bosom. For he is alone, and no man can turn away his thought, and whatever his soul hath desired, that hath he done. And when he shall have fulfilled his will in me, many other like things are also at hand with him. And therefore I am troubled at his presence, and when I consider him, I am made pensive with fear. God hath softened my heart, and the Almighty hath troubled me. For I have not perished because of the darkness that hangs over me, neither hath the mist covered my face. Job chapter 24. Times are not hid from the Almighty, but they that know him know not his days. Some have removed landmarks, have taken away flocks by force, and fed them. They have driven away the ass of the fatherless, and have taken away the widow's ox for a pledge. They have overturned the way of the poor, and have oppressed together the meek of the earth. Others, like wild asses in the desert, go forth to their work. By watching for a prey, they get bread for their children. They reap the field that is not their own, and gather the vintage of his vineyard, whom by violence they have oppressed. They send men away naked, taking away their clothes, who have no covering in the cold, who are wet with the showers of the mountains, and having no covering, embrace the stones. They have violently robbed the fatherless, and stripped the poor common people. From the naked and them that go without clothing, and from the hungry they have taken away the ears of corn. They have taken their rest at noon among the stores of them, who, after having trodden the winepresses, suffer thirst. Out of the cities they have made men to groan, and the soul of the wounded hath cried out, and God doth not suffer it to pass unrevenged. They have been rebellious to the light. They have not known his ways, neither have they returned by his paths. The murderer riseth at the very break of day. He killeth the needy and the poor man, but in the night he will be as a thief. The eye of the adulterer observeth darkness, saying, No eye shall see me, and he will cover his face. He diggeth through the houses in the dark, as in the day they had appointed for themselves, and they have not known the light. If the morning suddenly appear, it is to them the shadow of death, and they walk in darkness as if it were in light. He is light upon the face of the water. Cursed be his portion on the earth. Let him not walk by the way of the vineyards. Let him pass from the snow waters to excessive heat, and his sin even to hell. Let mercy forget him. May worms be his sweetness. Let him be remembered no more, but be broken in pieces as an unfruitful tree. For he hath fed the barren that beareth not, and to the widow he hath done no good. He hath pulled down the strong by his might, and when he standeth up, he shall not trust to his life. God hath given him place for penance, and he abuseth it unto pride, but his eyes are upon his ways. They are lifted up for a little while, and shall not stand, and shall be brought down as all things, and shall be taken away, and as the tops of the ears of corn they shall be broken. And if it not be so, who can convince me that I have lied, and set my words before God? Job chapter 25. Then Bildad the Shuhite answered and said, Power and terror are with him who maketh peace in his high places. Is there any numbering of his soldiers, and upon whom shall not his light arise? Can man be justified compared with God, or he that is born of a woman appear clean? Behold, even the moon doth not shine, and the stars are not pure in his sight. How much less man that is rottenness, and the Son of Man who is a worm? Job chapter 26. Then Job answered and said, Whose helper art thou? Is it of him that is weak? And dost thou hold up the arm of him that has no strength? To whom hast thou given counsel? Perhaps to him that hath no wisdom, and thou hast shown thy very great prudence. Whom hast thou desired to teach? Was it not him that made life? Behold, the giants groan under the waters, and they that dwell with them. Hell is naked before him, and there is no covering for destruction. He stretched out the north over the empty space, and hangeth the earth upon nothing. He bindeth up the waters in his clouds, so that they break not out and fall down together. He withholdeth the face of his throne, and spreadeth his cloud over it. He hath set bounds about the waters, till light and darkness come to an end. The pillars of heaven tremble, and dread at his beck. By his power the seas are suddenly gathered together, and his wisdom has struck the proud one. His spirit hath adorned the heavens, and his obstetric hand brought forth the winding serpent. Lo, these things are set in part of his ways, and seeing we have heard scarce a little drop of his word, who shall be able to behold the thunder of his greatness? Job chapter 27. Job also added, taking up his parable, and said, As God liveth, who hath taken away my judgment, and the Almighty, who hath brought my soul to bitterness, as long as breath remaineth in me, and the Spirit of God in my nostrils, my lips shall not speak iniquity, neither shall my tongue contrive lying. God forbid that I should judge you to be just. Till I die I will not depart from my innocence. My justification, which I have begun to hold, I will not forsake, for my heart doth not reprehend me in all my life. Let my enemy be as the ungodly, and my adversary as the wicked one. For what is the hope of the hypocrite, if through covetousness he take by violence, and God deliver not his soul? Will God hear his cry when distress shall come upon him? Or can he delight himself in the Almighty, and call upon God at all times? I will teach you by the hand of God what the Almighty hath, and I will not conceal it. Behold, you all know it, and why do you speak vain things without cause? This is the portion of a wicked man with God, and the inheritance of the violent, which they shall receive of the Almighty. If his sons be multiplied, they shall be for the sword, and his grandsons shall not be filled with bread. They that shall remain of him shall be buried in death, and his widows shall not weep. If he shall heap together silver as earth, and prepare raiment as clay, he shall prepare indeed, but the just man shall be clothed with it, and the innocent shall divide the silver. He hath built his house as a moth, and as a keeper he hath made a booth. The rich man, when he shall sleep, shall take away nothing with him. He shall open his eyes and find nothing. Poverty like water shall take hold on him. A tempest shall oppress him in the night. A burning wind shall take him up and carry him away, and as a whirlwind shall snatch him from his place. And he shall cast upon him, and shall not spare. Out of his hand he would willingly flee. He shall clasp his hands upon him, and shall hiss at him, beholding his place. Job chapter 28. Silver hath beginnings of its veins, and gold hath a place wherein it is melted. Iron is taken out of the earth, and stone melted with heat is turned into brass. He hath set a time for darkness, and the end of all things he considereth, the stone also that is in the dark and the shadow of death. The flood divideth from the people that are on their journey those whom the food of the needy man hath forgotten, and who cannot be come at. The land out of which bread grew in its place hath been overturned with fire. The stones of it are the place of sapphires, and the clods of it are gold. The bird hath not known the path, neither hath the eye of the vulture beheld it. The children of the merchants have not trodden it, neither hath the lioness passed by it. He hath stretched forth his hand to the flint. He hath overturned mountains from the roots. In the rocks he hath cut out rivers, and his eye hath seen every precious thing. The depths also of rivers he hath searched, and hidden things he hath brought forth to light. But where is wisdom to be found, and where is the place of understanding? Man knoweth not the price thereof, neither is it found in the land of them that live in delights. The depth saith, It is not in me, and the sea saith, It is not with me. The finest gold shall not purchase it, neither shall silver be weighed in exchange for it. It shall not be compared with the dyed colors of India, or with the most precious stone sardonyx, or the sapphire. Gold or crystal cannot equal it, neither shall any vessels of gold be changed for it. High and eminent things shall not be mentioned in comparison of it, but wisdom is drawn out of secret places. The topaz of Ethiopia shall not be equal to it, neither shall it be compared to the cleanest dyeing. Whence then cometh wisdom, and where is the place of understanding? It is hid from the eyes of all living, and the fowls of the air know it not. Destruction and death have said, With our ears we have heard the fame thereof. God understandeth the way of it, and he knoweth the place thereof. For he beholdeth the ends of the world, and looketh on all things that are under heaven, who made a weight for the winds, and weighed the waters by measure, when he gave a law for the rain, and a way for the sounding storms. Then he saw it, and declared, and prepared, and searched it. And he said to man, Behold, the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. Job chapter 29. Job also added, taking up his parable, and said, Who will grant me that I might be according to the months past, according to the days in which God kept me, when his lamp shined over my head, and I walked by his light in darkness, as I was in the days of my youth, when God was secretly in my tabernacle, when the Almighty was with me, and my servants round about me, when I washed my feet with butter, and the rock poured me out rivers of oil, when I went out to the gate of the city, and in the street they prepared me a chair. The young men saw me and hid themselves, and the old men rose up and stood. The princes ceased to speak, and laid the finger on their mouth. The rulers held their peace, and their tongue cleaved to their throat. The ear that heard me blessed me, and the eye that saw me gave witness to me, because I had delivered the poor man that cried out, and the fatherless that had no helper. The blessing of him that was ready to perish came upon me, and I comforted the heart of the widow. I was clad with justice, and I clothed myself with judgment, as with a robe and a diadem. I was an eye to the blind, and a foot to the lame. I was the father of the poor, and the cause which I knew not I searched out most diligently. I broke the jaws of the wicked man, and out of his teeth I took away the prey. And I said, I shall die in my nest, and as a palm tree shall multiply my days. My root is opened beside the waters, and dew shall continue in my harvest. My glory shall always be renewed, and my bow in my hand shall be repaired. They that heard me waited for my sentence, and, being attentive, held their peace at my counsel. To my words they durst add nothing, and my speech dropped upon them. They waited for me as for rain, and they opened their mouth as for a latter shower. If at any time I laughed on them, they believed not, and the light of my countenance fell not on earth. If I had a mind to go to them, I sat first, and when I sat as a king, with his army standing about him, yet I was a comforter of them that mourned. Job chapter 30. But now the younger in time scorn me, whose fathers I would not have set with the dogs of my flock, the strength of whose hands was to me as nothing, and they were thought unworthy of life itself, barren with want and hunger, who gnawed in the wilderness, disfigured with calamity and misery. And they ate grass and barks of trees, and the root of junipers was their food, who snatched up these things out of the valleys, and when they had found any of them, they ran to them with a cry. They dwelt in the desert places of torrents, and in caves of earth, or upon the gravel. They pleased themselves among these kinds of things, and counted it delightful to be under the briars, the children of foolish and base men, and not appearing at all upon the earth. Now I am turned into their song, and I am become their byword. They abhor me, and flee far from me, and are not afraid to spit in my face. For he hath opened his quiver, and hath afflicted me, and hath put a bridle into my mouth. At the right hand of my rising, my calamities forthwith arose. They have overthrown my feet, and have overwhelmed me with their paths, as with waves. They have destroyed my ways. They have lain in wait against me, and they have prevailed, and there was none to help. They have rushed in upon me as when a wall is broken, and a gate opened, and have rolled themselves down to my miseries. I am brought to nothing. As a wind thou hast taken away my desire, and my prosperity hath passed away like a cloud. And now my soul fadeth within myself, and the days of affliction possess me. In the night my bone is pierced with sorrows, and they that feed upon me do not sleep. With the multitude of them my garment is consumed, and they have girded me about as with the collar of my coat. I am compared to dirt, and I am likened to embers and ashes. I cry to thee, and thou hearest me not. I stand up, and thou dost not regard me. Thou art changed to be cruel toward me, and in the hardness of thy hand thou art against me. Thou hast lifted me up and set me as it were upon the wind, and thou hast mightily dashed me. I know that thou wilt deliver me to death, where a house is appointed for every one that liveth. But yet thou stretchest not forth thy hand to their consumption, and if they shall fall down, thou wilt save. I wept heretofore for him that was afflicted, and my soul had compassion on the poor. I expected good things, and evils are come upon me. I waited for light, and darkness broke out. My inner parts have boiled without any rest. The days of affliction have prevented me. I went mourning without indignation. I rose up and cried in the crowd. I was the brother of dragons and companion of ostriches. My skin is become black upon me, and my bones are dried up with heat. My harp is turned to mourning, and my organ into the voice of those that weep. Job chapter 31. I made a covenant with my eyes that I would not so much as think upon a virgin. For what part should God from above have in me, and what inheritance the Almighty from on high? Is not destruction to the wicked, and aversion to them that work iniquity? Doth not he consider my ways, and number all my steps? If I have walked in vanity, and my foot hath made haste to deceit, let him weigh me in a just balance, and let God know my simplicity. If my step hath turned out of the way, and if my heart hath followed my eyes, and if a spot hath cleaved to my hands, then let me sow, and let another reap, and let my offspring be rooted out. If my heart hath been deceived upon a woman, and if I have laid wait at my friend's door, let my wife be the harlot of another, and let another man lie with her. For this is a heinous crime, and a most grievous iniquity. It is a fire that devoureth even to destruction, and rooteth up all things that spring. If I have despised to abide judgment with my manservant or my maidservant, when they had any controversy against me, for what shall I do when God shall rise to judge? And when he shall examine, what shall I answer him? Did not he that made me in the womb make him also? And did not one and the same form me in the womb? If I have denied to the poor what they desired, and have made the eyes of the widow wait, if I have eaten my morsel alone, and the fatherless hath not eaten thereof. For from my infancy mercy grew up with me, and it came out with me from my mother's womb. If I have despised him that was perishing for want of clothing, and the poor man that had no covering, if his sides have not blessed me, and if he were not warmed with the fleece of my sheep, if I have lifted up my hand against the fatherless, even when I saw myself superior in the gate, let my shoulder fall from its joint, and let my arm with its bones be broken. For I have always feared God as waves swelling over me, and his weight I was unable to bear. If I have thought gold my strength, and have said to fine gold my confidence, if I have rejoiced over my great riches, and because my hand had gotten much, if I beheld the sun when it shined, and the moon going in brightness, and my heart in secret hath rejoiced, and I have kissed my hand with my mouth, which is a very great iniquity and a denial against the Most High God, if I have been glad at the downfall of him that hated me, and have rejoiced that evil had found him, for I have not given my mouth to sin by wishing a curse to his soul, if the men of my tabernacle have not said, Who will give us of his flesh that we may be filled? The stranger did not stay without. My door was open to the traveler. If as a man I have hid my sin, and have concealed my iniquity in my bosom, if I have been afraid at a very great multitude, and the contempt of kinsmen hath terrified me, and have not rather held my peace, and not gone out of the door, who would grant me a hearing, that the Almighty may hear my desire, and that he himself that judgeth would write a book, that I may carry it on my shoulder, and put it about me as a crown? At every step of mine I would pronounce it, and offer it as to a prince. If my land cry against me, and with it the furrows thereof mourn, if I have eaten the fruits thereof without money, and have afflicted the son of the tillers thereof, let thistles grow up to me instead of wheat, and thorns instead of barley. Job chapter 32. So these three men ceased to answer Job, because he seemed just to himself. And Elihu the son of Barachel the Buzite of the kindred of Ram was angry, and was moved to indignation. Now he was angry against Job, because he said he was just before God. And he was angry with his friends, because they had not found a reasonable answer, but only had condemned Job. So Elihu waited while Job was speaking, because they were his elders that were speaking. But when he saw that the three were not able to answer, he was exceedingly angry. Then Elihu the son of Barachel the Buzite answered and said, I am younger in days, and you are more ancient. Therefore, hanging down my head, I was afraid to show you my opinion. For I hoped that greater age would speak, and that a multitude of years would teach wisdom. But as I see, there is a spirit in men, and the inspiration of the Almighty giveth understanding. They that are the aged are not the wise men, neither do the ancients understand judgment. Therefore I will speak. Hearken to me, I also will show you my wisdom. For I have waited for your words, I have given ear to your wisdom, as long as you were disputing in words. And as long as I thought you said something, I considered, but as I see, there is none of you that can convince Job and answer his words. Lest you should say, We have found wisdom, God hath cast him down, not man. He hath spoken nothing to me, and I will not answer him according to your words. They were afraid and answered no more, and they left off speaking. Therefore, because I have waited, and they have not spoken, they stood and answered no more. I also will answer my part, and will show my knowledge, for I am full of matter to speak of, and the spirit of my bowels straiteneth me. Behold, my belly is as new wine which wanteth vent, which bursteth the new vessels. I will speak and take breath a little. I will open my lips and will answer. I will not accept the person of man, and I will not level God with man. For I know not how long I shall continue, and whether after a while my Maker may take me away. Job chapter 33. Hear therefore, O Job, my speeches, and hearken to all my words. Behold, now I have opened my mouth, let my tongue speak within my jaws. My words are from my upright heart, and my lips shall speak a pure sentence. The Spirit of God made me, and the breath of the Almighty gave me life. If thou canst, answer me, and stand up against my face. Behold, God hath made me as well as thee, and of the same clay I also was formed. But yet let not my wonder terrify thee, and let not my eloquence be burdensome to thee. Now thou hast said in my hearing, and I have heard the voice of thy words, I am clean and without sin. I am unspotted, and there is no iniquity in me. Because he hath found complaints against me, therefore he hath counted me for his enemy. He hath put my feet in the stocks, he hath observed all my paths. Now this is the thing in which thou art not justified. I will answer thee, that God is greater than man. Dost thou strive against him, because he hath not answered thee to all words? God speaketh once, and repeateth not the selfsame thing the second time. By a dream and a vision by night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, and they are sleeping in their beds, then he openeth the ears of men, and teaching instructeth them in what they are to learn, that he may withdraw a man from the things he is doing, and may deliver him from pride, rescuing his soul from corruption, and his life from passing to the sword. He rebuketh also by sorrow in the bed, and he maketh all his bones to wither. Bread becometh abominable to him in his life, and to his soul the meat which before he desired. His flesh shall be consumed away, and his bones that were covered shall be made bare. His soul hath drawn near to corruption, and his life to the destroyers. If there shall be an angel speaking for him, one among thousands, to declare man's uprightness, he shall have mercy on him, and shall say, Deliver him, that he may not go down to corruption. I have found wherein I may be merciful to him. His flesh is consumed with punishments. Let him return to the days of his youth. He shall pray to God, and he will be gracious to him, and he shall see his face with joy, and he will render to man his justice. He shall look upon men, and shall say, I have sinned, and indeed I have offended, and I have not received what I have deserved. He hath delivered his soul from going into destruction, that it may live and see the light. Behold, all these things God worketh 3 times within every one, that he may withdraw their souls from corruption, and enlighten them with the light of the living. Attend, Job, and hearken to me, and hold thy peace whilst I speak. But if thou hast anything to say, answer me. Speak, for I would have thee to appear just. And if thou have not, hear me. Hold thy peace, and I will teach thee wisdom. Job chapter 34. And Elihu continued his discourse, and said, Hear ye wise men my words, and ye learned, hearken to me. For the ear trieth words, and the mouth discerneth meats by the taste. Let us choose to us judgment, and let us see among ourselves what is the best. For Job hath said, I am just, and God hath overthrown my judgment. For in judging me there is a lie. My arrow is violent without any sin. What man is there like Job, who drinketh up scorning like water? Who goeth in company with them that work iniquity, and walketh with wicked men? For he hath said, Men shall not please God, although he run with him. Therefore, ye men of understanding, hear me. Far from God be wickedness, and iniquity from the Almighty. For he will render to a man his work, and according to the ways of every one he will reward them. For in very deed God will not condemn without cause, neither will the Almighty pervert judgment. What other hath he appointed over the earth, or whom hath he set over the world which he made? If he turn his heart to him, he shall draw his spirit and breath unto himself. All flesh shall perish together, and man shall return into ashes. If then thou hast understanding, hear what is said, and hearken to the voice of my words. Can he be healed that loveth not judgment? And how dost thou so far condemn him that is just? Who saith to the king, Thou art an apostate, who calleth rulers ungodly, who accepteth not the persons of princes, nor hath regarded the tyrant when he contended against the poor man, for all are the work of his hands? They shall suddenly die, and the people shall be troubled at midnight, and they shall pass, and take away the violent without hand. For his eyes are upon the ways of men, and he considereth all their steps. There is no darkness, and there is no shadow of death, where they may be hid who work iniquity. For it is no longer in the power of man to enter into judgment with God. He shall break in pieces many and innumerable, and shall make others to stand in their stead. For he knoweth their works, and therefore he shall bring night on them, and they shall be destroyed. He hath struck them as being wicked in open sight, who, as it were on purpose, have revolted from him, and would not understand all his ways, so that they caused the cry of the needy to come to him, and he heard the voice of the poor. For when he granteth peace, who is there that can condemn? When he hideth his countenance, who is there that can behold him, whether it regard nations or all men? Who maketh a man that is a hypocrite to reign for the sins of the people? Seeing then I have spoken of God, I will not hinder thee in thy turn. If I have erred, teach thou me. If I have spoken iniquity, I will add no more. Doth God require it of thee, because it hath displeased thee? For thou begannest to speak, and not I. But if thou know anything better, speak. Let men of understanding speak to me, and let a wise man hearken to me. But Job hath spoken foolishly, and his words sound not discipline. My father, let Job be tried even to the end. Cease not from the man of iniquity. Because he addeth blasphemy upon his sins, let him be tied fast in the meantime among us, and let him provoke God to judgment with his speeches. Job chapter 35. Moreover, Elihu spoke these words, Doth thy thought seem right to thee, that thou shouldst say, I am more just than God? For thou saidest, That which is right doth not please thee, or what will it profit thee if I sin? Therefore I will answer thy words, and thy friends with thee. Look up to heaven and see, and behold the sky, that it is higher than thee. If thou sin, what shalt thou hurt him? And if thy iniquities be multiplied, what shalt thou do against him? And if thou do justly, what shalt thou give him, or what shall he receive of thy hand? Thy wickedness may hurt a man that is like thee, and thy justice may help the son of a man. By reason of the multitude of oppressors they shall cry out, and shall wail for the violence of the arm of tyrants. And he hath not said, Where is God? Who made me? Who hath given songs in the night? Who teacheth us more than the beasts of the earth, and instructeth us more than the fowls of the air? There shall they cry, and he will not hear, because of the pride of evil men. God therefore will not hear in vain, and the Almighty will look into the causes of every one. Yea, when thou shalt say, He considereth not, be judged before him, and expect him. For he doth not now bring on his fury, neither doth he revenge wickedness exceedingly. Therefore Job openeth his mouth in vain, and multiplieth words without knowledge. Job chapter 36. Elihu also proceeded and said, Suffer me a little, and I will show thee, for I have yet somewhat to speak in God's behalf. I will repeat my knowledge from the beginning, and I will prove my Maker just. For indeed my words are without a lie, and perfect knowledge shall be proved to thee. God doth not cast away the mighty, whereas he himself also is mighty. But he saveth not the wicked, and he giveth judgment to the poor. He will not take away his eyes from the just, and he placeth kings on the throne forever, and they are exalted. And if they shall be in chains, and be bound with the cords of poverty, he shall show them their works and their wicked deeds, because they have been violent. He also shall open their ear to correct them, and shall speak, that they may return from iniquity. If they shall hear and observe, they shall accomplish their days in good, and their years in glory. But if they hear not, they shall pass by the sword, and shall be consumed in folly. Dissemblers and crafty men prove the wrath of God, neither shall they cry when they are bound. Their soul shall die in a storm, and their life among the effeminate. He shall deliver the poor out of his distress, and shall open his ear in affliction. Therefore he shall set thee at large out of the narrow mouth, and which hath no foundation under it, and the rest of thy table shall be full of fatness. Thy cause hath been judged as that of the wicked. Cause and judgment thou shalt recover. Therefore let not anger overcome thee to oppress any man, neither let multitude of gifts turn thee aside. Lay down thy greatness without tribulation, and all the mighty of strength. Prolong not the night, that people may come up for them. Beware thou turn not aside to iniquity, for this thou hast begun to follow after misery. Behold, God is high in his strength, and none is like him among the lawgivers. Who can search out his ways, or who can say to him, Thou hast wrought iniquity? Remember that thou knowest not his work, concerning which men have sung. All men see him, every one beholdeth afar off. Behold, God is great, exceeding our knowledge. The number of his years is inestimable. He lifteth up the drops of rain, and poureth out showers like floods, which flow from the clouds that cover all above. If he will spread out the clouds as his tent, and lighten with his light from above, he shall cover also the ends of the sea. For by these he judgeth people, and giveth food to many mortals. In his hands he hideth the light, and commandeth it to come again. He showeth his friend concerning it that it is his possession, and that he may come up to it. Job chapter 37. At this my heart trembleth, and is moved out of its place. Hear ye attentively the terror of his voice, and the sound that cometh out of his mouth. He beholdeth under all the heavens, and his light is upon the ends of the earth. After it a noise shall roar. He shall thunder with the voice of his majesty, and shall not be found out when his voice shall be heard. God shall thunder wonderfully with his voice, he that doth great and unsearchable things. He commandeth the snow to go down upon the earth, and the winter rain, and the shower of his strength. He sealeth up the hand of all men, that every one may know his works. Then the beast shall go into his covert, and shall abide in his den. Out of the inner parts shall a tempest come, and cold out of the north. When God bloweth, there cometh frost, and again the waters are poured out abundantly. Corn desireth clouds, and the clouds spread their light, which go round about, whithersoever the will of him that governeth them shall lead them, to whatever he shall command them upon the face of the whole earth, whether in one tribe, or in his own land, or in what place soever of his mercy he shall command them to be found. Hearken to these things, Job. Stand and consider the wondrous works of God. Dost thou know when God commanded the rains, to show his light of his clouds? Knowest thou the great paths of the clouds, and the perfect knowledges? Are not thy garments hot when the south wind blows upon the earth? Thou perhaps hast made the heavens with him, which are most strong, as if they were of molten brass. Show us what we may say to him, or we are wrapped up in darkness. Who shall tell him the things I speak? Even if a man shall speak, he shall be swallowed up. But now they see not the light. The air on a sudden shall be thickened into clouds, and the wind shall pass and drive them away. Cold cometh out of the north, and to God praise with fear. We cannot find him worthily. He is great in strength, and in judgment, and in justice, and he is ineffable. Therefore men shall fear him, and all that seem to themselves to be wise shall not dare to behold him. Job chapter 38. Then the Lord answered Job out of a whirlwind, and said, Who is this that wrappeth up sentences in unskilful words? Gird up thy loins like a man. I will ask thee, and answer thou me. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Tell me if thou hast understanding. Who hath laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest, or who hath stretched the line upon it? Upon what are its bases grounded? Or who laid the cornerstone thereof, when the morning stars praised me together, and all the sons of God made a joyful melody? Who shut up the sea with doors, when it broke forth as issuing out of the womb, when I made a cloud the garment thereof, and wrapped it in a mist as in swaddling bands? I set my bounds around it, and made it bars and doors, and I said, Hitherto thou shalt come, and shalt go no further, and here thou shalt break thy swelling waves. Didst thou, since thy birth, command the morning, and show the dawning of the day its place? And didst thou hold the extremities of the earth, shaking them, and hast thou shaken the ungodly out of it? The seal shall be restored as clay, and shall stand as a garment. From the wicked their light shall be taken away, and the high arm shall be broken. Hast thou entered into the depths of the sea, and walked in the lowest parts of the deep? Have the gates of death been opened to thee? And hast thou seen the darksome doors? Hast thou considered the breadth of the earth? Tell me if thou knowest all things. Where is the way where light dwelleth, and where is the place of darkness, that thou mayest bring everything into its own bounds, and understand the paths of the house thereof? Didst thou know then that thou shouldst be born? And didst thou know the number of thy days? Hast thou entered into the storehouses of the snow, or hast thou beheld the treasures of the hail? which I have prepared for the time of the enemy, against the day of battle and war. By what way is the light spread, and heat divided upon the earth? Who gave a course to violent showers, or a way for noisy thunder, that it should rain on the earth without man in the wilderness, where no mortal dwelleth, that it should fill the desert and desolate land, and should bring forth green grass? Who is the father of rain? Or who begot the drops of dew? Out of whose womb came the ice, and the frost from heaven? Who hath gendered it? The waters are hardened like a stone, and the surface of the deep is congealed. Shalt thou be able to join together the shining stars, the Pleiades? Or canst thou stop the turning about of Arcturus? Canst thou bring forth the day star in its time, and make the evening star to rise upon the children of the earth? Dost thou know the order of heaven? And canst thou set down the reason thereof on the earth? Canst thou lift up thy voice to the clouds, that an abundance of waters may cover thee? Canst thou send lightnings, and will they go, and will they return, and say to thee, Here we are? Who hath put wisdom in the heart of man, or who gave the cock understanding? Who can declare the order of the heavens, or who can make the harmony of heaven to sleep? When was the dust poured on the earth, and the clods fastened together? Wilt thou take the prey for the lioness, and satisfy the appetite of her whelps when they couch in the dens and lie in wait in holes? Who provideth food for the raven, when her young ones cry to God, wandering about because they have no meat? Job chapter 39. Knowest thou the time when the wild goats bring forth among the rocks, or hast thou observed the hinds when they fawn? Hast thou numbered the months of their conceiving, or knowest thou the time when they bring forth? They bow themselves to bring forth young, and they cast them, and send forth roarings. Their young are weaned and go to feed. They go forth and return not to them. Who hath sent out the wild ass free, and who hath loosed his bonds, to whom I have given a house in the wilderness, and his dwellings in the barren land? He scorneth the multitude of the city, he heareth not the cry of the driver. He looketh round about the mountains of his pasture, and seeketh for every green thing. Shall the rhinoceros be willing to serve thee, or will he stay at thy crib? Canst thou bind the rhinoceros with thy thong to plow, or will he break the clods of the valleys after thee? Wilt thou have confidence in his great strength, and leave thy labors to him? Wilt thou trust him that he will render thee the seed, and gather it into thy barn floor? The wing of the ostrich is like the wings of the heron and of the hawk. When she leaveth her eggs on the earth, thou perhaps wilt warm them in the dust. She forgetteth that the foot may tread upon them, or that the beasts of the field may break them. She is hardened against her young ones, as though they were not hers. She hath labored in vain, no fear constraining her. For God hath deprived her of wisdom, neither hath he given her understanding. When time shall be, she setteth up her wings on high. She scorneth the horse and his rider. Wilt thou give strength to the horse, or clothe his neck with neighing? Wilt thou lift him up like the locusts? The glory of his nostrils is terror. He breaketh up the earth with his hoof. He pranceth boldly. He goeth forth to meet armed men. He despiseth fear. He turneth not his back to the sword. Above him shall the quiver rattle. The spear and the shield shall glitter. Chasing and raging he swalloweth the ground. Neither doth he make account when the noise of the trumpet soundeth. When he heareth the trumpet, he saith, Ha ha! He smelleth the battle afar off, the encouraging of the captains, and the shouting of the army. Doth the hawk wax feathered by thy wisdom, spreading her wings to the south? Will the eagle mount up at thy command, and make her nest in high places? She abideth among the rocks, and dwelleth among cragged flints, and stony hills where there is no access. From thence she looketh for the prey, and her eyes behold afar off. Her young ones shall suck up blood, and wheresoever the carcass shall be, she is immediately there. And the Lord went on and said to Job, Shall he that contendeth with God be so easily silenced? Surely he that reproveth God ought to answer him. Then Job answered the Lord and said, What can I answer who hath spoken inconsiderately? I will lay my hand upon my mouth. One thing I have spoken which I wish I had not said, and another to which I will add no more. Job chapter 40. And the Lord answering Job out of the whirlwind said, Gird up thy loins like a man. I will ask thee, and do thou tell me. Wilt thou make void my judgment, and condemn me, that thou mayest be justified? And hast thou an arm like God, and canst thou thunder with a voice like him? Clothe thyself with beauty, and set thyself up on high, and be glorious, and put on goodly garments. Scatter the proud in thy indignation, and behold every arrogant man, and humble him. Look on all that are proud, and confound them, and crush the wicked in their place. Hide them in the dust together, and plunge their faces into the pit. Then I will confess that thy right hand is able to save thee. Behold Behemoth, whom I made with thee, and eateth grass like an ox. His strength is in his loins, and his force in the navel of his belly. He setteth up his tail like a cedar. The sinews of his testicles are wrapped together. His bones are like pipes of brass, his gristle like plates of iron. He is the beginning of the ways of God, who made him. He will apply his sword. To him the mountains bring forth grass. There all the beasts of the field shall play. He sleepeth under the shadow, in the covert of the reed, and in moist places. The shades cover his shadow, the willows of the brook shall compass him about. Behold, he will drink up a river, and not wonder, and he trusteth that the Jordan may run into his mouth. In his eyes as with a hook he shall take him, and bore through his nostrils with stakes. Canst thou draw out the Leviathan with a hook, or canst thou tie his tongue with a cord? Canst thou put a ring in his nose, or bore through his jaw with a buckle? Will he make any supplications to thee, or speak soft words to thee? Will he make a covenant with thee, and wilt thou take him to be a servant forever? Shalt thou play with him as with a bird, or tie him up for thy handmaids? Shall friends cut him in pieces? Shall merchants divide him? Wilt thou fill nets with his skin, and the cabins of fishes with his head? Lay thy hand upon him, remember the battle, and speak no more. Behold, his hope shall fail him, and in the sight of all he shall be cast down. Job chapter 41. I will not stir him up like one that is cruel, for who can resist my countenance? Who hath given me before that I should repay him? All things that are under heaven are mine. I will not spare him, nor his mighty words, and framed to make supplication. Who can discover the face of his garment, or who can go into the midst of his mouth? Who can open the doors of his face? His teeth are terrible round about. His body is like molten shields, shut close up with scales pressing upon one another. One is joined to another, and not so much as any air can come between them. They stick one to another, and they hold one another fast, and shall not be separated. His sneezing is like the shining of fire, and his eyes like the eyelids of the morning. Out of his mouth go forth lamps, like torches of lighted fire. Out of his nostrils goeth smoke, like that of a pot heated and boiling. His breath kindleth coals, and a flame cometh forth out of his mouth. In his neck strength shall dwell, and want goeth before his face. The members of his flesh cleave one to another. He shall send lightnings against him, and they shall not be carried to another place. His heart shall be as hard as a stone, and as firm as a smith's anvil. When he shall raise him up, the angels shall fear, and being affrighted shall purify themselves. When a sword shall lay at him, it shall not be able to hold, nor a spear, nor a breastplate. For he shall esteem iron as straw, and brass as rotten wood. The archer shall not put him to flight. The stones of the sling are to him like stubble. As stubble will he esteem the hammer, and he will laugh him to scorn who shaketh the spear. The beams of the sun shall be under him, and he shall strew gold under him like mire. He shall make the deep sea to boil like a pot, and shall make it as when ointments boil. A path shall shine after him, he shall esteem the deep as growing old. There is no power upon the earth that can be compared with him who was made to fear no one. He beholdeth every high thing. He is king over all the children of pride. Job chapter 42. Then Job answered the Lord and said, I know that thou canst do all things, and no thought is hid from thee. Who is this that hideth counsel without knowledge? Therefore I have spoken unwisely, and things that above measure exceeded my knowledge. Hear, and I will speak, I will ask thee, and do thou tell me? With the hearing of the ear I have heard thee, but now my eye seeth thee. Therefore I reprehend myself, and do penance in dust and ashes. And after the Lord had spoken these words to Job, he said to Eliphaz the Temanite, My wrath is kindled against thee and against thy two friends, because you have not spoken the thing that is right before me, as my servant Job hath. Take unto you therefore 7 oxen and 7 rams, and go to my servant Job, and offer for yourselves a holocaust, and my servant Job shall pray for you. His face I will accept, that folly be not imputed to you, for you have not spoken right things before me, as my servant Job hath. So Eliphaz the Temanite, and Bildad the Shuhite, and Zophar the Naamathite went, and did as the Lord had spoken to them, and the Lord accepted the face of Job. The Lord also was turned at the penance of Job when he prayed for his friends. And the Lord gave Job twice as much as he had before. And all his brethren came to him, and all his sisters, and all that knew him before, and they ate bread with him in his house, and bemoaned him, and comforted him upon all the evil that God had brought upon him. And every man gave him 1 ewe and 1 earring of gold. And the Lord blessed the latter end of Job more than his beginning. And he had 14,000 sheep, and 6,000 camels, and 1,000 yoke of oxen, and 1,000 she-asses. And he had 7 sons and 3 daughters. And he called the name of one Daesh, and the name of the second Keziah, and the name of the third Cornus Tibii. And there were not found in all the earth women so beautiful as the daughters of Job, and their father gave them inheritance among their brethren. And Job lived after these things 140 years, and he saw his children and his children's children unto the 4th generation. And he died an old man and full of days. Psalm chapter 1. Blessed is the man who hath not walked in the counsel of the ungodly, nor stood in the way of sinners, nor sat in the chair of pestilence. But his will is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he shall meditate day and night. And he shall be like a tree which is planted near the running waters, which shall bring forth its fruit in due season. And his leaf shall not fall off, and all whatsoever he shall do shall prosper. Not so the wicked, not so, but like the dust which the wind driveth from the face of the earth. Therefore the wicked shall not rise again in judgment, nor sinners in the counsel of the just. For the Lord knoweth the way of the just, and the way of the wicked shall perish. Psalm chapter 2. Why have the Gentiles raged, and the people devised vain things? And the princes met together against the Lord and against his Christ. Let us break their bonds asunder, and let us cast away their yoke from us. He that dwelleth in heaven shall laugh at them, and the Lord shall deride them. Then he shall speak to them in his anger, and trouble them in his rage. But I am appointed king by him over Zion his holy mountain, preaching his commandment. The Lord hath said to me, Thou art my son, this day have I begotten thee. Ask of me, and I will give thee the Gentiles for thy inheritance, and the utmost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt rule them with a rod of iron, and shalt break them in pieces like a potter's vessel. And now, O ye kings, understand, receive instruction, you that judge the earth. Serve ye the Lord with fear, and rejoice unto him with trembling. Embrace discipline, lest at any time the Lord be angry, and you perish from the just way, when his wrath shall be kindled in a short time. Blessed are all they that trust in him. Psalm chapter 3. The Psalm of David, when he fled from the face of his son Absalom. Why, O Lord, are they multiplied that afflict me? Many are they who rise up against me. Many say to my soul, There is no salvation for him in his God. But thou, O Lord, art my protector, my glory, and the lifter up of my head. I have cried to the Lord with my voice, and he hath heard me from his holy hill. I have slept and taken my rest, and I have risen up, because the Lord hath protected me. I will not fear thousands of the people surrounding me. Arise, O Lord, save me, O my God, for thou hast struck all them who are my enemies without cause. Thou hast broken the teeth of sinners. Salvation is of the Lord, and thy blessing is upon thy people. Psalm chapter 4. Unto the end, in verses, a psalm for David. When I called upon him, the Lord of my justice heard me. When I was in distress, thou hast enlarged me. Have mercy on me, and hear my prayer. O ye sons of men, how long will you be dull of heart? Why do you love vanity, and seek after lying? Know ye also that the Lord hath made his Holy One wonderful. The Lord will hear me when I shall cry unto him. Be angry, and sin not. The things you say in your hearts, be sorry for them upon your beds. Offer up the sacrifice of justice, and trust in the Lord. Many say, Who showeth us good things? The light of thy countenance, O Lord, is signed upon us. Thou hast given gladness in my heart. By the fruit of their corn, their wine, and oil, they are multiplied. In peace, in the selfsame, I will sleep, and I will rest. For thou, O Lord, singularly hast settled me in hope. Psalm chapter 5. Unto the end, for her that obtaineth the inheritance, a psalm of David. Give ear, O Lord, to my words. Understand my cry. Hearken to the voice of my prayer, O my King and my God. For to thee will I pray, O Lord, in the morning thou shalt hear my voice. In the morning I will stand before thee, and will see, because thou art not a God that willest iniquity. Neither shall the wicked dwell near thee, nor shall the unjust abide before thy eyes. Thou hatest all the workers of iniquity. Thou wilt destroy all that speak a lie. The bloody and the deceitful man the Lord will abhor. But as for me, in the multitude of thy mercy I will come into thy house. I will worship toward thy holy temple, in thy fear. Conduct me, O Lord, in thy justice. Because of my enemies, direct my way in thy sight. For there is no truth in their mouth. Their heart is vain. Their throat is an open sepulchre. They deal deceitfully with their tongues. Judge them, O God. Let them fall from their devices according to the multitude of their wickedness. Cast them out. For they have provoked me, O Lord. But let all them be glad that hope in thee. They shall rejoice forever, and thou shalt dwell in them. And all they that love thy name shall glory in thee, for thou wilt bless the just. O Lord, thou hast crowned us as with the shield of thy good will. Psalm 6. Unto the end, in verses, a psalm for David, for the octave. O Lord, rebuke me not in thy indignation, nor chastise me in thy wrath. Have mercy on me, O Lord, for I am weak. Heal me, O Lord, for my bones are troubled, and my soul is troubled exceedingly. But thou, O Lord, how long? Turn to me, O Lord, and deliver my soul. O save me for thy mercy's sake. For there is no one in death that is mindful of thee, and who shall confess to thee in hell? I have labored in my groanings. Every night I will wash my bed. I will water my couch with my tears. My eye is troubled through indignation. I have grown old amongst all my enemies. Depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity, for the Lord hath heard the voice of my weeping. The Lord hath heard my supplication. The Lord hath received my prayer. Let all my enemies be ashamed, and be very much troubled. Let them be turned back, and be ashamed very speedily. Psalm chapter 7. The psalm of David, which he sung to the Lord for the words of Cushai the son of Gemini. O Lord my God, in thee I have put my trust. Save me from all them that persecute me, and deliver me, lest at any time he seize upon my soul like a lion, while there is no one to redeem me, nor to save. O Lord my God, if I have done this thing, if there be iniquity in my hands, if I have rendered to them that repaid me evils, let me deservedly fall empty before my enemies. Let the enemy pursue my soul and take it, and tread down my life on the earth, and bring down my glory to the dust. Rise up, O Lord, in thy anger, and be thou exalted in the borders of my enemies. And arise, O Lord my God, in the precept which thou hast commanded. And a congregation of people shall surround thee, and for their sakes return thou on high. The Lord judges the people. Judge me, O Lord, according to my justice, and according to my innocence in me. The wickedness of sinners shall be brought to naught, and thou shalt direct the just. The searcher of hearts and reins is God. Just is my help from the Lord, who saveth the upright of heart. God is a just God, strong and patient. Is he angry every day? Except you will be converted, he will brandish his sword. He hath bent his bow and made it ready, and in it he hath prepared the instruments of death. He hath made ready his arrows for them that burn. Behold, he hath been in labor with injustice. He hath conceived sorrow, and brought forth iniquity. He hath opened a pit and dug it, and he is fallen into the hole he made. His sorrow shall be turned on his own head, and his iniquity shall come down upon his crown. I will give glory to the Lord according to his justice, and I will sing to the name of the Lord Most High. Psalm chapter 8. Unto the end, for the presses, a psalm of David. O Lord our God, how admirable is thy name in the whole earth! For thy magnificence is elevated above the heavens. Out of the mouth of infants and of sucklings thou hast perfected praise, because of thy enemies, that thou mayest destroy the enemy and the avenger. For I will behold thy heavens, the works of thy fingers, the moon and the stars which thou hast founded. What is man, that thou art mindful of him, or the son of man, that thou visitest him? Thou hast made him a little less than the angels. Thou hast crowned him with glory and honor, and hast set him over the works of thy hands. Thou hast subjected all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, moreover the beasts also of the fields, the birds of the air and the fishes of the sea that pass through the paths of the sea. O Lord our God, how admirable is thy name in all the earth. Psalm chapter 9. Unto the end, for the hidden things of the sun, a psalm for David. I will give praise to thee, O Lord, with my whole heart. I will relate to all thy wonders. I will be glad and rejoice in thee. I will sing to thy name, O thou Most High. When my enemies shall be turned back, they shall be weakened and perish before thy face. For thou hast maintained my judgment and my cause. Thou hast sat on the throne, who judgest justice. Thou hast rebuked the Gentiles, and the wicked one hath perished. Thou hast blotted out their name forever and ever. The swords of the enemy have failed unto the end, and their cities thou hast destroyed. Their memory hath perished with a noise, but the Lord remaineth forever. He hath prepared his throne in judgment, and he shall judge the world in equity. He shall judge the people in justice. And the Lord is become a refuge for the poor, a helper in due time in tribulation. And let them trust in thee who know thy name, for thou hast not forsaken them that seek thee, O Lord. Sing ye to the Lord, who dwelleth in Zion, declare his ways among the Gentiles. For requiring their blood he hath remembered thee. He hath not forgotten the cry of the poor. Have mercy on me, O Lord. See my humiliation, which I suffer from my enemies. Thou hast lifted me up from the gates of death, that I may declare all thy praises in the gates of the daughter of Zion. I will rejoice in thy salvation. The Gentiles have stuck fast in the destruction which they have prepared. Their foot hath been taken in the very snare which they hid. The Lord shall be known when he executeth judgments. The sinner hath been caught in the works of his own hands. The wicked shall be turned into hell, all the nations that forget God. For the poor man shall not be forgotten to the end. The patience of the poor shall not perish forever. Arise, O Lord, let not man be strengthened, let the Gentiles be judged in thy sight. Appoint, O Lord, a lawgiver over them, that the Gentiles may know themselves to be but men. Why, O Lord, hast thou retired afar off? Why dost thou slight us in our wants, in the time of trouble? Whilst the wicked man is proud, the poor is set on fire. They are caught in the counsels which they devise, for the sinner is praised in the desires of his soul, and the unjust man is blessed. The sinner hath provoked the Lord. According to the multitude of his wrath, he will not seek him. God is not before his eyes. His ways are filthy at all times. Thy judgments are removed from his sight. He shall rule over all his enemies, for he hath said in his heart, I shall not be moved from generation to generation, and shall be without evil. His mouth is full of cursing, and of bitterness, and of deceit. Under his tongue are labor and sorrow. He sitteth in ambush with the rich in private places, that he may kill the innocent. His eyes are upon the poor man. He lieth in wait in secret, like a lion in his den. He lieth in ambush that he may catch the poor man, to catch the poor whilst he draweth him to him. In his net he will bring him down. He will crouch and fall when he shall have power over the poor. For he hath said in his heart, God hath forgotten. He hath turned away his face not to see to the end. Arise, O Lord God, let thy hand be exalted, forget not the poor. Wherefore hath the wicked provoked God? For he hath said in his heart, he will not require it. Thou seest it, for thou considerest labor and sorrow, that thou mayest deliver them into thy hands. To thee is the poor man left, thou wilt be a helper to the orphan. Break thou the arm of the sinner and of the malignant. His sin shall be sought, and shall not be found. The Lord shall reign to eternity, yea, forever and ever. Ye Gentiles shall perish from this land. The Lord hath heard the desire of the poor. Thy ear hath heard the preparation of their heart, to judge for the fatherless and for the humble, that man may no more presume to magnify himself upon earth. Psalm 10. Unto the end, a psalm for David. In the Lord I put my trust. How then do you say to my soul, Get thee away from hence to the mountain like a sparrow? For lo, the wicked have bent their bow. They have prepared their arrows in the quiver to shoot in the dark, the upright of heart. For they have destroyed the things which thou hast made. But what has the just man done? The Lord is in his holy temple. The Lord's throne is in heaven. His eyes look on the poor man. His eyelids examine the sons of men. The Lord trieth the just and the wicked, but he that loveth iniquity hateth his own soul. He shall rain snares upon sinners. Fire and brimstone and storms of winds shall be the portion of their cup. For the Lord is just, and hath loved justice. His countenance hath beheld righteousness. Psalm 11. Unto the end, for the octave, a psalm for David. Save me, O Lord, for there is now no saint. Truths are decayed from among the children of men. They have spoken vain things, every one to his neighbor. With deceitful lips and with a double heart have they spoken. May the Lord destroy all deceitful lips, and the tongue that speaketh proud things, who have said, We will magnify our tongue. Our lips are our own. Who is Lord over us? By reason of the misery of the needy and the groans of the poor, now will I arise, saith the Lord. I will set him in safety. I will deal confidently in his regard. The words of the Lord are pure words, as silver tried by the fire, purged from the earth, refined 7 times. Thou, O Lord, wilt preserve us and keep us from this generation forever. The wicked walk round about. According to thy kindness, thou hast multiplied the children of men. Psalm chapter 12. Unto the end, a psalm for David. How long, O Lord, wilt thou forget me unto the end? How long dost thou turn away thy face from me? How long shall I take counsels in my soul, sorrow in my heart all the day? How long shall my enemy be exalted over me? Consider and hear me, O Lord my God. Enlighten my eyes that I never sleep in death, lest at any time my enemy say, I have prevailed against him. They that trouble me will rejoice when I am moved. But I have trusted in thy mercy. My heart shall rejoice in thy salvation. I will sing to the Lord, who giveth me good things. Yea, I will sing to the name of the Lord Most High. Psalm chapter 13. Unto the end, a psalm for David. The fool hath said in his heart, There is no God. They are corrupt and are become abominable in their ways. There is none that doth good, no, not one. The Lord hath looked down from heaven upon the children of men, to see if there be any that understand and seek God. They are all gone aside. They are become unprofitable together. There is none that doth good, no, not one. Their throat is an open sepulchre, with their tongues they acted deceitfully. The poison of asps is under their lips. Their mouth is full of cursing and bitterness. Their feet are swift to shed blood. Destruction and unhappiness in their ways, and the way of peace they have not known. There is no fear of God before their eyes. Shall not all they know that work iniquity, who devour my people as they eat bread? They have not called upon the Lord. There they have trembled for fear, where there was no fear. For the Lord is in the just generation. You have confounded the counsel of the poor man, but the Lord is his hope. Who shall give out of Zion the salvation of Israel? When the Lord shall have turned away the captivity of his people, Jacob shall rejoice, and Israel shall be glad. Psalm chapter 14. A psalm of David. Lord, who shall dwell in thy tabernacle, or who shall rest in thy holy hill? He that walketh without blemish, and worketh justice. He that speaketh truth in his heart, who hath not used deceit in his tongue, nor hath done evil to his neighbor, nor taken up a reproach against his neighbors. In his sight the malignant is brought to nothing, but he glorifieth them that fear the Lord. He that sweareth to his neighbor, and deceiveth not. He that hath not put out money to usury, nor taken bribes against the innocent. He that doth these things shall not be moved forever. Psalm chapter 15. The inscription of a title to David himself. Preserve me, O Lord, for I have put trust in thee. I have said to the Lord, Thou art my God, for thou hast no need of my goods. To the saints who are in his land he has made wonderful all my desires in them. Their infirmities were multiplied. Afterwards they made haste. I will not gather together their meetings for blood offerings, nor will I be mindful of their names by my lips. The Lord is the portion of my inheritance and of my cup. It is thou that will restore my inheritance to me. The lines are fallen unto me in goodly places, for my inheritance is goodly to me. I will bless the Lord, who hath given me understanding. Moreover, my reins also have corrected me, even till night. I set the Lord always in my sight, for he is at my right hand, that I be not moved. Therefore my heart hath been glad, and my tongue hath rejoiced. Moreover, my flesh also shall rest in hope, because thou wilt not leave my soul in hell, nor wilt thou give thy Holy One to see corruption. Thou hast made known to me the ways of life. Thou shalt fill me with joy with thy countenance. At thy right hand are delights even to the end. Psalm chapter 16. The prayer of David. Hear, O Lord, my justice. Attend to my supplication. Give ear unto my prayer, which proceedeth not from deceitful lips. Let my judgment come forth from thy countenance. Let thy eyes behold the things that are equitable. Thou hast proved my heart, and visited it by night. Thou hast tried me by fire, and iniquity hath not been found in me. That my mouth may not speak the works of men, for the sake of the words of thy lips, I have kept hard ways. Perfect thou my goings in thy paths, that my footsteps be not moved. I have cried to thee, for thou, O God, hast heard me. O incline thy ear unto me, and hear my words. Show forth thy wonderful mercies, thou who savest them that trust in thee. From them that resist thy right hand keep me, as the apple of thy eye. Protect me under the shadow of thy wings, from the face of the wicked who have afflicted me. My enemies have surrounded my soul. They have shut up their fat. Their mouth has spoken proudly. They have cast me forth, and now they have surrounded me. They have set their eyes bowing down to the earth. They have taken me as a lion prepared for the prey, and as a young lion dwelling in secret places. Arise, O Lord, disappoint them and supplant them. Deliver my soul from the wicked one, thy sword from the enemies of thy hand. O Lord, divide them from the few of the earth in their life. Their belly is filled from thy hidden stores. They are full of children, and they have left to their little ones the rest of their abundance. But as for me, I will appear before thy sight in justice. I shall be satisfied when thy glory shall appear. Psalm 17. Unto the end, for David the servant of the Lord, who spoke to the Lord the words of this canticle, in the day that the Lord delivered him from the hands of all his enemies, and from the hand of Saul. I will love thee, O Lord, my strength. The Lord is my firmament, my refuge and my deliverer. My God is my helper, and in him will I put my trust, my protector and the horn of my salvation, and my support. Praising I will call upon the Lord, and I shall be saved from my enemies. The sorrows of death surrounded me, and the torrents of iniquity troubled me. The sorrows of hell encompassed me, and the snares of death prevented me. In my affliction I called upon the Lord, and I cried to my God. And he heard my voice from his holy temple, and my cry before him came into his ears. The earth shook and trembled. The foundations of the mountains were troubled and were moved, because he was angry with them. There went up a smoke in his wrath, and a fire flamed from his face. Coals were kindled by it. He bowed the heavens and came down, and darkness was under his feet. And he ascended upon the cherubim, and he flew. He flew upon the wings of the winds, and he made darkness his covert, his pavilion round about him, dark waters in the clouds of the air. At the brightness that was before him the clouds passed, hail and coals of fire. And the Lord thundered from heaven, and the highest gave his voice, hail and coals of fire. And he sent forth his arrows, and he scattered them. He multiplied lightnings, and troubled them. Then the fountains of waters appeared, and the foundations of the world were discovered, at thy rebuke, O Lord, at the blast of the spirit of thy wrath. He sent from on high, and took me, and received me out of many waters. He delivered me from my strongest enemies, and from them that hated me, for they were too strong for me. They prevented me in the day of my affliction, and the Lord became my protector. And he brought me forth into a large place. He saved me, because he was well pleased with me. And the Lord will reward me according to my justice, and will repay me according to the cleanness of my hands, because I have kept the ways of the Lord, and have not done wickedly against my God. For till his judgments are in my sight, and his justices I have not put away from me. And I will be spotless with him, and shall keep myself from my iniquity. And the Lord will reward me according to my justice, and according to the cleanness of my hands before his eyes. With the holy thou wilt be holy, and with the innocent man thou wilt be innocent. And with the elect thou wilt be elect, and with the perverse thou wilt be perverted. For thou wilt save the humble people, but wilt bring down the eyes of the proud. For thou lightest my lamp, O Lord. O my God, enlighten my darkness. For by thee I shall be delivered from temptation, and through my God I shall go over a wall. As for my God, his way is undefiled. The words of the Lord are fire tried. He is the protector of all that trust in him. For who is God but the Lord? Or who is God but our God? God, who hath girt me with strength, and made my way blameless, who hath made my feet like the feet of harts, and who setteth me upon high places, who teacheth my hands to war, and thou hast made my arms like a brazen bow. And thou hast given me the protection of thy salvation, and thy right hand hath held me up. And thy discipline hath corrected me unto the end, and thy discipline the same shall teach me. Thou hast enlarged my steps under me, and my feet are not weakened. I will pursue after my enemies, and overtake them, and I will not turn again till they are consumed. I will break them, and they shall not be able to stand. They shall fall under my feet. And thou hast girded me with strength unto battle, and hast subdued under me them that rose up against me. And thou hast made my enemies turn their back upon me, and hast destroyed them that hated me. They cried, but there was none to save them, to the Lord, but he heard them not. And I shall beat them as small as the dust before the wind. I shall bring them to naught, like the dirt in the streets. Thou wilt deliver me from the contradictions of the people. Thou wilt make me head of the Gentiles. A people which I knew not hath served me. At the hearing of the ear they have obeyed me. The children that are strangers have lied to me. Strange children have faded away, and have halted from their paths. The Lord liveth, and blessed be my God, and let the God of my salvation be exalted. O God, who avengest me, and subduest the people under me, my deliverer from my enemies. And thou wilt lift me up above them that rise up against me. From the unjust man thou wilt deliver me. Therefore will I give glory to thee, O Lord, among the nations, and I will sing a psalm to thy name, giving great deliverance to his king, and showing mercy to David his anointed, and to his seed forever. Psalm 18. Unto the end, a psalm for David. The heavens show forth the glory of God, and the firmament declareth the work of his hands. Day to day uttereth speech, and night to night showeth knowledge. There are no speeches nor languages where their voices are not heard. Their sound hath gone forth into all the earth, and their words unto the ends of the world. He hath set his tabernacle in the sun, and he, as a bridegroom coming out from his bride chamber, hath rejoiced as a giant to run the way. His going out is from the end of heaven, and his circuit even to the end thereof, and there is no one that can hide himself from his heat. The law of the Lord is unspotted, converting souls. The testimony of the Lord is faithful, giving wisdom to little ones. The justices of the Lord are right, rejoicing hearts. The commandment of the Lord is lightsome, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is holy, enduring forever and ever. The judgments of the Lord are true, justified in themselves, more to be desired than gold and many precious stones, and sweeter than honey and the honeycomb, for thy servant keepeth them, and in keeping them there is great reward. Who can understand sins? From my secret ones cleanse me, O Lord, and from those of others spare thy servant. If they shall have no dominion over me, then I shall be without spot, and I shall be cleansed from my greatest sin. And the words of my mouth shall be such as may please, and the meditation of my heart always in thy sight, O Lord, my helper and my redeemer. Psalm 19. Unto the end, a psalm for David. May the Lord hear thee in the day of tribulation. May the name of the God of Jacob protect thee. May he send thee help from the sanctuary, and defend thee out of Zion. May he be mindful of all thy sacrifices, and may thy whole burnt offering be made fat. May he give thee according to thy own heart, and confirm all thy counsels. We will rejoice in thy salvation, and in the name of our God we shall be exalted. The Lord fulfill all thy petitions. Now have I known that the Lord hath saved his anointed. He will hear him from his holy heaven. The salvation of his right hand is in powers. Some trust in chariots, and some in horses, but we will call upon the name of the Lord our God. They are bound and have fallen, but we are risen and are set upright. O Lord, save the King, and hear us in the day that we shall call upon thee. Psalm chapter 20. Unto the end, a psalm for David. In thy strength, O Lord, the king shall joy, and in thy salvation he shall rejoice exceedingly. Thou hast given him his heart's desire, and hast not withholden from him the will of his lips, for thou hast prevented him with blessings of sweetness. Thou hast set on his head a crown of precious stones. He asked life of thee, and thou hast given him length of days forever and ever. His glory is great in thy salvation. Glory and great beauty shalt thou lay upon him. For thou shalt give him to be a blessing forever and ever. Thou shalt make him joyful in gladness with thy countenance. For the king hopeth in the Lord, and through the mercy of the Most High he shall not be moved. Let thy hand be found by all thy enemies. Let thy right hand find out all them that hate thee. Thou shalt make them as an oven of fire in the time of thy anger. The Lord shall trouble them in his wrath, and fire shall devour them. Their fruit shalt destroy from the earth, and their seed from among the children of men. For they have intended evils against thee. They have devised counsels which they have not been able to establish. For thou shalt make them turn their back. In thy remnants thou shalt prepare their face. Be thou exalted, O Lord, in thy own strength. We will sing and praise thy power. Psalm chapter 21. Unto the end, for the morning protection, a psalm for David. O God, my God, look upon me. Why hast thou forsaken me? Far from my salvation are the words of my sins. O my God, I shall cry by day, and thou wilt not hear, and by night, and it shall not be reputed as folly in me. But thou dwellest in the holy place, the praise of Israel. In thee have our fathers hoped. They have hoped, and thou hast delivered them. They cried to thee, and they were saved. They trusted in thee, and were not confounded. But I am a worm, and no man, the reproach of men, and the outcast of the people. All they that saw me have laughed me to scorn. They have spoken with the lips, and wagged the head. He hoped in the Lord. Let him deliver him. Let him save him, seeing he delighteth in him. For thou art he that hast drawn me out from the womb, my hope from the breasts of my mother. I was cast upon thee from the womb. From my mother's womb thou art my God. Depart not from me, for tribulation is very near, for there is none to help me. Many calves have surrounded me, fat bulls have besieged me. They have opened their mouths against me, as a lion ravening and roaring. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are scattered. My heart is becoming like wax, melting in the midst of my bowels. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue hath cleaved to my jaws. And thou hast brought me down into the dust of death. For many dogs have encompassed me. The counsel of the malignant hath besieged me. They have dug my hands and feet. They have numbered all my bones. and they have looked and stared upon me. They parted my garments amongst them, and upon my vesture they cast lots. But thou, O Lord, remove not thy help to a distance from me. Look towards my defense. Deliver, O God, my soul from the sword, my only one from the hand of the dog. Save me from the lion's mouth, and my lowness from the horns of the unicorns. I will declare thy name to my brethren. In the midst of the church I will praise thee. Ye that fear the Lord, praise him. All ye the seed of Jacob, glorify him. Let all the seed of Israel fear him, because he hath not slighted nor despised the supplication of the poor man. Neither hath he turned his face away from me, and when I cried to him, he heard me. With thee is my praise in a great church. I will pay my vows in the sight of them that fear him. The poor shall eat and shall be filled, and they shall praise the Lord that seek him. Their hearts shall live forever and ever. All the ends of the earth shall remember, and shall be converted to the Lord, and all the kindreds of the Gentiles shall adore in his sight. For the kingdom is the Lord's, and he shall have dominion over the nations. All the fat ones of the earth have eaten and have adored. All they that go down to the earth shall fall before him. And to him my soul shall live, and my seed shall serve him. There shall be declared to the Lord a generation to come, and the heavens shall show forth his justice to a people that shall be born, which the Lord hath made. Psalm 22, a psalm for David. The Lord ruleth me, and I shall want nothing. He hath set me in a place of pasture. He hath brought me up on the water of refreshment. He hath converted my soul. He hath led me on the paths of justice for his own name's sake. For though I should walk in the midst of the shadow of death, I will fear no evils, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they have comforted me. Thou hast prepared a table before me against them that afflict me. Thou hast anointed my head with oil, and my chalice which inebriateth me, how goodly it is. And thy mercy will follow me all the days of my life, and that I may dwell in the house of the Lord unto length of days. Psalm 23. On the first day of the week, a psalm for David. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world, and all they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and hath prepared it upon the rivers. Who shall ascend into the mountain of the Lord? Or who shall stand in his holy place? The innocent in hands and clean of heart, who hath not taken his soul in vain, nor sworn deceitfully to his neighbor. He shall receive a blessing from the Lord, and mercy from God his Savior. This is the generation of them that seek him, of them that seek the face of the God of Jacob. Lift up your gates, O ye princes, and be ye lifted up, O eternal gates, and the King of glory shall enter in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord who is strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your gates, O ye princes, and be ye lifted up, O eternal gates, and the King of glory shall enter in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord of hosts, he is the King of glory. Psalm 24. Unto the end, a psalm for David. To thee, O Lord, have I lifted up my soul. In thee, O my God, I put my trust. Let me not be ashamed. Neither let my enemies laugh at me, for none of them that wait on thee shall be confounded. Let all them be confounded that act unjust things without cause. Show, O Lord, thy ways to me, and teach me thy paths. Direct me in thy truth, and teach me, for thou art God my Savior, and on thee have I waited all the day long. Remember, O Lord, thy bowels of compassion, and thy mercies that are from the beginning of the world. The sins of my youth and my ignorances do not remember. According to thy mercy remember thou me, for thy goodness' sake, O Lord. The Lord is sweet and righteous, therefore he will give a law to sinners in the way. He will guide the mild in judgment, he will teach the meek his ways. All the ways of the Lord are mercy and truth to them that seek after his covenant and his mercies. For thy name's sake, O Lord, thou wilt pardon my sin, for it is great. Who is the man that feareth the Lord? He hath appointed him a law in the way he hath chosen. His soul shall dwell in good things, and his seed shall inherit the land. The Lord is a firmament to them that fear him, and his covenant shall be made manifest to them. My eyes are ever towards the Lord, for he shall pluck my feet out of the snare. Look thou upon me, and have mercy on me, for I am alone and poor. The troubles of my heart are multiplied. Deliver me from my necessities. See my abjection and my labor, and forgive me all my sins. Consider my enemies, for they are multiplied, and have hated me with an unjust hatred. Keep thou my soul, and deliver me. I shall not be ashamed, for I have hoped in thee. The innocent and the upright have adhered to me, because I have waited on thee. Deliver Israel, O God, from all his tribulations. Psalm 25. Unto the end, a psalm for David. Judge me, O Lord, for I have walked in my innocence, and I have put my trust in the Lord, and shall not be weakened. Prove me, O Lord, and try me. Burn my reins and my heart. For thy mercy is before my eyes, and I am well pleased with thy truth. I have not sat with the counsel of vanity, neither will I go in with the doers of unjust things. I have hated the assembly of the malignant, and with the wicked I will not sit. I will wash my hands among the innocent, and will compass thy altar, O Lord, that I may hear the voice of thy praise and tell of all thy wondrous works. I have loved, O Lord, the beauty of thy house, in the place where thy glory dwelleth. Take not away my soul, O God, with the wicked, nor my life with bloody men, in whose hands are iniquities. Their right hand is filled with gifts. But as for me, I have walked in my innocence. Redeem me, and have mercy on me. My foot hath stood in the direct way. In the churches I will bless thee, O Lord. Psalm 26. The Psalm of David before he was anointed. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the protector of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Whilst the wicked draw near against me to eat my flesh, my enemies that trouble me have themselves been weakened and have fallen. If armies in camp should stand together against me, my heart shall not fear. If a battle should rise up against me, in this will I be confident. One thing I have asked of the Lord, this will I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, that I may see the delight of the Lord, and may visit his temple. For he hath hidden me in his tabernacle. In the day of evils he hath protected me in the secret place of his tabernacle. He hath exalted me upon a rock, and now he hath lifted up my head above my enemies. I have gone round and have offered up in his tabernacle a sacrifice of jubilation. I will sing and recite a psalm to the Lord. Hear, O Lord, my voice, with which I have cried to thee. Have mercy on me and hear me. My heart hath said to thee, my faith hath sought thee. Thy face, O Lord, will I still seek. Turn not away thy face from me. Decline not in thy wrath from thy servant. Be thou my helper. Forsake me not. Do not thou despise me, O God, my Savior. For my father and my mother have left me, but the Lord hath taken me up. Set me, O Lord, a law in thy way, and guide me in the right path because of my enemies. Deliver me not over to the will of them that trouble me, for unjust witnesses have risen up against me, and iniquity hath lied to itself. I believe to see the good things of the Lord in the land of the living. Expect the Lord, do manfully, and let thy heart take courage, and wait thou for the Lord. Psalm chapter 27. A psalm for David himself. Unto thee will I cry, O Lord. O my God, be not silent to me. Lest thou be silent to me, I become like them that go down into the pit. Hear, O Lord, the voice of my supplication when I pray to thee, when I lift up my hands to thy holy temple. Draw me not away together with the wicked, and with the workers of iniquity destroy me not, who speak peace with their neighbor, but evils are in their hearts. Give them according to their works, and according to the wickedness of their inventions. According to the works of their hands give thou to them. Render to them their reward. Because they have not understood the works of the Lord, and the operations of his hands, thou shalt destroy them, and shalt not build them up. Blessed be the Lord, for he hath heard the voice of my supplication. The Lord is my helper and my protector. In him hath my heart confided, and I have been helped, and my flesh hath flourished again, and with my will I will give praise to him. The Lord is the strength of his people, and the protector of the salvation of his anointed. Save, O Lord, thy people, and bless thy inheritance, and rule them and exalt them forever. Psalm 28, a psalm for David, at the finishing of the tabernacle. Bring to the Lord, O ye children of God, bring to the Lord the offspring of rams. Bring to the Lord glory and honor. Bring to the Lord glory to his name. Adore ye the Lord in his holy court. The voice of the Lord is upon the waters. The glory of majesty hath thundered. The Lord is upon many waters. The voice of the Lord is in power. The voice of the Lord in magnificence. The voice of the Lord breaketh the cedars. Yea, the Lord shall break the cedars of Libanus, and shall reduce them to pieces, as a calf of Libanus, and as the beloved son of unicorns. The voice of the Lord divideth the flame of fire. The voice of the Lord shaketh the desert, and the Lord shall shake the desert of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord prepareth the stags, and he will discover the thick woods, and in his temple all shall speak his glory. The Lord maketh the flood to dwell, and the Lord shall sit king forever. The Lord will give strength to his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. Psalm chapter 29. A psalm of a canticle at the dedication of David's house. I will extol thee, O Lord, for thou hast upheld me, and hast not made my enemies to rejoice over me. O Lord my God, I have cried to thee, and thou hast healed me. Thou hast brought forth, O Lord, my soul from hell. Thou hast saved me from them that go down into the pit. Sing to the Lord, O ye his saints, and give praise to the memory of his holiness. For wrath is in his indignation, and life in his good will. In the evening weeping shall have place, and in the morning gladness. And in my abundance I said, I shall never be moved. O Lord, in thy favor thou gavest strength to my beauty. Thou turnest away thy face from me, and I became troubled. To thee, O Lord, will I cry, and I will make supplication to my God. What profit is there in my blood, whilst I go down to corruption? Shall dust confess to thee, or declare thy truth? The Lord hath heard, and hath had mercy on me. The Lord became my helper. Thou hast turned for me my mourning into joy. Thou hast cut my sackcloth, and hast compassed me with gladness. To the end that my glory may sing to thee, and I may not regret, O Lord my God, I will give praise to thee forever. Psalm chapter 30. Unto the end, a psalm for David, in an ecstasy. In thee, O Lord, have I hoped. Let me never be confounded. Deliver me in thy justice. Bow down thy ear to me. Make haste to deliver me. Be thou unto me a God, a protector, and a house of refuge to save me. For thou art my strength and my refuge, and for thy name's sake thou wilt lead me and nourish me. Thou wilt bring me out of this snare, which they have hidden for me. Thou art my protector. Into thy hands I commend my spirit. Thou hast redeemed me, O Lord, the God of truth. Thou hast hated them that regard vanities to no purpose, but I have hoped in the Lord. I will be glad and rejoice in thy mercy, for thou hast regarded my humility. Thou hast saved my soul out of distresses. And thou hast not shut me up in the hands of the enemy. Thou hast set my feet in a spacious place. Have mercy on me, O Lord, for I am afflicted. My eye is troubled with wrath, my soul and my belly. For my life is wasted with grief, and my years in sighs. My strength is weakened through poverty, and my bones are disturbed. I am become a reproach among all my enemies, and very much to my neighbors, and a fear to my acquaintance. They that saw me without fled from me. I am forgotten as one dead from the heart. I am become a vessel that is destroyed, for I have heard the blame of many that dwell round about. While they assembled together against me, they consulted to take away my life. But I have put my trust in thee, O Lord. I said, Thou art my God. My lots are in thy hands. Deliver me out of the hands of my enemies and from them that persecute me. Make thy face to shine upon thy servant. Save me in thy mercy. Let me not be confounded, O Lord, for I have called upon thee. Let the wicked be ashamed and be brought down to hell. Let deceitful lips be made dumb, which speak iniquity against the just, with pride and abuse. O how great is the multitude of thy sweetness, O Lord, which thou hast hidden for them that fear thee, which thou hast wrought for them that hope in thee, in the sight of the sons of men. Thou shalt hide them in the secret of thy face, from the disturbance of men. Thou shalt protect them in thy tabernacle from the contradiction of tongues. Blessed be the Lord, for he hath shown his wonderful mercy to me in a fortified city. But I said in the excess of my mind, I am cast away from before thy eyes. Therefore thou hast heard the voice of my prayer when I cried to thee. O love the Lord, all ye saints, for the Lord will require truth, and will repay them abundantly that act proudly. Do ye manfully, and let your heart be strengthened, all ye that hope in the Lord. Psalm chapter 31. To David himself, understanding. Blessed are they whose iniquities are forgiven, and whose sins are covered. Blessed is the man to whom the Lord hath not imputed sin, and in whose spirit there is no guile. Because I was silent, my bones grew old, whilst I cried out all the day long. For day and night thy hand was heavy upon me. I am turned in my anguish, whilst the thorn is fastened. I have acknowledged my sin to thee, and my injustice I have not concealed. I said, I will confess against myself my injustice to the Lord, and thou hast forgiven the wickedness of my sin. For this shall every one that is holy pray to thee in a seasonable time, and yet in a flood of many waters they shall not come nigh unto him. Thou art my refuge from the trouble which hath encompassed me, my joy. Deliver me from them that surround me. I will give thee understanding, and I will instruct thee in this way in which thou shalt go. I will fix my eyes upon thee. Do not become like the horse and the mule, who have no understanding. With bit and bridle bind fast their jaws, who come not near unto thee. Many are the scourges of the sinner, but mercy shall encompass him that hopeth in the Lord. Be glad in the Lord, and rejoice, ye just, and glory, all ye right of heart. Psalm chapter 32. A psalm for David. Rejoice in the Lord, O ye just. Praise becometh the upright. Give praise to the Lord on the harp. Sing to him with the psaltery, the instrument of 10 strings. Sing to him a new canticle. Sing well unto him with a loud noise. For the word of the Lord is right, and all his works are done with faithfulness. He loveth mercy and judgment. The earth is full of the mercy of the Lord. By the word of the Lord the heavens were established, and all the power of them by the spirit of his mouth, gathering together the waters of the sea as in a vessel, laying up the depths in storehouses. Let all the earth fear the Lord, and let all the inhabitants of the world be in awe of him. For he spoke, and they were made. He commanded, and they were created. The Lord bringeth to naught the counsels of nations, and he rejecteth the devices of people, and casteth away the counsels of princes. But the counsel of the Lord standeth forever. The thoughts of his heart lead to all generations. Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, the people whom he hath chosen for his inheritance. The Lord hath looked from heaven, he hath beheld all the sons of men. From his habitation which he hath prepared, he hath looked upon all that dwell on the earth. He who hath made the hearts of every one of them, who understands all their works. The king is not saved by a great army, nor shall the giant be saved by his own great strength. Vain is the horse for safety, neither shall he be saved by the abundance of his strength. Behold, the eyes of the Lord are on them that fear him, and on them that hope in his mercy, to deliver their souls from death and feed them in famine. Our soul waiteth for the Lord, for he is our helper and protector. For in him our heart shall rejoice, and in his holy name we have trusted. Let thy mercy, O Lord, be upon us, as we have hoped in thee. Psalm chapter 33. For David, when he changed his countenance before Abimelech, who dismissed him, and went his way. I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall always be in my mouth. In the Lord shall my soul be praised. Let the meek hear and rejoice. O magnify the Lord with me, and let us extol his name together. I sought the Lord, and he heard me, and he delivered me from all my troubles. Come ye to him, and be enlightened, and your faces shall not be confounded. This poor man cried, and the Lord heard him, and saved him out of his troubles. The angel of the Lord shall encamp round about them that fear him, and shall deliver them. O taste and see that the Lord is sweet. Blessed is the man that hopeth in him. Fear the Lord, all ye his saints, for there is no want to them that fear him. The rich have wanted and have suffered hunger, but they that seek the Lord shall not be deprived of any good. Come, children, hearken to me. I will teach you the fear of the Lord. Who is the man that desireth life, who liveth to see good days? Keep thy tongue from evil, and thy lips from speaking guile. Turn away from evil, and do good. Seek after peace, and pursue it. The eyes of the Lord are upon the just, and his ears unto their prayers. But the countenance of the Lord is against them that do evil things, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. The just cried, and the Lord heard them, and delivered them out of all their troubles. The Lord is nigh unto them that are of a contrite heart, and he will save the humble of spirit. Many are the afflictions of the just, but out of them all will the Lord deliver them. The Lord is nigh unto them that are of a contrite heart, and he will save the humble of spirit. The death of the wicked is very evil, and they that hate the just shall be guilty. The Lord will redeem the souls of his servants, and none of them that trust in him shall offend. Psalm chapter 34. For David himself, Judge thou, O Lord, them that wrong me. Overthrow them that fight against me. Take hold of arms and shield, and rise up to help me. Bring out the sword, and shut up the way against them that persecute me. Say to my soul, I am thy salvation. Let them be confounded and ashamed that seek after my soul. Let them be turned back, and be confounded that devise evil against me. Let them become as dust before the wind, and let the angel of the Lord straighten them. Let their way become dark and slippery, and let the angel of the Lord pursue them. For without cause they have hidden their net for me unto destruction. Without cause they have upbraided my soul. Let the snare which he knoweth not come upon him, and let the net which he hath hidden catch him, and into that very snare let him fall. But my soul shall rejoice in the Lord, and shall be delighted in his salvation. All my bones shall say, Lord, who is like to thee? Who delivereth the poor from the hand of them that are stronger than he, the needy and the poor from them that strip him? Unjust witnesses rising up have asked me things I knew not. They repaid me evil for good, to the depriving me of my soul. But as for me, when they were troublesome to me, I was clothed with haircloth. I humbled my soul with fasting, and my prayer shall be turned into my bosom. As a neighbor and as an own brother, so did I please. As one mourning and sorrowful, so was I humbled. But they rejoiced against me, and came together. Scourges were gathered together upon me, and I knew not. They were separated, and repented not. They tempted me, they scoffed at me with scorn, they gnashed upon me with their teeth. Lord, when wilt thou look upon me? Rescue thou my soul from their malice, my only one from the lions. I will give thanks to thee in a great church. I will praise thee in a strong people. Let not them that are my enemies wrongfully rejoice over me, who have hated me without cause, and wink with the eyes. For they spoke indeed peaceably to me, and speaking in the anger of the earth, they devised guile. And they opened their mouth wide against me. They said, well done, our eyes have seen it. Thou hast seen, O Lord, be not thou silent. O Lord, depart not from me. Arise and be attentive to my judgment, to my cause, my God and my Lord. Judge me, O Lord my God, according to thy justice, and let them not rejoice over me. Let them not say in their hearts, it is well to our mind, neither let them say, we have swallowed him up. Let them blush and be ashamed together, who rejoice at my evils. Let them be clothed with confusion and shame, who speak great things against me. Let them rejoice and be glad, who are well pleased with my justice, and let them say always, the Lord be magnified, who delights in the peace of his servant. And my tongue shall meditate thy justice, thy praise all the day long. Psalm chapter 35. Unto the end, for the servant of God, David himself. The unjust hath said within himself that he would sin. There is no fear of God before his eyes. For in his sight he hath done deceitfully, that his iniquity may be found unto hatred. The words of his mouth are iniquity and guile. He would not understand, that he might do well. He hath devised iniquity on his bed. He hath set himself on every way that is not good, but evil he hath not hated. O Lord, thy mercy is in heaven, and thy truth reacheth even to the clouds. Thy justice is as the mountains of God, thy judgments are a great deep. Men and beasts thou wilt preserve, O Lord. O how hast thou multiplied thy mercy, O God! But the children of men shall put their trust under the covert of thy wings. They shall be inebriated with the plenty of thy house, and thou shalt make them drink of the torrent of thy pleasure. For with thee is the fountain of life, and in thy light we shall see light. Extend thy mercy to them that know thee, and thy justice to them that are right in heart. Let not the foot of pride come to me, and let not the hand of the sinner move me. There the workers of iniquity are fallen, they are cast out, and could not stand. Psalm chapter 36. Be not emulous of evildoers, nor envy them that work iniquity, for they shall shortly wither away as grass, and as the green herbs shall quickly fall. Trust in the Lord and do good, and dwell in the land, and thou shalt be fed with its riches. Delight in the Lord, and he will give thee the requests of thy heart. Commit thy way to the Lord, and trust in him, and he will do it. And he will bring forth thy justice as the light, and thy judgment as the noonday. Be subject to the Lord, and pray to him. Envy not the man who prospereth in his way, the man who doth unjust things. Cease from anger, and leave rage. Have no emulation to do evil, for evildoers shall be cut off. But they that wait upon the Lord, they shall inherit the land. For yet a little while, and the wicked shall not be, and thou shalt seek his place, and shalt not find it. But the meek shall inherit the land, and shall delight in abundance of peace. The sinner shall watch the just man, and shall gnash upon him with his teeth. But the Lord shall laugh at him, for he foreseeth that his day shall come. The wicked have drawn out the sword, they have bent their bow to cast down the poor and needy, to kill the upright of heart. Let their sword enter into their own hearts, and let their bow be broken. Better is a little to the just than the great riches of the wicked. For the arms of the wicked shall be broken in pieces, but the Lord strengtheneth the just. The Lord knoweth the days of the undefiled, and their inheritance shall be forever. They shall not be confounded in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be filled, because the wicked shall perish. And the enemies of the Lord presently after they shall be honored and exalted shall come to nothing and vanish like smoke. The sinner shall borrow and not pay again, but the just showeth mercy and shall give. For such as bless him shall inherit the land, but such as curse him shall perish. With the Lord shall the steps of a man be directed, and he shall like well his way. When he shall fall he shall not be bruised, for the Lord putteth his hand under him. I have been young, and now am old, and I have not seen the just forsaken, nor his seed seeking bread. He showeth mercy, and lendeth all the day long, and his seed shall be in blessing. Decline from evil, and do good, and dwell forever and ever. For the Lord loveth judgment, and will not forsake his saints. They shall be preserved forever. The unjust shall be punished, and the seed of the wicked shall perish. But the just shall inherit the land, and shall dwell therein forevermore. The mouth of the just shall meditate wisdom, and his tongue shall speak judgment. The law of his God is in his heart, and his steps shall not be supplanted. The wicked watcheth the just man, and seeketh to put him to death, but the Lord will not leave him in his hands, nor condemn him when he shall be judged. Expect the Lord and keep his way, and he will exalt thee to inherit the land. When the sinners shall perish, thou shalt see. I have seen the wicked highly exalted, and lifted up like the cedars of Libanus. And I passed by, and lo, he was not. And I sought him, and his place was not found. Keep innocence, and behold justice, for there are remnants for the peaceable man. But the unjust shall be destroyed together, the remnants of the wicked shall perish. But the salvation of the just is from the Lord, and he is their protector in the time of trouble. And the Lord will help them and deliver them, and he will rescue them from the wicked, and save them because they have hoped in him. Psalm 37, a psalm for David, for a remembrance of the Sabbath. Rebuke me not, O Lord, in thy indignation, nor chastise me in thy wrath. For thy arrows are fastened in me, and thy hand hath been strong upon me. There is no health in my flesh because of thy wrath. There is no peace for my bones because of my sins. For my iniquities are gone over my head, and as a heavy burden are become heavy upon me. My sores are putrefied and corrupted because of my foolishness. I am become miserable, and am bowed down even to the end. I walked sorrowful all the day long. For my loins are filled with illusions, and there is no health in my flesh. I am afflicted and humbled exceedingly. I roared with the groaning of my heart. Lord, all my desire is before thee, and my groaning is not hidden from thee. My heart is troubled, my strength hath left me, and the light of my eyes itself is not with me. My friends and my neighbors have drawn near, and stood against me, and they that were near me stood afar off, and they that sought my soul used violence, and they that sought evils to me spoke vain things, and studied deceits all the day long. But I, as a deaf man, heard not, and as a dumb man, not opening his mouth. And I became as a man that heareth not, and that hath no reproofs in his mouth. For in thee, O Lord, have I hoped. Thou wilt hear me, O Lord my God. For I said, lest at any time my enemies rejoice over me, and whilst my feet are moved, they speak great things against me. For I am ready for scourges, and my sorrow is continually before me. For I will declare my iniquity, and I will think for my sin. But my enemies live, and are stronger than I, and they that hate me wrongfully are multiplied. They that render evil for good have detracted me, because I followed goodness. Forsake me not, O Lord my God, and do not depart from me. Attend unto my help, O Lord, the God of my salvation. Psalm chapter 38. Unto the end, for Idithan himself, a canticle of David. I said, I will take heed to my ways, that I sin not with my tongue. I have set a guard to my mouth when the sinner stood against me. I was dumb and was humbled, and I kept silence from good things, and my sorrow was renewed. My heart grew hot within me, and in my meditation a fire shall flame out. I spoke with my tongue, O Lord, make me know my end, and what is the number of my days, that I may know what is wanting to me. Behold, thou hast made my days measurable, and my substance is as nothing before thee. And indeed all things are vanity, every man living. Surely man passeth as an image, yea, and he is disquieted in vain. He storeth up, and he knoweth not for whom he shall gather these things. And now what is my hope? Is it not the Lord? And my substance is with thee. I was dumb, and I opened not my mouth, because thou hast done it. Remove thy scourges from me. The strength of thy hand hath made me faint in rebukes. Thou hast corrected man for iniquity, and thou hast made his soul to waste away like a spider. Surely in vain is any man disquieted. Hear my prayer, O Lord, and my supplication. Give ear to my tears. Be not silent, for I am a stranger with thee, and a sojourner, as all my fathers were. O forgive me, that I may be refreshed, before I go hence, and be no more. Psalm chapter 39. Unto the end, a psalm for David himself. With expectation I have waited for the Lord, and he was attentive to me. And he heard my prayers, and brought me out of the pit of misery and the mire of dregs. And he set my feet upon a rock, and directed my steps. And he put a new canticle into my mouth, a song to our God. Many shall see and shall fear, and they shall hope in the Lord. Blessed is the man whose trust is in the name of the Lord, and who hath not had regard to vanities and lying follies. Thou hast multiplied thy wonderful works, O Lord my God, and in thy thoughts there is no one like to thee. I have declared, and I have spoken, they are multiplied above number. Sacrifice and oblation thou didst not desire, but thou hast pierced ears for me. Burnt offering and sin offering thou didst not require. Then said I, Behold, I come. In the head of the book it is written of me, that I should do thy will. O my God, I have desired it in thy law in the midst of my heart. I have declared thy justice in a great church. Lo, I will not restrain my lips. O Lord, thou knowest it. I have not hid thy justice within my heart. I have declared thy truth and thy salvation. I have not concealed thy mercy and thy truth from a great council. Withhold not thou, O Lord, thy tender mercies from me. Thy mercy and thy truth have always upheld me. For evils without number have surrounded me, my iniquities have overtaken me, and I was not able to see. They are multiplied above the hairs of my head, and my heart hath forsaken me. Be pleased, O Lord, to deliver me. Look down, O Lord, to help me. Let them be confounded and ashamed together that seek after my soul to take it away. Let them be turned backward, and be ashamed that desire evils to me. Let them immediately bear their confusion, that say to me, 'Tis well, 'tis well. Let all that seek thee rejoice and be glad in thee, and let such as love thy salvation say always, The Lord be magnified. But I am a beggar and poor. The Lord is careful for me. Thou art my helper and my protector. O my God, be not slack. Psalms chapter 40. Unto the end, a psalm for David himself. Blessed is he that understandeth concerning the needy and the poor. The Lord will deliver him in the evil day. The Lord preserve him and give him life, and make him blessed upon the earth, and deliver him not up to the will of his enemies. The Lord help him on his bed of sorrow. Thou hast turned all his couch in his sickness. I said, O Lord, be thou merciful to me. Heal my soul, for I have sinned against thee. My enemies have spoken evils against me. When shall he die and his name perish? And if he came in to see me, he spoke vain things. His heart gathered together iniquity to itself. He went out and spoke to the same purpose. All my enemies whispered together against me. They devised evils to me. They determined against me an unjust word. Shall he that sleepeth rise again no more? For even the man of my peace, in whom I trusted, who ate my bread, hath greatly supplanted me. But thou, O Lord, have mercy on me, and raise me up again, and I will requite them. By this I know that thou hast had a good will for me, because my enemy shall not rejoice over me. But thou hast upheld me by reason of my innocence, and hast established me in thy sight forever. Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, from eternity to eternity. So be it, so be it. Psalms chapter 41. Unto the end, understanding for the sons of Korah. As the hart panteth after the fountains of water, so my soul panteth after thee, O God. My soul hath thirsted after the strong living God. When shall I come and appear before the face of God? My tears have been my bread day and night, whilst it is said to me daily, Where is thy God? These things I remembered, and poured out my soul in me. For I shall go over into the place of the wonderful tabernacle, even to the house of God, with the voice of joy and praise, the noise of one feasting. Why art thou sad, O my soul? And why dost thou trouble me? Hope in God, for I will still give praise to him, the salvation of my countenance, and my God. My soul is troubled within myself, therefore will I remember thee from the land of Jordan and Hermonium, from the little hill. Deep calleth on deep, at the noise of thy floodgates. All thy heights and thy billows have passed over me. In the daytime the Lord hath commanded his mercy, and a canticle to him in the night. With me is prayer to the God of my life. I will say to God, Thou art my support. Why hast thou forgotten me? And why go I mourning whilst my enemy afflicteth me? Whilst my bones are broken, my enemies who troubled me have reproached me. Whilst they say to me day by day, Where is thy God? Why art thou cast down, O my soul? And why dost thou disquiet me? Hope thou in God, for I will still give praise to him, the salvation of my countenance, and my God. Psalm chapter 42. A psalm for David. Judge me, O God, and distinguish my cause from the nation that is not holy. Deliver me from the unjust and deceitful man, for thou art God my strength. Why hast thou cast me off? And why do I go sorrowful whilst the enemy afflicteth me? Send forth thy light and thy truth. They have conducted me and brought me unto the holy hill and into thy tabernacles. And I will go unto the altar of God, to God who giveth joy to my youth. To thee, O God, my God, I will give praise upon the harp. Why art thou sad, O my soul, and why dost thou disquiet me? Hope in God, for I will still give praise to him, the salvation of my countenance and my God. Psalms chapter 43. Unto the end, for the sons of Korah, to give understanding. We have heard, O God, with our ears. Our fathers have declared to us the work that thou hast wrought in their days, and in the days of old. Thy hand destroyed the Gentiles, and thou plantedst them. Thou didst afflict the people, and cast them out. For they got not the possession of the land by their own sword, neither did their own arm save them. But thy right hand and thy arm, and the light of thy countenance, because thou wast pleased with them. Thou art thyself my King and my God, who commandest the saving of Jacob. Through thee we will push down our enemies with the horn, and through thy name we will despise them that rise up against us. For I will not trust in my bow, neither shall my sword save me, but thou hast saved us from them that afflict us, and hast put them to shame that hate us. In God shall we glory all the day long, and in thy name we will give praise forever. But now thou hast cast us off, and put us to shame. And thou, O God, wilt not go out with our armies. Thou hast made us turn our back to our enemies, and they that hated us plundered for themselves. Thou hast given us up like sheep to be eaten. Thou hast scattered us among the nations. Thou hast sold thy people for no price, and there was no reckoning in the exchange of them. Thou hast made us a reproach to our neighbors, a scoff and derision to them that are round about us. Thou hast made us a byword among the Gentiles, a shaking of the head among the people. All the day long my shame is before me, and the confusion of my face hath covered me, at the voice of him that reproacheth and detracteth me, at the face of the enemy and persecutor. All these things have come upon us, yet we have not forgotten thee, and we have not done wickedly in thy covenant. And our heart hath not turned back, neither hast thou turned aside our steps from thy way. For thou hast humbled us in the place of affliction, and the shadow of death has covered us. If we have forgotten the name of our God, and if we have spread forth our hands to a strange God, shall not God search out these things? For he knoweth the secrets of the heart. Because for thy sake we are killed all the day long. We are counted as sheep for the slaughter. Arise, why sleepest thou, O Lord? Arise, and cast us not off to the end. Why turnest thou thy face away, and forgettest our want and our trouble? For our soul is humbled down to the dust, our belly cleaveth to the earth. Arise, O Lord, help us, and redeem us for thy name's sake. Psalm chapter 44. Unto the end, for them that shall be changed, for the sons of Korah, for understanding. A canticle for the beloved. My heart hath uttered a good word. I speak my works to the king. My tongue is the pen of a scrivener that writeth swiftly. Thou art beautiful above the sons of men. Grace is poured abroad in thy lips, therefore hath God blessed thee forever. Gird thy sword upon thy thigh, O thou most mighty. With thy comeliness and thy beauty set out, proceed prosperously and reign. Because of truth and meekness and justice, and thy right hand shall conduct thee wonderfully. Thy arrows are sharp, under thee shall people fall into the hearts of the king's enemies. Thy throne, O God, is forever and ever. The scepter of thy kingdom is a scepter of uprightness. Thou hast loved justice and hated iniquity. Therefore God, thy God, hath anointed thee with the oil of gladness above thy fellows. Myrrh and stacte and cassia perfume thy garments, from the ivory houses, out of which the daughters of kings have delighted thee in thy glory. The queen stood on thy right hand, in gilded clothing, surrounded with variety. Hearken, O daughter, and see, and incline thine ear, and forget thy people and thy father's house. And the king shall greatly desire thy beauty, for he is the Lord thy God, and him they shall adore. And the daughters of Tyre with gifts, yea, all the rich among the people, shall entreat thy countenance. All the glory of the king's daughter is within, in golden borders, clothed round about with varieties. After her shall virgins be brought to the king. Her neighbors shall be brought to thee. They shall be brought with gladness and rejoicing. They shall be brought into the temple of the king. Instead of thy fathers, sons are born to thee. Thou shalt make them princes over all the earth. They shall remember thy name throughout all generations. Therefore shall people praise thee forever, yea, forever and ever. Psalm 45. Unto the end, for the sons of Korah, for the hidden. Our God is our refuge and strength, a helper in troubles, which have found us exceedingly. Therefore we will not fear when the earth shall be troubled, and the mountains shall be removed into the heart of the sea. Their waters roared and were troubled. The mountains were troubled with his strength. The stream of the river maketh the city of God joyful. The Most High hath sanctified his own tabernacle. God is in the midst thereof. It shall not be moved. God will help it in the morning early. Nations were troubled, and kingdoms were bowed down. He uttered his voice, the earth trembled. The Lord of armies is with us. The God of Jacob is our protector. Come and behold ye the works of the Lord, what wonders he hath done upon the earth, making wars to cease even to the end of the earth. He shall destroy the bow and break the weapons, and the shield he shall burn in the fire. Be still and see that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth. The Lord of armies is with us. The God of Jacob is our protector. Psalm 46. Unto the end for the sons of Korah. O clap your hands, all ye nations. Shout unto God with the voice of joy. For the Lord is high, terrible, a great king over all the earth. He hath subdued the people under us, and the nations under our feet. He hath chosen for us his inheritance, the beauty of Jacob, which he hath loved. God is ascended with jubilee, and the Lord with the sound of trumpet. Sing praises to our God, sing ye. Sing praises to our King, sing ye. For God is the King of all the earth. Sing ye wisely. God shall reign over the nations. God sitteth on his holy throne. The princes of the people are gathered together with the God of Abraham. For the strong gods of the earth are exceedingly exalted. Psalm 47. A psalm of a canticle for the sons of Korah on the second day of the week. Great is the Lord, and exceedingly to be praised in the city of our God, in his holy mountain. With the joy of the whole earth is Mount Zion founded on the sides of the north, the city of the great King. In her houses shall God be known, when he shall protect her. For behold, the kings of the earth assembled themselves, they gathered together. So they saw, and they wondered. They were troubled, they were moved. Trembling took hold of them. There were pains as of a woman in labor. With a vehement wind thou shalt break in pieces the ships of Tarsus. As we have heard, so we have seen, in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God. God hath founded it forever. We have received thy mercy, O God, in the midst of thy temple. According to thy name, O God, so also is thy praise unto the ends of the earth. Thy right hand is full of justice. Let Mount Zion rejoice, and the daughters of Judah be glad, because of thy judgments, O Lord. Surround Zion, and encompass her. Tell ye in her towers. Set your hearts on her strength, and distribute her houses, that ye may relate it in another generation. For this is God, our God unto eternity, and forever and ever. He shall rule us forevermore. Psalm chapter 48. Unto the end, a psalm for the sons of Korah. Hear these things, all ye nations. Give ear, all ye inhabitants of the world. All you that are earthborn, and you sons of men, both rich and poor together. My mouth shall speak wisdom, and the meditation of my heart understanding. I will incline my ear to a parable. I will open my proposition on the psaltery. Why shall I fear in the evil day? The iniquity of my heel shall encompass me. They that trust in their own strength, and glory in the multitude of their riches, no brother can redeem, nor man shall redeem. He shall not give to God his ransom, nor the price of the redemption of his soul, and shall labor forever, and shall still live unto the end. He shall not see destruction when he shall see the wise dying. The senseless and the fool shall perish together, and they shall leave their riches to strangers, and their sepulchres shall be their houses forever. Their dwelling places to all generations, they have called their lands by their names. And man, when he was in honor, did not understand. He is compared to senseless beasts, and is become like to them. This way of theirs is a stumbling block to them, and afterwards they shall delight in their mouth. They are laid in hell like sheep. Death shall feed upon them. And the just shall have dominion over them in the morning, and their help shall decay in hell from their glory. But God will redeem my soul from the hand of hell, when he shall receive me. Be not thou afraid when a man shall be made rich, and when the glory of his house shall be increased. For when he shall die, he shall take nothing away, nor shall his glory descend with him. For in his lifetime his soul will be blessed, and he will praise thee when thou shalt do well to him. He shall go into the generations of his fathers, and he shall never see light. Man, when he was in honor, did not understand. He hath been compared to senseless beasts, and made like to them. Psalm 49. A psalm for Asaph. The God of gods, the Lord hath spoken, and he hath called the earth, from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof, out of Zion the loveliness of his beauty. God shall come manifestly. Our God shall come, and shall not keep silence. A fire shall burn before him, and a mighty tempest shall be round about him. He shall call heaven from above, and the earth to judge his people. Gather ye together his saints to him, who has set his covenant before sacrifices. And the heavens shall declare his justice, for God is judge. Hear, O my people, and I will speak, O Israel, and I will testify to thee. I am God, thy God. I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices, and thy burnt offerings are always in my sight. I will not take calves out of thy house, nor he-goats out of thy flocks. For all the beasts of the woods are mine, the cattle on the hills, and the oxen. I know all the fowls of the air, and with me is the beauty of the field. If I should be hungry, I would not tell thee, for the world is mine, and the fullness thereof. Shall I eat the flesh of bullocks, or shall I drink the blood of goats? Offer to God the sacrifice of praise, and pay thy vows to the Most High. And call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. But to the sinner God hath said, Why dost thou declare my justices, and take my covenant in thy mouth, seeing thou hast hated discipline, and hast cast my words behind thee? If thou didst see a thief, thou didst run with him, and with adulterers thou hast been a partaker. Thy mouth hath abounded with evil, and thy tongue framed deceits. Sitting thou didst speak against thy brother, and didst lay a scandal against thy mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I was silent. Thou thoughtest unjustly that I should be like to thee, but I will reprove thee, and set before thy face. Understand these things, you that forget God, lest he snatch you away, and there be none to deliver you. The sacrifice of praise shall glorify me, and there is the way by which I will show him the salvation of God. Psalm chapter 50. Unto the end, a psalm of David, when Nathan the prophet came to him after he had sinned with Bathsheba. Have mercy on me, O God, according to thy great mercy, and according to the multitude of thy tender mercy, blot out my iniquity. Wash me yet more from my iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. For I know my iniquity, and my sin is always before me. To thee only have I sinned, and have done evil before thee, that thou mayest be justified in thy words, and mayest overcome when thou art judged. For behold, I was conceived in iniquities, and in sins did my mother conceive me. For behold, thou hast loved truth, the uncertain and hidden things of thy wisdom thou hast made manifest to me. Thou shalt sprinkle me with hyssop, and I shall be cleansed. Thou shalt wash me, and I shall be made whiter than snow. To my hearing thou shalt give joy and gladness, and the bones that have been humbled shall rejoice. Turn away thy face from my sins, and blot out all my iniquities. Create a clean heart in me, O God, and renew a right spirit within my bowels. Cast me not away from thy face, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and strengthen me with a perfect spirit. I will teach the unjust thy ways, and the wicked shall be converted to thee. Deliver me from blood, O God, thou God of my salvation, and my tongue shall extol thy justice. O Lord, thou wilt open my lips, and my mouth shall declare thy praise. For if thou hadst desired sacrifice, I would indeed have given it. With burnt offerings thou wilt not be delighted. A sacrifice to God is an afflicted spirit. A contrite and humbled heart, O God, thou wilt not despise. Deal favorably, O Lord, in thy good will with Zion, that the walls of Jerusalem may be built up. Then shalt thou accept the sacrifice of justice, oblations, and whole burnt offerings. Then shall they lay calves upon thy altar. Psalms chapter 51. Unto the end, understanding for David. When Doeg the Edomite came and told Saul, David went to the house of Ahimelech. Why dost thou glory in malice, thou that art mighty in iniquity? All the day long thy tongue hath devised injustice, as a sharp razor thou hast wrought deceit. Thou hast loved malice more than goodness, and iniquity rather than to speak righteousness. Thou hast loved all the words of ruin, O deceitful tongue. Therefore will God destroy thee forever. He will pluck thee out, and remove thee from thy dwelling place, and thy root out of the land of the living. The just shall see and fear, and shall laugh at him, and say, Behold the man that made not God his helper, but trusted in the abundance of his riches, and prevailed in his vanity. But I, as a faithful olive tree in the house of God, have hoped in the mercy of God forever, yea, forever and ever. I will praise thee forever, because thou hast done it, and I will wait on thy name, for it is good in the sight of thy saints. Psalm chapter 52. Unto the end, for Mahaleth, understandings to David. They are corrupted, and become abominable in iniquities. There is none that doth good. God looked down from heaven on the children of men, to see if there were any that did understand, or did seek God. All have gone aside. They are become unprofitable together. There is none that doth good, no, not one. Shall not all the workers of iniquity know, who eat up my people as they eat bread? They have not called upon God. There they have trembled for fear, where there was no fear. For God hath scattered the bones of them that please men. They have been confounded, because God hath despised them. Who will give out of Zion the salvation of Israel? When God shall bring back the captivity of his people, Jacob shall rejoice, and Israel shall be glad. Psalm chapter 53. Unto the end, in verses, understanding for David. When the end of Ziph had come, and said to Saul, Is not David hidden with us? Save me, O God, by thy name, and judge me in thy strength. O God, hear my prayer. Give ear to the words of my mouth. For strangers have risen up against me, and the mighty have sought after my soul, and they have not set God before their eyes. For behold, God is my helper, and the Lord is the protector of my soul. Turn back the evils upon my enemies, and cut them off in thy truth. I will freely sacrifice to thee, and will give praise, O God, to thy name, because it is good. For thou hast delivered me out of all trouble, and my eye hath looked down upon my enemies. Psalms chapter 54. Unto the end, in verses, understanding for David. Hear, O God, my prayer, and despise not my supplication. Be attentive to me, and hear me. I am grieved in my exercise, and I am troubled, at the voice of the enemy, and at the tribulation of the sinner. For they have cast iniquities upon me, and in wrath they were troublesome to me. My heart is troubled within me, and the fear of death is fallen upon me. Fear and trembling are come upon me, and darkness hath covered me. And I said, Who will give me wings like a dove, and I will fly and be at rest? Lo, I have gone far off, flying away, and I abode in the wilderness. I waited for him that hath saved me from pusillanimity of spirit and a storm. Cast down, O Lord, and divide their tongues, for I have seen iniquity and contradiction in the city. Day and night shall iniquity surround it upon its walls, and in the midst thereof are labor, and injustice, and usury, and deceit have not departed from its streets. For if my enemy had reviled me, I would verily have borne with it. And if he that hated me had spoken great things against me, I would perhaps have hidden myself from him. But thou, a man of one mind, my guide and my familiar, who didst take sweetmeats together with me in the house of God, we walked with consent. Let death come upon them, and let them go down alive into hell. For there is wickedness in their dwellings in the midst of them. But I have cried to God, and the Lord will save me. Evening and morning, and at noon I will speak and declare, and he shall hear my voice. He shall redeem my soul in peace from them that draw near to me, for among many they were with me. God shall hear, and the Eternal shall humble them, for there is no change with them, and they have not feared God. He hath stretched forth his hand to repay. They have defiled his covenant. They are divided by the wrath of his countenance, and his heart hath drawn near. His words are smoother than oil, and the same are darts. Cast thy care upon the Lord, and he shall sustain thee. He shall not suffer the just to waver forever. But thou, O God, shalt bring them down into the pit of destruction. Bloody and deceitful men shall not live out half their days, but I will trust in thee, O Lord. Psalm chapter 55. Unto the end, for a people that is removed at a distance from the sanctuary, for David, for an inscription of a title or pillar, when the Philistines held him in Geth. Have mercy on me, O God, for man hath trodden me under foot. All the day long he hath afflicted me, fighting against me. My enemies have trodden on me all the day long, for they are many that make war against me. From the height of the day I shall fear, but I will trust in thee. In God I will praise my words. In God I have put my trust. I will not fear what flesh can do against me. All the day long they detested my words. All their thoughts were against me unto evil. They will dwell and hide themselves. They will watch my heel, as they have waited for my soul. For nothing shalt thou save them. In thy anger thou shalt break the people in pieces, O God. I have declared to thee my life. Thou hast set my tears in thy sight, as also in thy promise. Then shall my enemies be turned back. In what day soever I shall call upon thee, behold, I know thou art my God. In God will I praise the word. In the Lord will I praise his speech. In God have I hoped. I will not fear what man can do to me. In me, O God, are vows to thee, which I will pay, praises to thee. Because thou hast delivered my soul from thee, my feet from falling, that I may please in the sight of God, in the light of the living. Psalm chapter 56. Unto the end, destroy not for David, for an inscription of a title, when he fled from Saul into the cave. Have mercy on me, O God, have mercy on me, for my soul trusteth in thee, and in the shadow of thy wings will I hope, until iniquity pass away. I will cry to God the Most High, to God who hath done good to me. He hath sent from heaven and delivered me. He hath made them a reproach that trod upon me. God hath sent his mercy and his truth, and he hath delivered my soul from the midst of the young lions. I slept troubled. The sons of Oman, whose teeth are weapons and arrows, and their tongues a sharp sword. Be thou exalted, O God, above the heavens, and thy glory above all the earth. They prepared a snare for my feet, and they bowed down my soul. They dug a pit before my face, and they are fallen into it. My heart is ready, O God, my heart is ready. I will sing and rehearse a psalm. Arise, O my glory, arise, psaltery and harp. I will arise early. I will give praise to thee, O Lord, among the people. I will sing a psalm to thee among the nations. For thy mercy is magnified even to the heavens, and thy truth unto the clouds. Be thou exalted, O God, above the heavens, and thy glory above all the earth. Psalms chapter 57. Unto the end, destroy not, for David, for an inscription of a title. If in very deed ye speak justice, judge right things, ye sons of men. For in your heart you work iniquity, your hands forge injustice in the earth. The wicked are alienated from the womb. They have gone astray from the womb. They have spoken false things. Their madness is according to the likeness of a serpent, like the deaf asp that stoppeth her ears, which will not hear the voice of the charmers, nor of the wizard that charmeth wisely. God shall break in pieces their teeth in their mouth. The Lord shall break the grinders of the lions. They shall come to nothing, like water running down. He hath bent his bow till they be weakened. Like wax that melteth, they shall be taken away. Fire hath fallen on them, and they shall not see the sun. Before your thorns could know the briar, he swalloweth them up, as alive in his wrath. The just shall rejoice when he shall see the revenge. He shall wash his hands in the blood of the sinner. And man shall say, If indeed there be fruit to the just, there is indeed a God that judgeth them on the earth. Psalm chapter 58. Unto the end, destroy not for David for an inscription of a title when Saul sent and watched his house to kill him. Deliver me from my enemies, O my God, and defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from them that work iniquity, and save me from bloody men. For behold, they have caught my soul. The mighty have rushed in upon me. Neither is it my iniquity nor my sin, O Lord. Without iniquity have I run and directed my steps. Rise up thou to meet me, and behold, even thou, O Lord, the God of hosts, the God of Israel. Attend to visit all the nations. Have no mercy on all them that work iniquity. They shall return at evening, and shall suffer hunger like dogs, and shall go round about the city. Behold, they shall speak with their mouth, and a sword is in their lips, for who, say they, hath hurt us? But thou, O Lord, shalt laugh at them. Thou shalt bring all the nations to nothing. I will keep my strength to thee, for thou art my protector. My God, his mercy shall prevent me. God shall let me see over my enemies. Slay them not, lest at any time my people forget. Scatter them by thy power, and bring them down, O Lord, my protector, for the sin of their mouth and for the word of their lips, and let them be taken in their pride, and for their cursing and lying they shall be talked of when they are consumed by thy wrath, and they shall be no more. And they shall know that God will rule Jacob and all the ends of the earth. They shall return at evening, and shall suffer hunger like dogs, and shall go round about the city. They shall be scattered abroad to eat, and shall murmur if they be not filled. But I will sing thy strength, and will extol thy mercy in the morning. For thou art become my support, and my refuge in the day of my trouble. Unto thee, O my helper, will I sing, for thou art God, my defense, my God, my mercy. Psalm chapter 59. Unto the end, for them that shall be changed, for the inscription of a title, to David himself, for doctrine. When he set fire to Mesopotamia of Syria and Shobal, and Joab returned and slew Edom in the vale of the salt pits, 12,000 men. O God, thou hast cast us off, and hast destroyed us. Thou hast been angry, and hast had mercy on us. Thou hast moved the earth, and hast troubled it. Heal thou the breaches thereof, for it has been moved. Thou hast shown thy people hard things. Thou hast made us drink the wine of sorrow. Thou hast given a warning to them that fear thee, that they may flee from before the bow, that thy beloved may be delivered. Save me with thy right hand, and hear me. God hath spoken in his holy place. I will rejoice, and I will divide Shechem, and will mete out the vale of tabernacles. Gilead is mine, and Manasseh is mine, and Ephraim is the strength of my head. Judah is my king. Moab is the pot of my hope. Into Edom will I stretch out my shoe. To me the foreigners are made subject. Who will bring me into the strong city? Who will lead me into Edom? Wilt not thou, O God, who hast cast us off? And wilt not thou, O God, go out with our enemies? Give us help from trouble, for vain is the salvation of man. Through God we shall do mightily, and he shall bring to nothing them that afflict us. Psalm chapter 60. Unto the end, in hymns, for David. Hear, O God, my supplication. Be attentive to my prayer. To thee have I cried from the ends of the earth, when my heart was in anguish. Thou hast exalted me on a rock. Thou hast conducted me, for thou hast been my hope, a tower of strength against the face of my enemy. In thy tabernacle I shall dwell forever. I shall be protected under the covert of thy wings. For thou, my God, hast heard my prayer. Thou hast given an inheritance to them that fear thy name. Thou wilt add days to the days of the king, his years even to generation and generation. He abideth forever in the sight of God. His mercy and truth who shall search? So will I sing a hymn to thy name forever and ever, that I may pay my vows from day to day. Psalm chapter 61. Unto the end, for Jeduthun, a psalm of David. Shall not my soul be subject to God? For from him is my salvation. For he is my God and my Savior. He is my protector. I shall be moved no more. How long do you rush in upon a man? You all kill as if you were thrusting down a leaning wall and a tottering fence. But they have thought to cast away my prince. I ran in thirst. They blessed with their mouth, but cursed with their heart. But be thou, O my soul, subject to God, for from him is my patience. For he is my God and my Savior. He is my helper. I shall not be moved. In God is my salvation and my glory. He is the God of my help, and my hope is in God. Trust in him, all ye congregation of people. Pour out your hearts before him. God is our helper forever. But vain are the sons of men. The sons of men are liars in the balances, that by vanity they may together deceive. Trust not in iniquity, and cover not robberies. If riches abound, set not your heart upon them. God hath spoken once, these two things have I heard, that power belongeth to God, and mercy to thee, O Lord, for thou wilt render to every man according to his works. Psalm chapter 62, a psalm of David while he was in the desert of Edom. O God, my God, to thee do I watch at break of day. For thee my soul hath thirsted. For thee my flesh, oh, how many ways! In a desert land, and where there is no way and no water, so in the sanctuary have I come before thee, to see thy power and thy glory. For thy mercy is better than lives. Thee my lips will praise. Thus will I bless thee all my life long, and in thy name I will lift up my hands. Let my soul be filled as with marrow and fatness, and my mouth shall praise thee with joyful lips. If I have remembered thee upon my bed, I will meditate on thee in the morning, because thou hast been my helper, and I will rejoice under the covert of thy wings. My soul hath stuck close to thee, thy right hand hath received me. But they have fought my soul in vain. They shall go into the lower parts of the earth. They shall be delivered into the hands of the sword. They shall be the portions of foxes. But the king shall rejoice in God. All they shall be praised that swear by him, because the mouth is stopped of them that speak wicked things. Psalm chapter 63. Unto the end, a psalm for David. Hear, O God, my prayer, when I make supplication to thee. Deliver my soul from the fear of the enemy. Thou hast protected me from the assembly of the malignant, from the multitude of the workers of iniquity. For they have whetted their tongues like a sword. They have bent their bow a bitter thing, to shoot in secret the undefiled. They will shoot at him on a sudden, and will not fear. They are resolute in wickedness. They have talked of hiding snares. They have said, Who shall see them? They have searched after iniquities. They have failed in their search. Men shall come to a deep heart, and God shall be exalted. The arrows of children are their wounds, and their tongues against them are made weak. All that saw them were troubled, and every man was afraid, and they declared the works of God, and understood his doings. The just shall rejoice in the Lord, and shall hope in him, and all the upright in heart shall be praised. Psalms chapter 64. To the end, a psalm of David, the canticle of Jeremiah and Ezekiel to the people of the captivity when they began to go out. A hymn, O God, becometh thee in Zion, and a vow shall be paid to thee in Jerusalem. O hear my prayer, all flesh shall come to thee. The words of the wicked have prevailed over us, and thou wilt pardon our transgressions. Blessed is he whom thou hast chosen and taken to thee. He shall dwell in thy courts. We shall be filled with the good things of thy house. Holy is thy temple. Wonderful in justice. Hear us, O God, our Savior, who art the hope of all the ends of the earth, and in the sea afar off. Thou who preparest the mountains by thy strength, being girded with power, who troublest the depth of the sea, the noise of its waves. The Gentiles shall be troubled, and they that dwell in the uttermost borders shall be afraid at thy signs. Thou shalt make the outgoings of the morning and of the evening to be joyful. Thou hast visited the earth, and hast plentifully watered it. Thou hast many ways enriched it. The river of God is filled with water. Thou hast prepared their food, for so is its preparation. Fill up plentifully the streams thereof, multiply its fruits. It shall spring up and rejoice in its showers. Thou shalt bless the crown of the year of thy goodness, and thy fields shall be filled with plenty. The beautiful places of the wilderness shall grow fat, and the hills shall be girded about with joy. The rams of the flock are clothed, and the vales shall abound with corn. They shall shout, yea, they shall sing a hymn. Psalms chapter 65. Unto the end, a canticle of a psalm of the resurrection. Shout with joy to God, all the earth. Sing ye a psalm to his name. Give glory to his praise. Say unto God, How terrible are thy works, O Lord! In the multitude of thy strength thy enemies shall lie to thee. Let all the earth adore thee, and sing to thee. Let it sing a psalm to thy name. Come and see the works of God, who is terrible in his counsels over the sons of men, who turneth the sea into dry land. In the river they shall pass on foot. There shall we rejoice in him, who by his power ruleth forever. His eyes behold the nations. Let not them that provoke him be exalted in themselves. O bless our God, ye Gentiles, and make the voice of his praise to be heard, who hath set my soul to live, and hath not suffered my feet to be moved. For thou, O God, hast proved us. Thou hast tried us by fire, as silver is tried. Thou hast brought us into a net. Thou hast laid afflictions on our back. Thou hast set men over our heads. We have passed through fire and water, and thou hast brought us out into a refreshment. I will go into thy house with burnt offerings. I will pay thee my vows which my lips have uttered, and my mouth has spoken when I was in trouble. I will offer up to thee holocausts full of marrow, with burnt offerings of rams. I will offer to thee bullocks with goats. Come and hear, all ye that fear God, and I will tell you what great things he hath done for my soul. I cried to him with my mouth, and I extolled him with my tongue. If I have looked at iniquity in my heart, the Lord will not hear me. Therefore hath God heard me, and hath attended to the voice of my supplication. Blessed be God, who hath not turned away my prayer, nor his mercy from me. Psalms chapter 66. Unto the end, in hymns, a psalm of a canticle for David. May God have mercy on us, and bless us. May he cause the light of his countenance to shine upon us, and may he have mercy on us, that we may know thy way upon earth, thy salvation in all nations. Let people confess to thee, O God. Let all people give praise to thee. Let the nations be glad and rejoice, for thou judgest the people with justice, and directest the nations upon earth. Let the people, O God, confess to thee. Let all the people give praise to thee. The earth hath yielded her fruit. May God, our God, bless us. May God bless us, and all the ends of the earth fear him. Psalms chapter 67. Unto the end, a psalm of a canticle for David himself. Let God arise, and let his enemies be scattered, and let them that hate him flee from before his face. As smoke vanisheth, so let them vanish away. As wax melteth before the fire, so let the wicked perish at the presence of God. And let the just feast and rejoice before the Lord, and be delighted with gladness. Sing ye to God, sing a psalm to his name. Make a way for him who ascendeth upon the west. The Lord is his name. Rejoice ye before him, but the wicked shall be troubled at his presence. Who is the father of orphans, and the judge of widows? God in his holy place. God who maketh men of one manner to dwell in a house, who bringeth out them that were bound in strength, in like manner them that provoke, that dwell in sepulchres. O God, when thou didst go forth in the sight of thy people, when thou didst pass through the desert, the earth was moved, and the heavens dropped at the presence of the God of Sinai, at the presence of the God of Israel. Thou shalt set aside for thy inheritance a free rein, O God, and it was weakened, but thou hast made it perfect. In it shall thy animals dwell. In thy sweetness, O God, thou hast provided for the poor. The Lord shall give the word to them that preach good tidings with great power. The King of powers is of the beloved, and the beauty of the house shall divide spoils. If you sleep among the midst of lots, you shall be as the wings of a dove covered with silver, and the hinder parts of her back with the paleness of gold. When he that is in heaven appointeth kings over her, they shall be whited as snow in salmon. The mountain of God is a fat mountain, a curdled mountain, a fat mountain. Why suspect, ye curdled mountains, a mountain in which God is well pleased to dwell, for there the Lord shall dwell unto the end. The chariot of God is attended by 10,000s, thousands of them that rejoice. The Lord is among them in Sinai, in the holy place. Thou hast ascended on high. Thou hast led captivity captive. Thou hast received gifts in men. Yea, for those also that do not believe, the dwelling of the Lord God. Blessed be the Lord day by day. The God of our salvation will make our journey prosperous to us. Our God is the God of salvation, and of the Lord are the issues from death. But God shall break the heads of his enemies, the hairy crown of them that walk on in their sins. The Lord said, I will turn them from Bashan. I will turn them into the depth of the sea, that thy foot may be dipped in the blood of thy enemies, the tongue of thy dogs be red with the same. They have seen thy goings, O God, the goings of my God, of my King who is in his sanctuary. Princes went before joined with singers, in the midst of young damsels playing on timbrels. In the churches bless ye God the Lord, from the fountains of Israel. There is Benjamin, a youth in ecstasy of mind. The princes of Judah are their leaders. The princes of Zebulun, the princes of Naphtali. Command thy strength, O God, confirm, O God, what thou hast wrought in us. From thy temple in Jerusalem kings shall offer presents to thee. Rebuke the wild beasts of the reeds, the congregation of bulls with the kine of the people, who seek to exclude them who are tried with silver. Scatter thou the nations that delight in wars. Ambassadors shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall soon stretch out her hands to God. Sing to God, ye kingdoms of the earth. Sing ye to the Lord. Sing ye to God, who mounteth above the heaven of heavens to the east. Behold, he will give to his voice the voice of power. Give ye glory to God for Israel. His magnificence and his power is in the clouds. God is wonderful in his saints. The God of Israel is he who will give power and strength to his people. Blessed be God. Psalms chapter 68. Unto the end, for them that shall be changed, for David. Save me, O God, for the waters are come in, even unto my soul. I stick fast in the mire of the deep, and there is no sure standing. I am come into the depth of the sea, and a tempest hath overwhelmed me. I have labored with crying. My jaws are become hoarse. My eyes have failed, whilst I hope in my God. They are multiplied above the hairs of my head, who hate me without cause. My enemies are grown strong, who have wrongfully persecuted me. Then did I pay that which I took not away. O God, thou knowest my foolishness, and my offenses are not hidden from thee. Let not them be ashamed for me who look for thee, O Lord, the Lord of hosts. Let them not be confounded on my account, who seek thee, O God of Israel. Because for thy sake I have borne reproach. Shame hath covered my face. I am become a stranger to my brethren, and an alien to the sons of my mother. For the zeal of thy house hath eaten me up, and the reproaches of them that reproached thee are fallen upon me. And I covered my soul in fasting, and it was made a reproach to me. And I made haircloth my garment, and I became a byword to them. They that sat in the gate spoke against me, and they that drank wine made me their song. But as for me, my prayer is to thee, O Lord, for the time of thy good pleasure, O God. In the multitude of thy mercy, hear me in the truth of thy salvation. Draw me out of the mire, that I may not stick fast. Deliver me from them that hate me, and out of the deep waters. Let not the tempest of water drown me, nor the deep water swallow me up. And let not the pit shut her mouth upon me. Hear me, O Lord, for thy mercy is kind. Look upon me according to the multitude of thy tender mercies, and turn not away thy face from thy servant. For I am in trouble. Hear me speedily. Attend to my soul, and deliver it. Save me because of my enemies. Thou knowest my reproach, and my confusion, and my shame. In thy sight are all they that afflict me. My heart hath expected reproach and misery, and I looked for one that would grieve together with me, but there was none. And for one that would comfort me, and I found none. And they gave me gall for my food, and in my thirst they gave me vinegar to drink. Let their table become as a snare before them, and a recompense, and a stumbling block. Let their eyes be darkened, that they see not, and their back bend thou down always. Pour out thy indignation upon them, and let thy wrathful anger take hold of them. Let their habitation be made desolate, and let there be none to dwell in their tabernacles, because they have persecuted him whom thou hast smitten, and they have added to the grief of my wounds. Add thou iniquity upon their iniquity, and let them not come into thy justice. Let them be blotted out of the book of the living, and with the just let them not be written. But I am poor and sorrowful. Thy salvation, O God, hath set me up. I will praise the name of God with a canticle, and I will magnify him with praise. And it shall please God better than a young calf that bringeth forth horns and hoofs. Let the poor see and rejoice. Seek ye God, and your soul shall live. For the Lord hath heard the poor, and hath not despised his prisoners. Let the heavens and the earth praise him, the sea and everything that creepeth therein. For God will save Zion, and the cities of Judah shall be built up, and they shall dwell there and acquire it by inheritance. And the seed of his servants shall possess it, and they that love his name shall dwell therein. Psalms chapter 69. Unto the end, a psalm for David, to bring to remembrance that the Lord saved him. O God, come to my assistance. O Lord, make haste to help me. Let them be turned backward and blush for shame that desire evils to me. Let them be presently turned away, blushing for shame that say to me, 'Tis well, 'tis well. Let all that seek thee rejoice and be glad in thee, and let such as love thy salvation say always, The Lord be magnified. But I am needy and poor. O God, help me. Thou art my helper and my deliverer. O Lord, make no delay. Psalms chapter 70. A psalm for David, of the sons of Jehonadab and the former captives. In thee, O Lord, I have hoped. Let me never be put to confusion. Deliver me in thy justice, and rescue me. Incline thy ear unto me, and save me. Be thou unto me a God, a protector, and a place of strength, that thou mayest make me safe. For thou art my firmament and my refuge. Deliver me, O my God, out of the hand of the sinner, and out of the hand of the transgressor of the law, and of the unjust. For thou art my patience, O Lord, my hope, O Lord, from my youth. By thee have I been confirmed from the womb. From my mother's womb thou art my protector. Of thee I shall continually sing. I am become unto many as a wonder, but thou art a strong helper. Let my mouth be filled with praise, that I may sing thy glory, thy greatness all the day long. Cast me not off in the time of old age. When my strength shall fail, do not thou forsake me. For my enemies have spoken against me, and they that watched my soul have consulted together, saying, God hath forsaken him. Pursue and take him, for there is none to deliver him. O God, be not thou far from me. O my God, make haste to my help. Let them be confounded, and come to nothing that detract my soul. Let them be covered with confusion and blame that seek my hurt. But I will always hope, and will add to all thy praise. My mouth shall show forth thy justice, thy salvation all the day long, because I have not known learning. I will enter into the powers of the Lord. O Lord, I will be mindful of thy justice alone. Thou hast taught me, O God, from my youth, and till now I will declare thy wonderful works. And unto old age and gray hairs, O God, forsake me not, until I show forth thy arm to all the generation that is to come. Thy power and thy justice, O God, even to the highest, great things thou hast done. O God, who is like to thee? How great troubles hast thou shown me, many and grievous, and turning thou hast brought me to life, and hast brought me back again from the depths of the earth. Thou hast multiplied thy magnificence, and turning to me thou hast comforted me. For I will also confess to thee thy truth with the instruments of psaltery. O God, I will sing to thee with the harp, thou Holy One of Israel. My lips shall greatly rejoice when I shall sing to thee, and my soul which thou hast redeemed. Yea, and my tongue shall meditate on thy justice all the day, when they shall be confounded and put to shame that seek evils to me. Psalms chapter 71, a psalm on Solomon. Give to the king thy judgment, O God, and to the king's son thy justice, to judge thy people with justice, and thy poor with judgment. Let the mountains receive peace for the people, and the hills justice. He shall judge the poor of the people, and he shall save the children of the poor, and he shall humble the oppressor. And he shall continue with the sun and before the moon throughout all generations. He shall come down like rain upon the fleece, and as showers falling gently upon the earth. In his days shall justice spring up, and abundance of peace, till the moon be taken away. And he shall rule from sea to sea, and from the river unto the ends of the earth. Before him the Ethiopians shall fall down, and his enemies shall lick the ground. The kings of Tarshish and the islands shall offer presents. The kings of the Arabians and of Seba shall bring gifts, and all kings of the earth shall adore him. All nations shall serve him, for he shall deliver the poor from the mighty, and the needy that had no helper. He shall spare the poor and needy, and he shall save the souls of the poor. He shall redeem their souls from usuries and iniquity, and their names shall be honorable in his sight. And he shall live, and to him shall be given of the gold of Arabia. For him they shall always adore. They shall bless him all the day. And there shall be a firmament on the earth, on the tops of mountains. Above Lebanus shall the fruit thereof be exalted, and they of the city shall flourish like the grass of the earth. Let his name be blessed forevermore. His name continueth before the sun, and in him shall all the tribes of the earth be blessed. All nations shall magnify him. Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who alone doth wonderful things. And blessed be the name of his majesty forever, and the whole earth shall be filled with his majesty. So be it, so be it. The praises of David, the son of Jesse, are ended. Psalms chapter 72. A psalm for Asaph. How good is God to Israel, to them that are of a right heart. But my feet were almost moved, my steps had well nigh slipped, because I had a zeal on occasion of the wicked, seeing the prosperity of sinners. For there is no regard to their death, nor is there strength in their stripes. They are not in the labor of men, neither shall they be scourged like other men. Therefore pride hath held them fast. They are covered with their iniquity and their wickedness. Their iniquity hath come forth, as it were from fatness. They have passed into the affection of the heart. They have thought and spoken wickedness. They have spoken iniquity on high. They have set their mouth against heaven, and their tongue hath passed through the earth. Therefore will my people return here, and full days shall be found in them. And they said, How doth God know? And is there knowledge in the Most High? Behold, these are sinners, and yet, abounding in the world, they have obtained riches. And I said, Then have I in vain justified my heart, and washed my hands among the innocent. And I have been scourged all the day, and my chastisement hath been in the mornings. If I said, I will speak thus, behold, I should condemn the generation of thy children. I studied that I might know this thing. It is a labor in my sight, until I go into the sanctuary of God, and understand concerning their last ends. But indeed, for deceits thou hast put it to them. When they were lifted up, thou hast cast them down. How are they brought to desolation? They have suddenly ceased to be. They have perished by reason of their iniquity. As the dream of them that awake, O Lord, so in thy city thou shalt bring their image to nothing. For my heart hath been inflamed, and my reins have been changed, and I am brought to nothing, and I knew not. I am become as a beast before thee, and I am always with thee. Thou hast held me by my right hand, and by thy will thou hast conducted me, and with thy glory thou hast received me. For what have I in heaven? And besides thee what do I desire upon earth? For thee my flesh and my heart hath fainted away. Thou art the God of my heart, and the God that is my portion forever. For behold, they that go far from thee shall perish. Thou hast destroyed all them that are disloyal to thee. But it is good for me to adhere to my God, to put my hope in the Lord God, that I may declare all thy praises in the gates of the daughter of Zion. Psalms chapter 73. Understanding for Asaph. O God, why hast thou cast us off unto the end? Why is thy wrath enkindled against the sheep of thy pasture? Remember thy congregation, which thou hast possessed from the beginning, the scepter of thy inheritance which thou hast redeemed, Mount Zion, in which thou hast dwelt. Lift up thy hands against their pride unto the end. See what things the enemy hath done wickedly in the sanctuary. And they that hate thee have made their boasts in the midst of thy solemnity. They have set up their ensigns for signs, and they knew not both in the going out and on the highest top. As with axes in a wood of trees, they have cut down at once the gates thereof. With axe and hatchet they have brought it down. They have set fire to thy sanctuary, They have defiled the dwelling place of thy name on the earth. They said in their heart, the whole kindred of them together, let us abolish all the festival days of God from the land. Our signs we have not seen, there is now no prophet, and he will know us no more. How long, O God, shall the enemy reproach? Is the adversary to provoke thy name forever? Why dost thou turn away thy hand, and thy right hand out of the midst of thy bosom forever? But God is our King before ages. He hath wrought salvation in the midst of the earth. Thou by thy strength didst make the sea firm. Thou didst crush the heads of the dragons in the waters. Thou hast broken the heads of the dragon. Thou hast given him to be meat for the people of the Ethiopians. Thou hast broken up the fountains and the torrents. Thou hast dried up the Ethan rivers. Thine is the day, and thine is the night. Thou hast made the morning light and the sun. Thou hast made all the borders of the earth. The summer and the spring were formed by thee. Remember this, the enemy hath reproached the Lord, and a foolish people hath provoked thy name. Deliver not up to beasts the souls that confess to thee, and forget not to the end the souls of thy poor. Have regard to thy covenant, for they that are the obscure of the earth have been filled with dwellings of iniquity. Let not the humble be turned away with confusion. The poor and needy shall praise thy name. Arise, O God, judge thy own cause. Remember thy reproaches with which the foolish man hath reproached thee all the day. Forget not the voices of thy enemies. The pride of them that hate thee ascendeth continually. Psalms chapter 74. Unto the end, corrupt not, a psalm of a canticle for Asaph. We will praise thee, O God, we will praise, and we will call upon thy name. We will relate thy wondrous works. When I shall take a time, I will judge justices. The earth is melted, and all that dwell therein. I have established the pillars thereof. I said to the wicked, do not act wickedly, and to the sinners, lift not up the horn. Lift not up the horn on high. Speak not iniquity against God. For neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the desert hills. For God is the judge. One he putteth down, and another he lifteth up. For in the hand of the Lord there is a cup of strong wine full of mixture. And he hath poured it out from this to that, but the dregs thereof are not emptied. All the sinners of the earth shall drink. But I will declare forever, I will sing to the God of Jacob. And I will break all the horns of sinners, but the horns of the just shall be exalted. Psalms chapter 75. Unto the end, in praises, a psalm for Asaph, a canticle to the Assyrians. In Judea God is known, his name is great in Israel, and his place is in peace, and his abode in Zion. There he hath broken the powers of bows, the shield, the sword, and the battle. Thou enlightenest wonderfully from the everlasting hills. All the foolish of heart were troubled. They have slept their sleep, and all the men of riches have found nothing in their hands. At thy rebuke, O God of Jacob, they have all slumbered that mounted on horseback. Thou art terrible, and who shall resist thee from that time thy wrath? Thou hast caused judgment to be heard from heaven. The earth trembled and was still, when God arose in judgment to save all the meek of the earth. For the thought of man shall give praise to thee, and the remainders of the thought shall keep holiday to thee. Vow ye and pay to the Lord your God. All you that are round about him bring presents to him that is terrible, even to him who taketh away the spirit of princes, to the terrible with the kings of the earth. Psalms chapter 76. Unto the end, for Jeduthun, a psalm of Asaph. I cried to the Lord with my voice, to God with my voice, and he gave ear to me. In the days of my trouble I sought God, with my hands lifted up to him in the night, and I was not deceived. My soul refused to be comforted. I remembered God, and was delighted, and was exercised, and my spirit swooned away. My eyes prevented the watches. I was troubled, and I spoke not. I thought upon the days of old, and I had in my mind the eternal years. And I meditated in the night with my own heart, and I was exercised, and I swept my spirit. Will God then cast off forever? Or will he never be more favorable again? Or will he cut off his mercy forever from generation to generation? Or will God forget to show mercy? Or will he in his anger shut up his mercies? And I said, Now have I begun. This is the change of the right hand of the Most High. And I remembered the works of the Lord, for I will be mindful of thy wonders from the beginning. And I will meditate on all thy works, and will be employed in thy inventions. Thy way, O God, is in the holy place. Who is the great God like our God? Thou art the God that dost wonders. Thou hast made thy power known among the nations. With thy arm thou hast redeemed thy people, the children of Jacob and of Joseph. The waters saw thee, O God, the waters saw thee, and they were afraid, and the depths were troubled. Great was the noise of the waters. The clouds sent out a sound, for thy arrows pass, the voice of thy thunder in a wheel. Thy lightnings enlightened the world. The earth shook and trembled. Thy way is in the sea, and thy paths in many waters, and thy footsteps shall not be known. Thou hast conducted thy people like sheep by the hand of Moses and Aaron. Psalms chapter 77. Understanding for Asaph. Attend, O my people, to my law. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in parables. I will utter propositions from the beginning. How great things we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. They have not been hidden from their children in another generation, declaring the praises of the Lord and his powers and his wonders which he hath done. And he set up a testimony in Jacob, and made a law in Israel. How great things he commanded our fathers, that they should make the same known to their children, that another generation might know them. The children that should be born and should rise up, and declare them to their children, that they may put their hope in God, and may not forget the works of God, and may seek his commandments, that they may not become like their fathers, a perverse and exasperating generation, a generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit was not faithful to God. The sons of Ephraim, who bend and shoot with the bow, they have turned back in the day of battle. They kept not the covenant of God, and in his law they would not walk. And they forgot his benefits, and his wonders that he had shown them. Wonderful things did he do in the sight of their fathers, in the land of Egypt, in the field of Tanis. He divided the sea and brought them through, and he made the waters to stand as in a vessel. And he conducted them with a cloud by day, and all the night with a light of fire. He struck the rock in the wilderness, and gave them to drink as out of the great deep. He brought forth water out of the rock, and made streams run down as rivers. And they added yet more sin against him. They provoked the Most High to wrath in the place without water. And they tempted God in their hearts by asking meat for their desires. And they spoke ill of God. They said, Can God furnish a table in the wilderness? Because he struck the rock, and the waters gushed out, and the streams overflowed. Can he also give bread, or provide a table for his people? Therefore the Lord heard, and was angry, and a fire was kindled against Jacob, and wrath came up against Israel, because they believed not in God, and trusted not in his salvation. And he had commanded the clouds from above, and had opened the doors of heaven, and had rained down manna upon them to eat, and had given them the bread of heaven. Man ate the bread of angels. He sent them provisions in abundance. He removed the south wind from heaven, and by his power brought in the southwest wind. And he rained upon them flesh as dust, and feathered fowls like as the sand of the sea. And they fell in the midst of their camp, round about their pavilions. So they did eat, and were filled exceedingly, and he gave them their desire, that they were not defrauded of that which they craved. As yet their meat was in their mouth. And the wrath of God came upon them, and he slew the fat ones against them, and brought down the chosen men of Israel. In all these things they sinned still, and they behaved not for his wondrous works. And their days were consumed in vanity, and their years in haste. When he slew them, then they sought him, and they returned, and came to him early in the morning. And they remembered that God was their helper, and the Most High God their Redeemer. And they loved him with their mouth, and with their tongue they lied unto him. But their heart was not right with him, nor were they counted faithful in his covenant. But he is merciful, and will forgive their sins, and will not destroy them. And many a time did he turn away his anger, and did not kindle all his wrath. And he remembered that they are flesh, a wind that goeth and returneth not. How often did they provoke him in the desert, and move him to wrath in the place without water? And they turned back and tempted God, and grieved the Holy One of Israel. They remembered not his hand in the day that he redeemed them from the hand of him that afflicted them, how he wrought his signs in Egypt, and his wonders in the field of Tanis. And he turned their rivers into blood, and their showers, that they might not drink. He sent among them divers sorts of flies, which devoured them, and frogs which destroyed them. And he gave up their fruits to the blast, and their labors to the locust. And he destroyed their vineyards with hail, and their mulberry trees with hoarfrost. And he gave up their cattle to the hail, and their stock to the fire. And he sent upon them the wrath of his indignation and wrath and trouble, which he sent by evil angels. He made a way for a path to his anger. He spared not their souls from death, and their cattle he shut up in death. And he killed all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, the firstfruits of all their labor in the tabernacles of Ham. And he took away his own people as sheep, and guided them in the wilderness like a flock. And he brought them out in hope, and they feared not. And the sea overwhelmed their enemies. And he brought them into the mountain of his sanctuary, the mountain which his right hand had purchased. And he cast out the Gentiles before them, and by lot divided to them their land by a line of distribution. And he made the tribes of Israel to dwell in their tabernacles. Yet they tempted and provoked the Most High God, and they kept not his testimonies. And they turned away, and kept not the covenant, even like their fathers they were turned aside as a crooked bow. They provoked him to anger on their hills, and moved him to jealousy with their graven things. God heard and despised them, and he reduced Israel exceedingly, as it were, to nothing. And he put away the tabernacle of Shiloh, his tabernacle where he dwelt among men, and he delivered their strength into captivity, and their beauty into the hands of the enemy. And he shut up his people under the sword, and he despised his inheritance. Fire consumed their young men, and their maidens were not lamented. Their priests fell by the sword, and their widows did not mourn. And the Lord was awaked as one out of sleep, and like a mighty man that hath been surfeited with wine. And he smote his enemies on the hinder parts. He put them to an everlasting reproach. And he rejected the tabernacle of Joseph, and chose not the tribe of Ephraim, but he chose the tribe of Judah, Mount Zion, which he loved. And he built his sanctuary as of unicorns in the land which he founded forever. And he chose his servant David, and took him from the flocks of sheep. He brought him from following the ewes great with young, to feed Jacob his servant, and Israel his inheritance. And he fed them in the innocence of his heart, and conducted them by the skillfulness of his hands. Psalms chapter 78, a psalm for Asaph. O God, the heathens are come into thy inheritance. They have defiled thy holy temple. They have made Jerusalem as a place to keep fruit. They have given the dead bodies of thy servants to be meat for the fowls of the air, the flesh of thy saints for the beasts of the earth. They have poured out their blood as water round about Jerusalem, and there was none to bury them. We are become a reproach to our neighbors, a scorn and derision to them that are round about us. How long, O Lord? Wilt thou be angry forever? Shall thy zeal be kindled like a fire? Pour out thy wrath upon the nations that have not known thee, and upon the kingdoms that have not called upon thy name, because they have devoured Jacob, and have laid waste his place. Remember not our former iniquities. Let thy mercies speedily prevent us, for we are becoming exceeding poor. Help us, O God, our Savior, and for the glory of thy name, O Lord, deliver us, and forgive us our sins for thy name's sake, lest they should say among the Gentiles, Where is their God? And let him be made known among the nations before our eyes, by the revenging the blood of thy servants which hath been shed. Let the sighing of the prisoners come in before thee. According to the greatness of thy arm, take possession of the children of them that have been put to death, and render to our neighbors sevenfold in their bosom the reproach wherewith they have reproached thee, O Lord. But we, thy people, and the sheep of thy pasture, will give thanks to thee forever. We will show forth thy praise unto generation and generation. Psalms chapter 79. Unto the end, for them that shall be changed, a testimony for Asaph, a psalm. Give ear, O thou that rulest Israel, thou that leadest Joseph like a sheep, thou that sittest upon the cherubims, shine forth before Ephraim, Benjamin, and Manasseh. Stir up thy might, and come to save us. Convert us, O God, and show us thy face, and we shall be saved. O Lord God of hosts, how long wilt thou be angry against the prayer of thy servant? How long wilt thou feed us with the bread of tears, and give us for our drink tears in measure? Thou hast made us to be a contradiction to our neighbors, and our enemies have scoffed at us. O God of hosts, convert us, and show thy face, and we shall be saved. Thou hast brought a vineyard out of Egypt. Thou hast cast out the Gentiles and planted it. Thou wast the guide of its journey in its sight. Thou plantedst the roots thereof, and it filled the land. The shadow of it covered the hills, and the branches thereof the cedars of God. It stretched forth its branches unto the sea, and its boughs unto the river. Why hast thou broken down the hedge thereof, so that all they who pass by the way do pluck it? The boar out of the wood hath laid it waste, and a singular wild beast hath devoured it. Turn again, O God of hosts, look down from heaven, and see, and visit this vineyard, and perfect the same which thy right hand hath planted, and upon the Son of Man whom thou hast confirmed for thyself. Things set on fire and dug down shall perish at the rebuke of thy countenance. Let thy hand be upon the man of thy right hand, and upon the Son of Man whom thou hast confirmed for thyself. And we depart not from thee. Thou shalt quicken us, and we will call upon thy name. O Lord God of hosts, convert us and show thy face, and we shall be saved. Psalms chapter 80. Unto the end, for the winepress, a psalm for Asaph himself. Rejoice to God our helper. Sing aloud to the God of Jacob. Take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant psaltery with the harp. Blow up the trumpet on the new moon, on the noted day of your solemnity. For it is a commandment in Israel, and a judgment to the God of Jacob. He ordained it for a testimony in Joseph when he came out of the land of Egypt. He heard a tongue which he knew not. He removed his back from the burdens. His hands had served in baskets. Thou calledst upon me in affliction, and I delivered thee. I heard thee in the secret place of tempest. I proved thee at the waters of contradiction. Hear, O my people, and I will testify to thee. O Israel, if thou wilt hearken to me, there shall be no new God in thee, neither shalt thou adore a strange God. For I am the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people heard not my voice, and Israel hearkened not to me. So I let them go according to the desires of their heart. They shall walk in their own inventions. If my people had heard me, if Israel had walked in my ways, I should have humbled their enemies, and laid my hand on them that troubled them. The enemies of the Lord have lied to him, and their time shall be forever. And he fed them with the fat of wheat, and filled them with honey out of the rock. Psalms chapter 81. A psalm for Asaph. God hath stood in the congregation of gods, and being in the midst of them, he judgeth gods. How long will you judge unjustly, and accept the persons of the wicked? Judge for the needy and fatherless. Do justice to the humble and the poor. Rescue the poor, and deliver the needy out of the hand of the sinner. They have not known nor understood. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth shall be moved. I have said, you are gods, and all of you the sons of the Most High, but you like men shall die, and shall fall like one of the princes. Arise, O God, judge thou the earth, for thou shalt inherit among all the nations. Psalms chapter 82. A canticle of a psalm for Asaph. O God, who shall be like to thee? Hold not thy peace, neither be thou still, O God. For lo, thy enemies have made a noise, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken a malicious counsel against thy people, and have consulted against thy saints. They have said, Come and let us destroy them, so that they be not a nation, and let the name of Israel be remembered no more. For they have contrived with one consent. They have made a covenant together against thee, the tabernacle of the Edomites and the Ishmaelites, Moab and the Hagarims, Gebal and Ammon and Amalek, the Philistines with all the inhabitants of Tyre. Yea, and the Assyrian also is joined with them. They are come to the aid of the sons of Lot. Do to them as thou didst to Midian and to Sisera, as to Jabin at the brook of Kishon, who perished at Endor and became as dung for the earth. Make their princes like Oreb, and Zeab, and Zebah, and Zalmunna, all their princes, who have said, Let us possess the sanctuary of God for an inheritance. O my God, make them like a wheel, and as stubble before the wind. As fire which burneth the wood, and as a flame burning mountains, so shalt thou pursue them with thy tempest, and shalt trouble them in thy wrath. Fill their faces with shame, and they shall seek thy name, O Lord. Let them be ashamed and troubled forever and ever, and let them be confounded and perish. And let them know that the Lord is thy name. Thou alone art the Most High over all the earth. Psalms chapter 83. Unto the end, for the winepresses, a psalm for the sons of Korah. How lovely are thy tabernacles, O Lord of hosts! My soul longeth and fainteth for the courts of the Lord. My heart and my flesh have rejoiced in the living God. For the sparrow hath found herself a house, and the turtle a nest for herself, where she may lay her young ones. Thy altars, O Lord of hosts, my King and my God. Blessed are they that dwell in thy house, O Lord. They shall praise thee forever and ever. Blessed is the man whose help is from thee. In his heart he hath disposed to ascend by steps, in the vale of tears, in the place which he hath set. For the lawgiver shall give a blessing. They shall go from virtue to virtue. The God of gods shall be seen in Zion. O Lord God of hosts, hear my prayer. Give ear, O God of Jacob. Behold, O God our protector, and look on the face of thy Christ. For better is one day in thy courts above thousands. I have chosen to be an abject in the house of my God, rather than to dwell in the tabernacles of sinners. For God loveth mercy and truth. The Lord will give grace and glory. He will not deprive of good things them that walk in innocence. O Lord of hosts, blessed is the man that trusteth in thee. Psalms chapter 84. Unto the end, for the sons of Korah, a psalm. Lord, thou hast blessed thy land. Thou hast turned away the captivity of Jacob. Thou hast forgiven the iniquity of thy people. Thou hast covered all their sins. Thou hast mitigated all thy anger. Thou hast turned away from the wrath of thy indignation. Convert us, O God, our Savior, and turn off thy anger from us. Wilt thou be angry with us forever? Or wilt thou extend thy wrath from generation to generation? Thou wilt turn, O God, and bring us to life, and thy people shall rejoice in thee. Show us, O Lord, thy mercy, and grant us thy salvation. I will hear what the Lord God will speak in me, for he will speak peace unto his people, and unto his saints, and unto them that are converted to the heart. Surely his salvation is near to them that fear him, that glory may dwell in our land. Mercy and truth have met each other. Justice and peace have kissed. Truth is sprung out of the earth, and justice hath looked down from heaven. For the Lord will give goodness, and our earth shall yield her fruit. Justice shall walk before him, and shall set his steps in the way. Psalms chapter 85. A prayer for David himself. Incline thy ear, O Lord, and hear me, for I am needy and poor. Preserve my soul, for I am holy. Save thy servant, O my God, that trusteth in thee. Have mercy on me, O Lord, for I have cried to thee all the day. Give joy to the soul of thy servant, for to thee, O Lord, have I lifted up my soul. For thou, O Lord, art sweet and mild, and plenteous in mercy to all that call upon thee. Give ear, O Lord, to my prayer, and attend to the voice of my petition. I have called upon thee in the day of my trouble, because thou hast heard me. There is none among the gods like unto thee, O Lord, and there is none according to thy works. All the nations thou hast made shall come and adore before thee, O Lord, and they shall glorify thy name. For thou art great, and dost wonderful things. Thou art God alone. Conduct me, O Lord, in thy way, and I will walk in thy truth. Let my heart rejoice, that it may fear thy name. I will praise thee, O Lord my God, with my whole heart, and I will glorify thy name forever. For thy mercy is great towards me, and thou hast delivered my soul out of the lower hell. O God, the wicked are risen up against me, and the assembly of the mighty have sought my soul, and they have not set thee before their eyes. And thou, O Lord, art a God of compassion, and merciful, patient, and of much mercy, and true. O look upon me, and have mercy on me. Give thy command to thy servant, and save the son of thy handmaid. Show me a token for good, that they who hate me may see, and be confounded, because thou, O Lord, hast helped me, and hast comforted me. Psalms chapter 86. For the sons of Korah, a psalm of a canticle. The foundations thereof are the holy mountains. The Lord loveth the gates of Zion above all the tabernacles of Jacob. Glorious things are said of thee, O city of God. I will be mindful of Rahab and of Babylon, knowing me. Behold the foreigners in Tyre, and the people of the Ethiopians, these were there. Shall not Zion say, This man and that man is born in her, and the highest himself hath founded her? The Lord shall tell in his writings of people and of princes, of them that have been in her. The dwelling in thee is as it were of all rejoicing. Psalms chapter 87. A canticle of a psalm for the sons of Korah, unto the end, for Mahaleth, to answer understanding of Heman the Ezrahite. O Lord, the God of my salvation, I have cried in the day and in the night before thee. Let my prayer come in before thee. Incline thy ear to my petition. For my soul is filled with evils, and my life hath drawn nigh to hell. I am counted among them that go down to the pit. I am become as a man without help, free among the dead. Like the slain, sleeping in the sepulchres, whom thou rememberest no more, and they are cut off from thy hand. They have laid me in the lower pit, in the dark places, and in the shadow of death. Thy wrath is strong over me, and all thy waves thou hast brought in upon me. Thou hast put away my acquaintance far from me. They have set me an abomination to themselves. I was delivered up, and came not forth. My eyes languished through poverty. All the day I cried to thee, O Lord, I stretched out my hands to thee. Wilt thou show wonders to the dead, or shall physicians raise to life, and give praise to thee? Shall any one in the sepulchre declare thy mercy, and thy truth in destruction? Shall thy wonders be known in the dark, and thy justice in the land of forgetfulness? But I, O Lord, have cried to thee, and in the morning my prayer shall prevent thee. Lord, why castest thou off my prayer? Why turnest thou away thy face from me? I am poor, and in labors from my youth, and being exalted have been humbled and troubled. Thy wrath hath come upon me, and thy terrors have troubled me. They have come round about me like water all the day. They have compassed me about together. Friend and neighbor thou hast put far from me, and my acquaintance because of misery. Psalms chapter 88, of understanding for Ethan the Ezrahite. The mercies of the Lord I will sing forever. I will show forth thy truth with my mouth to generation and generation. For thou hast said, Mercy shall be built up forever in the heavens. Thy truth shall be prepared in them. I have made a covenant with my elect. I have sworn to David my servant. Thy seed will I settle forever, and I will build up thy throne unto generation and generation. The heavens shall confess thy wonders, O Lord, and thy truth in the church of the saints. For who in the clouds can be compared to the Lord? Or who among the sons of God shall be like to God? God, who is glorified in the assembly of the saints, great and terrible above all them that are about him. O Lord God of hosts, who is like to thee? Thou art mighty, O Lord, and thy truth is round about thee. Thou rulest the power of the sea, and appeasest the motion of the waves thereof. Thou hast humbled the proud one, as one that is slain. With the arm of thy strength thou hast scattered thy enemies. Thine are the heavens, and thine is the earth. The world and the fullness thereof thou hast founded. The north and the sea thou hast created. Tabor and Hermon shall rejoice in thy name. Thy arm is with might. Let thy hand be strengthened, and thy right hand exalted. Justice and judgment are the preparation of thy throne. Mercy and truth shall go before thy face. Blessed is the people that knoweth jubilation. They shall walk, O Lord, in the light of thy countenance, and in thy name they shall rejoice all the day, and in thy justice they shall be exalted. For thou art the glory of their strength, and in thy good pleasure shall our horn be exalted. For our protection is of the Lord, and of our King the Holy One of Israel. Then thou spokest in a vision to thy saints, and saidst, I have laid help upon one that is mighty, and I have exalted one chosen out of my people. I have found David my servant. With my holy oil I have anointed him. For my hand shall help him, and my arm shall strengthen him. The enemy shall have no advantage over him, nor the son of iniquity have power to hurt him. And I will cut down his enemies before his face, and them that hate him I will put to flight. And my truth and my mercy shall be with him, and in my name shall his horn be exalted. And I will set his hand in the sea, and his right hand in the rivers. He shall cry out to me, Thou art my Father, my God, and the support of my salvation. And I will make him my firstborn, high above the kings of the earth. I will keep my mercy for him forever, and my covenant faithful to him. And I will make his seed to endure forevermore, and his throne as the days of heaven. And if his children forsake my law, and walk not in my judgments, if they profane my justices, and keep not my commandments, I will visit their iniquities with a rod, and their sins with stripes. But my mercy I will not take away from him, nor will I suffer my truth to fail. Neither will I profane my covenant, and the words that proceed from my mouth I will not make void. Once I have sworn by my holiness, I will not lie unto David. His seed shall endure forever. And his throne as the sun before me, and as the moon perfect forever, and a faithful witness in heaven. But thou hast rejected and despised. Thou hast been angry with my anointed. Thou hast overthrown the covenant of thy servant. Thou hast profaned his sanctuary on the earth. Thou hast broken down all his hedges. Thou hast made his strength fear. All that pass by the way have robbed him. He is become a reproach to his neighbors. Thou hast set up the right hand of them that oppress him. Thou hast made all his enemies to rejoice. Thou hast turned away the help of his sword, and hast not assisted him in battle. Thou hast made his purification to cease, and thou hast cast his throne down to the ground. Thou hast shortened the days of his time. Thou hast covered him with confusion. How long, O Lord, turnest thou away unto the end? Shall thy anger burn like fire? Remember what my substance is, for hast thou made all the children of men in vain? Who is the man that shall live and not see death, that shall deliver his soul from the hand of hell? Lord, where are thy ancient mercies, according to what thou didst swear to David in thy truth? Be mindful, O Lord, of the reproach of thy servants, which I have held in my bosom, of many nations, wherewith thy enemies have reproached, O Lord, wherewith they have reproached the change of thy anointed. Blessed be the Lord forevermore. So be it, so be it. Psalms chapter 89. A prayer of Moses, the man of God. Lord, thou hast been our refuge from generation to generation. Before the mountains were made, or the earth and the world was formed, from eternity and to eternity, thou art God. Turn not man away to be brought low, and thou hast said, Be converted, O ye sons of men. For 1,000 years in thy sight are as yesterday, which is past, and as a watch in the night, things that are counted nothing shall their years be. In the morning man shall grow up like grass, in the morning he shall flourish and pass away. In the evening he shall fall, grow dry, and wither, for in thy wrath we have fainted away, and are troubled in thy indignation. Thou hast set our iniquities before thy eyes, our life in the light of thy countenance. For all our days are spent, and in thy wrath we have fainted away. Our years shall be considered as a spider. The days of our years in them are 70 years. But if in the strong they shall be 80 years. And what is more of them is labor and sorrow. For mildness is come upon us, and we shall be corrected. Who knoweth the power of thy anger, and for thy fear can number thy wrath? So make thy right hand known, and men learned in heart in wisdom. Return, O Lord, how long, and be entreated in favor of thy servants. We are filled in the morning with thy mercy, and we have rejoiced and are delighted all our days. We have rejoiced for the days in which thou hast humbled us, for the years in which we have seen evils. Look upon thy servants and upon their works, and direct their children. And let the brightness of the Lord our God be upon us, and direct thou the works of our hands over us. Yea, the works of our hands do thou direct. Psalms chapter 90. The praise of a canticle for David. He that dwelleth in the aid of the Most High shall abide under the protection of the God of Jacob. He shall say to the Lord, Thou art my protector and my refuge, my God, in him will I trust. For he hath delivered me from the snare of the hunters, and from the sharp word. He will overshadow thee with his shoulders, and under his wings thou shalt trust. His truth shall compass thee with a shield. Thou shalt not be afraid of the terror of the night, of the arrow that flieth in the day, of the business that walketh about in the dark, of invasion, or of the noonday devil. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. But thou shalt consider with thy eyes, and shalt see the reward of the wicked. Because thou, O Lord, art my hope. Thou hast made the Most High thy refuge. There shall no evil come to thee, nor shall the scourge come near thy dwelling. For he hath given his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. In their hands they shall bear thee up, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone. Thou shalt walk upon the asp and the basilisk, and thou shalt trample under foot the lion and the dragon. Because he hoped in me, I will deliver him. I will protect him, because he hath known my name. He shall cry to me, and I will hear him. I am with him in tribulation. I will deliver him, and I will glorify him. I will fill him with length of days, and I will show him my salvation. Psalms chapter 91. A psalm of a canticle on the Sabbath day. It is good to give praise to the Lord, and to sing to thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy mercy in the morning, and thy truth in the night, upon an instrument of 10 strings, upon the psaltery, with a canticle upon the harp. For thou hast given me, O Lord, a delight in thy doings, and in the works of thy hands I shall rejoice. O Lord, how great are thy works! Thy thoughts are exceeding deep. The senseless man shall not know, nor will the fool understand these things, when the wicked shall spring up as grass, and all the workers of iniquity shall appear, that they may perish forever and ever. But thou, O Lord, art most high forevermore. For behold thy enemies, O Lord, for behold thy enemies shall perish, and all the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shall be exalted like that of the unicorn, and my old age in plentiful mercy. My eye also hath looked down upon my enemies, and my ear shall hear of the downfall of the malignant that rise up against me. The just shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow up like the cedar of Lebanon. They that are planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of the house of our God. They shall still increase in a fruitful old age, and shall be well treated, that they may show that the Lord our God is righteous, and there is no iniquity in him. Psalms chapter 92. The Lord hath reigned. He is clothed with beauty. The Lord is clothed with strength, and hath girded himself. For he hath established the world which shall not be moved. My throne is prepared from old. Thou art from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord. The floods have lifted up their voice. The floods have lifted up their waves with the noise of many waters. Wonderful are the surges of the sea. Wonderful is the Lord on high. Thy testimonies are become exceedingly credible. Holiness becometh thy house, O Lord, unto length of days. Psalms chapter 93. The Lord is the God to whom revenge belongeth. The God of revenge hath acted freely. Lift up thyself, thou that judgest the earth, render a reward to the proud. How long shall sinners, O Lord, how long shall sinners glory? Shall they utter and speak iniquity? Shall all speak who work injustice? Thy people, O Lord, they have brought low, and they have afflicted thy inheritance. They have slain the widow and the stranger, and they have murdered the fatherless. And they have said, The Lord shall not see, neither shall the God of Jacob understand. Understand, ye senseless among the people, and you fools, be wise at last. He that planted the ear, shall he not hear? Or he that formed the eye, doth he not consider? He that chastiseth nations, shall he not rebuke he that teacheth man knowledge? The Lord knoweth the thoughts of men, that they are vain. Blessed is the man whom thou shalt instruct, O Lord, and shalt teach him out of thy law, that thou mayest give him rest from the evil days, till a pit be dug for the wicked. For the Lord will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his own inheritance, until justice be turned into judgment, and they that are near it are all upright in heart. Who shall rise up for me against the evildoers, or who shall stand with me against the workers of iniquity? Unless the Lord had been my helper, my soul had almost dwelt in hell. If I said, My foot is moved, thy mercy, O Lord, assisted me. According to the multitude of my sorrows in my heart, thy comforts have given joy to my soul. Doth the seed of iniquity stick to thee, who framest labor in commandment? They will hunt after the soul of the just, and will condemn innocent blood. But the Lord is my refuge, and my God, the help of my hope. And he will render them their iniquity, and in their malice he will destroy them. The Lord our God will destroy them. Psalms chapter 94. Come, let us praise the Lord with joy. Let us joyfully sing to God our Savior. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving, and make a joyful noise to him with psalms. For the Lord is a great God, and a great King above all gods. For in his hand are all the ends of the earth, and the heights of the mountains are his. For the sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Come, let us adore and fall down, and weep before the Lord that made us. For he is the Lord our God, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, if you shall hear his voice, harden not your hearts, as in the provocation, according to the day of temptation in the wilderness, where your fathers tempted me, they proved me, and saw my works. 40 years long I was offended with that generation, and I said, These always are in heart. And these men have not known my ways, so I swore in my wrath that they shall not enter into my rest. Psalms chapter 95. A canticle for David himself, when the house was built after the captivity. Sing ye to the Lord a new canticle. Sing to the Lord, all the earth. Sing ye to the Lord, and bless his name. Show forth his salvation from day to day. Declare his glory among the Gentiles, his wonders among all people. For the Lord is great and exceedingly to be praised. He is to be feared above all gods. For all the gods of the Gentiles are devils, but the Lord made the heavens. Praise and beauty are before him, holiness and majesty in his sanctuary. Bring ye to the Lord, O ye kindreds of the Gentiles, bring ye to the Lord glory and honor. Bring to the Lord glory unto his name. Bring up sacrifices, and come into his courts. Adore ye the Lord in his holy court. Let all the earth be moved at his presence. Say ye among the Gentiles, The Lord hath reigned. For he hath corrected the world which shall not be moved. He will judge the people with justice. Let the heavens rejoice, and let the earth be glad. Let the sea be moved, and the fullness thereof. The fields and all things that are in them shall be joyful. Then shall all the trees of the woods rejoice before the face of the Lord, because he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world with justice, and the people with his truth. Psalms chapter 96. For the same David, when his land was restored again to him. The Lord hath reigned. Let the earth rejoice. Let many islands be glad. Clouds and darkness are round about him. Justice and judgment are the establishment of his throne. A fire shall go before him, and shall burn his enemies round about. His lightnings have shone forth to the world. The earth saw and trembled. The mountains melted like wax at the presence of the Lord, at the presence of the Lord of all the earth. The heavens declared his justice, and all people saw his glory. Let them all be confounded that adore graven things, and that glory in their idols. Adore him, all you his angels. Zion heard and was glad, and the daughters of Judah rejoiced because of thy judgments, O Lord. For thou art the Most High Lord over all the earth. Thou art exalted exceedingly above all gods. You that love the Lord hate evil. The Lord preserveth the souls of his saints. He will deliver them out of the hand of the sinner. Light is risen to the just, and joy to the right of the heart. Rejoice, ye just, in the Lord, and give praise to the remembrance of his holiness. Psalms chapter 97, a psalm for David himself. Sing ye to the Lord a new canticle, because he hath done wonderful things. His right hand hath wrought for him salvation, and his arm is holy. The Lord hath made known his salvation. He hath revealed his justice in the sight of the Gentiles. He hath remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our God. Sing joyfully to God, all the earth. Make melody, rejoice, and sing. Sing praise to the Lord on the harp, and with the voice of a psalm, with long trumpets and sound of cornet. Make a joyful noise before the Lord our King. Let the sea be moved, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. The rivers shall clap their hands, the mountains shall rejoice together at the presence of the Lord, because he cometh to judge the earth. He shall judge the world with justice, and the people with equity. Psalms chapter 98, a psalm for David himself. The Lord hath reigned. Let the people be angry. He that sitteth on the cherubims, let the earth be moved. The Lord is great in Zion, and high above all people. Let them give praise to thy great name, for it is terrible and holy, and the king's honor loveth judgment. Thou hast prepared directions. Thou hast done judgment and justice in Jacob. Exalt ye the Lord our God, and adore his footstool, for it is holy. Moses and Aaron among his priests, and Shemuel among them that call upon his name. They called upon the Lord, and he heard them. He spoke to them in the pillar of the cloud. They kept his testimonies and the commandment which he gave them. Thou didst hear them, O Lord our God. Thou wast a merciful God to them, and taking vengeance on all their inventions. Exalt ye the Lord our God, and adore at his holy mountain, for the Lord our God is holy. Psalms chapter 99, a psalm of praise. Sing joyfully to God, all the earth. Serve ye the Lord with gladness. Come in before his presence with exceeding great joy. Know ye that the Lord, he is God. He made us, and not we ourselves. We are his people, and the sheep of his pasture. Go ye into his gates with praise, into his courts with hymns, and give glory to him. Praise ye his name, for the Lord is sweet. His mercy endureth forever, and his truth to generation and generation. Psalms chapter 100, a psalm for David himself. Mercy and judgment I will sing to thee, O Lord. I will sing, and I will understand in the unspotted way, when thou shalt come to me. I walked in the innocence of my heart, in the midst of my house. I will not set before my eyes any unjust thing. The perverse heart did not cleave to me, and the malignant that turned aside from me I would not know. The man that in private detracted his neighbor, him did I persecute. With him that had a proud eye and an insatiable heart, I would not eat. My eyes were upon the faithful of the earth to sit with me. The man that walked in the perfect way, he served me. He that worketh pride shall not dwell in the midst of my house. He that speaketh unjust things did not prosper before my eyes. In the morning I put to death all the wicked of the land, that I might cut off all the workers of iniquity from the city of the Lord. Psalms chapter 101, the prayer of the poor man when he was anxious and poured out his supplication before the Lord. Hear, O Lord, my prayer, and let my cry come to thee. Turn not away thy face from me in the day when I am in trouble. Incline thy ear to me. In what day soever I shall call upon thee, hear me speedily. For my days are vanished like smoke, and my bones are grown dry like fuel for the fire. I am smitten as grass, and my heart is withered, because I forgot to eat my bread. Through the voice of my groaning, my bone hath cleaved to my flesh. I am become like to a pelican of the wilderness. I am like a night raven in the house. I have watched, and I am become as a sparrow all alone on the housetop. All the day long my enemies reproached me, and they that praised me did swear against me. For I did eat ashes like bread, and mingled my drink with weeping, because of thy anger and indignation. For having lifted me up, thou hast thrown me down. My days have declined like a shadow, and I am withered like grass. But thou, O Lord, endurest forever, and thy memorial to all generations. Thou shalt arise and have mercy on Zion, for it is time to have mercy on it, for the time is come. For the stones thereof have pleased thy servants, and they shall have pity on the earth thereof. All the Gentiles shall fear thy name, O Lord, and all the kings of the earth thy glory. For the Lord hath built up Zion, and he shall be seen in his glory. He hath had regard to the prayer of the humble, and he hath not despised their petition. Let these things be written unto another generation, and the people that shall be created shall praise the Lord, because he hath looked forth from his high sanctuary. From heaven the Lord hath looked upon the earth, that he might hear the groans of them that are in fetters, that he might release the children of the slain, that they may declare the name of the Lord in Zion, and his praise in Jerusalem, when the people assemble together, and kings to serve the Lord. He answered him in the way of his strength. Declare unto me the fewness of my days. Call me not away in the midst of my days. Thy years are unto generation and generation. In the beginning, O Lord, thou foundedst the earth, and the heavens are the works of thy hands. They shall perish, but thou remainest, and all of them shall grow old like a garment, and as a vesture thou shalt change them, and they shall be changed. But thou art always the selfsame, and thy years shall not fail. The children of thy servants shall continue, and their seed shall be directed forever. Psalms chapter 102. For David himself. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and let all that is within me bless his holy name. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and never forget all he hath done for thee, who forgiveth all thy iniquities, who healeth all thy diseases, who redeemeth thy life from destruction, who crowneth thee with mercy and compassion, who satisfieth thy desire with good things. Thy youth shall be renewed like the eagles. The Lord doth mercies and judgment for all that suffer wrong. He hath made his ways known to Moses, his wills to the children of Israel. The Lord is compassionate and merciful, long-suffering and plenteous in mercy. He will not always be angry, nor will he threaten forever. He hath not dwelt with us according to our sins, nor rewarded us according to our iniquities. For according to the height of the heaven above the earth, he hath strengthened his mercy towards them that fear him. As far as the east is from the west, so far hath he removed our iniquities from us. As a father hath compassion on his children, so hath the Lord compassion on them that fear him. For he knoweth our frame, he remembereth that we are dust. Man's days are as grass, as the flower of the field, so shall he flourish. For the Spirit shall pass in him, and he shall not be, and he shall know his place no more. But the mercy of the Lord is from eternity and unto eternity upon them that fear him, and his justice unto children's children, to such as keep his covenant, and are mindful of his commandments to do them. The Lord hath prepared his throne in heaven, and his kingdom shall rule over all. Bless the Lord, all ye his angels, you that are mighty in strength, and execute his word, hearkening to the voice of his orders. Bless the Lord, all ye his hosts, you ministers of his that do his will. Bless the Lord, all his works, in every place of his dominion. O my soul, bless thou the Lord. Psalms chapter 103, for David himself. Bless the Lord, O my soul. O Lord my God, thou art exceedingly great. Thou hast put on praise and beauty, and art clothed with light as with a garment, who stretchest out the heaven like a pavilion, who coverest the higher rooms thereof with water, who makest the clouds thy chariot, who walkest upon the wings of the winds, who makest thy angels spirits, and thy ministers a burning fire, who hast founded the earth upon its own bases. It shall not be moved forever and ever. The deep like a garment is its clothing. Above the mountains shall the waters stand. At thy rebuke they shall flee. At the voice of thy thunder they shall fear. The mountains ascend, and the plains descend into the place which thou hast founded for them. Thou hast set a bound which they shall not pass over, neither shall they return to cover the earth. Thou sendest forth springs in the vales. Between the midst of the hills the waters shall pass. All the beasts of the field shall drink. The wild asses shall expect it in their thirst. Over them the birds of the air shall dwell. From the midst of the rocks they shall give forth their voices. Thou waterest the hills from thy upper rooms. The earth shall be filled with the fruit of thy works, bringing forth grass for cattle, and herb for the service of men, that thou mayest bring bread out of the earth, and that wine may cheer the heart of man, that he may make the face cheerful with oil, and that bread may strengthen man's heart. The trees of the field shall be filled, and the cedars of Lebanon which he hath planted. There the sparrows shall make their nests. The highest of them is the house of the heron. The high hills are a refuge for the harts, the rock for the urchins. He hath made the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down. Thou hast appointed darkness, and it is night. In it shall all the beasts of the woods go about, the young lions roaring after their prey, and seeking their meat from God. The sun ariseth, and they are gathered together, and they shall lie down in their dens. Man shall go forth to his work, and to his labor until the evening. How great are thy works, O Lord! Thou hast made all things in wisdom. The earth is filled with thy riches. So is this great sea, which stretcheth wide its arms. There are creeping things without number, creatures little and great. There the ships shall go, this sea dragon which thou hast formed to play therein. All expect of thee that thou give them food in season. What thou givest to them they shall gather up. When thou openest thy hand, they shall all be filled with good. But if thou turnest away thy face, they shall be troubled. Thou shalt take away their breath, and they shall fail, and shall return to their dust. Thou shalt send forth thy Spirit, and they shall be created, and thou shalt renew the face of the earth. May the glory of the Lord endure forever. The Lord shall rejoice in his works. He looketh upon the earth, and maketh it tremble. He troubleth the mountains, and they smoke. I will sing to the Lord as long as I live. I will sing praise to my God while I have my being. Let my speech be acceptable to him, but I will take delight in the Lord. Let sinners be consumed out of the earth, and the unjust, so that they be no more. O my soul, bless thou the Lord. Psalms chapter 104. Give glory to the Lord, and call upon his name. Declare his deeds among the Gentiles. Sing to him, yea, sing praises to him. Relate all his wondrous works. Glory ye in his holy name. Let the heart of them rejoice that seek the Lord. Seek ye the Lord, and be strengthened. Seek his face evermore. Remember his marvelous works which he hath done, his wonders and the judgments of his mouth, O ye seed of Abraham his servants, ye sons of Jacob his chosen. He is the Lord our God. His judgments are in all the earth. He hath remembered his covenant forever, the word which he commanded to 1,000 generations, which he made to Abraham, and his oath to Isaac. And he appointed the same to Jacob for a law, and to Israel for an everlasting testament, saying, To thee will I give the land of Canaan, the lot of your inheritance, when they were but a small number, yea, very few, and sojourners therein. And they passed from nation to nation, and from one kingdom to another people. He suffered no man to hurt them, and he reproved kings for their sakes. Touch ye not my anointed, and do no evil to my prophets. And he called a famine upon the land, and he broke in pieces all the support of bread. He sent a man before them, Joseph, who was sold for a slave. They humbled his feet in fetters, the iron pierced his soul until his word came. The word of the Lord inflamed him. The king sent, and he released him, the ruler of his people, and he set him at liberty. He made him master of his house, and ruler of all his possession, that he might instruct his princes as himself, and teach his ancients wisdom. And Israel went into Egypt, and Jacob was a sojourner in the land of Ham. And he increased his people exceedingly, and strengthened them over their enemies. He turned their heart to hate his people, and to deal deceitfully with his servants. He sent Moses his servant, Aaron the man whom he had chosen. He gave them power to show them signs and his wonders in the land of Ham. He sent darkness and made it obscure, and grieved not his words. He turned their waters into blood, and destroyed their fish. Their land brought forth frogs in the inner chambers of their kings. He spoke, and there came divers sorts of flies and siniffs in all their coasts. He gave them hail for rain, a burning fire in the land. And he destroyed their vineyards and their fig trees, and he broke in pieces the trees of their coasts. He spoke, and the locust came, and the brucus, of which there was no number. And he devoured all the grass in their land, and consumed all the fruit of their ground. And he slew all the firstborn in their land, the firstfruits of all their labor. And he brought them out with silver and gold, and there was not among their tribes one that was feeble. Egypt was glad when they departed, for the fear of them lay upon them. He spread a cloud for their protection, and fire to give them light in the night. They asked, and the quail came, and he filled them with the bread of heaven. He opened the rock, and waters flowed. Rivers ran down in the dry land, because he remembered his holy word, which he had spoken to his servant Abraham. And he brought forth his people with joy, and his chosen with gladness. And he gave them the lands of the Gentiles, and they possessed the labors of the people, that they might observe his justifications, and seek after his law. Psalms chapter 105. Give glory to the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Who shall declare the powers of the Lord? Who shall set forth all his praises? Blessed are they that keep judgment, and do justice at all times. Remember us, O Lord, in the favor of thy people. Visit us with thy salvation, that we may see the good of thy chosen, that we may rejoice in the joy of thy nation, that thou mayest be praised with thy inheritance. We have sinned with our fathers. We have acted unjustly. We have wrought iniquity. Our fathers understood not thy wonders in Egypt. They remembered not the multitude of thy mercies, and they provoked to wrath going up to the sea, even the Red Sea. And he saved them for his own name's sake, that he might make his power known. And he rebuked the Red Sea, and it was dried up. And he led them through the depths as in a wilderness. And he saved them from the hand of them that hated them, and he redeemed them from the hand of the enemy. And the water covered them that afflicted them. There was not one of them left. And they believed his words, and they sang his praises. They had quickly done. They forgot his works, and they waited not for his counsel. And they coveted their desire in the desert, and they tempted God in the place without water. And he gave them their request, and sent fullness into their souls. And they provoked Moses in the camp, Aaron the Holy One of the Lord. The earth opened and swallowed up Dathan, and covered the congregation of Abiram. And a fire was kindled in their congregation. The flame burned the wicked. They made also a calf in Horeb, and they adored the graven thing. And they changed their glory into the likeness of a calf that eateth grass. They forgot God who saved them, who had done great things in Egypt, wondrous works in the land of Ham, terrible things in the Red Sea. And he said that he would destroy them, had not Moses his chosen stood before him in the breach, to turn away his wrath, lest he should destroy them. And they set at naught the desirable land. They believed not his word, and they murmured in their tents. They hearkened not to the voice of the Lord. And he lifted up his hand over them, to overthrow them in the desert. and to cast down their seed among the nations, and to scatter them in the countries. They also were initiated to Baal Peor, and ate the sacrifices of the dead. And they provoked him with their inventions, and destruction was multiplied among them. Then Phinehas stood up and pacified him, and the slaughter ceased. And it was reputed to him unto justice, to generation and generation forevermore. They provoked him also at the waters of contradiction, and Moses was afflicted for their sakes, because they exasperated his spirit, and he distinguished with his lips. They did not destroy the nations of which the Lord spoke unto them, and they were mingled among the heathens, and learned their works, and served their idols, and it became a stumbling block to them. And they sacrificed their sons and their daughters to devils. And they shed innocent blood, the blood of their sons and of their daughters, which they sacrificed to the idols of Canaan. And the land was polluted with blood, and was defiled with their works, and they went aside after their own inventions. And the Lord was exceedingly angry with his people, and he abhorred his inheritance. And he delivered them into the hands of the nations, and they that hated them had dominion over them. And their enemies afflicted them, and they were humbled under their hands. Many times did he deliver them, but they provoked him with their counsel, and they were brought low by their iniquities. And he saw when they were in tribulation, and he heard their prayer. And he was mindful of his covenant, and repented according to the multitude of his mercies. And he gave them unto mercies in the sight of all those that had made them captives. Save us, O Lord our God, and gather us from among the nations, that we may give thanks to thy holy name, and may glory in thy praise. Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, from everlasting to everlasting. And let all the people say, So be it, so be it. Psalms chapter 106. Give glory to the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Let them say so that have been redeemed by the Lord, whom he hath redeemed from the hand of the enemy, and gathered out of the countries, from the rising and from the setting of the sun, from the north and from the sea. They wandered in a wilderness, in a place without water. They found not the way of a city for their habitation. They were hungry and thirsty. Their soul fainted in them, and they cried to the Lord in their tribulation, and he delivered them out of their distresses. And he led them into the right way, that they might go to a city of habitation. Let the mercies of the Lord give glory to him, and his wonderful works to the children of men. For he hath satisfied the empty soul, and hath filled the hungry soul with good things, such as sat in darkness and in the shadow of death, bound in want and in iron, because they had exasperated the words of God, and provoked the counsel of the Most High. And their heart was humbled with labors. They were weakened, and there was none to help them. Then they cried to the Lord in their affliction, and he delivered them out of their distresses. And he brought them out of darkness and the shadow of death, and broke their bonds in sunder. Let the mercies of the Lord give glory to him, and his wonderful works to the children of men, because he hath broken gates of brass, and burst iron bars. He took them out of the way of their iniquity, for they were brought low for their injustices. Their soul abhorred all manner of meat, and they drew nigh even to the gates of death. And they cried to the Lord in their affliction, and he delivered them out of their distresses. He sent his word and healed them, and delivered them from their destructions. Let the mercies of the Lord give glory to him, and his wonderful works to the children of men. And let them sacrifice the sacrifice of praise, and declare his works with joy. They that go down to the sea in ships, doing business in the great waters, these have seen the works of the Lord, and his wonders in the deep. He said the word, and there arose a storm of wind, and the waves thereof were lifted up. They mount up to the heavens, and they go down to the depths. Their soul pined away with evils. They were troubled and reeled like a drunken man, and all their wisdom was swallowed up. And they cried to the Lord in their affliction, and he brought them out of their distresses. And he turned the storm into a breeze, and its waves were still. And they rejoiced because they were still, and he brought them to the haven which they wished for. Let the mercies of the Lord give glory to him, and his wonderful works to the children of men. And let them exalt in the church of the people, and praise him in the chair of the ancients. He hath turned rivers into a wilderness, and the sources of waters into dry ground, a fruitful land into barrenness for the wickedness of them that dwell therein. He hath turned a wilderness into pools of waters, and a dry land into water springs, and hath placed there the hungry, and they made a city for their habitation. And they sowed fields and planted vineyards, and they yielded fruit of birth. And he blessed them, and they were multiplied exceedingly, and their cattle he suffered not to decrease. Then they were brought to be few, and they were afflicted through the trouble of evils and sorrow. Contempt was poured forth upon their princes, and he caused them to wander where there was no passing, and out of the way. And he helped the poor out of poverty, and made him families like a flock of sheep. The just shall see and shall rejoice, and all iniquity shall stop her mouth. Who is wise, and will keep these things, and will understand the mercies of the Lord? Psalms chapter 107. A canticle of a psalm for David himself. My heart is ready, O God, my heart is ready. I will sing, and I will give praise with my glory. Arise, my glory, arise, psaltery and harp. I will arise in the morning early. I will praise thee, O Lord, among the people, and I will sing unto thee among the nations. For thy mercy is great above the heavens, and thy truth even unto the clouds. Be thou exalted, O God, above the heavens, and thy glory over all the earth, that thy beloved may be delivered. Save with thy right hand, and hear me. God hath spoken in his holiness. I will rejoice, and I will divide Shechem, and I will mete out the veil of tabernacles. Gilead is mine, and Manasseh is mine, and Ephraim the protection of my head. Judah is my king, Moab the pot of my hope. Over Edom I will stretch out my shoe. The aliens are become my friends. Who will bring me into the strong city? Who will lead me into Edom? Wilt not thou, O God, who cast us off? And wilt not thou, O God, go forth with our enemies? O grant us help from trouble, for vain is the help of man. Through God we shall do mightily, and he will bring our enemies to nothing. Psalms chapter 108. Unto the end, a psalm for David. O God, be not thou silent in my praise, for the mouth of the wicked and the mouth of the deceitful man is opened against me. They have spoken against me with deceitful tongues, and they have compassed me about with words of hatred, and have fought against me without cause. Instead of making me a return of love, they detracted me, but I gave myself to prayer. And they repaid me evil for good, and hatred for my love. Set thou the sinner over him, and may the devil stand at his right hand. When he is judged, may he go out condemned, and may his prayer be turned to sin. May his days be few, and his bishopric let another take. May his children be fatherless, and his wife a widow. Let his children be carried about vagabonds, and beg, and let them be cast out of their dwellings. May the usurer search all his substance, and let strangers plunder his labors. May there be none to help him, nor none to pity his fatherless offspring. May his posterity be cut off. In one generation may his name be blotted out. May the iniquity of his fathers be remembered in the sight of the Lord, and let not the sin of his mother be blotted out. May they be before the Lord continually, and let the memory of them perish from the earth, because he remembered not to show mercy, but persecuted the poor man and the beggar, and the broken in heart, to put him to death. And he loved cursing, and it shall come unto him, and he would not have blessing, and it shall be far from him. And he put on cursing like a garment, and it went in like water into his entrails, and like oil in his bones. May it be unto him like a garment which covereth him, and like a girdle with which he is girded continually. This is the work of them who detract me before the Lord, and who speak evils against my soul. But thou, O Lord, do with me for thy name's sake, because thy mercy is sweet. Do thou deliver me, for I am poor and needy, and my heart is troubled within me. I am taken away like the shadow when it declineth, and I am shaken off as locusts. My knees are weakened through fasting, and my flesh is changed for oil. And I am become a reproach to them. They saw me, and they shaked their heads. Help me, O Lord my God. Save me according to thy mercy, and let them know that this is thy hand, and that thou, O Lord, hast done it. They will curse, and thou wilt bless. Let them that rise up against me be confounded, but thy servant shall rejoice. Let them that detract me be clothed with shame, and let them be covered with their confusion as with a double cloak. I will give great thanks to the Lord with my mouth, and in the midst of many I will praise him, because he hath stood at the right hand of the poor to save my soul from persecutors. Psalms chapter 109, a psalm for David. The Lord said to my Lord, Sit thou at my right hand, until I make thy enemies thy footstool. The Lord will set forth the scepter of thy power out of Zion. Rule thou in the midst of thy enemies. With thee is the principality in the day of thy strength. In the brightness of the saints, from the womb before the day star I begot thee. The Lord hath sworn, and he will not repent. Thou art a priest forever according to the order of Melchizedek. The Lord at thy right hand hath broken kings in the day of his wrath. He shall judge among nations. He shall fill ruins. He shall crush the heads in the land of many. He shall drink of the torrent in the way. Therefore shall he lift up the head. Psalms chapter 110. I will praise thee, O Lord, with my whole heart, in the council of the just and in the congregation. Great are the works of the Lord, sought out according to all his wills. His work is praise and magnificence, and his justice continueth forever and ever. He hath made a remembrance of his wonderful works, being a merciful and gracious Lord. He hath given food to them that fear him. He will be mindful forever of his covenant. He will show forth to his people the power of his works, that he may give them the inheritance of the Gentiles. The works of his hands are truth and judgment. All his commandments are faithful, confirmed forever and ever, made in truth and equity. He hath sent redemption to his people. He hath commanded his covenant forever. Holy and terrible is his name. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, a good understanding to all that do it. His praise continueth forever and ever. Psalms chapter 111. Blessed is the man that feareth the Lord. He shall delight exceedingly in his commandments. His seed shall be mighty upon earth. The generation of the righteous shall be blessed. Glory and wealth shall be in his house, and his justice remaineth forever and ever. To the righteous a light is risen up in darkness. He is merciful and compassionate and just. Acceptable is the man that showeth mercy and lendeth. He shall order his words with judgment, because he shall not be moved forever. The just shall be in everlasting remembrance. He shall not fear the evil hearing. His heart is ready to hope in the Lord. His heart is strengthened. He shall not be moved until he look over his enemies. He hath distributed, he hath given to the poor. His justice remaineth forever and ever. His horn shall be exalted in glory. The wicked shall see and shall be angry. He shall gnash with his teeth and pine away. The desire of the wicked shall perish. Psalms chapter 112. Praise the Lord, ye children. Praise the name of the Lord. Blessed be the name of the Lord, and from henceforth now and forever. From the rising of the sun unto the going down of the same, the name of the Lord is worthy of praise. The Lord is high above all nations, and his glory above the heavens. Who is as the Lord our God, who dwelleth on high, and looketh down on the low things in heaven and in earth, raising up the needy from the earth, and lifting up the poor out of the dunghill, that he may place him with princes, with the princes of his people, who maketh a barren woman to dwell in a house, the joyful mother of children. Psalms chapter 113. When Israel went out of Egypt, the house of Jacob from a barbarous people, Judea was made his sanctuary, Israel his dominion. The sea saw and fled. Jordan was turned back. The mountains skipped like rams, and the hills like the lambs of the flock. What ailed thee, O thou sea, that thou didst flee, and thou, O Jordan, that thou wast turned back? Ye mountains, that ye skipped like rams, and ye hills like lambs of the flock. At the presence of the Lord, the earth was moved, at the presence of the God of Jacob, who turned the rock into pools of water, and the stony hill into fountains of waters. Not to us, O Lord, not to us, but to thy name give glory, for thy mercy and for thy truth's sake, lest the Gentiles should say, Where is their God? But our God is in heaven. He hath done all things whatsoever he would. The idols of the Gentiles are silver and gold, the works of the hands of men. They have mouths and speak not. They have eyes and see not. They have ears and hear not. They have noses and smell not. They have hands and feel not. They have feet and walk not. Neither shall they cry out through their throat. Let them that make them become like unto them, and all such as trust in them. The house of Israel hath hoped in the Lord. He is their helper and their protector. The house of Aaron hath hoped in the Lord. He is their helper and their protector. They that fear the Lord have hoped in the Lord. He is their helper and their protector. The Lord hath been mindful of us, and hath blessed us. He hath blessed the house of Israel. He hath blessed the house of Aaron. He hath blessed all that fear the Lord, both little and great. May the Lord add blessings upon you and upon your children. Blessed be you of the Lord, who made heaven and earth. The heaven of heaven is the Lord's, but the earth he has given to the children of men. The dead shall not praise thee, O Lord, nor any of them that go down to hell. But we that live bless the Lord, from this time, now and forever. Psalms chapter 114. I have loved, because the Lord will hear the voice of my prayer, because he hath inclined his ear unto me, and in my days I will call upon him. The sorrows of death have compassed me, and the perils of hell have found me. I have met with trouble and sorrow. And I called upon the name of the Lord. O Lord, deliver my soul. The Lord is merciful and just, and our God showeth mercy. The Lord is the keeper of little ones. I was humbled, and he delivered me. Turn, O my soul, into thy rest, for the Lord hath been bountiful to thee. For he hath delivered my soul from death, my eyes from tears, my feet from falling. I will please the Lord in the land of the living. Psalms chapter 115. I have believed, therefore have I spoken, but I have been humbled exceedingly. I said in my excess, Every man is a liar. What shall I render to the Lord for all the things that he hath rendered to me? I will take the chalice of salvation, and I will call upon the name of the Lord. I will pay my vows to the Lord before all his people. Precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of his saints. O Lord, for I am thy servant, and the son of thy handmaid. Thou hast broken my bonds. I will sacrifice to thee the sacrifice of praise, and I will call upon the name of the Lord. I will pay my vows to the Lord in the sight of all his people, in the courts of the house of the Lord, in the midst of thee, O Jerusalem. Psalms chapter 116. O praise the Lord, all ye nations. Praise him, all ye people. For his mercy is confirmed upon us, and the truth of the Lord remaineth forever. Psalms chapter 117. Give praise to the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Let Israel now say that he is good, that his mercy endureth forever. Let the house of Aaron now say that his mercy endureth forever. Let them that fear the Lord now say that his mercy endureth forever. In my trouble I called upon the Lord, and the Lord heard me and enlarged me. The Lord is my helper. I will not fear what man can do unto me. The Lord is my helper, and I will look over my enemies. It is good to confide in the Lord, rather than to have confidence in man. It is good to trust in the Lord, rather than to trust in princes. All nations compassed me about, and in the name of the Lord I have been revenged on them. Surrounding me they compassed me about, and in the name of the Lord I have been revenged on them. They surrounded me like bees, and they burned like fire among thorns, and in the name of the Lord I was revenged on them. Being pushed, I was overturned that I might fall, but the Lord supported me. The Lord is my strength and my praise, and he is become my salvation. The voice of rejoicing and of salvation is in the tabernacles of the just. The right hand of the Lord hath wrought strength. The right hand of the Lord hath exalted me. The right hand of the Lord hath wrought strength. I shall not die, but live, and shall declare the works of the Lord. The Lord chastising hath chastised me, but he hath not delivered me over to death. Open ye to me the gates of justice. I will go into them, and give praise to the Lord. This is the gate of the Lord. The just shall enter into it. I will give glory to thee, because thou hast heard me, and art become my salvation. The stone which the builders rejected, the same is become the head of the corner. This is the Lord's doing, and it is wonderful in our eyes. This is the day which the Lord hath made. Let us be glad and rejoice therein. O Lord, save me. O Lord, give good success. Blessed be he that cometh in the name of the Lord. We have blessed you out of the house of the Lord. The Lord is good, and he hath shone upon us. Appoint a solemn day with shady boughs, even to the horn of the altar. Thou art my God, and I will praise thee. Thou art my God, and I will exalt thee. I will praise thee, because thou hast heard me, and art become my salvation. O praise ye the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Psalms chapter 118. Blessed are the undefiled in the way, who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are they that search his testimonies, that seek him with their whole heart, for they that work iniquity have not walked in his ways. Thou hast commanded thy commandments to be kept most diligently. O that my ways may be directed to keep thy justifications! Then shall I not be confounded, when I shall look into all thy commandments. I will praise thee with uprightness of heart, when I shall have learned the judgments of thy justice. I will keep thy justifications. O do not thou utterly forsake me. By what doth a young man correct his way? By observing thy words. With my whole heart have I sought after thee. Let me not stray from thy commandments. Thy words have I hidden in my heart, that I may not sin against thee. Blessed art thou, O Lord. Teach me thy justifications. With my lips I have pronounced all the judgments of my mouth. I have been delighted in the way of thy testimonies as in all riches. I will meditate on thy commandments, and I will consider thy ways. I will think of thy justifications. I will not forget thy words. Give bountifully to thy servant. Enliven me, and I shall keep thy words. Open thou my eyes, and I will consider the wondrous things of thy law. I am a sojourner on the earth. Hide not thy commandments from me. My soul hath coveted to long for thy justifications at all times. Thou hast rebuked the proud. They are cursed who decline from thy commandments. Remove from me reproach and contempt, because I have sought after thy testimonies. For princes sat and spoke against me, but thy servant was employed in thy justifications. For thy testimonies are my meditation, and thy justifications my counsel. My soul hath cleaved to the pavement. Quicken thou me according to thy word. I have declared my ways, and thou hast heard me. Teach me thy justifications. Make me to understand the way of thy justifications, and I shall be exercised in thy wondrous works. My soul hath slumbered through heaviness. Strengthen thou me in thy words. Remove from me the way of iniquity, and out of thy law have mercy on me. I have chosen the way of truth. Thy judgments I have not forgotten. I have stuck to thy testimonies, O Lord. Put me not to shame. I have run the way of thy commandments when thou didst enlarge my heart. Set before me for a law the way of thy justifications, O Lord, and I will always seek after it. Give me understanding, and I will search thy law, and I will keep it with my whole heart. Lead me into the path of thy commandments, for this same I have desired. Incline my heart into thy testimonies, and not to covetousness. Turn away my eyes, that they may not behold vanity. Quicken me in thy way. Establish thy word to thy servant in thy fear. Turn away my reproach which I have apprehended, for thy judgments are delightful. Behold, I have longed after thy precepts. Quicken me in thy justice. Let thy mercy also come upon me, O Lord, thy salvation according to thy word. So shall I answer them that reproach me in anything, that I have trusted in thy words. And take not thou the word of truth utterly out of my mouth, for in thy words I have hoped exceedingly. So shall I always keep thy law forever and ever. And I walked at large, because I have sought after thy commandments. And I spoke of thy testimonies before kings, and I was not ashamed. I meditated also on thy commandments, which I loved. And I lifted up my hands to thy commandments, which I loved, and I was exercised in thy justifications. Be thou mindful of thy word to thy servant, in which thou hast given me hope. This hath comforted me in my humiliation, because thy word hath enlivened me. The proud did iniquitously altogether, but I declined not from thy law. I remembered, O Lord, thy judgments of old, and I was comforted. A fainting hath taken hold of me because of the wicked that forsake thy law. Thy justifications were the subject of my song in the place of my pilgrimage. In the night I have remembered thy name, O Lord, and have kept thy law. This happened to me because I sought after thy justifications. O Lord, my portion, I have said I would keep thy law. I entreated thy face with all my heart. Have mercy on me according to thy word. I have thought on my ways, and turned my feet unto thy testimonies. I am ready, and am not troubled, that I may keep thy commandments. The cords of the wicked have encompassed me, but I have not forgotten thy law. I rose at midnight to give praise to thee for the judgments of thy justification. I am a partaker with all them that fear thee, and that keep thy commandments. The earth, O Lord, is full of thy mercy. Teach me thy justifications. Thou hast done well with thy servant, O Lord, according to thy word. Teach me goodness, and discipline, and knowledge, for I have believed thy commandments. Before I was humbled, I offended. Therefore have I kept thy word. Thou art good, and in thy goodness teach me thy justifications. The iniquity of the proud hath been multiplied over me, but I will seek thy commandments with my whole heart. Their heart is curdled like milk, but I have meditated on thy law. It is good for me that thou hast humbled me, that I may learn thy justifications. The law of thy mouth is good to me, above thousands of gold and silver. Thy hands have made me and formed me. Give me understanding, and I will learn thy commandments. They that fear thee shall see me, and shall be glad, because I have greatly hoped in thy words. I know, O Lord, that thy judgments are equity, and in thy truth thou hast humbled me. O let thy mercy be for my comfort, according to thy word unto thy servant. Let thy tender mercies come unto me, and I shall live, for thy law is my meditation. Let the proud be ashamed, because they have done unjustly towards me, but I will be employed in thy commandments. Let them that fear thee turn to me, and they that know thy testimonies. Let my heart be undefiled in thy justifications, that I may not be confounded. My soul hath fainted after thy salvation, and in thy word I have very much hoped. My eyes have failed for thy word, saying, When wilt thou comfort me? For I am become like a bottle in the frost. I have not forgotten thy justifications. How many are the days of thy servant? When wilt thou execute judgment on them that persecute me? The wicked have told me fables, but not as thy law. All thy statutes are truth. They have persecuted me unjustly. Do thou help me. They had almost made an end of me upon earth, but I have not forsaken thy commandments. Quicken thou me according to thy mercy, and I shall keep the testimonies of thy mouth. Forever, O Lord, thy word standeth firm in heaven. Thy truth unto all generations. Thou hast founded the earth, and it continueth. By thy ordinance the day goeth on, for all things serve thee. Unless thy law had been my meditation, I had then perhaps perished in my abjection. Thy justifications I will never forget, for by them thou hast given me life. I am thine. Save thou me, for I have sought thy justifications. The wicked have waited for me to destroy me, but I have understood thy testimonies. I have seen an end of all perfection. Thy commandment is exceeding broad. O how have I loved thy law, O Lord! It is my meditation all the day. Through thy commandment thou hast made me wiser than my enemies, for it is ever with me. I have understood more than all my teachers, because thy testimonies are my meditation. I have had understanding above ancients, because I have sought thy commandments. I have restrained my feet from every evil way, that I may keep thy words. I have not declined from thy judgments, because thou hast set me a law. How sweet are thy words to my palate, more than honey to my mouth. By thy commandments I have had understanding, therefore have I hated every way of iniquity. Thy word is a lamp to my feet, and a light to my paths. I have sworn and am determined to keep the judgments of thy justice. I have been humbled, O Lord, exceedingly. Quicken thou me according to thy word. The free offerings of my mouth make acceptable, O Lord, and teach me thy judgments. My soul is continually in my hands, and I have not forgotten thy law. Sinners have laid a snare for me, but I have not erred from thy precepts. I have purchased thy testimonies for an inheritance forever, because they are the joy of my heart. I have inclined my heart to do thy justifications forever for the reward. I have hated the unjust, and have loved thy law. Thou art my helper and my protector, and in thy word I have greatly hoped. Depart from me, ye malignant, and I will search the commandments of my God. Uphold me according to thy word, and I shall live, and let me not be confounded in my expectation. Help me, and I shall be saved, and I will meditate always on thy justifications. Thou hast despised all them that fall off from thy judgments, for their thought is unjust. I have accounted all the sinners of the earth prevaricators, therefore have I loved thy testimonies. Pierce thou my flesh with thy fear, for I am afraid of thy judgments. I have done judgment and justice. Give me not up to them that slander me. Uphold thy servant unto good. Let not the proud calumniate me. My eyes have fainted after thy salvation, and for the word of thy justice. Deal with thy servant according to thy mercy, and teach me thy justifications. I am thy servant. Give me understanding, that I may know thy testimonies. It is time, O Lord, to do. They have dissipated thy law. Therefore have I loved thy commandments above gold and the topaz. Therefore was I directed to all thy commandments. I have hated all wicked ways. Thy testimonies are wonderful. Therefore my soul hath sought them. The declaration of thy words giveth light, and giveth understanding to little ones. I opened my mouth and panted, because I longed for thy commandments. Look thou upon me, and have mercy on me according to the judgment of them that love thy name. Direct my steps according to thy word, and let no iniquity have dominion over me. Redeem me from the calumnies of men, that I may keep thy commandments. Make thy face to shine upon thy servant, and teach me thy justifications. My eyes have sent forth springs of water, because they have not kept thy law. Thou art just, O Lord, and thy judgment is right. Thou hast commanded justice thy testimonies, and thy truth exceedingly. My zeal hath made me pine away, because my enemies forgot thy words. Thy word is exceedingly refined, and thy servant hath loved it. I am very young and despised, but I forgot not thy justifications. Thy justice is justice forever, and thy law is the truth. Trouble and anguish have found me. Thy commandments are my meditation. Thy testimonies are justice forever. Give me understanding, and I shall live. I cried with my whole heart, Hear me, O Lord. I will seek thy justifications. I cried unto thee, Save me, that I may keep thy commandments. I prevented the dawning of the day and cried, because in thy words I very much hoped. My eyes to thee have prevented the morning, that I might meditate on thy words. Hear thou my voice, O Lord, according to thy mercy, and quicken me according to thy judgment. They that persecute me have drawn nigh to iniquity, but they are gone far off from thy law. Thou art near, O Lord, and all thy ways are truth. I have known from the beginning concerning thy testimonies that thou hast founded them forever. See my humiliation, and deliver me, for I have not forgotten thy law. Judge my judgment and redeem me. Quicken thou me for thy word's sake. Salvation is far from sinners, because they have not sought thy justifications. Many, O Lord, are thy mercies. Quicken me according to thy judgment. Many are they that persecute me and afflict me, but I have not declined from thy testimonies. I beheld the transgressors and pined away, because they kept not thy word. Behold, I have loved thy commandments, O Lord. Quicken me thou in thy mercy. The beginning of thy words is truth. All the judgments of thy justice are forever. Princes have persecuted me without cause, and my heart hath been in awe of thy words. I will rejoice at thy words as one that hath found great spoil. I have hated and abhorred iniquity, but I have loved thy law. 7 times a day I have given praise to thee for the judgments of thy justice. Much peace have they that love thy law, and to them there is no stumbling block. I looked for thy salvation, O Lord, and I loved thy commandments. My soul hath kept thy testimonies, and hath loved them exceedingly. I have kept thy commandments and thy testimonies, because all my ways are in thy sight. Let my supplication, O Lord, come near in thy sight. Give me understanding according to thy word. Let my request come in before thee. Deliver thou me according to thy word. My lips shall utter a hymn when thou shalt teach me thy justifications. My tongue shall pronounce thy word, because all thy commandments are justice. Let thy hand be with me to save me, for I have chosen thy precepts. I have longed for thy salvation, O Lord, and thy law is my meditation. My soul shall live and shall praise thee, and thy judgments shall help me. I have gone astray like a sheep that is lost. Seek thy servant, because I have not forgotten thy commandments. Psalms chapter 119. In my trouble I cried to the Lord, and he heard me. O Lord, deliver my soul from wicked lips and a deceitful tongue. What shall be given to thee, or what shall be added to thee, to a deceitful tongue? The sharp arrows of the mighty, with coals that lay waste. Woe is me that my sojourning is prolonged. I have dwelt with the inhabitants of Kedar. My soul hath been long a sojourner. With them that hated peace I was peaceable. When I spoke to them, they fought against me without cause. Psalms chapter 120. I have lifted up my eyes to the mountains, from whence help shall come to me. My help is from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. May he not suffer thy foot to be moved, neither let him slumber that keepeth thee. Behold, he shall neither slumber nor sleep that keepeth Israel. The Lord is thy keeper, the Lord is thy protection upon thy right hand. The sun shall not burn thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord keepeth thee from all evil. May the Lord keep thy soul. May the Lord keep thy coming in and thy going out, from henceforth, now and forever. Psalms chapter 121. I rejoiced at the things that were said to me. We shall go into the house of the Lord. Our feet were standing in thy courts, O Jerusalem. Jerusalem, which is built as a city, which is compact together. For thither did the tribes go up, the tribes of the Lord, the testimony of Israel, to praise the name of the Lord. Because their seats have sat in judgment, seats upon the house of David. Pray ye for the things that are for the peace of Jerusalem, and abundance for them that love thee. Let peace be in thy strength, and abundance in thy towers. For the sake of thy brethren and of thy neighbors, I spoke peace of thee. Because of the house of the Lord our God, I have sought good things for thee. Psalms chapter 122. To thee have I lifted up my eyes, who dwellest in heaven. Behold, as the eyes of servants are on the hands of their masters, as the eyes of the handmaid are on the hands of her mistress, so are our eyes unto the Lord our God, until he have mercy on us. Have mercy on us, O Lord, have mercy on us, for we are greatly filled with contempt. For our soul is greatly filled. We are a reproach to the rich, and contempt to the proud. Psalms chapter 123. A gradual canticle. If it had not been that the Lord was with us, let Israel now say, if it had not been that the Lord was with us, when men rose up against us, perhaps they had swallowed us up alive. When their fury was enkindled against us, perhaps the waters had swallowed us up. Our soul hath passed through a torrent. Perhaps our soul had passed through a water insupportable. Blessed be the Lord, who hath not given us to be a prey to their teeth. Our soul hath been delivered as a sparrow out of the snare of the fowlers. The snare is broken, and we are delivered. Our help is in the name of the Lord, who made heaven and earth. Psalms chapter 124. A gradual canticle. They that trust in the Lord shall be as Mount Zion. He shall not be moved forever that dwelleth in Jerusalem. Mountains are round about it, so the Lord is round about his people from henceforth, now and forever. For the Lord will not leave the rod of sinners upon the lot of the just, that the just may not stretch forth their hands to iniquity. Do good, O Lord, to those that are good, and to the upright of heart. But such as turn aside into bonds, the Lord shall lead out with the workers of iniquity. Peace upon Israel. Psalms chapter 125. A gradual canticle. When the Lord brought back the captivity of Zion, we became like men comforted. Then was our mouth filled with gladness, and our tongue with joy. Then shall they say among the Gentiles, The Lord hath done great things for them. The Lord hath done great things for us. We are become joyful. Turn again our captivity, O Lord, as a stream in the south. They that sow in tears shall reap in joy. Going they went and wept, casting their seeds. But coming they shall come with joyfulness, carrying their sheaves. Psalms chapter 126. A gradual canticle of Solomon. Unless the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. Unless the Lord keep the city, he watcheth in vain that keepeth it. It is vain for you to rise before light. Rise ye after you have sitten, you that eat the bread of sorrow, when he shall give sleep to his beloved. Behold, the inheritance of the Lord are children, the reward the fruit of the womb. As arrows in the hand of the mighty, so the children of them that have been shaken. Blessed is the man that hath filled the desire with them. He shall not be confounded when he shall speak to his enemies in the gate. Psalms chapter 127. A gradual canticle. Blessed are all they that fear the Lord, that walk in his ways. For thou shalt eat the labors of thy hands. Blessed art thou, and it shall be well with thee. Thy wife as a fruitful vine on the sides of thy house. Thy children as olive plants round about thy table. Behold, thus shall the man be blessed that feareth the Lord. May the Lord bless thee out of Zion, and mayest thou see the good things of Jerusalem all the days of thy life. And mayest thou see thy children's children. Peace upon Israel. Psalms chapter 128. A gradual canticle. Often they have fought against me from my youth, let Israel now say. Often they have fought against me from my youth, but they could not prevail over me. The wicked have wrought upon my back. They have lengthened their iniquity. The Lord, who is just, will cut the necks of sinners. Let them all be confounded and turn back that hate Zion. Let them be as grass upon the tops of houses, which withereth before it be plucked up, who with the mower filleth not his hand, nor he that gathereth sheaves his bosom. And they that passed by have not said, The blessing of the Lord be upon you. We have blessed you in the name of the Lord. Psalms chapter 129, a gradual canticle. Out of the depths I have cried to thee, O Lord. Lord, hear my voice. Let thy ears be attentive to the voice of my supplication. If thou, O Lord, wilt mark iniquities, Lord, who shall stand it? For with thee there is merciful forgiveness, and by reason of thy law I have waited for thee, O Lord. My soul hath relied on his word. My soul hath hoped in the Lord. From the morning watch even until night, let Israel hope in the Lord. Because with the Lord there is mercy, and with him plentiful redemption. And he shall redeem Israel from all his iniquities. Psalms chapter 130, a gradual canticle of David. Lord, my heart is not exalted, nor are my eyes lofty. Neither have I walked in great matters, nor in wonderful things above me. If I was not humbly minded, but exalted my soul, as a child that is weaned is towards his mother, so reward in my soul. Let Israel hope in the Lord from henceforth, now and forever. Psalms chapter 131, a gradual canticle. O Lord, remember David and all his meekness, how he swore to the Lord. He vowed a vow to the God of Jacob. If I shall enter into the tabernacle of my house, if I shall go up into the bed wherein I lie, if I shall give sleep to my eyes, or slumber to my eyelids, or rest to my temples, until I find out a place for the Lord, a tabernacle for the God of Jacob. Behold, we have heard of it in Ephrath. We have found it in the fields of the wood. We will go into his tabernacle. We will adore in the place where his feet stood. Arise, O Lord, into thy resting place, thou and the ark which thou hast sanctified. Let thy priests be clothed with justice, and let thy saints rejoice. For thy servant David's sake, turn not away the face of thy anointed. The Lord hath sworn truth to David, and he will not make it void. Of the fruit of thy womb I will set upon thy throne. If thy children will keep my covenant, and these my testimonies which I shall teach them, their children also forevermore shall sit upon thy throne. For the Lord hath chosen Zion. He hath chosen it for his dwelling. This is my rest forever and ever. Here will I dwell, for I have chosen it. Blessing I will bless her widow. I will satisfy her poor with bread. I will clothe her priests with salvation, and her saints shall rejoice with exceeding great joy. There will I bring forth a horn to David. I have prepared a lamp for my anointed. His enemies I will clothe with confusion, but upon him shall my sanctification flourish. Psalms chapter 132, a gradual canticle of David. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. Like the precious ointment on the head that ran down upon the beard of Aaron, which ran down to the skirt of his garment. As the dew of Hermon, which descendeth upon Mount Zion. For there the Lord hath commanded blessing and life forevermore. Psalms chapter 133, a gradual canticle. Behold now, bless ye the Lord, all ye servants of the Lord, who stand in the house of the Lord, in the courts of the house of our God. In the nights lift up your hands to the holy places, and bless ye the Lord. May the Lord out of Zion bless thee, he that made heaven and earth. Psalms chapter 134. Alleluia! Praise ye the name of the Lord. O you his servants, praise the Lord. You that stand in the house of the Lord, in the courts of the house of our God, praise ye the Lord, for the Lord is good. Sing ye to his name, for it is sweet. For the Lord hath chosen Jacob unto himself, Israel for his own possession. For I have known that the Lord is great, and our God is above all gods. Whatsoever the Lord pleased, he hath done, in heaven, in earth, in the sea, and in all the deeps. He bringeth up clouds from the end of the earth. He hath made lightnings for the rain. He bringeth forth winds out of his stores. He slew the firstborn of Egypt, from man even unto beast. He sent forth signs and wonders in the midst of thee, O Egypt, upon Pharaoh, and upon all his servants. He smote many nations and slew many kings. Sihon, king of the Amorites, and Og, king of Bashan, and all the kingdoms of Canaan, and gave their land for an inheritance to his people Israel. Thy name, O Lord, is forever, thy memorial, O Lord, unto all generations. For the Lord will judge his people, and will be entreated in favor of his servants. The idols of the Gentiles are silver and gold, the works of men's hands. They have a mouth, but they speak not. They have eyes, but they see not. They have ears, but they hear not. Neither is there any breath in their mouths. Let them that make them be like to them, and every one that trusteth in them. Bless the Lord, O house of Israel. Bless the Lord, O house of Aaron. Bless the Lord, O house of Levi. You that fear the Lord, bless the Lord. Blessed be the Lord out of Zion, who dwelleth in Jerusalem. Psalms chapter 135. Alleluia! Praise the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Praise ye the God of gods, for his mercy endureth forever. Praise ye the Lord of hosts, for his mercy endureth forever. Who alone doth great wonders, for his mercy endureth forever. Who made the heavens in understanding, for his mercy endureth forever. Who established the earth above the waters, for his mercy endureth forever. Who made the great lights, for his mercy endureth forever. The sun to rule the day, for his mercy endureth forever. The moon and the stars to rule the night, for his mercy endureth forever. Who smote Egypt with their firstborn, for his mercy endureth forever. Who brought out Israel from among them, for his mercy endureth forever. With a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, for his mercy endureth forever. Who divided the Red Sea into parts, for his mercy endureth forever. And brought out Israel through the midst thereof, for his mercy endureth forever. And overthrew Pharaoh and his host in the Red Sea, for his mercy endureth forever. Who led his people through the desert, for his mercy endureth forever. Who smote great kings, for his mercy endureth forever. And slew strong kings, for his mercy endureth forever. Sihon, king of the Amorites, for his mercy endureth forever. And Og, king of Bashan, for his mercy endureth forever. And he gave their land for an inheritance, for his mercy endureth forever. For an inheritance to his servant Israel, for his mercy endureth forever. For he was mindful of us in our affliction, for his mercy endureth forever. And he redeemed us from our enemies, for his mercy endureth forever. Who giveth food to all flesh, for his mercy endureth forever. Give glory to the God of heaven, for his mercy endureth forever. Give glory to the Lord of lords, for his mercy endureth forever. Psalms chapter 136. Upon the rivers of Babylon, there we sat and wept, when we remembered Zion. On the willows in the midst thereof we hung up our instruments. For there they that led us into captivity required of us the words of songs. And they that carried us away said, Sing ye to us a hymn of the songs of Zion. How shall we sing the song of the Lord in a strange land? If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand be forgotten. Let my tongue cleave to my jaws if I do not remember thee, if I make not Jerusalem the beginning of my joy. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who say, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. O daughter of Babylon, miserable, blessed shall he be who shall repay thee thy payment which thou hast paid us. Blessed be he that shall take and dash thy little ones against the rock. Psalms chapter 137. For David himself. I will praise thee, O Lord, with my whole heart, for thou hast heard the words of my mouth. I will sing praise to thee in the sight of the angels. I will worship towards thy holy temple, and I will give glory to thy name, for thy mercy and for thy truth, for thou hast magnified thy holy name above all. In what day soever I shall call upon thee, hear me. Thou shalt multiply strength in my soul. May all the kings of the earth give glory to thee, for they have heard all the words of thy mouth. and let them sing in the ways of the Lord, for great is the glory of the Lord. For the Lord is high, and looketh on the low, and the high he knoweth afar off. If I shall walk in the midst of tribulation, thou wilt quicken me, and thou hast stretched forth thy hand against the wrath of my enemies, and thy right hand hath saved me. The Lord will repay for me, thy mercy, O Lord, endureth forever. O despise not the work of thy hands. Psalms chapter 138. Unto the end, a psalm of David. Lord, thou hast proved me, and known me. Thou hast known my sitting down, and my rising up. Thou hast understood my thoughts afar off. My path and my line thou hast searched out. And thou hast foreseen all my ways, for there is no speech in my tongue. Behold, O Lord, thou hast known all things, the last and those of old. Thou hast formed me, and thou hast laid thy hand upon me. Thy knowledge is become wonderful to me. It is high, and I cannot reach to it. Whither shall I go from thy spirit? Or whither shall I flee from thy face? If I ascend into heaven, thou art there. If I descend into hell, thou art present. If I take my wings early in the morning, and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there also shall thy hand lead me, and thy right hand shall hold me. And I said, perhaps darkness shall cover me, and night shall be my light and my pleasures. But darkness shall not be dark to thee, and night shall be light all the day. The darkness thereof and the light thereof are alike to thee. For thou hast possessed my reins. Thou hast protected me from my mother's womb. I will praise thee, for thou art fearfully magnified. Wonderful are thy works, and my soul knoweth right well. My bone is not hidden from thee, which thou hast made in secret, and my substance in the lower parts of the earth. Thy eyes did see my imperfect being, and in thy book all shall be written. Days shall be formed, and no one in them. But to me thy friends, O God, are made exceedingly honorable. Their principality is exceedingly strengthened. I will number them, and they shall be multiplied above the sand. I rose up, and am still with thee. If thou wilt kill the wicked, O God, ye men of blood, depart from me. Because you say in thought, they shall receive thy cities in vain. Have I not hated them, O Lord, that hated thee, and pined away because of thy enemies? I have hated them with a perfect hatred, and they are become enemies to me. Prove me, O God, and know my heart. Examine me, and know my paths, and see if there be in me the way of iniquity, and lead me in the eternal way. Psalms chapter 139. Unto the end, a psalm of David. Deliver me, O Lord, from the evil man. Rescue me from the unjust man, who have devised iniquities in their hearts. All the day long they designed battles. They have sharpened their tongues like a serpent. The venom of asps is under their lips. Keep me, O Lord, from the hand of the wicked, and from unjust men deliver me, who have proposed to supplant my steps. The proud have hidden a net for me. They have stretched out cords for a snare. They have laid for me a stumbling block by the wayside. I said to the Lord, Thou art my God. Hear, O Lord, the voice of my supplication. O Lord, Lord, the strength of my salvation, Thou hast overshadowed my head in the day of battle. Give me not up, O Lord, from my desire to the wicked. They have plotted against me. Do not Thou forsake me, lest they should triumph, the head of them compassing me about. The labor of their lips shall overwhelm them. Burning coals shall fall upon them. Thou wilt cast them down into the fire. In miseries they shall not be able to stand. A man full of tongue shall not be established in the earth. Evil shall catch the unjust man unto destruction. I know that the Lord will do justice to the needy, and will revenge the poor. But as for the just, they shall give glory to thy name, and the upright shall dwell with thy countenance. Psalms chapter 140. I have cried to thee, O Lord, hear me. Hearken to my voice when I cry to thee. Let my prayer be directed as incense in thy sight, the lifting up of my hands as evening sacrifice. Set a watch, O Lord, before my mouth, and a door round about my lips. Incline not my heart to evil words, to make excuses in sins, with men that work iniquity, and I will not communicate with the choicest of them. The just man shall correct me in mercy, and shall reprove me. But let not the oil of the sinner fatten my head, for my prayer shall still be against the things with which they are well pleased. Their judges, falling upon the rock, have been swallowed up. They shall hear my words, for they have prevailed, as when the thickness of the earth is broken up upon the ground. Our bones are scattered by the side of hell. But to Thee, O Lord, Lord, are my eyes. In Thee have I put my trust. Take not away my soul. Keep me from the snare which they have laid for me, and from the stumbling blocks of them that work iniquity. The wicked shall fall in his net. I am alone until I pass. Psalms chapter 141. Of understanding for David, a prayer when he was in the cave. I cried to the Lord with my voice. With my voice I made supplication to the Lord. In his sight I pour out my prayer, and before him I declare my trouble, when my spirit failed me, when thou knewest my paths. In this way wherein I walked, they have hidden a snare for me. I looked on my right hand, and beheld, there was no one that would know me. Flight hath failed me, and there is no one that hath regard to my soul. I cried to Thee, O Lord. I said, Thou art my hope, my portion in the land of the living. Attend to my supplication, for I am brought very low. Deliver me from my persecutors, for they are stronger than I. Bring my soul out of prison, that I may praise Thy name. The just wait for me, until Thou reward me. Psalms chapter 142. A psalm of David, when his son Absalom pursued him. Hear, O Lord, my prayer. Give ear to my supplication in Thy truth. Hear me in Thy justice, and enter not into judgment with Thy servant. For in Thy sight no man living shall be justified. For the enemy hath persecuted my soul. He hath brought down my life to the earth. He hath made me to dwell in darkness as those that have been dead of old. And my spirit is in anguish within me. My heart within me is troubled. I remembered the days of old. I meditated on all Thy works. I meditated upon the works of Thy hands. I stretched forth my hands to Thee. My soul is as earth without water unto Thee. Hear me speedily, O Lord. My spirit hath fainted away. Turn not away Thy face from me, lest I be like unto them that go down into the pit. Cause me to hear Thy mercy in the morning, for in Thee have I hoped. Make the way known to me wherein I should walk, for I have lifted up my soul to Thee. Deliver me from my enemies, O Lord, to Thee have I fled. Teach me to do Thy will, for Thou art my God. Thy good Spirit shall lead me into the right land, for Thy name's sake, O Lord. Thou wilt quicken me in Thy justice. Thou wilt bring my soul out of trouble, and in Thy mercy Thou wilt destroy my enemies. And Thou wilt cut off all them that afflict my soul, for I am Thy servant. Psalms chapter 143. Blessed be the Lord my God, who teacheth my hands to fight, and my fingers to war. My mercy and my refuge, my support and my deliverer, my protector, and I have hoped in him who subdueth my people under me. Lord, what is man, that Thou art made known to him? Or the Son of man, that Thou makest account of him? Man is like to vanity. His days pass away like a shadow. Lord, bow down Thy heavens and descend. Touch the mountains, and they shall smoke. Send forth lightning, and Thou shalt scatter them. Shoot out Thy arrows, and Thou shalt trouble them. Put forth Thy hand from on high. Take me out, and deliver me from many waters, from the hand of strange children, whose mouth has spoken vanity, and their right hand is the right hand of iniquity. To Thee, O God, I will sing a new canticle. On the psaltery and an instrument of 10 strings I will sing praises to Thee, who givest salvation to kings, who hast redeemed Thy servant David from the malicious sword. Deliver me, and rescue me out of the hand of strange children, whose mouth hath spoken vanity, and their right hand is the right hand of iniquity, whose sons are as new plants in their youth, their daughters decked out, adorned round about after the similitude of a temple. Their storehouses full, flowing out of this into that. Their sheep fruitful and young, abounding in their goings forth. Their oxen fat, There is no breach of wall, nor passage, nor crying out in the streets. They have called the people happy that hath these things, but happy is that people whose God is the Lord. Psalms chapter 144. Praise for David himself. I will extol thee, O God my King, and I will bless thy name forever, yea, forever and ever. Every day will I bless thee, and I will praise thy name forever, yea, forever and ever. Great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised, and of his greatness there is no end. Generation and generation shall praise thy works, and they shall declare thy power. They shall speak of the magnificence of the glory of thy holiness, and shall tell thy wondrous works. And they shall speak of the might of thy terrible acts, and shall declare thy greatness. They shall publish the memory of the abundance of thy sweetness, and shall rejoice in thy justice. The Lord is gracious and merciful, patient and plenteous in mercy. The Lord is sweet to all, and his tender mercies are over all his works. Let all thy works, O Lord, praise thee, and let thy saints bless thee. They shall speak of the glory of thy kingdom, and shall tell of thy power to make thy might known to the sons of men, and the glory of the magnificence of thy kingdom. Thy kingdom is a kingdom of all ages, and thy dominion endureth throughout all generations. The Lord is faithful in all his words, and holy in all his works. The Lord lifteth up all that fall, and setteth up all that are cast down. The eyes of all hope in thee, O Lord, and thou givest them meat in due season. Thou openest thy hand, and fillest with blessing every living creature. The Lord is just in all his ways, and holy in all his works. The Lord is nigh unto all them that call upon him, to all that call upon him in truth. He will do the will of them that fear him, and he will hear their prayer and save them. The Lord keepeth all them that love him, but all the wicked he will destroy. My mouth shall speak the praise of the Lord, and let all flesh bless his holy name forever, yea, forever and ever. Psalms chapter 145. Alleluia, of Agus and Zechariah. Praise the Lord, O my soul. In my life I will praise the Lord. I will sing to my God as long as I shall be. Put not your trust in princes, in the children of men, in whom there is no salvation. His spirit shall go forth, and he shall return into his earth. In that day all their thoughts shall perish. Blessed is he who hath the God of Jacob for his helper, whose hope is in the Lord his God, who made heaven and earth, the sea, and all things that are in them, who keepeth truth forever, who executeth judgment for them that suffer wrong, who giveth food to the hungry. The Lord looseth them that are fettered. The Lord enlighteneth the blind. The Lord lifteth up them that are cast down. The Lord loveth the just. The Lord keepeth the strangers. He will support the fatherless and the widow, and the ways of sinners he will destroy. The Lord shall reign forever. Thy God, O Zion, unto generation and generation. Psalms chapter 146. Alleluia! Praise ye the Lord, because psalm is good. To our God be joyful and comely praise. The Lord buildeth up Jerusalem. He will gather together the dispersed of Israel, who healeth the broken of heart, and bindeth up their bruises, who telleth the number of the stars, and calleth them all by their names. Great is our Lord, and great is his power, and of his wisdom there is no number. The Lord lifteth up the meek, and bringeth the wicked down even to the ground. Sing ye to the Lord with praise. Sing to our God upon the harp, who covereth the heavens with clouds, and prepareth rain for the earth, who maketh grass to grow on the mountains, and herbs for the service of men, who giveth to beasts their food, and to the young ravens that call upon him. He shall not delight in the strength of the horse, nor take pleasure in the legs of a man. The Lord taketh pleasure in them that fear him, and in them that hope in his mercy. Psalms chapter 147. Praise the Lord, O Jerusalem. Praise thy God, O Zion, because he has strengthened the bolts of thy gates. He hath blessed thy children within thee, who hath placed peace in thy borders, and filleth thee with the fat of corn, who sendeth forth his speech to the earth. His word runneth swiftly, who giveth snow like wool, scattereth mists like ashes. He sendeth his crystal like morsels. Who shall stand before the face of his cold? He shall send out his word, and shall melt them. His wind shall blow, and the waters shall run. Who declareth his word to Jacob, his justices and his judgments to Israel. He hath not done in like manner to every nation, and his judgments he hath not made manifest to them. Alleluia. Psalms chapter 148. Praise ye the Lord from the heavens. Praise ye him in the high places. Praise ye him, all his angels. Praise ye him, all his hosts. Praise ye him, O sun and moon. Praise him, all ye stars and light. Praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and let all the waters that are above the heavens praise the name of the Lord. For he spoke, and they were made. He commanded, and they were created. He hath established them forever, and for ages of ages. He hath made a decree, and it shall not pass away. Praise the Lord from the earth, ye dragons, and all ye deeps. Fire, hail, snow, ice, stormy winds, which fulfill his word. Mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars, beasts and all cattle, serpents and feathered fowls, kings of the earth and all people, princes and all judges of the earth, young men and maidens, let the old with the younger praise the name of the Lord, for his name alone is exalted. The praise of him is above heaven and earth, and he hath exalted the horn of his people. A hymn to all his saints, to the children of Israel, a people approaching to him. Alleluia. Psalms chapter 149. Sing ye to the Lord a new canticle. Let his praise be in the church of the saints. Let Israel rejoice in him that made him, and let the children of Zion be joyful in their King. Let them praise his name in choir. Let them sing to him with the timbrel and the psaltery. For the Lord is well pleased with his people, and he will exalt the meek unto salvation. The saints shall rejoice in glory. They shall be joyful in their beds. The high praises of God shall be in their mouth, and two-edged swords in their hands, to execute vengeance upon the nations, chastisements among the people, to bind their kings with fetters, and their nobles with manacles of iron, to execute upon them the judgment that is written, this glory to all his saints. Alleluia. Psalms chapter 150. Praise ye the Lord in his holy places. Praise ye him in the firmament of his power. Praise ye him for his mighty acts. Praise ye him according to the multitude of his greatness. Praise him with the sound of trumpet. Praise him with psaltery and harp. Praise him with timbrel and choir. Praise him with strings and organs. Praise him on high-sounding cymbals. Praise him on cymbals of joy. Let every spirit praise the Lord. Alleluia. Proverbs chapter 1. The parables of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, to know wisdom and instruction, to understand the words of prudence, and to receive the instruction of doctrine, justice, and judgment, and equity, to give subtlety to little ones, to the young man knowledge and understanding. A wise man shall hear, and shall be wiser, and he that understandeth shall possess governments. He shall understand a parable and the interpretation, the words of the wise and their mysterious sayings. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Fools despise wisdom and instruction. My son, hear the instruction of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother, that grace may be added to thy head, and a chain of gold to thy neck. My son, if sinners shall entice thee, consent not to them. If they shall say, Come with us, let us lie in wait for blood, let us hide snares for the innocent without cause, let us swallow him up alive like hell, and whole as one that goeth down into the pit. We shall find all precious substance. We shall fill our houses with spoils. Cast in thy lot with us. Let us all have one purse. My son, walk not thou with them. Restrain thy foot from their paths. For their feet run to evil, and make haste to shed blood. But a net is spread in vain before the eyes of them that have wings. And they themselves lie in wait for their own blood, and practice deceits against their own souls. So the ways of every covetous man destroy the souls of the possessors. Wisdom preacheth abroad, she uttereth her voice in the streets. At the head of multitudes she crieth out, in the entrance of the gates of the city she uttereth her words, saying, O children, how long will you love childishness? And fools covet those things which are hurtful to themselves, and the unwise hate knowledge. Turn ye at my reproof. Behold, I will utter my spirit to you, and will show you my words. Because I called, and you refused, I stretched out my hand, and there was none that regarded. You have despised all my counsel, and have neglected my reprehensions. I also will laugh in your destruction, and will mock when that shall come to you which you feared. When sudden calamity shall fall on you, and destruction as a tempest shall be at hand, when tribulation and distress shall come upon you. Then shall they call upon me, and I will not hear. They shall rise in the morning, and shall not find me, because they have hated instruction, and received not the fear of the Lord, nor consented to my counsel, but despised all my reproof. Therefore they shall eat the fruit of their own way, and shall be filled with their own devices. The turning away of little ones shall kill them, and the prosperity of fools shall destroy them. But he that shall hear me shall rest without terror, and shall enjoy abundance without fear of evils. Proverbs chapter 2. My son, if thou wilt receive my words, and wilt hide my commandments with thee, that thy ear may hearken to wisdom, incline thy heart to know prudence. For if thou shalt call for wisdom, and incline thy heart to prudence, if thou shalt seek her as money, and shalt dig for her as for a treasure, then shalt thou understand the fear of the Lord, and shalt find the knowledge of God. Because the Lord giveth wisdom, and out of his mouth cometh prudence and knowledge. He wilt keep the salvation of the righteous, and protect them that walk in simplicity, keeping the paths of justice, and guarding the ways of saints. Then shalt thou understand justice, and judgment, and equity, and every good path. If wisdom shall enter into thy heart, and knowledge please thy soul, counsel shall keep thee, and prudence shall preserve thee, that thou mayest be delivered from the evil way, and from the man that speaketh perverse things, who leave the right way, and walk by dark ways, who are glad when they have done evil, and rejoice in the most wicked things, whose ways are perverse, and their steps infamous. That thou mayest be delivered from the strange woman, and from the stranger who softeneth her words, and forsaketh the guide of her youth, and hath forgotten the covenant of her God. For her house inclineth unto death, and her paths to hell. None that go in unto her shall return again, neither shall they take hold of the paths of life. That thou mayest walk in a good way, and mayest keep the paths of the just. For they that are upright shall dwell in the earth, and the simple shall continue in it. But the wicked shall be destroyed from the earth, and they that do unjustly shall be taken away from it. Proverbs chapter 3. My son, forget not my law, and let thy heart keep my commandments, for they shall add to thee length of days, and years of life, and peace. Let not mercy and truth leave thee. Put them about thy neck, and write them in the tables of thy heart, and thou shalt find grace and good understanding before God and men. Have confidence in the Lord with all thy heart, and lean not upon thy own prudence. In all thy ways think on him, and he will direct thy steps. Be not wise in thy own conceit. Fear God, and depart from evil, for it shall be health to thy navel, and moistening to thy bones. Honor the Lord with thy substance, and give him of the first of all thy fruits. And thy barns shall be filled with abundance, and thy presses shall run over with wine. My son, reject not the correction of the Lord, and do not faint when thou art chastised by him. For whom the Lord loveth, he chastiseth, and as a father in the son he pleaseth himself. Blessed is the man that findeth wisdom, and is rich in prudence. The purchasing thereof is better than the merchandise of silver, and her fruit than the chief and purest gold. She is more precious than all riches, and all the things that are desired are not to be compared to her. Length of days is in her right hand, and in her left hand riches and glory. Her ways are beautiful ways, and all her paths are peaceable. She is a tree of life to them that lay hold on her, and he that shall retain her is blessed. The Lord by wisdom hath founded the earth, hath established the heavens by prudence. By his wisdom the depths have broken out, and the clouds grow thick with dew. My son, let not these things depart from thy eyes. Keep the law and counsel, and there shall be life to thy soul and grace to thy mouth. Then shalt thou walk confidently in thy way, and thy foot shall not stumble. If thou sleep, thou shalt not fear. Thou shalt rest, and thy sleep shall be sweet. Be not afraid of sudden fear, nor of the power of the wicked falling upon thee. For the Lord will be at thy side, and will keep thy foot, that thou be not taken. Do not withhold him from doing good who is able. If thou art able, do good thyself also. Say not to thy friend, Go and come again, and tomorrow I will give to thee, when thou canst give at present. Practice not evil against thy friend, when he hath confidence in thee. Strive not against a man without cause, when he hath done thee no evil. Envy not the unjust man, and do not follow his ways. For every mocker is an abomination to the Lord, and his communication is with the simple. Want is from the Lord in the house of the wicked, but the habitations of the just shall be blessed. He shall scorn the scorners, and to the meek he will give grace. The wise shall possess glory, the promotion of fools is disgrace. Proverbs chapter 4. Hear ye, children, the instruction of a father, and attend, that you may know prudence. I will give you a good gift. Forsake not my law. For I also was my father's son, tender, and as an only son in the sight of my mother. And he taught me, and said, Let thy heart receive my words, keep my commandments, and thou shalt live. Get wisdom, get prudence, forget not, neither decline from the words of my mouth. Forsake her not, and she shall keep thee. Love her, and she shall preserve thee. The beginning of wisdom, get wisdom, and with all thy possession purchase prudence. Take hold on her, and she shall exalt thee. Thou shalt be glorified by her when thou shalt embrace her. She shall give to thy head increase of graces, and protect thee with a noble crown. Hear, O son, and receive my words, that years of life may be multiplied to thee. I will show thee the way of wisdom. I will lead thee by the paths of equity, which when thou shalt have entered, thy steps shall not be straitened, and when thou runnest, thou shalt not meet a stumbling block. Take hold on instruction, leave it not. Keep it, because it is thy life. Be not delighted in the paths of the wicked, neither let the way of evil men please thee. Flee from it, pass not by it, go aside and forsake it. For they sleep not, except they have done evil, and their sleep is taken away, unless they have made some to fall. They eat the bread of wickedness, and drink the wine of iniquity. But the path of the just, as a shining light, goeth forwards, and increaseth even to perfect day. The way of the wicked is darksome. They know not where they fall. My son, hearken to my words, and incline thy ear to my sayings. Let them not depart from thy eyes. Keep them in the midst of thy heart, for they are life to those that find them, and health to all flesh. With all watchfulness keep thy heart, because life issueth out from it. Remove from thee a froward mouth, and let detracting lips be far from thee. Let thy eyes look straight on, and let thy eyelids go before thy steps. Make straight the path for thy feet, and all thy ways shall be established. Decline not to the right hand, nor to the left. Turn away thy foot from evil, for the Lord knoweth the ways that are on the right hand, but those are perverse which are on the left hand. But he will make thy courses straight. He will bring forward thy ways in peace. Proverbs chapter 5. My son, attend to my wisdom, and incline thy ear to my prudence, that thou mayest keep thoughts, and thy lips may preserve instruction. Mind not the deceit of a woman, for the lips of a harlot are like a honeycomb dropping, and her throat is smoother than oil. But her end is bitter as wormwood, and sharp as a two-edged sword. Her feet go down into death, and her steps go in as far as hell. They walk not by the path of life. Her steps are wandering and unaccountable. Now therefore, my son, hear me, and depart not from the words of my mouth. Remove thy way far from her, and come not nigh the doors of her house. Give not thy honor to strangers, and thy years to the cruel, lest strangers be filled with thy strength, and thy labors be in another man's house. And thou mourn at the last, when thou shalt have spent thy flesh and thy body, and say, Why have I hated instruction, and my heart consented not to reproof, and have not heard the voice of them that taught me, and have not inclined my ear to masters? I have almost been in all evil in the midst of the church and of the congregation. Drink water out of thy own cistern, and the streams of thy own well. Let thy fountains be conveyed abroad, and in the streets divide thy waters. Keep them to thyself alone, neither let strangers be partakers with thee. Let thy vein be blessed, and rejoice with the wife of thy youth. Let her be thy dearest hind, and most agreeable fawn. Let her breasts inebriate thee at all times. Be thou delighted continually with her love. Why art thou seduced, my son, by a strange woman, and art cherished in the bosom of another? The Lord beholdeth the ways of man, and considereth all his steps. His own iniquities catch the wicked, and he is fast bound with the ropes of his own sins. He shall die because he hath not received instruction, and in the multitude of his folly he shall be deceived. Proverbs chapter 6. My son, if thou be surety for thy friend, thou hast engaged fast thy hand to a stranger. Thou art ensnared with the words of thy mouth, and caught with thy own words. Do therefore, my son, what I say, and deliver thyself, because thou art fallen into the hand of thy neighbor. Run about, make haste, stir up thy friend. Give not sleep to thy eyes, neither let thy eyelids slumber. Deliver thyself as a doe from the hand, and as a bird from the hand of the fowler. Go to the ant, O sluggard, and consider her ways, and learn wisdom, which, although she hath no guide, nor master, nor captain, provideth her meat for herself in the summer, and gathereth her food in the harvest. How long wilt thou sleep, O sluggard? When wilt thou arise out of thy sleep? Thou wilt sleep a little, thou wilt slumber a little, thou wilt fold thy hands a little to sleep. And want shall come upon thee as a traveler, and poverty as a man armed. But if thou be diligent, thy harvest shall come as a fountain, and want shall flee far from thee. A man that is an apostate, an unprofitable man, walketh with a perverse mouth. He winketh with the eyes, presseth with a foot, speaketh with the finger. With a wicked heart he deviseth evil, and at all times he soweth discord. To such a one his destruction shall presently come, and he shall suddenly be destroyed, and shall no longer have any remedy. 6 things there are which the Lord hateth, and the 7th his soul detesteth: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that deviseth wicked plots, feet that are swift to run into mischief, a deceitful witness that uttereth lies, and him that soweth discord among brethren. My son, keep the commandments of thy father, and forsake not the law of thy mother. Bind them in thy heart continually, and put them about thy neck. When thou walkest, let them go with thee. When thou sleepest, let them keep thee. And when thou wakest, talk with them. Because the commandment is a lamp, and the law a light, and reproofs of instruction are the way of life, that they may keep thee from the evil woman, and from the flattering tongue of the stranger. Let not thy heart covet her beauty, be not caught with her winks. For the price of a harlot is scarce 1 loaf, but the woman catcheth the precious soul of a man. Can a man hide fire in his bosom, and his garments not burn? Or can he walk upon hot coals, and his feet not be burnt? So he that goeth into his neighbor's wife shall not be clean when he shall touch her. The fault is not so great when a man hath stolen, for he stealeth to fill his hungry soul. And if he be taken, he shall restore 7-fold, and shall give up all the substance of his house. But he that is an adulterer, for the folly of his heart, shall destroy his own soul. He gathereth to himself shame and dishonor, and his reproach shall not be blotted out, because the jealousy and rage of the husband will not spare in the day of revenge. Nor will he yield to any man's prayers, nor will he accept for satisfaction ever so many gifts. Proverbs chapter 7. My son, keep my words, and lay up my precepts with thee. Son, keep my commandments, and thou shalt live, and my law is the apple of thy eye. Bind it upon thy fingers, write it upon the tables of thy heart. Say to wisdom, Thou art my sister, and call prudence thy friend, that she may keep thee from the woman that is not thine, and from the stranger who sweeteneth her words. For I looked out of the window of my house through the lattice, and I see little ones. I behold a foolish young man, who passeth through the street by the corner, and goeth nigh the way of her house in the dark when it grows late, in the darkness and obscurity of the night. And behold, a woman meeteth him in harlot's attire, prepared to deceive souls, talkative and wandering, not bearing to be quiet, not able to abide still at home. Now abroad, now in the streets, now lying in wait near the corners. And catching the young man, she kisseth him, and with an impudent face flattereth, saying, I vowed victims for prosperity. This day I have paid my vows. Therefore I am come out to meet thee, desirous to see thee, and I have found thee. I have woven my bed with cords. I have covered it with painted tapestry, brought from Egypt. I have perfumed my bed with myrrh, aloes, and cinnamon. Come, let us be inebriated with the breasts, and let us enjoy the desired embraces till the day appear. For my husband is not at home. He is gone a very long journey. He took with him a bag of money. He will return home the day of the full moon. She entangled him with many words, and drew him away with the flattery of her lips. Immediately he followeth her as an ox led to be a victim, and as a lamb playing the wanton, and not knowing that he is drawn like a fool to bonds, till the arrow pierce his liver, as if a bird should make haste to the snare, and knoweth not that his life is in danger. Now therefore, my son, hear me, and attend to the words of my mouth. Let not thy mind be drawn away in her ways, neither be thou deceived with her paths. For she hath cast down many wounded, and the strongest have been slain by her. Her house is the way to hell, reaching even to the inner chambers of death. Proverbs chapter 8. Doth not wisdom cry aloud, and prudence put forth her voice? Standing in the top of the highest places by the way, in the midst of the paths, beside the gates of the city, in the very doors she speaketh, saying, O ye men, to you I call, and my voice is to the sons of men. O little ones, understand subtlety, and ye unwise, take notice. Hear, for I will speak of great things, and my lips shall be opened to preach right things. My mouth shall meditate truth, and my lips shall hate wickedness. All my words are just, and there is nothing wicked nor perverse in them. They are right to them that understand, and just to them that find knowledge. Receive my instruction, and not money. Choose knowledge rather than gold. For wisdom is better than all the most precious things, and whatsoever may be desired cannot be compared to it. I, wisdom, dwell in counsel, and am present in learned thoughts. The fear of the Lord hateth evil. I hate arrogance, and pride, and every wicked way, and a mouth with a double tongue. Counsel and equity is mine, prudence is mine, strength is mine. By me kings reign, and lawgivers decree just things. By me princes rule, and the mighty decree justice. I love them that love me, and they that in the morning early watch for me shall find me. With me are riches and glory, glorious riches and justice. For my fruit is better than gold and the precious stone, and my blossoms than choice silver. I walk in the way of justice, in the midst of the paths of judgment, that I may enrich them that love me, and may fill their treasures. The Lord possessed me in the beginning of his ways, before he made anything from the beginning. I was set up from eternity, and of old, before the earth was made. The depths were not as yet, and I was already conceived, neither had the fountains of water as yet sprung out. The mountains with their huge bulk had not as yet been established. Before the hills I was brought forth. He had not yet made the earth, nor the rivers, nor the poles of the world. When he prepared the heavens, I was present. When with a certain law and compass he enclosed the depths, when he established the sky above and poised the fountains of waters, when he compassed the sea with its bounds, and set a law to the waters that they should not pass their limits, when he balanced the foundations of the earth, I was with him forming all things, and was delighted every day, playing before him at all times, playing in the world, and my delights were to be with the children of men. Now therefore, ye children, hear me. Blessed are they that keep my ways. Hear instruction, and be wise, and refuse it not. Blessed is the man that heareth me, and that watcheth daily at my gates, and waiteth at the posts of my doors. He that shall find me shall find life, and shall have salvation from the Lord. But he that shall sin against me shall hurt his own soul. All that hate me love death. Proverbs chapter 9. Wisdom hath built herself a house. She hath hewn her out of 7 pillars. She hath slain her victims, mingled her wine, and set forth her table. She hath sent her maids to invite to the tower and to the walls of the city. Whosoever is a little one, let him come to me. And to the unwise she said, Come, eat my bread, and drink the wine which I have mingled for you. Forsake childishness, and live, and walk by the ways of prudence. He that teacheth a scorner doth an injury to himself, and he that rebuketh a wicked man getteth himself a blot. Rebuke not a scorner, lest he hate thee. Rebuke a wise man, and he will love thee. Give an occasion to a wise man, and wisdom shall be added to him. Teach a just man, and he shall make haste to receive it. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is prudence. For by me shall thy days be multiplied, and years of life shall be added to thee. If thou be wise, thou shalt be so to thyself, and if a scorner, thou alone shalt bear the evil. A foolish woman, and clamorous, and full of allurements, and knowing nothing at all, sat at the door of her house, upon a seat, in a high place of the city, to call them that pass by the way, and go on their journey. He that is a little one, let him turn to me. And to the fool she said, Stolen waters are sweeter, and hidden bread is more pleasant. And he did not know that giants are there, and that her guests are in the depths of hell. Proverbs chapter 10. A wise son maketh the father glad, but a foolish son is the sorrow of his mother. Treasures of wickedness shall profit nothing, but justice shall deliver from death. The Lord will not afflict the soul of the just with famine, and he will disappoint the deceitful practices of the wicked. The slothful hand hath wrought poverty, but the hand of the industrious getteth riches. He that trusteth to lies feedeth the winds, and the same runneth after birds that fly away. He that gathereth in the harvest is a wise son, but he that snorteth in the summer is the son of confusion. The blessing of the Lord is upon the head of the just, but iniquity covereth the mouth of the wicked. The memory of the just is with praises, and the name of the wicked shall rot. The wise of heart receiveth precepts. A fool is beaten with lips. He that walketh sincerely walketh confidently, but he that perverteth his ways shall be manifest. He that winketh with the eye shall cause sorrow, and the foolish in lips shall be beaten. The mouth of the just is a vein of life, and the mouth of the wicked covereth iniquity. Hatred stirreth up strifes, and charity covereth all sins. In the lips of the wise is wisdom found, and a rod on the back of him that wanteth sense. Wise men lay up knowledge, but the mouth of the fool is next to confusion. The substance of a rich man is the city of his strength. The fear of the poor is their poverty. The work of the just is unto life, but the fruit of the wicked unto sin. The way of life to him that observeth correction, but he that forsaketh reproofs goeth astray. Lying lips hide hatred. He that uttereth reproach is foolish. In the multitude of words there shall not want sin, but he that refraineth his lips is most wise. The tongue of the just is as choice as silver, but the heart of the wicked is nothing worth. The lips of the just teach many, but they that are ignorant shall die in the want of understanding. The blessing of the Lord maketh men rich, neither shall affliction be joined to them. A fool worketh mischief as if it were sport, but wisdom is prudence to a man. That which the wicked feareth shall come upon him. To the just their desire shall be given. As a tempest that passeth, so the wicked shall be no more, but the just is an everlasting foundation. As vinegar to the teeth and smoke to the eyes, so is the sluggard to them that sent him. The fear of the Lord shall prolong days, and the years of the wicked shall be shortened. The expectation of the just is joy, but the hope of the wicked shall perish. The strength of the upright is the way of the Lord, and fear to them that work evil. The just shall never be moved, but the wicked shall not dwell on the earth. The mouth of the just shall bring forth wisdom, the tongue of the perverse shall perish. The lips of the just consider what is acceptable, and the mouth of the wicked uttereth perverse things. Proverbs chapter 11. A deceitful balance is an abomination before the Lord, and a just weight is his will. Where pride is, there also shall be reproach, but where humility is, there also is wisdom. The simplicity of the just shall guide them, and the deceitfulness of the wicked shall destroy them. Riches shall not profit in the day of revenge, but justice shall deliver from death. The justice of the upright shall make his way prosperous, and the wicked man shall fall by his own wickedness. The justice of the righteous shall deliver them, and the unjust shall be caught in their own snares. When the wicked man is dead, there shall be no hope any more, and the expectation of the solicitous shall perish. The just is delivered out of distress, and the wicked shall be given up for him. The dissembler with his mouth deceiveth his friend, but the just shall be delivered by knowledge. When it goeth well with the just, the city shall rejoice, and when the wicked perish, there shall be praise. By the blessing of the just the city shall be exalted, and by the mouth of the wicked it shall be overthrown. He that despiseth his friend is mean of heart, but the wise man will hold his peace. He that walketh deceitfully revealeth secrets, but he that is faithful concealeth the thing committed to him by his friend. Where there is no governor, the people shall fall, but there is safety where there is much counsel. He shall be afflicted with evil that is surety for a stranger, but he that is aware of snares shall be secure. A gracious woman shall find glory, and the strong shall have riches. A merciful man doth good to his own soul, but he that is cruel casteth off even his own kindred. The wicked maketh an unsteady work, but to him that soweth justice there is a faithful reward. Clemency prepareth life, and the pursuing of evil things death. A perverse heart is abominable to the Lord, and his will is in them that walk sincerely. Hand in hand the evil man shall not be innocent, but the seed of the just shall be saved. A golden ring and a swine's snout, a woman fair and foolish. The desire of the just is all good, the expectation of the wicked is indignation. Some distribute their own goods and grow richer. Others take away what is not their own and are always in want. The soul that blesseth shall be made fat, and he that inebriateth shall be inebriated also himself. He that hideth up corn shall be cursed among the people, but a blessing upon the head of them that sell. Well doth he rise early who seeketh good things, but he that seeketh after evil things shall be oppressed by them. He that trusteth in his riches shall fall, but the just shall spring up as a green leaf. He that troubleth his own house shall inherit the winds, and the fool shall serve the wise. The fruit of the just man is a tree of life, and he that gaineth souls is wise. If the just man receive in the earth, how much more the wicked and the sinner? Proverbs chapter 12. He that loveth correction loveth knowledge, but he that hateth reproof is foolish. He that is good shall draw grace from the Lord, but he that trusteth in his own devices doth wickedly. Man shall not be strengthened by wickedness, and the root of the just shall not be moved. A diligent woman is a crown to her husband, and she that doth things worthy of confusion is as rottenness in his bones. The thoughts of the just are judgments, and the counsels of the wicked are deceitful. The words of the wicked lie in wait for blood. The mouth of the just shall deliver them. Turn the wicked, and they shall not be, but the house of the just shall stand firm. A man shall be known by his learning, but he that is vain and foolish shall be exposed to contempt. Better is the poor man that provideth for himself than he that is glorious and wanteth bread. The just regardeth the lives of his beasts, but the bowels of the wicked are cruel. He that tilleth his land shall be satisfied with bread, but he that pursueth idleness is very foolish. He that is delighted in passing his time over wine leaveth a reproach in his strongholds. The desire of the wicked is the fortification of evil men, but the root of the just shall prosper. For the sins of the lips' ruin draweth nigh to the evil man, but the just shall escape out of distress. By the fruit of his own mouth shall a man be filled with good things, and according to the works of his hands it shall be repaid him. The way of a fool is right in his own eyes, but he that is wise hearkeneth unto counsels. A fool immediately showeth his anger, but he that dissembleth injuries is wise. He that speaketh that which he knoweth showeth forth justice, but he that lieth is a deceitful witness. There is that promiseth, and is pricked as it were with the sword of conscience, but the tongue of the wise is health. The lip of truth shall be steadfast forever, but he that is a hasty witness frameth a lying tongue. Deceit is in the heart of them that think evil things, but joy followeth them that take counsels of peace. Whatsoever shall befall the just man shall not make him sad, but the wicked shall be filled with mischief. Lying lips are an abomination to the Lord, but they that deal faithfully please him. A cautious man concealeth knowledge, and the heart of fools publisheth folly. The hand of the valiant shall bear rule, but that which is slothful shall be under tribute. Grief in the heart of a man shall bring him low, but with a good word he shall be made glad. He that neglecteth a loss for the sake of a friend is just, but the way of the wicked shall deceive them. The deceitful man shall not find gain, but the substance of a just man shall be precious gold. In the path of justice is life, but the byway leadeth to death. Proverbs chapter 13. A wise son heareth the doctrine of his father, but he that is a scorner heareth not when he is reproved. Of the fruit of his own mouth shall a man be filled with good things, but the soul of transgressors is wicked. He that keepeth his mouth keepeth his soul, but he that hath no guard on his speech shall meet with evils. The sluggard willeth and willeth not, but the soul of them that work shall be made fat. The just shall hate a lying word, but the wicked confoundeth, and shall be confounded. Justice keepeth the way of the innocent, but wickedness overthroweth the sinner. One is as it were rich when he hath nothing, and another is as it were poor when he hath great riches. The ransom of a man's life are his riches, but he that is poor beareth not reprehension. The light of the just giveth joy, but the lamp of the wicked shall put it out. Among the proud there are always contentions, but they that do all things with counsel are ruled by wisdom. Substance got in haste shall be diminished, but that which by little and little is gathered with the hand shall increase. Hope that is deferred afflicteth the soul. Desire when it cometh is a tree of life. Whosoever speaketh ill of anything bindeth himself for the time to come. But he that feareth the commandment shall dwell in peace. Deceitful souls go astray in sins. The just are merciful and show mercy. The law of the wise is a fountain of life, that he may decline from the ruin of death. Good instruction shall give grace. In the way of scorners is a deep pit. The prudent man doth all things with counsel, but he that is a fool layeth upon his folly. The messenger of the wicked shall fall into mischief, but a faithful ambassador is health. Poverty and shame to him that refuseth instruction, but he that yieldeth to reproof shall be glorified. The desire that is accomplished delighteth the soul. Fools hate them that flee from evil things. He that walketh with the wise shall be wise. A friend of fools shall become like to them. Evil pursueth sinners, and to the just good shall be repaid. The good man leaveth heirs, sons, and grandsons, and the substance of the sinner is kept for the just. Much food is in the tillage of fathers, but for others it is gathered without judgment. He that spareth the rod hateth his son, but he that loveth him correcteth him betimes. The just eateth and filleth his soul, but the belly of the wicked is never to be filled. Proverbs chapter 14. A wise woman buildeth her house, but the foolish will pull down with her hands that also which is built. He that walketh in the right way and feareth God is despised by him that goeth by an infamous way. In the mouth of a fool is the rod of pride, but the lips of the wise preserve them. Where there are no oxen, the crib is empty, but where there is much corn, there the strength of the ox is manifest. A faithful witness will not lie, but a deceitful witness uttereth a lie. A scorner seeketh wisdom, and findeth it not. The learning of the wise is easy. Go against a foolish man, and he knoweth not the lips of prudence. The wisdom of a discreet man is to understand his way, and the imprudence of fools erreth. A fool will laugh at sin, but among the just grace shall abide. The heart that knoweth the bitterness of his own soul, in his joy the stranger shall not intermeddle. The house of the wicked shall be destroyed, but the tabernacles of the just shall flourish. There is a way which seemeth just to a man, but the ends thereof lead to death. Laughter shall be mingled with sorrow, and mourning taketh hold of the ends of joy. A fool shall be filled with his own ways, and the good man shall be above him. The innocent believeth every word, the discreet man considereth his steps. No good shall come to the deceitful son, but the wise servant shall prosper in his dealings, and his way shall be made straight. A wise man feareth and declineth from evil. The fool leapeth over and is confident. The impatient man shall work folly, and the crafty man is hateful. The childish shall possess folly, and the prudent shall look for knowledge. The evil shall fall down before the good, and the wicked before the gates of the just. The poor man shall be hateful even to his own neighbor, but the friends of the rich are many. He that despiseth his neighbor sinneth, but he that showeth mercy to the poor shall be blessed. He that believeth in the Lord loveth mercy. They err that work evil, but mercy and truth prepare good things. In much work there shall be abundance, but where there are many words there is oftentimes want. The crown of the wise is their riches, the folly of fools imprudence. A faithful witness delivereth souls, and the double-dealer uttereth lies. In the fear of the Lord is confidence of strength, and there shall be hope for his children. The fear of the Lord is a fountain of life, to decline from the ruin of death. In the multitude of people is the dignity of the king, and in the small number of the people the dishonor of the prince. He that is patient is governed with much wisdom, but he that is impatient exalteth his folly. Soundness of heart is the life of the flesh, but envy is the rottenness of the bones. He that oppresseth the poor upbraideth his Maker, but he that hath pity on the poor honoureth him. The wicked man shall be driven out in his wickedness, but the just hath hope in his death. In the heart of the prudent resteth wisdom, and it shall instruct all the ignorant. Justice exalteth a nation, but sin maketh nations miserable. A wise servant is acceptable to the king. He that is good for nothing shall feel his anger. Proverbs chapter 15. A mild answer breaketh wrath, but a harsh word stirreth up fury. The tongue of the wise adorneth knowledge, but the mouth of fools bubbleth out folly. The eyes of the Lord in every place behold the good and the evil. A peaceable tongue is a tree of life, but that which is immoderate shall crush the spirit. A fool laugheth at the instruction of his father, but he that regardeth reproofs shall become prudent. In abundant justice there is the greatest strength, but the devices of the wicked shall be rooted out. The house of the just is very much strength, and in the fruits of the wicked is trouble. The lips of the wise shall disperse knowledge, the heart of fools shall be unlike. The victims of the wicked are abominable to the Lord, the vows of the just are acceptable. The way of the wicked is an abomination to the Lord. He that followeth justice is beloved by him. Instruction is grievous to him that forsaketh the way of life. He that hateth reproof shall die. Hell and destruction are before the Lord. How much more the hearts of the children of men? A corrupt man loveth not one that reproveth him, nor will he go to the wise. A glad heart maketh a cheerful countenance, but by grief of mind the spirit is cast down. The heart of the wise seeketh instruction, and the mouth of fools feedeth on foolishness. All the days of the poor are evil. A secure mind is like a continual feast. Better is a little with the fear of the Lord than great treasures without content. It is better to be invited to herbs with love than to a fatted calf with hatred. A passionate man stirreth up strifes. He that is patient appeaseth those that are stirred up. The way of the slothful is as a hedge of thorns. The way of the just is without offense. A wise son maketh a father joyful, but the foolish man despiseth his mother. Folly is joy to the fool, and the wise man maketh straight his steps. Designs are brought to nothing where there is no counsel, but where there are many counselors, they are established. A man rejoiceth in the sentence of his mouth, and a word in due time is best. The path of life is above for the wise, that he may decline from the lowest hell. The Lord will destroy the house of the proud, and will strengthen the borders of the widow. Evil thoughts are an abomination to the Lord, and pure words most beautiful shall be confirmed by him. He that is greedy of gain troubleth his own house, but he that hateth bribes shall live. By mercy and faith sins are purged away, and by the fear of the Lord every one declineth from evil. The mind of the just studieth obedience, the mouth of the wicked overfloweth with evils. The Lord is far from the wicked, and he will hear the prayers of the just. The light of the eyes rejoiceth the soul. A good name maketh the bones fat. The ear that heareth the reproofs of life shall abide in the midst of the wise. He that rejecteth instruction despiseth his own soul, but he that yieldeth to reproof possesseth understanding. The fear of the Lord is the lesson of wisdom, and humility goeth before glory. Proverbs chapter 16. It is the part of man to prepare the soul, and of the Lord to govern the tongue. All the ways of a man are open to his eyes. The Lord is the weigher of spirits. Lay open thy works to the Lord, and thy thoughts shall be directed. The Lord hath made all things for himself, the wicked also for the evil day. Every proud man is an abomination to the Lord. Though hand should be joined to hand, he is not innocent. The beginning of a good way is to do justice, and this is more acceptable with God than to offer sacrifices. By mercy and truth iniquity is redeemed, and by the fear of the Lord men depart from evil. When the ways of man shall please the Lord, he will convert even his enemies to peace. Better is a little with justice than great revenues with iniquity. The heart of man disposeth his way, but the Lord must direct his steps. Divination is in the lips of the king. His mouth shall not err in judgment. Weight and balance are judgments of the Lord, and his work all the weights of the bag. They that act wickedly are abominable to the king, for the throne is established by justice. Just lips are the delight of kings. He that speaketh right things shall be loved. The wrath of a king is as messengers of death, and the wise man will pacify it. In the cheerfulness of the king's countenance is life, and his clemency is like the latter rain. Get wisdom, because it is better than gold, and purchase prudence, for it is more precious than silver. The path of the just departeth from evils. He that keepeth his soul keepeth his way. Pride goeth before destruction, and the spirit is lifted up before a fall. It is better to be humbled with the meek than to divide spoils with the proud. The learned in word shall find good things, and he that trusteth in the Lord is blessed. The wise in heart shall be called prudent, and he that is sweet in words shall attain to greater things. Knowledge is a fountain of life to him that possesseth it. The instruction of fools is foolishness. The heart of the wise shall instruct his mouth, and shall add grace to his lips. Well-ordered words are as a honeycomb, sweet to the soul, and health to the bones. There is a way that seemeth to a man right, and the ends thereof lead to death. The soul of him that laboureth for himself, because his mouth has obliged him to it. The wicked man diggeth evil, and in his lips is a burning fire. A perverse man stirreth up quarrels, and one full of words separateth princes. An unjust man allureth his friend, and leadeth him into a way that is not good. He that with fixed eyes deviseth wicked things, biting his lips, bringeth evil to pass. Old age is a crown of dignity, when it is found in the ways of justice. The patient man is better than the valiant, and he that ruleth his spirit than he that taketh cities. Lots are cast into the lap, but they are disposed of by the Lord. Proverbs chapter 17. Better is a dry morsel with joy than a house full of victims with strife. A wise servant shall rule over foolish sons, and shall divide the inheritance among the brethren. As silver is tried by fire, and gold in the furnace, so the Lord trieth the hearts. The evil man obeyeth an unjust tongue, and the deceitful hearkeneth to lying lips. He that despiseth the poor reproacheth his Maker, and he that rejoiceth at another man's ruin shall not be unpunished. Children's children are the crown of old men, and the glory of children are their fathers. Eloquent words do not become a fool, nor lying lips a prince. The expectation of him that expecteth is a most acceptable jewel. Whithersoever he turneth himself, he understandeth wisely. He that concealeth a transgression seeketh friendships. He that repeateth it again separateth friends. A reproof availeth more with a wise man than 100 stripes with a fool. An evil man always seeketh quarrels, but a cruel angel shall be sent against him. It is better to meet a bear robbed of her whelps than a fool trusting in his own folly. He that rendereth evil for good, evil shall not depart from his house. The beginning of quarrels is as when one letteth out water, and before he suffereth reproach, he forsaketh judgment. He that justifieth the wicked, and he that condemneth the just, both are abominable before God. What doth it avail a fool to have riches, seeing he cannot buy wisdom? He that maketh his house high seeketh a downfall, and he that refuseth to learn shall fall into evils. He that is a friend loveth at all times, and a brother is proved in distress. A foolish man will clap hands when he is surety for his friend. He that studieth discords loveth quarrels, and he that exalteth his door seeketh ruin. He that is of a perverse heart shall not find good, and he that perverteth his tongue shall fall into evil. A fool is born to his own disgrace, and even his father shall not rejoice in a fool. A joyful mind maketh age flourishing, a sorrowful spirit drieth up the bones. The wicked man taketh gifts out of his bosom, that he may pervert the paths of judgment. Wisdom shineth in the face of the wise. The eyes of fools are in the ends of the earth. A foolish son is the anger of the father, and the sorrow of the mother that bore him. It is no good thing to do hurt to the just, nor to strike the prince who judgeth right. He that setteth bounds to his words is knowing and wise, and the man of understanding is of a precious spirit. Even a fool, if he will hold his peace, shall be counted wise, and if he close his lips, a man of understanding. Proverbs chapter 18. He that hath a mind to depart from a friend seeketh occasions. He shall never be subject to reproach. A fool receiveth not the words of prudence, unless thou say those things which are in his heart. The wicked man, when he is come into the depths of sins, contemneth, but ignominy and reproach follow him. Words from the mouth of a man are as deep water, and the fountain of wisdom is an overflowing stream. It is not good to accept the person of the wicked, to decline from the truth of judgment. The lips of a fool intermeddle with strife, and his mouth provoketh quarrels. The mouth of a fool is his destruction, and his lips are the ruin of his soul. The words of the double-tongued are as if they were harmless, and they reach even to the inner parts of the bowels. Fear casteth down the slothful, and the souls of the effeminate shall be hungry. He that is loose and slack in his work is the brother of him that wasteth his own works. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The just runneth to it, and shall be exalted. The substance of the rich man is the city of his strength, and as a strong wall compassing him about. Before destruction the heart of a man is exalted, and before he be glorified it is humbled. He that answereth before he heareth showeth himself to be a fool, and worthy of confusion. The spirit of a man upholdeth his infirmity, but a spirit that is easily angered, who can bear? A wise heart shall acquire knowledge, and the ear of the wise seeketh instruction. A man's gift enlargeth his way, and maketh him room before princes. The just is first accuser of himself. His friend cometh, and shall search him. The lot suppresseth contentions, and determineth even between the mighty. A brother that is helped by his brother is like a strong city, and judgments are like the bars of cities. Of the fruit of a man's mouth shall his belly be satisfied, and the offspring of his lips shall fill him. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. They that love it shall eat the fruits thereof. He that hath found a good wife hath found a good thing, and shall receive a pleasure from the Lord. He that driveth away a good wife driveth away a good thing, but he that keepeth an adulteress is foolish and wicked. The poor will speak with supplications, and the rich will speak roughly. A man amiable in society shall be more friendly than a brother. Proverbs chapter 19. Better is the poor man that walketh in his simplicity than a rich man that is perverse in his lips and unwise. Where there is no knowledge of the soul there is no good, and he that is hasty with his feet shall stumble. The folly of a man supplanteth his steps, and he fretteth in his mind against God. Riches make many friends, but from the poor man even they whom he had depart. A false witness shall not be unpunished, and he that speaketh lies shall not escape. Many honor the person of him that is mighty, and are friends of him that giveth gifts. The brethren of the poor man hate him. Moreover also his friends have departed far from him. He that followeth after words only shall have nothing, but he that possesseth a mind loveth his own soul, and he that keepeth prudence shall find good things. A false witness shall not be unpunished, and he that speaketh lies shall perish. Delicacies are not seemly for a fool, nor for a servant to have rule over princes. The learning of a man is known by patience, and his glory is to pass over wrongs. As the roaring of a lion, so also is the anger of a king, and his cheerfulness as the dew upon the grass. A foolish son is the grief of his father, and a wrangling wife is like a roof continually dropping through. House and riches are given by parents, but a prudent wife is properly from the Lord. Slothfulness casteth into a deep sleep, and an idle soul shall suffer hunger. He that keepeth his commandment keepeth his own soul, but he that neglecteth his own way shall die. He that hath mercy on the poor lendeth to the Lord, and he will repay him. Chastise thy son, despair not, but to the killing of him set not thy soul. He that is impatient shall suffer damage, and when he shall take away, he shall add another thing. Hear counsel and receive instruction, that thou mayest be wise in thy latter end. There are many thoughts in the heart of a man, but the will of the Lord shall stand firm. A needy man is merciful, and better is the poor than the lying man. The fear of the Lord is unto life, and he shall abide in the fullness without being visited with evil. The slothful hideth his hand under his armpit, and will not so much as bring it to his mouth. The wicked man being scourged, the fool shall be wiser, but if thou rebuke a wise man, he will understand discipline. He that afflicteth his father and chaseth away his mother is infamous and unhappy. Cease not, O my son, to hear instruction, and be not ignorant of the words of knowledge. An unjust witness scorneth judgment, and the mouth of the wicked devoureth iniquity. Judgments are prepared for scorners, and striking hammers for the bodies of fools. Proverbs chapter 20. Wine is a luxurious thing, and drunkenness riotous. Whosoever is delighted therewith shall not be wise. As the roaring of a lion, so also is the dread of a king. He that provoketh him sinneth against his own soul. It is an honor for a man to separate himself from quarrels, but all fools are meddling with reproaches. Because of the cold the sluggard would not plow. He shall beg therefore in the summer, and it shall not be given him. Counsel in the heart of a man is like deep water, but a wise man will draw it out. Many men are called merciful, but who shall find a faithful man? The just that walketh in his simplicity shall leave behind him blessed children. The king that sitteth on the throne of judgment scattereth away all evil with his look. Who can say, My heart is clean, I am pure from sin? Diverse weights and diverse measures, both are abominable before the Lord. By his inclinations a child is known, if his works be clean and right. The hearing ear and the seeing eye, the Lord hath made them both. Love not sleep, lest poverty oppress thee. Open thy eyes, and be filled with bread. It is not, saith every buyer, and when he is gone away, then he will boast. There is gold and a multitude of jewels, but the lips of knowledge are a precious vessel. Take away the garment of him that is surety for a stranger, and take a pledge from him for strangers. The bread of lying is sweet to a man, but afterwards his mouth shall be filled with gravel. Designs are strengthened by counsels, and wars are to be managed by governments. Meddle not with him that revealeth secrets, and walketh deceitfully, and openeth wide his lips. He that curseth his father and mother, his lamp shall be put out in the midst of darkness. The inheritance gotten hastily in the beginning, in the end shall be without a blessing. Say not, I will return evil. Wait for the Lord, and he will deliver thee. Diverse weights are an abomination before the Lord. A deceitful balance is not good. The steps of men are guided by the Lord, but who is the man that can understand his own way? It is ruin to a man to devour holy ones, and after vows to retract. A wise king scattereth the wicked, and bringeth over them the wheel. The spirit of a man is the lamp of the Lord, which searcheth all the hidden things of the bowels. Mercy and truth preserve the king, and his throne is strengthened by clemency. The joy of young men is their strength, and the dignity of old men their gray hairs. The blueness of a wound shall wipe away evils, and stripes in the more inward parts of the belly. Proverbs chapter 21. As the divisions of waters, so the heart of the king is in the hand of the Lord. Whithersoever he will, he shall turn it. Every way of a man seemeth right to himself, but the Lord weigheth the hearts. To do mercy and judgment pleaseth the Lord more than victims. Haughtiness of the eyes is the enlarging of the heart. The lamp of the wicked is sin. The thoughts of the industrious always bring forth abundance, but every sluggard is always in want. He that gathereth treasures by a lying tongue is vain and foolish, and shall stumble upon the snares of death. The robberies of the wicked shall be their downfall, because they would not do judgment. The perverse way of a man is strange, but as for him that is pure, his work is right. It is better to sit in a corner of the housetop than with a brawling woman and in a common house. The soul of the wicked desireth evil. He will not have pity on his neighbor. When a pestilent man is punished, the little one will be wiser, and if he follow the wise, he will receive knowledge. The just considereth seriously the house of the wicked, that he may withdraw the wicked from evil. He that stoppeth his ear against the cry of the poor shall also cry himself, and shall not be heard. A secret present quencheth anger, and a gift in the bosom the greatest wrath. It is joy to the just to do judgment, and dread to them that work iniquity. A man that shall wander out of the way of doctrine shall abide in the company of the giants. He that loveth good cheer shall be in want. He that loveth wine and fat things shall not be rich. The wicked is delivered up for the just, and the unjust for the righteous. It is better to dwell in a wilderness than with a quarrelsome and passionate woman. There is a treasure to be desired, and oil in the dwelling of the just, and the foolish man shall spend it. He that followeth justice and mercy shall find life, justice, and glory. The wise man hath scaled the city of the strong, and hath cast down the strength of the confidence thereof. He that keepeth his mouth and his tongue keepeth his soul from distress. The proud and the arrogant is called ignorant, who in anger worketh pride. Desires kill the slothful, for his hands have refused to work at all. He longeth and desireth all the day, but he that is just will give and will not cease. The sacrifices of the wicked are abominable, because they are offered of wickedness. A lying witness shall perish. An obedient man shall speak of victory. The wicked man impudently hardeneth his face, but he that is righteous correcteth his way. There is no wisdom, there is no prudence, there is no counsel against the Lord. The horse is prepared for the day of battle, but the Lord giveth safety. Proverbs chapter 22. A good name is better than great riches, and good favor is above silver and gold. The rich and poor have met one another. The Lord is the maker of them both. The prudent man saw the evil and hid himself. The simple passed on and suffered loss. The fruit of humility is the fear of the Lord, riches and glory and life. Arms and swords are in the way of the perverse, but he that keepeth his own soul departeth far from them. It is a proverb, a young man according to his way, even when he is old, he will not depart from it. The rich ruleth over the poor, and the borrower is servant to him that lendeth. He that soweth iniquity shall reap evils, and with the rod of his anger he shall be consumed. He that is inclined to mercy shall be blessed, for of his bread he hath given to the poor. He that maketh presents shall purchase victory and honor, but he carrieth away the souls of the receivers. Cast out the scoffer, and the contention shall go out with him, and quarrels and reproaches shall cease. He that loveth cleanness of heart, for the grace of his lips, shall have the king for his friend. The eyes of the Lord preserve knowledge, and the words of the unjust are overthrown. The slothful man saith, There is a lion without, I shall be slain in the midst of the streets. The mouth of a strange woman is a deep pit. He whom the Lord is angry with shall fall into it. Folly is bound up in the heart of a child, and the rod of correction shall drive it away. He that oppresseth the poor to increase his own riches shall himself give to one that is richer, and shall be in need. Incline thy ear, and hear the words of the wise, and apply thy heart to my doctrine, which shall be beautiful for thee if thou keep it in thy bowels, and it shall flow in thy lips, that thy trust may be in the Lord, wherefore I have also shown it to thee this day. Behold, I have described to thee 3 manner of ways in thoughts and knowledge, that I might show thee the certainty in the words of truth, to answer out of these to them that sent thee. Do no violence to the poor because he is poor, and do not oppress the needy in the gate, because the Lord will judge his cause, and will afflict them that have afflicted his soul. Be not a friend to an angry man, and do not walk with a furious man, lest perhaps thou learn his ways, and take scandal to thy soul. Be not with them that fasten down their hands, and that offer themselves sureties for debts. For if thou have not wherewith to restore, what cause is there that he should take the covering from thy bed? Pass not beyond the ancient bounds which thy fathers have set. Hast thou seen a man swift in his work? He shall stand before kings, and shall not be before those that are obscure. Proverbs chapter 23. When thou shalt sit to eat with a prince, consider diligently what is set before thy face, and put a knife to thy throat, if it be so that thou have thy soul in thy own power. Be not desirous of his meats, in which is the bread of deceit. Labor not to be rich, but set bounds to thy prudence. Lift not up thy eyes to riches which thou canst not have, because they shall make themselves wings like those of an eagle, and shall fly towards heaven. Eat not with an envious man, and desire not his meats, because, like a soothsayer and diviner, he thinketh that which he knoweth not. Eat and drink, he will say to thee, and his mind is not with thee. The meats which thou hast eaten thou shalt vomit up, and shalt loose thy beautiful words. Speak not in the ears of fools, because they will despise the instruction of thy speech. Touch not the bounds of little ones, and enter not into the field of the fatherless, for their near kinsman is strong, and he will judge their cause against thee. Let thy heart apply itself to instruction, and thy ears to words of knowledge. Withhold not correction from a child, for if thou strike him with the rod, he shall not die. Thou shalt beat him with the rod, and deliver his soul from hell. My son, if thy mind be wise, my heart shall rejoice with thee, and my rein shall rejoice, when thy lips shall speak what is right. Let not thy heart envy sinners, but be thou in the fear of the Lord all the day long, because thou shalt have hope in the latter end, and thy expectation shall not be taken away. Hear thou, my son, and be wise, and guide thy mind in the way. Be not in the feasts of great drinkers, nor in their revellings who contribute flesh to eat, because they that give themselves to drinking, and that club together, shall be consumed, and drowsiness shall be clothed with rags. Hearken to thy father that begot thee, and despise not thy mother when she is old. Buy truth, and do not sell wisdom, and instruction, and understanding. The father of the just rejoiceth greatly. He that hath begotten a wise son shall have joy in him. Let thy father and thy mother be joyful, and let her rejoice that bore thee. My son, give me thy heart, and let thy eyes keep my ways. For a harlot is a deep ditch, and a strange woman is a narrow pit. She lieth in wait in the way as a robber, and him whom she shall see unwary she will kill. Who hath woe? Whose father hath woe? Who hath contentions? Who falls into pits? Who hath wounds without cause? Who hath redness of eyes? Surely they that pass their time in wine, and study to drink off their cups. Look not upon the wine when it is yellow, when the color thereof shineth in the glass. It goeth in pleasantly, but in the end it will bite like a snake, and will spread abroad poison like a basilisk. Thy eyes shall behold strange women, and thy heart shall utter perverse things. And thou shalt be as one sleeping in the midst of the sea, and as a pilot fast asleep when the stern is lost. And thou shalt say, They have beaten me, but I was not sensible of pain. They drew me, and I felt not. When shall I awake and find wine again? Proverbs chapter 24. Seek not to be like evil men, neither desire to be with them, because their mind studieth robberies, and their lips speak deceits. By wisdom the house shall be built, and by prudence it shall be strengthened. By instruction the storeroom shall be filled with all precious and most beautiful wealth. A wise man is strong, and a knowing man stout and valiant, because war is managed by due ordering, and there shall be safety where there are many counsels. Wisdom is too high for a fool. In the gate he shall not open his mouth. He that deviseth to do evils shall be called a fool. The thought of a fool is sin, and the detractor is the abomination of men. If thou lose hope, being weary in the day of distress, thy strength shall be diminished. Deliver them that are led to death, and those that are not drawn to death forbear not to deliver. If thou say, I have not strength enough, he that seeth into the heart, he understandeth, and nothing deceiveth the keeper of thy soul, and he shall render to a man according to his works. Eat honey, my son, because it is good, and the honeycomb most sweet to thy throat. So also is the doctrine of wisdom to thy soul, which, when thou hast found, thou shalt have hope in the end, and thy hope shall not perish. Lie not in wait, nor seek after wickedness in the house of the just, nor spoil his rest. For a just man shall fall 7 times, and shall rise again, but the wicked shall fall down into evil. When thy enemy shall fall, be not glad, and in his ruin let not thy heart rejoice, lest the Lord see, and it displease him, and he turn away his wrath from him. Contend not with the wicked, nor seek to be like the ungodly. For evil men have no hope of things to come, and the lamp of the wicked shall be put out. My son, fear the Lord and the king, and have nothing to do with detractors, for their destruction shall rise suddenly, and who knoweth the ruin of both? These things also to the wise. It is not good to have respect to persons in judgment. They that say to the wicked man, Thou art just, shall be cursed by the people, and the tribes shall abhor them. They that rebuke him shall be praised, and a blessing shall come upon them. He shall kiss the lips who answereth right words. Prepare thy work without, and diligently till thy ground, that afterward thou mayest buildest thy house. Be not witness without cause against thy neighbor, and deceive not any man with thy lips. Say not, I will do to him as he hath done to me. I will render to every one according to his work. I passed by the field of the slothful man, and by the vineyard of the foolish man, and behold, it was all filled with nettles, and thorns had covered the face thereof, and the stone wall was broken down, which, when I had seen, I laid it up in my heart, and by the example I received instruction. Thou wilt sleep a little, said I, thou wilt slumber a little, thou wilt fold thy hands a little to rest, and poverty shall come to thee as a runner, and beggary as an armed man. Proverbs chapter 25. These are also the parables of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah, king of Judah, copied out. It is the glory of God to conceal the word, and the glory of kings to search out the speech. The heaven above and the earth beneath, and the heart of kings is unsearchable. Take away the rust from silver, and there shall come forth a most pure vessel. Take away wickedness from the face of the king, and his throne shall be established with justice. Appear not glorious before the king, and stand not in the place of great men. For it is better that it should be said to thee, Come up hither, than that thou shouldst be humbled before the prince. The things which thy eyes have seen, utter not hastily in a quarrel, lest afterward thou mayest not be able to make amends when thou hast dishonored thy friend. Treat thy cause with thy friend, and discover not the secret to a stranger, lest he insult over thee when he hath heard it, and cease not to upbraid thee. Grace and friendship deliver a man. Keep those for thyself, lest thou fall under reproach. To speak a word in due time is like apples of gold on beds of silver. As an earring of gold and a bright pearl, so is he that reproveth the wise and the obedient ear. As the cold of snow in the time of harvest, so is a faithful messenger to him that sent him, for he refresheth his soul. As clouds and wind, when no rain followeth, so is the man that boasteth, and does not fulfill his promises. By patience a prince shall be appeased, and a soft tongue shall break hardness. Thou hast found honey, eat what is sufficient for thee, lest, being glutted therewith, thou vomit it up. Withdraw thy foot from the house of thy neighbor, lest having his fill he hate thee. A man that beareth false witness against his neighbor is like a dart and a sword and a sharp arrow. To trust in an unfaithful man in the time of trouble is like a rotten tooth and weary foot, and one that looseth his garment in cold weather. As vinegar upon nitre, so is he that singeth songs to a very evil heart. As a moth doth by a garment, and a worm by the wood, so the sadness of a man consumeth the heart. If thy enemy be hungry, give him to eat. If he thirst, give him water to drink. For thou shalt heap hot coals upon his head, and the Lord will reward thee. The north wind driveth away rain, as doth a sad countenance a backbiting tongue. It is better to sit in a corner of the housetop than with a brawling woman and in a common house. As cold water to a thirsty soul, so are good tidings from a far country. A just man falling down before the wicked is as a fountain troubled with a foot and a corrupted spring. As it is not good for a man to eat much honey, so he that is a searcher of majesty shall be overwhelmed by glory. As a city that lieth open and is not compassed with walls, so is a man that cannot refrain his own spirit in speaking. Proverbs chapter 26. As snow in summer and rain in harvest, so glory is not seemly for a fool. As a bird flying to other places and a sparrow going here or there, so a curse uttered without cause shall come upon a man. A whip for a horse, and a snaffle for an ass, and a rod for the back of fools. Answer not a fool according to his folly, lest thou be made like him. Answer a fool according to his folly, lest he imagine himself to be wise. He that sendeth words by a foolish messenger is lame of feet, and drinketh iniquity. As a lame man hath fair legs in vain, so a parable is unseemly in the mouth of fools. As he that casteth a stone into the heap of mercury, so is he that giveth honor to a fool. As if a thorn should grow in the hand of a drunkard, so is a parable in the mouth of fools. Judgment determineth causes, and he that putteth a fool to silence appeaseth anger. As a dog that returneth to his vomit, so is the fool that repeateth his folly. Hast thou seen a man wise in his own conceit? There shall be more hope of a fool than of him. The slothful man saith, There is a lion in the way, and a lioness in the roads. As the door turneth upon its hinges, so doth the slothful upon his bed. The slothful hideth his hands under his armpit, and it grieveth him to turn it to his mouth. The sluggard is wiser in his own conceit than 7 men that speak sentences. As he that taketh a dog by the ears, so is he that passeth by in anger, and meddleth with another man's quarrel. As he is guilty that shooteth arrows and lances unto death, so is the man that hurteth his friend deceitfully, and when he is taken, saith, I did it in jest. When the wood faileth, the fire shall go out, And when the talebearer is taken away, contentions shall cease. As coals are to burning coals, and wood to fire, so an angry man stirreth up strife. The words of a talebearer are, as it were, simple, but they reach to the innermost parts of the belly. Swelling lips joined with a corrupt heart are like an earthen vessel adorned with silver dross. An enemy is known by his lips, when in his heart he entertaineth deceit. When he shall speak low, trust him not, because there are 7 mischiefs in his heart. He that covereth hatred deceitfully, his malice shall be laid open in the public assembly. He that diggeth a pit shall fall into it, and he that rolleth a stone, it shall return to him. A deceitful tongue loveth not truth, and a slippery mouth worketh ruin. Proverbs chapter 27. Boast not for tomorrow, for thou knowest not what the day to come may bring forth. Let another praise thee, and not thy own mouth, a stranger, and not thy own lips. A stone is heavy, and sand weighty, but the anger of a fool is heavier than them both. Anger hath no mercy, nor fury when it breaketh forth, and who can bear the violence of one provoked? Open rebuke is better than hidden love. Better are the wounds of a friend than the deceitful kisses of an enemy. A soul that is full shall tread upon the honeycomb, and a soul that is hungry shall take even bitter for sweet. As a bird that wandereth from her nest, so is a man that leaveth his place. Ointment and perfumes rejoice the heart, and the good counsels of a friend are sweet to the soul. Thy own friend and thy father's friend forsake not, and go not into thy brother's house in the day of thy affliction. Better is a neighbor that is near than a brother afar off. Study wisdom, my son, and make my heart joyful, that thou mayest give an answer to him that reproacheth. The prudent man, seeing evil, hideth himself. Little ones passing on have suffered losses. Take away his garment that hath been surety for a stranger, and take from him a pledge for strangers. He that blesseth his neighbor with a loud voice, rising in the night, shall be like to him that curseth. Roofs dropping through in a cold day, and a contentious woman are alike. He that retaineth her is as he that would hold the wind, and shall call the oil of his right hand. Iron sharpeneth iron, so a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend. He that keepeth the fig tree shall eat the fruit thereof, and he that is the keeper of his master shall be glorified. As the faces of them that look therein shine in the water, so the hearts of men are laid open to the wise. Hell and destruction are never filled, so the eyes of men are never satisfied. As silver is tried in the fining pot, and gold in the furnace, so a man is tried by the mouth of him that praiseth. The heart of the wicked seeketh after evils, but the righteous heart seeketh after knowledge. Though thou shouldst bray a fool in the mortar, as when a pestle striketh upon sodden barley, his folly would not be taken from him. Be diligent to know the countenance of thy cattle, and consider thy own flocks, for thou shalt not always have power, but a crown shall be given to generation and generation. The meadows are open, and the green herbs have appeared, and the hay is gathered out of the mountains. Lambs are for thy clothing, and kids for the price of the field. Let the milk of the goats be enough for thy food, and for the necessities of thy house, and for maintenance for thy handmaids. Proverbs chapter 28. The wicked man fleeth when no man pursueth, but the just, bold as a lion, shall be without dread. For the sins of the land many are the princes thereof, and for the wisdom of a man and the knowledge of those things that are said, the life of the prince shall be prolonged. A poor man that oppresseth the poor is like a violent shower which bringeth a famine. They that forsake the law praise the wicked man. They that keep it are incensed against him. Evil men think not on judgment, but they that seek after the Lord take notice of all things. Better is the poor man walking in his simplicity than the rich in crooked ways. He that heapeth together riches by usury and loan gathereth them for him that will be bountiful to the poor. He that turneth away his ears from hearing the law, his prayer shall be an abomination. He that deceiveth the just in a wicked way shall fall in his own destruction, and the upright shall possess his goods. The rich man seemeth to himself wise, but the poor man that is prudent shall search him out. In the joy of the just there is great glory. When the wicked reign, men are ruined. He that hideth his sins shall not prosper, but he that shall confess and forsake them shall obtain mercy. Blessed is the man that is always fearful, but he that is hardened in mind shall fall into evil. As a roaring lion and a hungry bear, so is a wicked prince over the poor people. A prince void of prudence shall oppress many by calumny, but he that hateth covetousness shall prolong his days. A man that doth violence to the blood of a person, if he flee even to the pit, no man will stay him. He that walketh uprightly shall be saved. He that is perverse in his ways shall fall at once. He that tilleth his ground shall be filled with bread, but he that followeth idleness shall be filled with poverty. A faithful man shall be much praised, but he that maketh haste to be rich shall not be innocent. He that hath respect to a person in judgment doth not well. Such a man, even for a morsel of bread, forsaketh the truth. A man that maketh haste to be rich, and envieth others, is ignorant that poverty shall come upon him. He that rebuketh a man shall afterward find favor with him, more than he that by a flattering tongue deceiveth him. He that stealeth anything from his father or from his mother, and saith, This is no sin, is the partner of a murderer. He that boasteth and puffeth up himself stirreth up quarrels, but he that trusteth in the Lord shall be healed. He that trusteth in his own heart is a fool, but he that walketh wisely, he shall be saved. He that giveth to the poor shall not want. He that despiseth his entreaty shall suffer indigence. When the wicked rise up, men shall hide themselves. When they perish, the just shall be multiplied. Proverbs chapter 29. The man that with a stiff neck despiseth him that reproveth him shall suddenly be destroyed, and health shall not follow him. When just men increase, the people shall rejoice. When the wicked shall bear rule, the people shall mourn. A man that loveth wisdom rejoiceth his father, but he that maintaineth harlots shall squander away his substance. A just king setteth up the land, a covetous man shall destroy it. A man that speaketh to his friend with flattering and dissembling words spreadeth a net for his feet. A snare shall entangle the wicked man when he sinneth, and the just shall praise and rejoice. The just taketh notice of the cause of the poor, the wicked is void of knowledge. Corrupt men bring a city to ruin, but wise men turn away wrath. If a wise man contend with a fool, whether he be angry or laugh, he shall find no rest. Bloodthirsty men hate the upright, but just men seek his soul. A fool uttereth all his mind. A wise man deferreth, and keepeth it till afterwards. A prince that gladly heareth lying words hath all his servants wicked. The poor man and the creditor have met one another. The Lord is the enlightener of them both. The king that judgeth the poor in truth, his throne shall be established forever. The rod and reproof give wisdom, but the child that is left to his own will bringeth his mother to shame. When the wicked are multiplied, crime shall be multiplied, but the just shall see their downfall. Instruct thy son, and he shall refresh thee, and shall give delight to thy soul. When prophecy shall fail, the people shall be scattered abroad, but he that keepeth the law is blessed. A slave will not be corrected by words, because he understandeth what thou sayest, and will not answer. Hast thou seen a man hasty to speak? Folly is rather to be looked for than his amendment. He that nourisheth his servant delicately from his childhood, afterwards shall find him stubborn. A passionate man provoketh quarrels, and he that is easily stirred up to wrath shall be more prone to sin. Humiliation followeth the proud, and glory shall uphold the humble of spirit. He that is partaker with the thief hateth his own soul. He heareth one putting him to his oath, and discovereth it not. He that feareth man shall quickly fall. He that trusteth in the Lord shall be set on high. Many seek the face of the prince, but the judgment of every one cometh forth from the Lord. The just abhor a wicked man, and the wicked loathe them that are in the right way. The son that keepeth the word shall be free from destruction. Proverbs chapter 30. The words of gatherer the son of vomiter, the vision which the man spoke with whom God is, and who, being strengthened by God, abiding with him, said, I am the most foolish of men, and the wisdom of men is not with me. I have not learned wisdom, and have not known the science of saints. Who hath ascended up into heaven, and descended? Who hath held the wind in his hands? Who hath bound up the waters together as in a garment? Who hath raised up all the borders of the earth? What is his name, and what is the name of his son, if thou knowest? Every word of God is fire tried. He is a buckler to them that hope in him. Add not anything to his words, lest thou be reproved and found a liar. 2 things I have asked of thee. Deny them not to me before I die. Remove far from me vanity and lying words. Give me neither beggary nor riches. Give me only the necessaries of life, lest perhaps, being filled, I should be tempted to deny and say, Who is the Lord? Or being compelled by poverty, I should steal and forswear the name of my God. Accuse not a servant to his master, lest he curse thee, and thou fall. There is a generation that curseth their father, and doth not bless their mother, a generation that are pure in their own eyes, and yet are not washed from their filthiness, a generation whose eyes are lofty, and their eyelids lifted up on high, a generation that for teeth has swords, and grindeth with their jaw teeth, to devour the needy from off the earth, and the poor from among men. The horseleech hath 2 daughters that say, Bring, bring. There are 3 things that are never satisfied, and the 4th never saith it is enough. Hell and the mouth of the womb, and the earth which is not satisfied with water, and the fire never saith it is enough. The eye that mocketh at his father, and that despiseth the labor of his mother in bearing him, let the ravens of the brooks pick it out, and the young eagles eat it. 3 things are hard to me, and the 4th I am utterly ignorant of: the way of an eagle in the air, the way of a serpent upon a rock, the way of a ship in the midst of the sea, and the way of a man in youth. Such also is the way of an adulterous woman, who eateth and wipeth her mouth, and saith, I have done no evil. By 3 things the earth is disturbed, and the 4th it cannot bear: by a slave when he reigneth, by a fool when he is filled with meat, by an odious woman when she is married, and by a bondwoman when she is heir to her mistress. There are 4 very little things of the earth, and they are wiser than the wise: the ants, a feeble people which provide themselves food in the harvest; the rabbit, a weak people which maketh its bed in the rock; the locust hath no king, yet they all go out by their bands; the stellio supporteth itself on hands, and dwelleth in kings' houses. There are 3 things which go well, and the 4th that walketh happily: a lion, the strongest of beasts, who hath no fear of anything he meeteth; a cock girded about the loins; and a ram, and a king whom none can resist. There is that hath appeared a fool after he was lifted up on high. For if he had understood, he would have laid his hand upon his mouth. And he that strongly squeezeth the paps to bring out milk straineth out butter, and he that violently bloweth his nose bringeth out blood, and he that provoketh wrath bringeth forth strife. Proverbs chapter 31. The words of King Lemuel, the vision wherewith his mother instructed him. What, O my beloved? What, O the beloved of my womb? What, O the beloved of my vows? Give not thy substance to women, and thy riches to destroy kings. Give not to kings, O Lemuel, give not wine to kings, because there is no secret where drunkenness reigneth, unless they drink and forget judgments, and pervert the cause of the children of the poor. Give strong drink to them that are sad, and wine to them that are grieved in mind. Let them drink and forget their want, and remember their sorrow no more. Open thy mouth for the dumb, and for the causes of all the children that pass. Open thy mouth, decree that which is just, and do justice to the needy and poor. Who shall find a valiant woman? Far and from the uttermost coasts is the price of her. The heart of her husband trusteth in her, and he shall have no need of spoils. She will render him good, and not evil, all the days of her life. She hath sought wool and flax, and hath wrought by the counsel of her hands. She is like the merchant's ship, she bringeth her bread from afar. And she hath risen in the night, and given a prey to her household, and victuals to her maidens. She hath considered a field, and bought it. With the fruit of her hands she hath planted a vineyard. She hath girded her loins with strength, and hath strengthened her arm. She hath tasted and seen that her traffic is good. Her lamp shall not be put out in the night. She hath put out her hand to strong things, and her fingers have taken hold of the spindle. She hath opened her hand to the needy, and stretched out her hands to the poor. She shall not fear for her house in the cold of snow, for all her domestics are clothed with double garments. She hath made for herself clothing of tapestry, fine linen, and purple is her covering. Her husband is honorable in the gates, when he sitteth among the senators of the land. She made fine linen and sold it, and delivered a girdle to the Canaanite. Strength and beauty are her clothing, and she shall laugh in the latter day. She hath opened her mouth to wisdom, and the law of clemency is on her tongue. She hath looked well on the paths of her house, and hath not eaten her bread idle. Her children rose up and called her blessed, her husband, and he praised her. Many daughters have gathered together riches. Thou hast surpassed them all. Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vain. The woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. Give her the fruit of her hands, and let her works praise her in the gates. Ecclesiastes chapter 1. The words of Ecclesiastes, the son of David, king of Jerusalem. Vanity of vanities, said Ecclesiastes, vanity of vanities, and all is vanity. What hath a man more of all his labor than he taketh under the sun? One generation passeth away, and another generation cometh, but the earth standeth forever. The sun riseth and goeth down, and returneth to his place, and there, rising again, maketh his round by the south, and turneth again to the north. The Spirit goeth forward, surveying all places round about, and returneth to his circuits. All the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea doth not overflow. Unto the place from whence the rivers come they return, to flow again. All things are hard. Man cannot explain them by word. The eye is not filled with seeing, neither is the ear filled with hearing. What is it that hath been? The same thing that shall be. What is it that hath been done? The same that shall be done. Nothing under the sun is new, neither is any man able to say, Behold, this is new, for it hath already gone before in the ages that were before us. There is no remembrance of former things, nor indeed of those things which hereafter are to come. Shall there be any remembrance with them that shall be in the latter end? I, Ecclesiastes, was king over Israel in Jerusalem, and I proposed in my mind to seek and search out wisely concerning all things that are done under the sun. This painful occupation hath God given to the children of men to be exercised therein. I have seen all things that are done under the sun, and behold, all is vanity and vexation of spirit. The perverse are hard to be corrected, and the number of fools is infinite. I have spoken in my heart, saying, Behold, I am become great, and have gone beyond all in wisdom that were before me in Jerusalem. And my mind hath contemplated many things wisely, and I have learned. And I have given my heart to know prudence, and learning, and errors, and folly. And I have perceived that in these also there was labor and vexation of spirit, because in much wisdom there is much indignation, and he that addeth knowledge addeth also labor. Ecclesiastes chapter 2. I said in my heart, I will go and abound with delights, and enjoy good things. And I saw that this also was vanity. Laughter I counted error, and to mirth I said, Why art thou vainly deceived? I thought in my heart to withdraw my flesh from wine, that I might turn my mind to wisdom, and might avoid folly, till I might see what was profitable for the children of men, and what they ought to do under the sun all the days of their life. I made me great works. I built me houses and planted vineyards. I made gardens and orchards, and set them with trees of all kinds. And I made me ponds of water, to water therewith the wood of the young trees. I got me men servants and maid servants, and had a great family, and herds of oxen, and great flocks of sheep, above all that were before me in Jerusalem. I heaped together for myself silver and gold, and the wealth of kings and provinces. I made me singing men and singing women, and the delights of the sons of men, cups and vessels to serve to pour out wine. And I surpassed in riches all that were before me in Jerusalem. My wisdom also remained with me. And whatsoever my eyes desired, I refused them not. And I withheld not my heart from enjoying every pleasure, and delighting itself in the things which I had prepared, and esteemed this my portion, to make use of my own labor. And when I turned myself to all the works which my hands had wrought, and to the labors wherein I had labored in vain, I saw in all things vanity and vexation of mind, and that nothing was lasting under the sun. I passed further to behold wisdom and errors and folly. What is man, said I, that he can follow the King his Maker? And I saw that wisdom excelled folly, as much as light differeth from darkness. The eyes of a wise man are in his head. The fool walketh in darkness. And I learned that they were to die both alike. And I said in my heart, If the death of the fool and mine shall be one, what doth it avail me that I have applied myself more to the study of wisdom? And speaking with my own mind, I perceived that this also was vanity. For there shall be no remembrance of the wise, no more than that of the fool forever. And the times to come shall cover all things together with oblivion. The learned dieth in like manner as the unlearned. And therefore I was weary of my life, when I saw that all things under the sun are evil, and all vanity and vexation of spirit. Again I hated all my application wherewith I had earnestly labored under the sun, being like to have an heir after me, whom I know not whether he will be a wise man or a fool, and he shall have rule over all my labors with which I have labored and been solicitous. And is there anything so vain? Wherefore I left off, and my heart renounced laboring any more under the sun. For when a man laboreth in wisdom and knowledge and carefulness, he leaveth what he hath gotten to an idle man. So this also is vanity and a great evil. For what profit shall a man have of all his labor and vexation of spirit with which he hath been tormented under the sun? All his days are full of sorrows and miseries. Even in the night he doth not rest in mind. And is not this vanity? Is it not better to eat and drink, and to show his soul good things of his labors? And this is from the hand of God. Who shall so feast and abound with delights as I? God hath given to a man that is good in his sight, wisdom and knowledge and joy. But to the sinner he hath given vexation and superfluous care, to heap up and to gather together, and to give it to him that hath pleased God. But this also is vanity, and a fruitless solicitude of the mind. Ecclesiastes chapter 3. All things have their season, and in their times all things pass under heaven. A time to be born, and a time to die. A time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted. A time to kill, and a time to heal. A time to destroy, and a time to build. A time to weep, and a time to laugh. A time to mourn, and a time to dance. A time to scatter stones, and a time to gather. A time to embrace, and a time to be far from embraces. A time to get, and a time to lose. A time to keep, and a time to cast away. A time to rend, and a time to sow. A time to keep silence, and a time to speak. A time of love, and a time of hatred. A time of war, and a time of peace. What hath man more of his labor? I have seen the trouble which God hath given the sons of men to be exercised in it. He hath made all things good in their time, and hath delivered the world to their consideration, so that man cannot find out the work which God hath made from the beginning to the end. And I have known that there was no better thing than to rejoice and to do well in this life. For every man that eateth and drinketh and seeth good of his labor, this is the gift of God. I have learned that all the works which God hath made continue forever. We cannot add anything, nor take away from those things which God hath made, that he may be feared. That which hath been made, the same continueth. The things that shall be have already been, and God restoreth that which is past. I saw under the sun in the place of judgment wickedness, and in the place of justice iniquity. And I said in my heart, God shall judge both the just and the wicked, and then shall be the time of everything. I said in my heart concerning the sons of men, that God would prove them, and show them to be like beasts. Therefore the death of man and of beasts is one, and the condition of them both is equal. As man dieth, so they also die. All things breathe alike, and man hath nothing more than beast. All things are subject to vanity, and all things go to one place. Of earth they were made, and into earth they return together. Who knoweth if the spirit of the children of Adam ascend upward, and if the spirit of the beasts descend downward? And I have found that nothing is better than for a man to rejoice in his work, and that this is his portion. For who shall bring him to know the things that shall be after him? Ecclesiastes chapter 4. I turned myself to other things, and I saw the oppressions that are done under the sun, and the tears of the innocent, and they had no comforter, and they were not able to resist their violence, being destitute of help from any. And I praised the dead rather than the living. And I judged him happier than them both, that is not yet born, nor hath seen the evils that are done under the sun. Again I considered all the labors of men, and I remarked that their industries are exposed to the envy of their neighbor. So in this also there is vanity and fruitless care. The fool foldeth his hands together, and eateth his own flesh, saying, Better is a handful with rest, than both hands full with labor and vexation of mind. Considering, I found also another vanity under the sun. There is but one, and he hath not a second, no child, no brother, and yet he ceaseth not to labor. Neither are his eyes satisfied with riches, neither doth he reflect, saying, For whom do I labor, and defraud my soul of good things? In this also is vanity, and a grievous vexation. It is better, therefore, that two should be together than one, for they have the advantage of their society. If one fall, he shall be supported by the other. Woe to him that is alone, for when he falleth, he hath none to lift him up. And if two lie together, they shall warm one another. How shall one alone be warmed? And if a man prevail against one, two shall withstand him. A threefold cord is not easily broken. Better is a child that is poor and wise, than a king that is old and foolish, who knoweth not to foresee for hereafter. Because out of prison and chains sometimes a man cometh forth to a kingdom, and another born king is consumed with poverty. I saw all men living that walk under the sun, with the second young man who shall rise up in his place. The number of the people of all that were before him is infinite, and they that shall come after shall not rejoice in him. But this also is vanity and vexation of spirit. Keep thy foot when thou goest into the house of God, and draw nigh to hear. For much better is obedience than the victims of fools, who know not what evil they do. Ecclesiastes chapter 5. Speak not anything rashly, and let not thy heart be hasty to utter a word before God, for God is in heaven, and thou upon earth. Therefore let thy words be few. Dreams follow many cares, and in many words shall be found folly. If thou hast vowed anything to God, defer not to pay it, for an unfaithful and foolish promise displeaseth him. But whatsoever thou hast vowed, pay it. And it is much better not to vow than after a vow not to perform the things promised. Give not thy mouth to cause thy flesh to sin, and say not before the angel, There is no providence, lest God be angry at thy words, and destroy all the works of thy hands. Where there are many dreams, there are many vanities, and words without number. But do thou fear God. If thou shalt see the oppressions of the poor, and violent judgments, and justice perverted in the province, wonder not at this matter, for he that is high hath another higher, and there are others still higher than these. Moreover, there is the king that reigneth over all the land, subject to him. A covetous man shall not be satisfied with money, and he that loveth riches shall reap no fruit from them. So this also is vanity. Where there are great riches, there are also many to eat them. And what doth it profit the owner, but that he seeth the riches with his eyes? Sleep is sweet to a laboring man, whether he eat little or much, but the fullness of the rich will not suffer him to sleep. There is also another grievous evil, which I have seen under the sun, riches kept to the hurt of the owner. For they are lost with very great affliction. He hath begotten a son who shall be in extremity of want. As he came forth naked from his mother's womb, so shall he return, and shall take nothing away with him of his labor. A most deplorable evil. As he came, so shall he return. What then doth it profit him that he hath labored for the wind? All the days of his life he eateth in darkness, and in many cares, and in misery and sorrow. This therefore hath seemed good to me, that a man should eat and drink, and enjoy the fruit of his labor wherewith he hath labored under the sun all the days of his life which God hath given him, and this is his portion. And every man to whom God hath given riches and substance, and hath given him power to eat thereof, and to enjoy his portion, and to rejoice of his labor, this is the gift of God. For he shall not much remember the days of his life, because God entertaineth his heart with delight. Ecclesiastes chapter 6. There is also another evil which I have seen under the sun, and that frequent among men. A man to whom God hath given riches and substance and honor, and his soul wanteth nothing of all that he desireth. Yet God doth not give him power to eat thereof, but a stranger shall eat it up. This is vanity and a great misery. If a man beget 100 children, and live many years, and attain to a great age, and his soul make no use of the goods of his substance, and he be without burial, of this man I pronounce that the untimely born is better than he. For he came in vain, and goeth to darkness, and his name shall be wholly forgotten. He hath not seen the sun, nor known the distance of good and evil. Although he lived 2,000 years, and hath not enjoyed good things, do not all make haste to one place? All the labor of man is for his mouth, but his soul shall not be filled. What hath the wise man more than the fool? And what the poor man but to go thither where there is life? Better it is to see what thou mayest desire, than to desire that which thou canst not know. But this also is vanity and presumption of spirit. He that shall be, his name is already called, and it is known that he is a man, and cannot contend in judgment with him that is stronger than himself. There are many words that have much vanity in disputing. Ecclesiastes chapter 7. What needeth a man to seek things that are above him, whereas he knoweth not what is profitable for him in his life, in all the days of his pilgrimage, and the time that passeth like a shadow? Or who can tell him what shall be after him under the sun? A good name is better than precious ointments, and the day of death than the day of one's birth. It is better to go to the house of mourning than to the house of feasting, for in that we are put in mind of the end of all, and the living thinketh what is to come. Anger is better than laughter, because by the sadness of the countenance the mind of the offender is corrected. The heart of the wise is where there is mourning, and the heart of the fools where there is mirth. It is better to be rebuked by a wise man than to be deceived by the flattery of fools. For as the crackling of thorns burning under a pot, so is the laughter of a fool. Now this also is vanity. Oppression troubleth the wise, and shall destroy the strength of his heart. Better is the end of his speech than the beginning. Better is the patient man than the presumptuous. Be not quickly angry, for anger resteth in the bosom of a fool. Say not, What thinkest thou is the cause that former times were better than they are now? for this manner of question is foolish. Wisdom with riches is more profitable, and bringeth more advantage to them that see the sun. For as wisdom is a defense, so money is a defense. But learning and wisdom excel in this, that they give life to him that possesseth them. Consider the works of God, that no man can correct whom he hath despised. In the good day enjoy good things, and beware beforehand of the evil day. For God hath made both the one and the other, that man may not find against him any just complaint. These things also I saw in the days of my vanity. A just man perisheth in his justice, and a wicked man liveth a long time in his wickedness. Be not over just, and be not more wise than is necessary, lest thou become stupid. Be not overmuch wicked, and be not foolish, lest thou die before thy time. It is good that thou shouldst hold up the just, yea, and from him withdraw not thy hand, for he that feareth God neglecteth nothing. Wisdom hath strengthened the wise more than 10 princes of the city. For there is no just man upon earth that doth good and sinneth not. But do not apply thy heart to all words that are spoken, lest perhaps thou hear thy servant reviling thee. For thy conscience knoweth that thou also hast often spoken evil of others. I have tried all things in wisdom. I have said, I will be wise, and it departed farther from me much more than it was. It is a great depth. Who shall find it out? I have surveyed all things with my mind, to know and consider and seek out wisdom and reason, and to know the wickedness of the fool and the error of the imprudent. And I have found a woman more bitter than death, who is the hunter's snare, and her heart is a net, and her hands are bands. He that pleaseth God shall escape from her, but he that is a sinner shall be caught by her. Lo, this I have found, said Ecclesiastes, weighing one thing after another, that I might find out the account which yet my soul seeketh, and I have not found it. One man among 1,000 I have found, a woman among them all I have not found. Only this I have found, that God made man right, and he hath entangled himself with an infinity of questions. Who is as the wise man, and who hath known the resolution of the word? Ecclesiastes chapter 8. The wisdom of a man shineth in his countenance, and the Most Mighty will change his face. I observe the mouth of the king, and the commandments of the oath of God. Be not hasty to depart from his face, and do not continue in an evil work, for he will do all that pleaseth him. And his word is full of power. Neither can any man say to him, Why dost thou so? He that keepeth the commandment shall find no evil. The heart of a wiser man understandeth time and answer. There is a time and opportunity for every business, and great affliction for man, because he is ignorant of things past, and things to come he cannot know by any messenger. It is not in man's power to stop the Spirit, neither hath he power in the day of death, neither is he suffered to rest when war is at hand, neither shall wickedness save the wicked. All these things I have considered, and applied my heart to all the works that are done under the sun. Sometimes one man ruleth over another to his own hurt. I saw the wicked buried, who also, when they were yet living, were in the holy place, and were praised in the city as men of just works. But this also is vanity. For because sentence is not speedily pronounced against the evil, the children of men commit evils without any fear. But though a sinner do evil 100 times, and by patience be borne withal, I know from thence that it shall be well with them that fear God, who dread his face. But let it not be well with the wicked, neither let his days be prolonged, but as a shadow let them pass away that fear not the face of the Lord. There is also another vanity which is done upon the earth. There are just men to whom evils happen, as though they had done the works of the wicked. And there are wicked men who are as secure as though they had the deeds of the just. But this also I judge most vain. Therefore I commend mirth, because there was no good for a man under the sun, but to eat and drink and be merry, and that he should take nothing else with him of his labor in the days of his life, which God hath given him under the sun. And I applied my heart to know wisdom, and to understand the distraction that is upon earth. For there are some that day and night take no sleep with their eyes. And I understood that man can find no reason of all those works of God that are done under the sun. And the more he shall labor to seek, so much the less shall he find. Yea, though the wise man shall say that he knoweth it, he shall not be able to find it. Ecclesiastes chapter 9. All these things have I considered in my heart, that I might carefully understand them. There are just men and wise men, and their works are in the hand of God. And yet man knoweth not whether he be worthy of love or hatred. But all things are kept uncertain for the time to come, because all things equally happen to the just and to the wicked, to the good and to the evil, to the clean and to the unclean, to him that offereth victims and to him that despiseth sacrifices. As the good is, so also is the sinner. As the perjured, so he also that sweareth truth. This is a very great evil among all things that are done under the sun, that the same things happen to all men, whereby also the hearts of the children of men are filled with evil and with contempt while they live, and afterwards they shall be brought down to hell. There is no man that liveth always, or that hopeth for this. A living dog is better than a dead lion. For the living know that they shall die, but the dead know nothing more, neither have they a reward any more, for the memory of them is forgotten. Their love also, and their hatred, and their envy are all perished, neither have they any part in this world and in the work that is done under the sun. Go then and eat thy bread with joy, and drink thy wine with gladness, because thy works please God. At all times let thy garments be white, and let not oil depart from thy head. Live joyfully with the wife whom thou lovest all the days of thy unsteady life, which are given to thee under the sun, all the time of thy vanity. For this is thy portion in life, and in thy labor wherewith thou laborest under the sun. Whatsoever thy hand is able to do, do it earnestly. For neither work, nor reason, nor wisdom, nor knowledge shall be in hell, whither thou art hastening. I turned me to another thing, and I saw that under the sun the race is not to the swift, nor the battle to the strong, nor bread to the wise, nor riches to the learned, nor favor to the skillful, but time and chance in all. Man knoweth not his own end, but as fishes are taken with the hook, and as birds are caught with the snare, so men are taken in the evil time, when it shall suddenly come upon them. This wisdom also I have seen under the sun, and it seemed to me to be very great. A little city, and a few men in it. There came against it a great king, and invested it, and built bulwarks round about it, and the siege was perfect. Now there was found in it a man poor and wise, and he delivered the city by his wisdom, and no man afterward remembered that poor man. And I said that wisdom is better than strength. How then is the wisdom of the poor man slighted, and his words not heard? The words of the wise are heard in silence, more than the cry of a prince among fools. Better is wisdom than weapons of war, and he that shall offend in one shall lose many good things. Ecclesiastes chapter 10. Dying flies spoil the sweetness of an ointment. Wisdom and glory is more precious than a small and short-lived folly. The heart of a wise man is in his right hand, and the heart of a fool is in his left hand. Yea, and the fool when he walketh in the way, whereas he himself is a fool, esteemeth all men fools. If the spirit of him that hath power ascend upon thee, leave not thy place, because care will make the greatest sins to cease. There is an evil that I have seen under the sun, as it were by an error proceeding from the face of the prince. A fool set in high dignity, and the rich sitting beneath. I have seen servants upon horses, and princes walking on the ground as servants. He that diggeth a pit shall fall into it, and he that breaketh a hedge, a serpent shall bite him. He that removeth stones shall be hurt by them, and he that cutteth trees shall be wounded by them. If the iron be blunt, and be not as before, but be made blunt, with much labor it shall be sharpened, and after industry shall follow wisdom. If a serpent bite in silence, he is nothing better that backbiteth secretly. The words of the mouth of a wise man are grace, but the lips of a fool shall throw him down headlong. The beginning of his words is folly, and the end of his talk is a mischievous error. A fool multiplieth words. A man cannot tell what hath been before him, and what shall be after him, who can tell? The labor of fools shall afflict them that know not how to go to the city. Woe to thee, O land, when thy king is a child, and when the princes eat in the morning. Blessed is the land whose king is noble, and whose princes eat in due season for refreshment, and not for riotousness. By slothfulness a building shall be brought down, and through the weakness of hands the house shall drop through. For laughter they make bread and wine, that the living may feast, and all things obey money. Detract not the king, no, not in thy thought, and speak not evil of the rich man in thy private chamber, because even the birds of the air will carry thy voice, and he that hath wings will tell what thou hast said. Ecclesiastes chapter 11. Cast thy bread upon the running waters, for after a long time thou shalt find it again. Give a portion to 7, and also to 8, for thou knowest not what evil shall be upon the earth. If the clouds be full, they will pour out rain upon the earth. If the tree fall to the south or to the north, in what place soever it shall fall, there shall it be. He that observeth the wind shall not sow, and he that considereth the clouds shall never reap. As thou knowest not what is the way of the Spirit, nor how the bones are joined together in the womb of her that is with child, so thou knowest not the works of God, who is the Maker of all. In the morning sow thy seed, and in the evening let not thy hand cease, for thou knowest not which may rather spring up, this or that, and if both together, it shall be the better. The light is sweet, and it is delightful for the eyes to see the sun. If a man live many years and have rejoiced in them all, he must remember the darksome time, and the many days which, when they shall come, the things past shall be accused of vanity. Rejoice therefore, O young man, in thy youth, and let thy heart be in that which is good in the days of thy youth, and walk in the ways of thy heart, and in the sight of thy eyes, and know that for all these God will bring thee into judgment. Remove anger from thy heart, and put away evil from thy flesh, for youth and pleasure are vain. Ecclesiastes chapter 12. Remember thy Creator in the days of thy youth, before the time of affliction come, and the years draw nigh, of which thou shalt say, They please me not. Before the sun, and the light, and the moon, and the stars be darkened, and the clouds return after the rain. When the keepers of the house shall tremble, and the strong men shall stagger, and the grinders shall be idle in a small number, and they that look through the holes shall be darkened. And they shall shut the doors in the street, when the grinder's voice shall be low, and they shall rise up at the voice of the bird, and all the daughters of music shall grow deaf. And they shall fear high things, and they shall be afraid in the way. The almond tree shall flourish, the locust shall be made fat, and the caper tree shall be destroyed, because man shall go into the house of his eternity, and the mourners shall go round about in the street. Before the silver cord be broken, and the golden fillet shrink back, and the pitcher be crushed at the fountain, and the wheel be broken upon the cistern, and the dust return to its earth from whence it was, and the spirit return to God who gave it. Vanity of vanities, said Ecclesiastes, and all things are vanity. And whereas Ecclesiastes was very wise, he taught the people and declared the things that he had done, and seeking out, he set forth many parables. He sought profitable words, and wrote words most right, and full of truth. The words of the wise are as goads, and as nails deeply fastened in, which, by the counsel of masters, are given from one shepherd. More than these, my son, require not. Of making many books there is no end, and much study is an affliction of the flesh. Let us all hear together the conclusion of the discourse. Fear God, and keep his commandments, for this is all man. And all things that are done, God will bring into judgment for every error, whether it be good or evil. Canticle of Canticles, chapter 1. Let him kiss me with the kiss of his mouth, for thy breasts are better than wine, smelling sweet of the best ointments. Thy name is as oil poured out. Therefore young maidens have loved thee. Draw me. We will run after thee to the odor of thy ointments. The king hath brought me into his storerooms. We will be glad and rejoice in thee, remembering thy breasts more than wine. The righteous love thee. I am black but beautiful, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon. Do not consider me that I am brown, because the sun hath altered my color. The sons of my mother have fought against me. They have made me the keeper in the vineyards. My vineyard I have not kept. Show me, O thou whom my soul loveth, where thou feedest, where thou liest in the midday, lest I begin to wander after the flocks of thy companions. If thou know not thyself, O fairest among women, go forth and follow after the steps of the flocks, and feed thy kids beside the tents of the shepherds. To my company of horsemen in Pharaoh's chariots have I likened thee, O my love. Thy cheeks are as beautiful as the turtle doves, thy neck as jewels. We will make thee chains of gold, inlaid with silver. While the king was at his repose, my spikenard sent forth the odor thereof. A bundle of myrrh is my beloved to me. He shall abide between my breasts. A cluster of cypress my love is to me, in the vineyards of En-gedi. Behold, thou art fair, O my love. Behold, thou art fair. Thy eyes are as those of doves. Behold, thou art fair, my beloved, and comely. Our bed is flourishing. The beams of our houses are of cedar, our rafters of cypress trees. Canticle of Canticles, chapter 2. I am the flower of the field and the lily of the valleys. As the lily among thorns, so is my love among the daughters. As the apple tree among the trees of the woods, so is my beloved among the sons. I sat down under his shadow whom I desired, and his fruit was sweet to my palate. He brought me into the cellar of wine. He set in order charity in me. Stay me up with flowers. Compass me about with apples, because I languish with love. His left hand is under my head, and his right hand shall embrace me. I adjure you, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, by the roes and the hearts of the field, that you stir not up, nor make the beloved to awake, till she please. The voice of my beloved, behold, he cometh, leaping upon the mountains, skipping over the hills. My beloved is like a roe, or a young hart. Behold, he standeth behind our wall, looking through the windows, looking through the lattices. Behold, my beloved speaketh to me. Arise, make haste, my love, my dove, my beautiful one, and come. For winter is now past, the rain is over and gone. The flowers have appeared in our land, the time of pruning is come. The voice of the turtle is heard in our land. The fig tree hath put forth her green figs. The vines in flower yield their sweet smell. Arise, my love, my beautiful one, and come. My dove, in the clefts of the rock, in the hollow places of the wall, show me thy face. Let thy voice sound in my ears, for thy voice is sweet, and thy face comely. Catch us the little foxes that destroy the vines, for our vineyard hath flourished. My beloved to me, and I to him who feedeth among the lilies. Till the day break and the shadows retire, return, be like, my beloved, to a roe, or to a young hart upon the mountains of Bether. Canticle of Canticles, chapter 3. In my bed by night I sought him whom my soul loveth. I sought him, and I found him not. I will rise and will go about the city. In the streets and the broad ways I will seek him whom my soul loveth. I sought him, and I found him not. The watchmen who keep the city found me. Have you seen him whom my soul loveth? When I had a little passed by them, I found him whom my soul loveth. I held him, and I will not let him go till I bring him into my mother's house and into the chamber of her that bore me. I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, by the roes and the hearts of the fields, that you stir not up, nor awake my beloved, till she please. Who is she that goeth up by the desert, as a pillar of smoke by aromatical spices, of myrrh and frankincense, and of all the powders of the perfumer? Behold, 80 valiant ones of the most valiant of Israel surrounded the bed of Solomon, all holding swords, and most expert in war, every man's sword upon his thigh, because of fears in the night. King Solomon hath made him a litter of the wood of Lebanus. The pillars thereof he made of silver, the seat of gold, the going up of purple. The midst he covered with charity for the daughters of Jerusalem. Go forth, ye daughters of Zion, and see King Solomon in the diadem, wherewith his mother crowned him in the day of the joy of his heart. Canticle of Canticles, chapter 4. How beautiful art thou, my love! How beautiful art thou! Thy eyes are dove's eyes, besides what is hid within. Thy hair is as flocks of goats which come up from Mount Gilead. Thy teeth as flocks of sheep that are shorn, which come up from the washing, all with twins, and there is none barren among them. Thy lips are as a scarlet lace, and thy speech sweet. Thy cheeks are as a piece of pomegranate, besides that which lieth hid within. Thy neck is as the tower of David, which is built with bulwarks. 1,000 bucklers hang upon it, all the armor of valiant men. Thy two breasts like two young roes that are twins, which feed among the lilies. Till the day break and the shadows retire, I will go to the mountain of myrrh and to the hill of frankincense. Thou art all fair, O my love, and there is not a spot in thee. Come from Lebanus, my spouse, come from Lebanus, come. Thou shalt be crowned from the top of Amana, from the top of Senir and Hermon, from the dens of the lions, from the mountains of the leopards. Thou hast wounded my heart, my sister, my spouse. Thou hast wounded my heart with one of thy eyes, and with one hair of thy neck. How beautiful are thy breasts, my sister, my spouse! Thy breasts are more beautiful than wine, and the sweet smell of thy ointments above all aromatical spices. Thy lips, my spouse, are as a dripping honeycomb. Honey and milk are under thy tongue, and the smell of thy garments as the smell of frankincense. My sister, my spouse, is a garden enclosed, a fountain sealed up. Thy plants are a paradise of pomegranates with the fruits of the orchard, cypress with spikenard and saffron, sweet cane and cinnamon, with all the trees of Lebanus, myrrh and aloes, with all the chief perfumes. The fountain of gardens, the well of living waters, which run with a strong stream from Lebanus. Arise, O north wind, and come, O south wind, blow through my garden, and let the aromatical spices thereof flow. Canticle of Canticles, chapter 5. Let my beloved come into his garden, and eat the fruit of his apple trees. I am come into my garden, O my sister, my spouse. I have gathered my myrrh with my aromatical spices. I have eaten the honeycomb with my honey. I have drunk my wine with my milk. Eat, O friends, and drink, and be inebriated, my dearly beloved. I sleep, and my heart watcheth. The voice of my beloved knocking. Open to me, my sister, my love, my dove, my undefiled, for my head is full of dew, and my locks of the drops of the nights. I have put off my garment, how shall I put it on? I have washed my feet, how shall I defile them? My beloved put his hand through the keyhole, and my bowels were moved at his touch. I arose up to open to my beloved. My hands dropped with myrrh, and my fingers were full of the choicest myrrh. I opened the bolt of my door to my beloved, but he had turned aside and was gone. My soul melted when he spoke. I sought him and found him not. I called, and he did not answer me. The keepers that go about the city found me. They struck me and wounded me. The keepers of the walls took away my veil from me. I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, if you find my beloved, that you tell him that I languish with love. What manner of one is thy beloved of the beloved, O thou most beautiful among women? What manner of one is thy beloved of the beloved, that thou hast so adjured us? My beloved is white and ruddy, chosen out of the thousands. His head is as the finest gold, his locks as branches of palm trees, black as a raven. His eyes as doves upon brooks of waters, which are washed with milk, and sit beside the beautiful streams. His cheeks are as beds of aromatical spices set by the perfumers. His lips are as lilies dropping choice myrrh. His hands are turned, and as of gold, full of hyacinths. His belly as of ivory, set with sapphires. His legs as pillars of marble that are set upon bases of gold. His form as of Lebanus, excellent as the cedars. His throat most sweet, and he is all lovely. Such is my beloved, and he is my friend, O ye daughters of Jerusalem. Whither is thy beloved gone, O thou most beautiful among women? Whither is thy beloved turned aside? And we will seek him with thee. Canticle of Canticles, chapter 6. My beloved is gone down into his garden, to the bed of aromatical spices, to feed in the gardens and to gather lilies. I to my beloved, and my beloved to me, who feedeth among the lilies. Thou art beautiful, O my love, sweet and comely as Jerusalem, terrible as an army set in array. Turn away thy eyes from me, for they have made me flee away. Thy hair is as a flock of goats that appear from Gilead. Thy teeth as a flock of sheep which come up from the washing, all with twins, and there is none barren among them. Thy cheeks are as the bark of pomegranate, besides what is hidden within thee. There are 60 queens, and 80 concubines, and young maidens without number. One is my dove, my perfect one is but one. She is the only one of her mother, the chosen of her that bore her. The daughters saw her, and declared her most blessed, the queens and concubines, and they praised her. Who is she that cometh forth as the morning rising, fair as the moon, bright as the sun, terrible as an army set in array? I went down into the garden of nuts, to see the fruits of the valleys, and to look if the vineyard had flourished, and the pomegranates budded. I knew not, my soul troubled me for the chariots of Amminadab. Return, return, O Shulamitis, return, return, that we may behold thee. Canticle of Canticles, chapter 7. What shalt thou see in the Shulamitis but the companies of camps? How beautiful are thy steps in shoes, O prince's daughter! The joints of thy thighs are like jewels that are made by the hand of a skillful workman. Thy navel is like a round bowl, never wanting cups. Thy belly is like a heap of wheat, set about with lilies. Thy 2 breasts are like 2 young roes that are twins. Thy neck is a tower of ivory, thy eyes like the fish pools in Heshbon, which are in the gate of the daughter of the multitude. Thy nose is as the tower of Lebanus that looketh toward Damascus. Thy head is like Carmel, and the hairs of thy head as the purple of the king bound in the channels. How beautiful art thou, and how comely, my dearest, in delights! Thy stature is like to a palm tree, and thy breasts to clusters of grapes. I said, I will go up into the palm tree, and will take hold of the fruit thereof. And thy breasts shall be as the clusters of the vine, and the odor of thy mouth like apples. Thy throat is the best wine, worthy for my beloved to drink, and for his lips and his teeth to ruminate. I to my beloved, and his turning is towards me. Come, my beloved, let us go into the field, let us abide in the villages. Let us get up early to the vineyards. Let us see if the vineyard flourish, if the flowers be ready to bring forth fruits, if the pomegranates flourish. There will I give thee my breasts. The mandrakes give a smell. In our gates are all fruits. The new and the old, my beloved, I have kept for thee. Canticle of Canticles, chapter 8. Who shall give to me for my brother, sucking the breasts of my mother, that I may find thee without, and kiss thee, and now no man may despise me? I will take hold of thee, and bring thee into my mother's house. There thou shalt teach me, and I will give thee a cup of spiced wine, and new wine of my pomegranates. His left hand under my head, and his right hand shall embrace me. I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, that you stir not up, nor awake my love, till she please. Who is this that cometh up from the desert, flowing with delights, leaning upon her beloved? Under the apple tree I raised thee up. There thy mother was corrupted, and there she was deflowered that bore thee. Put me as a seal upon thy heart, as a seal upon thy arm, for love is strong as death, jealousy is hard as hell. The lamps thereof are fire and flames. Many waters cannot quench charity, neither can the floods drown it. If a man should give all the substance of his house for love, he shall despise it as nothing. Our sister is little, and hath no breasts. What shall we do to our sister in the day when she is to be spoken to? If she be a wall, let us build upon it bulwarks of silver. If she be a door, let us join it together with boards of cedar. I am a wall, and my breasts are as a tower, since I am become in his presence as one finding peace. The peaceable had a vineyard in that which hath people. He let out the same to keepers. Every man bringeth for the fruit thereof 1,000 pieces of silver. My vineyard is before me. 1,000 are for thee, the peaceable, and 200 for them that keep the fruit thereof. Thou that dwellest in the gardens, the friends hearken. Make me hear thy voice. Flee away, O my beloved, and be like to the roe, and to the young hart upon the mountains of aromatical spices. Wisdom chapter 1. Love justice, you that are the judges of the earth. Think of the Lord in goodness, and seek him in simplicity of heart. For he is found by them that tempt him not, and he showeth himself to them that have faith in him. For perverse thoughts separate from God, and his power, when it is tried, reproveth the unwise. For wisdom will not enter into a malicious soul, nor dwell in a body subject to sins. For the Holy Spirit of discipline will flee from the deceitful, and will withdraw himself from thoughts that are without understanding, and he shall not abide when iniquity cometh in. For the spirit of wisdom is benevolent, and will not acquit the evil speaker from his lips. For God is witness of his reins, and he is a true searcher of his heart, and a hearer of his tongue. For the Spirit of the Lord hath filled the whole world, and that which containeth all things hath knowledge of the voice. Therefore he that speaketh unjust things cannot be hid, neither shall the chastising judgment pass him by. For inquisition shall be made into the thoughts of the ungodly, and the hearing of his words shall come to God, to the chastising of his iniquities. For the ear of jealousy heareth all things, and the tumult of murmuring shall not be hid. Keep yourselves therefore from murmuring, which profiteth nothing, and refrain your tongue from detraction, for an obscure speech shall not go for naught, and the mouth that belieth killeth the soul. Seek not death in the error of your life, neither procure ye destruction by the works of your hands. For God made not death, neither hath he pleasure in the destruction of the living. For he created all things that they might be, and he made the nations of the earth for health, and there is no poison of destruction in him, nor kingdom of hell upon the earth. For justice is perpetual and immortal. But the wicked with works and words have called it to them, and esteeming it a friend have fallen away, and have made a covenant with it, because they are worthy to be a part thereof. Wisdom chapter 2. For they have said, reasoning with themselves, but not right, the time of our life is short and tedious, and in the end of a man there is no remedy, and no man hath been known to have returned from hell. For we are born of nothing, and after this we shall be as if we had not been. For the breath of our nostrils is smoke, and speech a spark to move our heart, which, being put out, our body shall be ashes, and our spirit shall be poured abroad as soft air. And our life shall pass away as the trace of a cloud, and shall be dispersed as a mist, which is driven away by the beams of the sun, and overpowered with the heat thereof. And our name in time shall be forgotten, and no man shall have any remembrance of our works. For our time is as the passing of a shadow, and there is no going back of our end, for it is fast sealed, and no man returneth. Come therefore, and let us enjoy the good things that are present, and let us speedily use the creatures as in youth. Let us fill ourselves with costly wine and ointments, and let not the flower of the time pass by us. Let us crown ourselves with roses before they be withered. Let no meadow escape our riot. Let none of us go without his part in luxury. Let us everywhere leave tokens of joy, for this is our portion, and this is our lot. Let us oppress the poor just man, and not spare the widow, nor honor the ancient gray hairs of the aged. But let our strength be the law of justice, for that which is feeble is found to be nothing worth. Let us therefore lie in wait for the just, because he is not for our turn, and he is contrary to our doings, and upbraideth us with transgressions of the law, and divulgeth against us the sins of our way of life. He boasteth that he hath the knowledge of God, and calleth himself the Son of God. He is become a censurer of our thoughts. He is grievous unto us, even to behold, for his life is not like other men's, and his ways are very different. We are esteemed by him as triflers, and he abstaineth from our ways as from filthiness, and he preferreth the latter end of the just, and glorieth that he hath God for his Father. Let us see then if his words be true, and let us prove what shall happen to him, and we shall know what his end shall be. For if he be the true Son of God, he will defend him, and will deliver him from the hands of his enemies. Let us examine him by outrages and tortures, that we may know his meekness and try his patience. Let us condemn him to a most shameful death, for there shall be respect had unto him by his words. These things they thought, and were deceived, for their own malice blinded them. And they knew not the secrets of God, nor hoped for the wages of justice, nor esteemed the honor of holy souls. For God created man incorruptible, and to the image of his own likeness he made him. But by the envy of the devil death came into the world, and they follow him that are of his side. Wisdom chapter 3. But the souls of the just are in the hand of God, and the torment of death shall not touch them. In the sight of the unwise they seemed to die, and their departure was taken for misery, and their going away from us for utter destruction, but they are in peace. And though in the sight of men they suffered torments, their hope is full of immortality. Afflicted in few things, in many they shall be well rewarded, because God hath tried them, and found them worthy of himself. As gold in the furnace he hath proved them, and as a victim of a holocaust he hath received them, and in time there shall be respect had to them. The just shall shine, and shall run to and fro like sparks among the reeds. They shall judge nations, and rule over people, and their Lord shall reign forever. They that trust in them shall understand the truth, and they that are faithful in love shall rest in him, for grace and peace is to his elect. But the wicked shall be punished according to their own devices, who have neglected the just, and have revolted from the Lord. For he that rejecteth wisdom and discipline is unhappy, and their hope is vain, and their labors without fruit, and their works unprofitable. Their wives are foolish, and their children wicked. Their offspring is cursed, for happy is the barren and the undefiled that hath not known bed in sin. She shall have fruit in the visitation of holy souls. And the eunuch that hath not wrought iniquity with his hands, nor thought wicked things against God. For the precious gift of faith shall be given to him, and a most acceptable lot in the temple of God. For the fruit of good labors is glorious, and the root of wisdom never faileth. But the children of adulterers shall not come to perfection, and the seed of the unlawful bed shall be rooted out. And if they live long, they shall be nothing regarded, and their last old age shall be without honor. And if they die quickly, they shall have no hope nor speech of comfort in the day of trial. For dreadful are the ends of a wicked race. Wisdom chapter 4. How beautiful is the chaste generation with glory! For the memory thereof is immortal, because it is known both with God and with men. When it is present, they imitate it, and they desire it when it hath withdrawn itself, and it triumpheth crowned forever, winning the reward of undefiled conflicts. But the multiplied brood of the wicked shall not thrive, and bastard slips shall not take deep root, nor any fast foundation. And if they flourish in branches for a time, yet standing not fast, they shall be shaken with the wind, and through the force of winds they shall be rooted out. For the branches, not being perfect, shall be broken, and their fruits shall be unprofitable, and sour to eat, and fit for nothing. For the children that are born of unlawful beds are witnesses of wickedness against their parents in their trial. But the just man, if he be prevented with death, shall be in rest. For venerable old age is not that of long time, nor counted by the number of years, but the understanding of a man is gray hairs, and a spotless life is old age. He pleased God and was beloved, and living among sinners he was translated. He was taken away, lest wickedness should alter his understanding, or deceit beguile his soul. For the bewitching of vanity obscureth good things, and the wandering of concupiscence overturneth the innocent mind. Being made perfect in a short space, he fulfilled a long time, for his soul pleased God. Therefore he hastened to bring him out of the midst of iniquities. But the people see this, and understand not, nor lay up such things in their hearts, that the grace of God and his mercy is with his saints, and that he hath respect to his chosen. But the just that is dead condemneth the wicked that are living, and youth soon ended the long life of the unjust. For they shall see the end of the wise man, and shall not understand what God hath designed for him, and why the Lord hath set him in safety. They shall see him, and shall despise him, but the Lord shall laugh them to scorn. And they shall fall after this without honor, and be a reproach among the dead forever. For he shall burst them puffed up and speechless, and shall shake them from the foundations, and they shall be utterly laid waste. They shall be in sorrow, and their memory shall perish. They shall come with fear at the thought of their sins, and their iniquities shall stand against them to convict them. Wisdom chapter 5. Then shall the just stand with great constancy against those who have afflicted them, and taken away their labors. These, seeing it, shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the suddenness of their unexpected salvation, saying within themselves, repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit, These are they whom we had sometime in derision, and for a parable of reproach. We fools esteemed their life madness, and their end without honor. Behold how they are numbered among the children of God, and their lot is among the saints. Therefore we have erred from the way of truth, and the light of justice hath not shined unto us, and the sun of understanding hath not risen upon us. We wearied ourselves in the way of iniquity and destruction, and have walked through hard ways, but the way of the Lord we have not known. What hath pride profited us, or what advantage hath the boasting of riches brought us? All those things are passed away like a shadow, and like a post that runneth on, and as a ship that passeth through the waves, whereof when it is gone by, the trace cannot be found, nor the path of its keel in the waters. Or as when a bird flieth through the air, of the passage of which no mark can be found, but only the sound of the wings beating the light air. And parting it by the force of her flight, she moved her wings, and hath flown through, and there is no mark found afterwards of her way. Or as when an arrow is shot at a mark, and divided air presently cometh together again, so that the passage thereof is not known. So we also, being born, forthwith ceased to be, and have been able to show no mark of virtue, but are consumed in our wickedness. Such things as these the sinners set in hell. For the hope of the wicked is as dust which is blown away with the wind, and as a thin froth which is dispersed by the storm, and as smoke that is scattered abroad by the wind, and as the remembrance of a guest one day that passeth by. But the just shall live forevermore, and their reward is with the Lord, and the care of them with the Most High. Therefore shall they receive a kingdom of glory, and a crown of beauty at the hand of the Lord. For with his right hand he will cover them, and with his holy arm he will defend them. And his zeal will take armor, and he will arm the creature for the revenge of his enemies. He will put on justice as a breastplate, and will take true judgment instead of a helmet. And he will take equity for an invincible shield. And he will sharpen his severe wrath for a spear, and the whole world shall fight with him against the unwise. Then shafts of lightning shall go directly from the clouds, as from a bow well bent. They shall be shot out, and shall fly to the mark. And thick hail shall be cast upon them from the stone casting wrath. The water of the sea shall rage against them, and the rivers shall run together in a terrible manner. A mighty wind shall stand up against them, and a whirlwind shall divide them, and their iniquity shall bring all the earth to a desert, and wickedness shall overthrow the thrones of the mighty. Wisdom chapter 6. Wisdom is better than strength, and a wise man is better than a strong man. Hear therefore, ye kings, and understand. Learn, ye that are judges of the ends of the earth. Give ear, you that rule the people, and that please yourselves in multitudes of nations. For power is given you by the Lord, and strength by the Most High, who will examine your works and search out your thoughts. Because, being ministers of his kingdom, you have not judged rightly, nor kept the law of justice, nor walked according to the will of God. Horribly and speedily will he appear to you, for a most severe judgment shall be for them that bear rule. For to him that is little, mercy is granted, but the mighty shall be mightily tormented. For God will not accept any man's person, neither will he stand in awe of any man's greatness. For he made the little and the great, and he hath equally care of all. But a greater judgment is ready for the more mighty. To you therefore, O kings, are these my words, that you may learn wisdom and not fall far from it. For they that have kept just things justly shall be justified, and they that have learned these things shall find what to answer. Covet ye therefore my words, and love them, and you shall have instruction. Wisdom is glorious, and never fadeth away, and is easily seen by them that love her, and is found by them that seek her. She preventeth them that covet her, so that she first showeth herself unto them. He that awaketh early to seek her shall not labor, for he shall find her sitting at his door. To think therefore upon her is perfect understanding, and he that watcheth for her shall quickly be secure. For she goeth about seeking such as are worthy of her, and she showeth herself to them cheerfully in the ways, and meeteth them with all providence. For the beginning of her is the most true desire of discipline, and the care of discipline is love. And love is the keeping of her laws, and the keeping of her laws is the firm foundation of incorruption, and incorruption bringeth near to God. Therefore the desire of wisdom bringeth to the everlasting kingdom. If then your delight be in thrones and scepters, O ye kings of the people, love wisdom, that you may reign forever. Love the light of wisdom, all ye that bear rule over peoples. Now what wisdom is, and what was her origin, I will declare. And I will not hide from you the mysteries of God, but will seek her out from the beginning of her birth, and bring the knowledge of her to light, and will not pass over the truth. Neither will I go with consuming envy, for such a man shall not be partaker of wisdom. Now the multitude of the wise is the welfare of the whole world, and a wise king is the upholding of the people. Receive therefore instruction by my words, and it shall be profitable to you. Wisdom chapter 7. I myself also am a mortal man, like all others, and of the race of him that was first made of the earth, and in the womb of my mother I was fashioned to be flesh. In the time of 10 months I was compacted in blood, of the seed of man, and the pleasure of sleep concurring. And being born I drew in the common air, and fell upon the earth that is made alike, and the first voice which I uttered was crying, as all others do. I was nursed in swaddling clothes, and with great cares, for none of the kings had any other beginning of birth. For all men have one entrance into life, and the like going out. Wherefore I wished, and understanding was given me, and I called upon God, and the spirit of wisdom came upon me. And I preferred her before kingdoms and thrones, and esteemed riches nothing in comparison of her. Neither did I compare unto her any precious stone, for all gold in comparison of her is as a little sand, and silver in respect to her shall be counted as clay. I loved her above health and beauty, and chose to have her instead of light, for her light cannot be put out. Now all good things came to me together with her, and innumerable riches through her hands. And I rejoiced in all these, for this wisdom went before me, and I knew not that she was the mother of them all, which I have learned without guile, and communicate without envy, and her riches I hide not. For she is an infinite treasure to men, which they that use become the friends of God, being commended for the gift of discipline. And God hath given to me to speak as I would, and to conceive thoughts worthy of those things that are given me, because he is the guide of wisdom, and the director of the wise. For in his hand are both we and our words, and all wisdom, and the knowledge and skill of works. For he hath given me the true knowledge of the things that are, to know the disposition of the whole world, and the virtues of the elements, the beginning and ending and midst of the times, the alterations of their courses, and the changes of seasons, the revolutions of the year, and the dispositions of the stars, the natures of living creatures, and rage of wild beasts, the force of winds, and reasonings of men, the diversities of plants, and the virtues of roots. And all such things as are hid and not foreseen I have learned. For wisdom, which is the worker of all things, taught me. For in her is the spirit of understanding, holy, one, manifold, subtle, eloquent, active, undefiled, sure, sweet, loving that which is good, quick, which nothing hindereth, beneficent, gentle, kind, steadfast, assured, secure, having all power, overseeing all things, and containing all spirits, intelligible, pure, subtle. For wisdom is more active than all active things, and reacheth everywhere by reason of her purity. For she is a vapor of the power of God, and a certain pure emanation of the glory of the Almighty God, and therefore no defiled thing cometh into her. For she is the brightness of eternal light, and the unspotted mirror of God's majesty, and the image of his goodness. And being but one, she can do all things, and remaining in herself the same, she reneweth all things, and through nations conveyeth herself into holy souls, she maketh the friends of God and prophets. For God loveth none but him that dwelleth with wisdom. For she is more beautiful than the sun, and above all the order of the stars. Being compared with a light, she is found before it. For after this cometh night, but no evil can overcome wisdom. Wisdom chapter 8. She reacheth therefore from end to end mightily, and ordereth all things sweetly. Her have I loved, and have sought her out from my youth, and have desired to take her for my spouse, and I became a lover of her beauty. She glorifieth her nobility by being conversant with God, yea, and the Lord of all things hath loved her. For it is she that teacheth the knowledge of God, and is the chooser of his works. And if riches be desired in life, what is richer than wisdom, which maketh all things? And if sense do work, who is a more artful worker than she of those things that are? And if a man love justice, her labors have great virtues, for she teacheth temperance, and prudence, and justice, and fortitude, which are such things as men can have nothing more profitable in life. And if a man desire much knowledge, she knoweth things past, and judgeth of things to come. She knoweth the subtleties of speeches, and the solutions of arguments. She knoweth signs and wonders before they be done, and the events of times and ages. I purpose, therefore, to take her to me to live with me, knowing that she will communicate to me of her good things, and will be a comfort in my cares and grief. For her sake I shall have glory among the multitude, and honor with the ancients, though I be young. And I shall be found of a quick conceit in judgment, and shall be admired in the sight of the mighty, and the faces of princes shall wonder at me. They shall wait for me when I hold my peace, and they shall look upon me when I speak, and if I talk much, they shall lay their hands on their mouths. Moreover, by the means of her I shall have immortality, and shall leave behind me an everlasting memory to them that come after me. I shall set the people in order, and nations shall be subject to me. Terrible kings hearing shall be afraid of me. Among the multitude I shall be found good and valiant in war. When I go into my house, I shall repose myself with her, for her conversation hath no bitterness, nor her company any tediousness, but joy and gladness. Thinking these things with myself, and pondering them in my heart, that to be allied to wisdom is immortality, and that there is great delight in her friendship, and inexhaustible riches in the works of her hands, and in the exercise of conference with her, wisdom and glory in the communication of her words, I went about seeking that I might take her to myself. And I was a witty child, and had received a good soul. And whereas I was more good, I came to a body undefiled. And as I knew that I could not otherwise be continent, except God gave it, and this also was a point of wisdom, to know whose gift it was, I went to the Lord and besought him, and said with my whole heart. Wisdom chapter 9. God of my fathers and Lord of mercy, who hast made all things with thy word, and by thy wisdom hast appointed man, that he should have dominion over the creature that was made by thee, that he should order the world according to equity and justice, and execute justice with an upright heart, give me wisdom that sitteth by my throne, and cast me not off from among thy children. For I am thy servant, and the son of thy handmaid, a weak man and of short time, and falling short of the understanding of judgment and laws. For if one be perfect among the children of men, yet if thy wisdom be not with him, he shall be nothing regarded. Thou hast chosen me to be king of thy people, and a judge of thy sons and daughters, and hast commanded me to build a temple on thy holy mount, and an altar in the city of thy dwelling place, a resemblance of thy holy tabernacle, which thou hast prepared from the beginning. And thy wisdom with thee, which knoweth thy works, which then also was present when thou madest the world, and knew what was agreeable to thy eyes, and what was right in thy commandments. Send her out of thy holy heaven, and from the throne of thy majesty, that she may be with me, and may labor with me, that I may know what is acceptable with thee. For she knoweth and understandeth all things, and shall lead me soberly in my works, and shall preserve me by her power. So shall my works be acceptable, and I shall govern thy people justly, and shall be worthy of the throne of my Father. For who among men is he that can know the counsel of God? Or who can think what the will of God is? For the thoughts of mortal men are fearful, and our counsels uncertain. For the corruptible body is a load upon the soul, and the earthly habitation presseth down the mind that museth upon many things. And hardly do we guess aright at things that are upon the earth, and with labor do we find the things that are before us. But the things that are in heaven who shall search out? And who shall know thy thought, except thou give wisdom, and send thy Holy Spirit from above? And so the ways of them that are upon earth may be corrected, and men may learn the things that please thee. For by wisdom they were healed, whosoever have pleased thee, O Lord, from the beginning. Wisdom chapter 10. She preserved him that was first formed by God the Father of the world, when he was created alone, and she brought him out of his sin, and gave him power to govern all things. But when the unjust went away from her in his anger, he perished by the fury wherewith he murdered his brother, for whose cause, when water destroyed the earth, wisdom healed it again, directing the course of the just by contemptible wood. Moreover, when the nations had conspired together to consent to wickedness, she knew the just, and preserved him without blame to God, and kept him strong against the compassion for his Son. She delivered the just man, who fled from the wicked that were perishing, when the fire came down upon Pentapolis, whose land for a testimony of their wickedness is desolate, and smoketh to this day, and the trees bear fruits that ripen not, and a standing pillar of salt is a monument of an incredulous soul. For regarding not wisdom, they did not only slip in this, that they were ignorant of good things, but they left also unto men a memorial of their folly, so that in the things in which they sinned they could not so much as lie hid. But wisdom hath delivered from sorrow them that attend upon her. She conducted the just when he fled from his brother's wrath through the right ways, and showed him the kingdom of God, and gave him the knowledge of the holy things, made him honorable in his labors, and accomplished his labors. In the deceit of them that overreached him, she stood by him, and made him honorable. She kept him safe from his enemies, and she defended him from seducers, and gave him a strong conflict, that he might overcome and know that wisdom is mightier than all. She forsook not the just when he was sold, but delivered him from sinners. She went down with him into the pit, and in bands she left him not, till she brought him the scepter of the kingdom, and power against those that oppressed him, and showed them to be liars that had accused him, and gave him everlasting glory. She delivered the just people and blameless seed from the nations that oppressed them. She entered into the soul of the servant of God, and stood against dreadful kings in wonders and signs. And she rendered to the just the wages of their labors, and conducted them in a wonderful way. And she was to them for a covert by day, and for the light of stars by night. And she brought them through the Red Sea, and carried them over through a great water. But their enemies she drowned in the sea, and from the depth of hell she brought them out. Therefore the just took the spoils of the wicked. And they sung to thy holy name, O Lord, and they praised with one accord thy victorious hand. For wisdom opened the mouth of the dumb, and made the tongues of infants eloquent. Wisdom chapter 11. She prospered their works in the hands of the holy prophet. They went through wildernesses that were not inhabited, and in desert places they pitched their tents. They stood against their enemies, and revenged themselves of their adversaries. They were thirsty, and they called upon thee, and water was given them out of the high rock, and a refreshment of their thirst out of the hard stone. For by what things their enemies were punished when their drink failed them, while the children of Israel abounded therewith and rejoiced, by the same things they in their need were benefited. For instead of a fountain of an ever-running river, thou gavest human blood to the unjust. And whilst they were diminished for a manifest reproof of their murdering the infants, thou gavest to thine abundant water unlooked for, showing by the thirst that was then how thou didst exalt thine, and didst kill their adversaries. For when they were tried and chastised with mercy, they knew how the wicked were judged with wrath and tormented. For thou didst admonish and try them as a father, but the others as a severe king thou didst examine and condemn. For whether absent or present, they were tormented alike. For a double affliction came upon them, and a groaning for the remembrance of things past. For when they heard that by their punishments the others were benefited, they remembered the Lord, wondering at the end of what was come to pass. For whom they scorned before, when he was thrown out at the time of his being wickedly exposed to perish, him they admired in the end, when they saw the event, their thirsting being unlike to that of the just. But for the foolish devices of their iniquity, because some, being deceived, worshipped dumb serpents and worthless beasts, thou didst send upon them a multitude of dumb beasts for vengeance, that they might know that by what things a man sinneth, by the same also he is tormented. For the almighty hand which made the world of matter without form was not unable to send upon them a multitude of bears, or fierce lions, or unknown beasts of a new kind, full of rage, either breathing out a fiery vapor, or sending forth a stinking smoke, or shooting horrible sparks out of their eyes, whereof not only the hurt might be able to destroy them, but also the very sight might kill them through fear. Yea, and without these they might have been slain with one blast, persecuted by their own deeds, and scattered by the breath of thy power. But thou hast ordered all things in measure, and number, and weight. For great power always belonged to thee alone. And who shall resist the strength of thy arm? For the whole world before thee is as the least grain of the balance, and as a drop of the morning dew that falleth down upon the earth. But thou hast mercy upon all, because thou canst do all things, and overlookest the sins of men for the sake of repentance. For thou lovest all things that are, and hatest none of the things which thou hast made, for thou didst not appoint or make anything hating it. And how could anything endure if thou wouldst not, or be preserved if not called by thee? But thou sparest all, because they are thine, O Lord, who lovest souls. Wisdom chapter 12. O how good and sweet is thy Spirit, O Lord, in all things! And therefore thou chastisest them that err, by little and little, and admonishest them, and speakest to them concerning the things wherein they offend, that, leaving their wickedness, they might believe in thee, O Lord. For those ancient inhabitants of thy holy land, whom thou didst abhor because they did works hateful to thee by their sorceries and wicked sacrifices, and those merciless murderers of their own children, and eaters of men's bowels, and devourers of blood from the midst of thy consecration, and those parents sacrificing with their own hands helpless souls, it was thy will to destroy by the hands of our parents, that the land which of all is most dear to thee might receive a worthy colony of the children of God. Yet even those thou sparedst as men, and didst send wasps, forerunners of thy host, to destroy them by little and little. Not that thou wast unable to bring the wicked unto the just by war, or by cruel beasts, or with one rough word to destroy them at once, but executing thy judgments by degrees, thou gavest them place of repentance, not being ignorant that they were a wicked generation, and their malice natural, and that their thought could never be changed. For it was a cursed seed from the beginning. Neither didst thou for fear of any one give pardon to their sins. For who shall say to thee, What hast thou done? Or who shall withstand thy judgment? Or who shall come before thee to be a revenger of wicked men? Or who shall accuse thee if the nations perish which thou hast made? For there is no other God but thou, who hast care of all, that thou shouldst show that thou dost not give judgment unjustly. Neither shall king nor tyrant in thy sight inquire about them whom thou hast destroyed. For so much then as thou art just, thou orderest all things justly, thinking it not agreeable to thy power to condemn him who deserveth not to be punished. For thy power is the beginning of justice, And because thou art Lord of all, thou makest thyself gracious to all. For thou showest thy power, when men will not believe thee to be absolute in power, and thou convincest the boldest of them that know thee not. But thou, being master of power, judgest with tranquillity, and with great favor disposest of us, for thy power is at hand when thou wilt. But thou hast taught thy people by such works, that they must be just and humane, and hast made thy children to be of a good hope, because in judging thou givest place for repentance for sins. For if thou didst punish the enemies of thy servants, and that deserved to die, with so great deliberation, giving them time and place whereby they might be changed from their wickedness, with what circumspection hast thou judged thy own children, to whose parents thou hast sworn and made covenants of good promises? Therefore, whereas thou chastisest us, thou scourgest our enemies very many ways, to the end that when we judge we may think on thy goodness, and when we are judged we may hope for thy mercy. Wherefore thou hast also greatly tormented them who in their life have lived foolishly and unjustly, by the same things which they worshipped. For they went astray for a long time in the ways of error, holding those things for gods which are the most worthless among beasts, living after the manner of children without understanding. Therefore thou hast sent a judgment upon them as senseless children to mock them. But they that were not amended by mockeries and reprehensions experienced the worthy judgment of God. For seeing with indignation that they suffered by those very things which they took for gods, when they were destroyed by the same, they acknowledged him the true God, whom in time past they denied that they knew, for which cause the end also of their condemnation came upon them. Wisdom chapter 13. But all men are vain, in whom there is not the knowledge of God, and who by these good things that are seen could not understand him that is, neither by attending to the works have acknowledged who was the workman, but have imagined either the fire, or the wind, or the swift air, or the circle of the stars, or the great water, or the sun and moon, to be the gods that rule the world. With whose beauty, if they, being delighted, took them to be gods, let them know how much the Lord of them is more beautiful than they. For the first author of beauty made all those things. Or if they admired their power and their effects, let them understand by them that he that made them is mightier than they. For by the greatness of the beauty and of the creature, the Creator of them may be seen, so as to be known thereby. But yet as to these they are less to be blamed, for they perhaps err, seeking God and desirous to find him. For being conversant among his works, they search, and they are persuaded that the things are good which are seen. But then again they are not to be pardoned, for if they were able to know so much as to make a judgment of the world, how did they not more easily find out the Lord thereof? But unhappy are they, and their hope is among the dead, who have called gods the works of the hands of men, gold and silver, the inventions of art, and the resemblances of beasts, or an unprofitable stone, the work of an ancient hand. Or if an artist, a carpenter, hath cut down a tree proper for his use in the wood, and skillfully taken off all the bark thereof, and with his art diligently formeth a vessel profitable for the common uses of life, and useth the chips of his work to dress his meat, and taking what was left thereof, which is good for nothing, being a crooked piece of wood and full of knots, carveth it diligently when he hath nothing else to do, and by the skill of his art fashioneth it and maketh it like the image of a man, or the resemblance of some beast, laying it over with vermilion, and painting it red, and covering every spot that is in it, and maketh a convenient dwelling place for it, and setting it in a wall, and fastening it with iron, providing for it lest it should fall, knowing that it is unable to help itself, for it is an image, and hath need of help, and then maketh prayer to it, inquiring concerning his substance and his children or his marriage, and he is not ashamed to speak to that which hath no life, and for health he maketh supplication to the weak, and for life prayeth to that which is dead, and for help calleth upon that which is unprofitable, and for a good journey he petitioneth him that cannot walk, and for getting, and for working, and for the event of all things he asketh him that is unable to do anything. Wisdom chapter 14. Again, another designing to sail, and beginning to make his voyage through the raging waves, calleth upon a piece of wood more frail than the wood that carrieth him. For this the desire of gain devised, and the workman built it by his skill. But thy providence, O Father, governeth it, for thou hast made a way even in the sea, and a most sure path among the waves, showing that thou art able to save out of all things, yea, though a man went to sea without art. But that the works of thy wisdom might not be idle, therefore men also trust their lives even to a little wood, and passing over the sea by ship are saved. And from the beginning also, when the proud giants perished, the hope of the world, fleeing to a vessel which was governed by thy hand, left to the world seed of generation. For blessed is the wood by which justice cometh, but the idol that is made by hands is cursed, as well it as he that made it. He because he made it, and it because being frail it is called a god. But to God the wicked and the wickedness are hateful alike. For that which is made, together with him that made it, shall suffer torments. Therefore there shall be no respect had even to the idols of the Gentiles, because the creatures of God are turned to an abomination, and a temptation to the souls of men, and a snare to the feet of the unwise. For the beginning of fornication is the devising of idols, and the invention of them is the corruption of life. For neither were they from the beginning, neither shall they be forever. For by the vanity of men they came into the world, and therefore they shall be found to come shortly to an end. For a father, being afflicted with bitter grief, made to himself the image of a son who was quickly taken away, and him who then had died as a man, he began now to worship as a god, and appointed him rites and sacrifices among his servants. Then, in process of time, wicked custom prevailing, this error was kept as a law, and statues were worshipped by the commandment of tyrants. And those whom men could not honor in presence because they dwelt far off, they brought their resemblance from afar, and made an express image of the king whom they had a mind to honor, that by this their diligence they might honor as present him that was absent. And to worshipping of these, the singular diligence also of the artificer helped to set forward the ignorant. For he, being willing to please him that employed him, labored with all his art to make the resemblance in the best manner. And the multitude of men, carried away by the beauty of the work, took him now for a god that a little before was but honored as a man. And this was the occasion of deceiving human life. For men, serving either their affection or their kings, gave the incommunicable name to stones and wood. And it was not enough for them to err about the knowledge of God, but whereas they lived in a great war of ignorance, they call so many and so great evils peace. For either they sacrifice their own children, or use hidden sacrifices, or keep watches full of madness, so that now they keep neither life nor marriage undefiled. But one killeth another through envy, or grieveth him by adultery. And all things are mingled together, blood, murder, theft and dissimulation, corruption and unfaithfulness, tumults and perjury, disquieting of the good, forgetfulness of God, defiling of souls, changing of nature, disorder in marriage, and the irregularity of adultery and uncleanness. For the worship of abominable idols is the cause and the beginning and end of all evil. For either they are mad when they are merry, or they prophesy lies, or they live unjustly, or easily forswear themselves. For whilst they trust in idols, which are without life, though they swear amiss, they look not to be hurt. But for two things they shall be justly punished, because they have thought not well of God, giving heed to idols, and have sworn unjustly, in guile despising justice. For it is not the power of them by whom they swear, but the just vengeance of sinners always punisheth the transgression of the unjust. Wisdom chapter 15. But thou, our God, art gracious and true, patient, and ordering all things in mercy. For if we sin, we are thine, knowing thy greatness, and if we sin not, we know that we are counted with thee. For to know thee is perfect justice, and to know thy justice and thy power is the root of immortality. For the invention of mischievous man hath not deceived us, nor the shadow of a picture, a fruitless labor, a graven figure with diverse colors, the sight whereof enticeth the fool to lust after it, and he loveth the lifeless figure of a dead image. The lovers of evil things deserve to have no better things to trust in, both they that make them, and they that love them, and they that worship them. The potter also tempering soft earth with labor fashioneth every vessel for our service, and of the same clay he maketh both vessels that are for clean uses, and likewise such as serve to the contrary. But what is the use of these vessels? The potter is the judge. And of the same clay by a vain labor he maketh a god, who a little before was made of earth himself, and a little after returneth to the same out of which he was taken, when his life which was lent him shall be called for again. But his care is, not that he shall labor, nor that his life is short, but that he striveth with the goldsmiths and silversmiths, and he endeavoureth to do like the workers in brass, and counteth it a glory to make vain things. For his heart is ashes, and his hope vain earth, and his life more base than clay. Forasmuch as he knew not his Maker, and him that inspired into him the soul that worketh, and that breathed into him a living spirit. Yea, and they have counted our life a pastime, and the business of life to be gain, and that we must be getting every way, even out of evil. For that man knoweth that he offendeth above all others, who of earthly matter maketh brittle vessels and graven gods. But all the enemies of thy people that hold them in subjection are foolish and unhappy, and proud beyond measure. For they have esteemed all the idols of the heathens for gods, which neither have the use of eyes to see, nor noses to draw breath, nor ears to hear, nor fingers of hands to handle, and as for their feet, they are slow to walk. For man made them, and he that borroweth his own breath fashioned them. For no man can make a god like to himself, for being mortal himself, he formeth a dead thing with his wicked hands. For he is better than they whom he worshippeth, because he indeed hath lived, though he were mortal, but they never. Moreover, they worship also the vilest creatures, but things without sense compared to these are worse than they. Yea, neither by sight can any man see good of these beasts, but they have fled from the praise of God and from his blessing. Wisdom chapter 16. For these things, and by the like things to these, they were worthily punished, and were destroyed by a multitude of beasts. Instead of which punishment, dealing well with thy people, thou gavest them their desire of delicious food, of a new taste, preparing for them quails for their meat, to the end that they indeed, desiring food, by means of those things that were shown and sent among them, might loathe even that which was necessary to satisfy their desire. But these, after suffering want for a short time, tasted a new meat. For it was requisite that inevitable destruction should come upon them that exercised tyranny. But to these it should only be shown how their enemies were destroyed. For when the fierce rage of beasts came upon these, they were destroyed with the bitings of crooked serpents. But thy wrath endured not forever, but they were troubled for a short time for their correction, having a sign of salvation to put them in remembrance of the commandment of thy law. For he that turned to it was not healed by that which he saw, but by thee, the Saviour of all. And in this thou didst show to our enemies that thou art he who deliverest from all evil. For the bitings of locusts and of flies killed them, and there was found no remedy for their life, because they were worthy to be destroyed by such things. But not even the teeth of venomous serpents overcame thy children, for thy mercy came and healed them. For they were examined for the remembrance of thy words, and were quickly healed, lest falling into deep forgetfulness they might not be able to use thy help. For it was neither herb nor mollifying plaster that healed them, but thy word, O Lord, which healeth all things. For it is thou, O Lord, that hast power of life and death, and leadest down to the gates of death, and bringest back again. A man indeed killeth through malice, and when the spirit is gone forth, it shall not return, neither shall he call back the soul that is received. But it is impossible to escape thy hand. For the wicked that denied to know thee were scourged by the strength of thy arm, being persecuted by strange waters, and hail, and rain, and consumed by fire. And which was wonderful in water, which extinguisheth all things, the fire had more force, for the world fighteth for the just. For at one time the fire was mitigated, that the beasts which were sent against the wicked might not be burned, but that they might see and perceive that they were persecuted by the judgment of God. And at another time the fire, above its own power, burned in the midst of water, to destroy the fruits of a wicked land. Instead of which things thou didst feed thy people with the food of angels, and gavest them bread from heaven prepared without labor, having in it all that is delicious, and the sweetness of every taste. For thy sustenance showed thy sweetness to thy children, and serving every man's will, it was turned to what every man liked. But snow and ice endured the force of fire, and melted not, that they might know that fire burning in the hail and flashing in the rain destroyed the fruits of the enemies. But this same again, that the just might be nourished, did even forget its own strength. For the creature, serving thee the Creator, is made fierce against the unjust for their punishment, and abateth its strength for the benefit of them that trust in thee. Therefore even then it was transformed into all things, and was obedient to thy grace that nourisheth all, according to the will of them that desired it of thee, that thy children, O Lord, whom thou lovest, might know that it is not the growing of fruits that nourisheth men, but thy word preserveth them that believe in thee. For that which could not be destroyed by fire, being warmed with a little sunbeam, presently melted away, that it might be known to all that we ought to prevent the sun to bless thee, and adore thee at the dawning of the light. For the hope of the unthankful shall melt away as the winter's ice, and shall run off as unprofitable water. Wisdom chapter 17. For thy judgments, O Lord, are great, and thy words cannot be expressed. Therefore undisciplined souls have erred. For while the wicked thought to be able to have dominion over the holy nation, they themselves, being fettered with the bonds of darkness and a long night, shut up in their houses, lay there exiled from the eternal providence. And while they thought to lie hid in their obscure sins, they were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness, being horribly afraid and troubled with exceeding great astonishment. For neither did the den that held them keep them from fear, for noises coming down troubled them, and sad visions appearing to them affrighted them. And no power of fire could give them light, neither could the bright flames of the stars enlighten that horrible night. But there appeared to them a sudden fire, very dreadful, and being struck with the fear of that face which was not seen, they thought the things which they saw to be worse. And the delusions of their magic art were put down, and the boasting of wisdom was reproachfully rebuked. For they who promised to drive away fears and troubles from a sick soul were sick themselves of a fear worthy to be laughed at. For though no terrible thing disturbed them, yet being scared with the passing by of beasts and hissing of serpents, they died for fear, and denying that they saw the air, which could by no means be avoided. For whereas wickedness is fearful, it beareth witness of its condemnation, for a troubled conscience always forecasteth grievous things. For fear is nothing else but a yielding up of the succors from thought, and while there is less expectation from within, the greater doth it count the ignorance of that cause which bringeth the torment. But they that during that night, in which nothing could be done, and which came upon them from the lowest and deepest hell, slept the same sleep, were sometimes molested with the fear of monsters, sometimes fainted away, their soul failing them, for a sudden and unlooked-for fear was come upon them. Moreover, if any of them had fallen down, he was kept shut up in prison without irons. For if anyone were a husbandman, or a shepherd, or a laborer in the field, and was suddenly overtaken, he endured a necessity from which he could not fly. For they were all bound together with one chain of darkness. Whether it were a whistling wind, or a melodious voice of birds among the spreading branches of trees, or a fall of water running down with violence, or the mighty noise of stones tumbling down, or the running that could not be seen of beasts playing together, or the roaring voice of wild beasts, or a rebounding echo from the highest mountains, these things made them to swoon for fear. For the whole world was enlightened with a clear light, and none were hindered in their labors. But over them only was spread a heavy night, an image of that darkness which was to come upon them. But they were to themselves more grievous than the darkness. Wisdom chapter 18. But thy saints had a very great light, And they heard their voice indeed, but did not see their shape. And because they also did not suffer the same things, they glorified thee. And they that before had been wronged gave thanks, because they were not hurt now, and asked this gift, that there might be a difference. Therefore they received a burning pillar of fire for a guide of the way which they knew not. And thou gavest them a harmless son of a good entertainment. The others indeed were worthy to be deprived of light, and imprisoned in darkness, who kept thy children shut up, by whom the pure light of the law was to be given to the world. And whereas they thought to kill the babes of the just, one child being cast forth and saved to reprove them, thou tookest away a multitude of their children, and destroyedst them all together in a mighty water. For that night was known before by our fathers, that assuredly, knowing what oaths they had trusted to, they might be of better courage. So thy people received the salvation of the just, and destruction of the unjust. For as thou didst punish the adversaries, so thou didst also encourage and glorify us. For the just children of good men were offering sacrifice secretly, and they unanimously ordered a law of justice, that the just should receive both good and evil alike, singing now the praises of the fathers. But on the other side there sounded an ill-according cry of the enemies, and a lamentable mourning was heard for the children that were bewailed. And the servant suffered the same punishment as the master, and a common man suffered in like manner as the king. So all alike had innumerable dead, with one kind of death. Neither were the living sufficient to bury them, for in one moment the noblest offspring of them was destroyed. For whereas they would not believe anything before by reason of the enchantments, then first upon the destruction of the firstborn, they acknowledged the people to be of God. For while all things were in quiet silence, and the night was in the midst of her course, thy almighty word leapt down from heaven from thy royal throne as a fierce conqueror into the midst of the land of destruction, with a sharp sword, carrying thy unfeigned commandment. And he stood and filled all things with death, and standing on the earth reached even to heaven. Then suddenly visions of evil dreams troubled them, and fears unlooked for came upon them. And one thrown here, another there, half dead, showed the cause of his death. For the visions that troubled them foreshowed these things, lest they should perish and not know why they suffered these evils. But the just also were afterwards touched by an assault of death, and there was a disturbance of the multitude in the wilderness, but thy wrath did not long continue. For a blameless man made haste to pray for the people, bringing forth the shield of his ministry, prayer, and by incense making supplication, withstood the wrath, and put an end to the calamity, showing that he was thy servant. And he overcame the disturbance, not by strength of body, nor with force of arms, but with a word he subdued him that punished them, alleging the oaths and covenant made with the fathers. For when they were now fallen down dead by heaps upon one another, he stood between and stayed the assault, and cut off the way to the living. For in the priestly robe which he wore was the whole world, and in the 4 rows of the stones the glory of the fathers was graven, and thy majesty was written upon the diadem of his head. And to these the destroyer gave place, and was afraid of them, for the proof only of wrath was enough. Wisdom chapter 19. But as to the wicked, even to the end there came upon them wrath without mercy. For he knew before also what they would do. For when they had given them leave to depart, and had sent them away with great care, they repented, and pursued after them. For whilst they were yet mourning and lamenting at the graves of the dead, they took up another foolish device, and pursued them as fugitives whom they had pressed to be gone. For a necessity of which they were worthy brought them to this end, and they lost the remembrance of those things which had happened, that their punishment might fill up what was wanting to their torments, and that thy people might wonderfully pass through, but they might find a new death. For every creature according to its kind was fashioned again as from the beginning, obeying thy commandments, that thy children might be kept without hurt. For a cloud overshadowed their camp, and where water was before, dry land appeared, and in the Red Sea a way without hindrance, and out of the great deep a springing field, through which all the nation passed which was protected with thy hand, seeing thy miracles and wonders. For they fed on their food like horses, and they skipped like lambs, praising thee, O Lord, who hadst delivered them. For they were yet mindful of those things which had been done in the time of their sojourning, how the ground brought forth flies instead of cattle, and how the river cast up a multitude of frogs instead of fishes. And at length they saw a new generation of birds, when being led by their appetite they asked for delicate meats. For to satisfy their desire, the quail came up to them from the sea, and punishments came upon the sinners, not without foregoing signs by the force of thunders, for they suffered justly according to their own wickedness. For they exercised a more detestable inhospitality than any. Others indeed received not strangers unknown to them, but these brought their guests into bondage that had deserved well of them. And not only so, but in another respect also they were worse, for the others against their will received the strangers. But these grievously afflicted them whom they had received with joy, and who lived under the same laws. But they were struck with blindness, as those others were at the doors of the just man, when they were covered with sudden darkness, and every one sought the passage of his own door. For while the elements were changed in themselves, as in an instrument the sound of the quality is changed, yet all keep their sound, which may clearly be perceived by the very sight. For the things of the land were turned into things of the water, and the things before swam in the water passed upon the land. The fire had power in water above its own virtue, and the water forgot its quenching nature. On the other side, the flames wasted not the flesh of corruptible animals walking therein, neither did they melt that good food which was apt to melt as ice. For in all things thou didst magnify thy people, O Lord, and didst honor them, and didst not despise them, but didst assist them at all times and in every place.